The man stood at the door of this inconspicuous little supermarket, ready to confess his love to his crush with a gold ring worth thousands of dollars, hoping to win love. However, Zhang Lily's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Her eyes were full of contempt. She mocked the king's family background and even ridiculed everything he did for her. She even turned around and threw herself into the arms of another man, who drove a Mercedes-Benz and gave her a diamond ring worth 99,000 yuan. He instantly became the perfect lover in her mind. The king's eyes were bloodshot. He was furious and felt ridiculous. Had he been possessed by a demon? How could he like such a vain woman who despised the poor and loved the rich? Thinking of this, he let out a self-deprecating laugh, went back to the supermarket, grabbed a bottle of Mingyo functional drink from the shelf, opened the lid, and drank it in one gulp. The next moment, a clear voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 1 yuan exchange system has been successfully linked. This voice startled the king and froze him. This system provides a chance to redeem prizes once a day. Drink a bottle of beverage every day and open the lid to get a reward. The king's spirits were lifted, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Please look at the bottle cap. Today's 1 yuan exchange opportunity has been successfully triggered. Upon hearing the system's words, the king instantly became excited. He picked up the bottle cap of the Mengyo drink he had just drunk and saw. As expected, the words 1 yuan exchange were there. Unlike the usual 1 yuan redemption and prize redemption words, this time the words shone with golden light. Okay, 1 yuan redemption. As his voice fell, another clear and pleasant system prompt sounded. Host's current wealth value -1. Congratulations, host. $1 exchange successful. Reward, 1 ton of gold. What? 1 ton of gold? 1 ton of gold? Chapter 2 Funny. A ton of gold? Do you think it's a ton of sand or a ton of soil? The drink in the king's mouth suddenly sprayed out, spilling all over the counter. 1 ton of gold, converted to 1,000 kilograms, has a recycling price of about 500 yuan per gram based on the current market price of gold. This means that 1 kilogram of gold is worth over 500,000 yuan, and 1 ton of gold is worth over 500 million yuan. This astronomical figure made his mind go blank, as if he had entered a dream. Over 500 million. Everything before him suddenly became incredibly real. As long as he has this wealth, he will not only be able to live a rich life, but he will even have no worries about food and drink, and he will not have to worry about money for several lifetimes. So, where is the gold? He asked in a low voice, feeling both expectant and nervous. Ding. Tip. 1 ton of gold has been displayed on the shelf against the wall of the supermarket. The system's voice sounded again, with a slightly mechanical feel. The king did not hesitate and rushed to the supermarket shelf against the wall. He knew that the gold was waiting for him there. Normally, this row of shelves contained daily necessities, but now he saw a piece of black cloth covering the shelves, which made him a little confused because he clearly did not cover this row of shelves with black cloth. Confused, he walked to the shelf and lifted the black cloth without hesitation. The next moment, the scene before him stunned him. The ordinary shelves had collapsed under the weight, and the glittering golden bricks filled the entire shelf. A ton of gold. This was not a dream. This was real gold. The air in the supermarket seemed to be illuminated by golden light, and the entire space was radiant with golden brilliance. The king reached out to grab a gold brick, and the feeling of its heavy weight made his heart beat faster. System, is this really gold? Oh my God, a ton of gold. The relevant departments won't cause trouble for me, right? The king asked in surprise. Please rest assured, host, this gold is indeed real, and the source is legal and compliant. Now, this gold belongs to your private property. There is no problem at all. Please feel free to use it. The system's tone seemed very firm, which made the king feel a little relieved. The relieved king was so excited that he almost jumped up, his heart beating wildly. Unbelievable wealth was right in front of him, and he immediately closed the supermarket door, fearing unnecessary trouble. 1 ton of gold was an astronomical figure for him. It was like pie in the sky. He quickly found an electric tricycle and planned to transport the gold out. He picked up a gold brick and casually estimated that it weighed about 10 kilograms. The king thought to himself that such a weight was definitely not suitable for him to carry with his bare hands. So he decided to load the tricycle with 20 gold bricks, weighing about 200 kilograms in total. After loading the gold, the king thought to himself that this day would completely change his life. He even covered the carriage with black cloth to prevent the glittering gold from attracting the attention of passers-by. Let's go? Let's go to the gold jewelry store, the king muttered to himself as he drove the tricycle towards the gold jewelry store. In order to keep a low profile, he decided to hide. After all, So many gold bricks in the car were too conspicuous. He went around several streets and finally arrived at Jiangdu Commercial Street. This block is located in the city center and is a very prosperous area. Seeing the 4 big words Huaxia Gold not far away, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. This jewelry store is one of the largest in the country, with strong financial resources and stores in cities large and small. The moment you open the door, you are greeted by the magnificent decoration and noble atmosphere. The shop was bustling with people, many of whom were selecting their favorite pieces of jewelry. The king stopped at the door and looked up at everything in the shop. It was just like the luxurious jewelry store he imagined. The layout of the store was neat and orderly, but the atmosphere was exceptionally noble. Just as he was hesitating whether to enter, he saw a couple. It was Zhang Lili and her new boyfriend, Zhou Qing. They were strolling through a jewelry store, looking incredibly intimate. Seeing this, the king felt a surge of disgust. Zhang Lili mocked him and turned him away, while at this moment she was flirting with a man who looked very rich. The king sneered in his heart, "This hypocritical woman is really disgusting." He took a deep breath and was about to continue his plan, but unexpectedly, Zhang Lili looked up and saw the king with her sharp eyes. A trace of contempt immediately flashed in her eyes, and she walked towards the king coldly. "Humph, you are so good, your majesty. Why are you here again? I have already told you very clearly that there is no possibility between us. Don't you still don't understand? There is no chance for us. Don't come to me again in the future, and don't show up here and affect my work." Zhang Lili scolded the king viciously and mercilessly. She was secretly pleased with herself at the moment, thinking that she had made the wisest decision by decisively rejecting the king. After all, she now had Zhou Qing, a man who was both rich and romantic. How could she possibly care about that poor guy? "TSK, looking for you." The king sneered, his heart unmoved. Zhang Lili was nothing more than a materialistic woman at this moment, and the king had completely seen through her hypocrisy. The other customers in the store also began to notice Wang Shang's arrival and began to murmur. Seeing Wang Shang's ordinary clothes and riding an electric tricycle, everyone felt that he was not sociable and did not look like a potential high-end customer at all. The people around were talking about it, their eyes focused on Wang Shang, and they couldn't help but think that he came to pursue Zhang Lili. Just as the king was about to speak, a young man approached. He put his arm around Zhang Lili's slender waist and asked jokingly, "Baby, who is this?" It was Zhou Qing, Zhang Lili's current boyfriend. Chapter 3. This is the store of Huaxia Gold. What are you doing here if you don't have money? Strolling around? Enjoying the free air conditioning? Some customers whispered, thinking that Wang Shang was just an idle young man who had no purpose in sneaking into the store. Everyone knows that gold, silver, and jewelry are things that belong to the nobility. How could a kid like this riding a tricycle have anything to do with people like us who buy jewelry? Another customer couldn't help but complain. Everyone heard what Zhang Lili said just now. The king must have been rejected, right? She and Zhou Qing are a couple, so it's obvious that guy has no hope. Another customer added, his tone full of sympathy and sarcasm. Amidst the whispers, the king remained impassive. He was in no mood to respond to the gossip. He was no longer the young man who had been ridiculed. "Call your manager out. I have a big business to discuss." He cleared his throat and said loudly, with a hint of determination in his voice. This sudden remark startled everyone present. Big business? How could this kid possibly have business? People cast skeptical glances at him, unable to resist a slight laugh. After all, the king didn't seem to have anything to do with the gold and jewelry business. The appearance of the tricycle and his attire made him look like a rag picker. After a while, a middle-aged male manager in his 40s came out of the store office. He walked up to the king with a hint of curiosity and asked, "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" The king took out a gold brick from the cargo box of the tricycle, quickly placed a few gold bricks wrapped in tattered paper in front of the manager, and said without hesitation, "I'm here to make a ring. Make me a 10-pound gold ring." As soon as he finished speaking, the customers in the store burst into laughter. A 10-kilogram gold ring? That sounded like a fantasy. Who would make such a decision? Who could possibly wear such a heavy ring? Not to mention, who would have enough gold to make one? Everyone laughed at the king's ignorance, thinking he was just joking. However, the king's next words froze the air in the jewelry store, and all the ridicule and suspicion suddenly ceased. "Gold? I have plenty," he said calmly. Before he finished speaking, the king slowly opened the paper wrapping the gold brick, revealing the glittering and heavy gold brick. Each gold brick weighs about 10 kilograms. Placed on the table, it shines brightly and attracts everyone's attention. The male manager picked up a gold brick in astonishment, examined it carefully, and immediately ordered the professionals in the store to test the gold. At this moment, the manager's heartbeat accelerated, and his eyes flashed with disbelief. He had seen countless gold bars, but never such a big one. Where did this come from? The manager asked impatiently. The king smiled faintly and replied calmly, "Don't worry about it. There's absolutely no problem with where it came from." The manager then pulled out his phone, did a quick calculation, and continued, "According to the market recycling price, this 10-kilogram gold brick can be sold for at least 5 million. 5 million. In front of a big brand like Huaxia Gold, a piece of gold brick from the king can be easily exchanged for such a huge fortune, which is simply unimaginable." The manager continued excitedly, "This gold brick of yours is of extremely high quality, truly top-notch. How could we miss out on such a great deal?" However, the king waved his hand and said calmly, "There's no rush to sell it." The manager was extremely anxious, knowing that such a large client could not be missed. He quickly said, "Don't worry, this is Huaxia Gold. We have a strong reputation and will not let you suffer any loss. You can sell as much as you want. There is no rush." The king ignored him and said calmly, "No need. I'm here to move gold bricks. Find a few people to help me move them. My tricycle is loaded with several 10-kilogram gold bricks, and there are dozens more." The manager was completely stunned by this, too shocked to speak. "Oh my God, are you selling gold bricks on a tricycle? Hurry, hurry. Find someone to come and help this gentleman move the gold bricks." The manager was so anxious that he was a little incoherent, with excitement and nervousness flashing in his eyes. He turned to look at Zhang Lili standing at the counter and hurriedly ordered, "Zhang Lili, what are you standing there for? Come and help this gentleman move the gold bricks." Zhang Lili woke up from her dream when she heard the manager's shout. She looked at the king in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. She realized that the gold bricks before her were real, and the weight of each brick was unimaginable. "Oh my God, what did I see?" Zhang Lili was shocked, her mind full of questions. How is this possible? How did the king suddenly have so many gold bricks? It seems impossible for his supermarket to have such wealth. The other employees in the store also began to whisper, "This gentleman has been in the store several times before and brought gifts to Zhang Lili. It turns out his family owns a gold mine, and they have so much gold they don't know what to do with it. Holy crap, is this true? Does this guy really have a mine at home? Then 1 ton of his gold must be worth at least 40 million. Zhang Lili couldn't help but lower her head, feeling a mixture of emotions. She had previously rejected the king's confession, thinking he was just an ordinary small businessman, but now it seemed she had been wrong. 10 kilograms of gold had a market value of 5 million, yet she had previously disdained the gold ring he had given her. In comparison, the diamond ring Zhou Qing had given her was only over 90,000. The difference was simply incomparable. "Yes, that's right. My family does have a mine." The king smiled, his words relaxed, and continued, "The gold ring I gave you before, you thought it was too tacky and ugly, so I'll give you a 10-kilogram ring instead. In the future, if anyone likes it, you can give it to someone else." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire jewelry store fell into a deathly silence. Every word the king uttered was like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. Furthermore, the king added, "This is only a small portion of the gold I brought. In fact, I still have 800 kilograms of gold bars that I haven't brought here yet." The king's words resounded like thunder, leaving everyone dumbfounded. A ton of gold. This wasn't just a big deal, it was an astronomical sum. The store manager was so excited that he almost jumped up. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Wang, are you serious? Didn't you bring 800 kilograms of gold? Please wait a moment. I will arrange for an armored car to come and find someone to escort your gold." The manager was extremely excited. This was a real moneymaker. A big moneymaker. An organization like Huaxia Gold had incredibly powerful connections. Soon, this bombshell news reached the Jiangdu municipal government. A tycoon with over 200 million gold bricks must be treated with the highest standards. Soon, a cash truck came rushing in. 5 armed police officers, armed with live ammunition, followed the police car. Chapter 4. The king sat on a tricycle, steering the car as it drove across the broad road. A police car led the way, followed by an armored car. The entire scene resembled a close-up from a movie, full of majesty and grandeur. The surrounding vehicles made way for him, and many even stopped to watch the gold carts slowly move forward. The king was carrying a ton of gold, and wherever he went, all other vehicles had to give way. The scenes along the way were absolutely stunning, and an unprecedented feeling came over him. The king couldn't help but feel secretly proud, as if he were the center of this city. Soon, he arrived at his small supermarket with the armored car. The car stopped at the door, and the gold bars were quickly loaded onto it. As the gold bars were being transported, passers-by stopped to observe, many pausing to curiously examine the tricycle loaded with gold. "Wow, Are tricycles this advanced these days? Someone exclaimed. This tricycle even has a police car leading the way and an armored car escorting it. It's truly jaw-dropping, another person exclaimed in amazement. Make way, make way. This is a special vehicle transporting special items, a passerby shouted. As the armored car set off, other vehicles on the street stopped and made way for the convoy carrying gold. The entire convoy headed towards the Huaxia Gold store, and all luxury cars on the road, such as BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Porsche, Ferrari, etc., had to be quickly avoided. When the armored car finally arrived at Huaxia Gold store, Zhang Lili stood inside the store, looking at the mountains of gold in front of her, her eyes filled with shock. She couldn't believe that the king she had always mocked was so wealthy. He even had a ton of gold hidden in his house. Her mind was in a mess, unable to accept the facts before her. Impossible. This can't be true. How could the king have so much gold? She cried out, her voice excited and angry. The store manager glared at her, clearly impatient. Stop yelling and go help me get these gold bars tested. Be careful and be quick. Zhang Lili seemed to be struck and stood there in a daze. Pieces of gold bricks kept coming towards her, as if each one was slapping her in the face. Only then did she realize that the king's house had so much gold hidden. If she had known this, she would never have rejected his confession. She recalled her arrogance and felt how foolish she was to have rejected the king. The gold bricks the king had were worth more than 500 million. She once rejected the gold ring he gave her because she thought it was too tacky, but now, the ton of gold in front of her made her regret it. If I accept the king's confession and marry him, I will become the wife of a billionaire, live a carefree life, be financially free, and enjoy everything. Zhang Lili's heart was filled with regret. If she had seized this opportunity, her future would have been so brilliant. But now it was too late. She realized that she had missed an opportunity to completely change her destiny. No, I can't just give up. Zhang Lili gritted her teeth and decided she was still unwilling to give up. She didn't want to lose the king just like that. The king had pursued her for so long. He must still have feelings for her. She was determined not to miss this opportunity again. So, she rushed to the king without hesitation, hugged him tightly, and cried out, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I like the gold ring you gave me. Gold is my favorite thing. I never disliked you. It was all a joke. I promise you. I accept your confession. Let's be together, okay? She clung to the king tightly, tears streaming down her face. The king looked at this money-obsessed woman with disgust, his heart filled with disdain. Her hypocrisy disgusted him, and he couldn't stand it. He looked at her coldly, his expression expressionless. Manager, I'm a big customer of yours. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation, but I don't want to see any dirt in your store. He looked at Zhang Lili with a cold tone. The manager immediately understood and turned to have 2 security guards come over and pull Zhang Lili away. Zhang Lili, everyone knows that you rejected Mr. Wang because he was poor. Now that he is rich, you come to grovel in front of him again. You are so shameless. You are morally corrupt and have distorted values. You should be suspended from work for reflection and go home to think about it carefully. The manager said mercilessly. Zhang Lili stood there, her face pale, completely devoid of her previous stubbornness and confidence. She knew she had completely lost her chance. The king no longer needed her, and now she was like a discarded piece of trash with nothing left. Zhou Qing witnessed all of this and saw Zhang Lili's ugly face clearly in his heart. He lost all respect for her and turned away. Your Majesty, please don't abandon me. Zhang Lili cried desperately, chasing after the king. But the king no longer paid any attention to her and turned to follow the manager. Zhang Lili stood in the empty shop and suddenly realized that everything she had was gone. She had no chance anymore. She turned around and saw Zhou Qing walking away. She panicked and chased after him, trying to save the relationship. Bitch, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Zhou Qing turned around and scolded her, without giving her any chance at all, and walked away. Zhang Lili stood on the street, feeling overwhelmed. She had lost the king, Zhou Qing, everything. She sat helplessly on the ground, tears streaming down her face. In the jewelry store manager's office, Wang Shang became the focus of everyone's attention. Several representatives from Huaxia Gold rushed over and were filled with surprise and admiration when they heard that Wang Shang had brought such a large amount of gold. Mr. Wang, it's unbelievable that you own so much gold. One of the responsible persons asked, Is this gold inherited from your family? The king smiled, knowing full well that such a question could not be answered casually. He could only respond casually. Yes, it's been passed down from my ancestors. Chapter 5. No one continued to inquire about the origin of the gold. After all, The source of this ton of gold was impeccable and clearly legal. The king's wealth was an irrefutable fact, and everyone nodded silently in tacit understanding. Let's not fight for the 10-kilogram ring for now. I'd better deal with this gold first. How much gold can you consume? The king asked casually while standing in front of the pile of gold bricks. The managers exchanged puzzled glances. They wondered, isn't Mr. Wang planning to sell all his gold? They had assumed he was planning a major gold trade. We have joined forces with more than 10 Huaxia gold stores across the city, and we can accept a maximum of 300 kilograms of gold. This is our limit. If you decide to trade a whole ton of gold, I'm afraid you will need to wait for the leaders above to make arrangements, said a senior gold store manager. The king smiled slightly and shook his head. No, I just need you to accept about 100 kilograms of gold. That's enough. After he finished speaking, everyone fell silent again. Only 100 kilograms. Everyone's doubts deepened. They thought the king would sell all the gold, but now he only wanted to trade 100 kilograms. What about the rest? If we only sell 100 kilograms of gold, which is worth over 50 million, our stores can completely consume it. The rest will have to be handed over to higher-level leaders to handle. Ma Yuliang, the general manager in charge of Huaxia Gold's multiple stores in the city, spoke gently. He already held a high position in the industry, and the king's large order had clearly caught his attention. So, what are Mr. Wang's plans for the remaining 900 kilograms of gold? Ma Yuliang asked politely. Obviously, he did not want to miss the opportunity to establish contact with such a billionaire. With the remaining 900 kilograms of gold, I plan to set up a charity foundation to help society. The king responded concisely and clearly. This answer stunned everyone present. 900 kilograms of gold, worth over 400 million yuan, and yet the king so calmly and without hesitation donated the money to charity. Everyone was deeply shocked. This young man is not only wealthy, but also ambitious. Everyone present took a deep breath, their hearts filled with respect for the king. Everyone's eyes turned to the king, their eyes filled with awe. As Chinese people, while we enjoy society, we must not forget to give back to society. The king stood up and looked out the window, overlooking the entire Jiangdu cityscape. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should help the world. Now that I have the ability to help others, I should do so. If you are rich, you should help the world. The king's words were loud and clear. His tone was firm and full of power. Pa pa pa. Ma Yuliang was the first to applaud, and then all the managers in the room stood up and applauded enthusiastically. The office was filled with thunderous applause. Mr. Wang is truly selfless. He's so young, yet he has such a big heart. He's truly a role model for us. Mr. Wang has the country in his heart, and his philanthropy is so touching. This is truly a noble character. Mr. Wang's patriotism has deeply inspired us all. The office was filled with praise, and everyone paid high respect to the king. The king smiled faintly. He knew in his heart that the wealth bestowed by the system was endless. Every day, he only needed to open a bottle of drink to receive more rewards. True wealth was waiting for him to accumulate. A few hundred kilograms of gold is just a small start for him. He can easily do charity and benefit the people. Why not do it? Mr. Wang, I will contact the leader in charge of economic affairs in this city, as well as the heads of banks and charity funds. Ma Yuliang quickly made the call. Obviously, he did not want to miss the opportunity to cooperate with Wang Shang. Soon, the king received a cordial invitation from the city government. He rode in a police car, with 2 police cars escorting him from behind. A tricycle carrying gold was at the front, and all the surrounding cars moved aside to make way for the gold convoy. The whole street was filled with stairs. The scene was very impressive. The city government held a grand reception for the king, and the king was warmly entertained as a representative of the citizens. After all this happened, the news about the king setting up a charitable foundation quickly spread throughout Jiangdu City and became a hot topic of conversation after dinner. The king did not reveal his true identity. He requested that his face and identity information not be made public in news reports, as he did not want to be too conspicuous. Despite this, his charitable actions have already earned him a high reputation in the hearts of the citizens. After returning from the city hall, Wang Shang rode his electric tricycle, feeling happy and refreshed. Although he donated the gold, he gained more. He became the president of the Wang Charity Foundation and received several awards. These awards include the Good Citizen Award, Outstanding Youth Medal, Best Charity Award, and Young Pioneer Award, etc. These awards symbolize his contributions to society. More than 500 million worth of gold, more than 400 million used to establish a charity foundation, and more than 50 million left for myself, which is enough. The king smiled with narrowed eyes and returned to his own small supermarket with satisfaction. He hung the medals and banners he had won on the wall of the supermarket. Although the supermarket was still shabby, the medals and banners made it stand out. Now, the king had both fame and wealth. He is now a senior member of a certain bank, with a deposit of over 50 million yuan and an overdraft limit of tens of millions. This amount is not much for him, but it is enough for him and his family to live a prosperous life. He decided to buy a new house for his parents first so that they could live a better life. The old house was too old and shabby, and his parents had always hoped to live in a more comfortable place. While his parents were out, he decided to prepare a surprise for them. Thinking of this, Wang Shang rode his tricycle to look at the property. Chapter 6. Jiangdu is a typical third-tier city, with housing prices around 10,000 yuan per square meter. Even the most luxurious and upscale residential areas cost less than 20,000 yuan per square meter. For example, an ordinary house of about 110 square meters usually costs between 1.2 and 1.3 million yuan. Add the stamp duty and decoration, and the final total price will be almost 1.5 to 1.6 million yuan. For office workers in Jiangdu, whose monthly salary is usually between 4,000 and 5,000 yuan, to buy a house worth 1.5 million yuan, they would need to work for 20 to 30 years without eating or drinking. The king stood on the land of this city, feeling a surge of emotion. His current situation was completely different from before. Thanks to the bottle cap exchange, he had become rich instantly and obtained wealth that many people could never obtain in several lifetimes. A house worth 1.5 million is no longer a problem for him. Most of his wealth has been donated to the foundation and will be used to give back to society and help more people in need in the future. Now he should enjoy his own life. It was completely above board, with nothing to hide. So, the king decided to browse local real estate information. He opened his phone and checked some real estate listings, browsed through his friend's circle, and looked at some house-selling videos on Douyin. As he continued browsing, Wang Shang was pushed several real estate-related videos by big data. This luxury property is the largest, most fully equipped, and most expensive in the area. It boasts river views, imperial gardens, and the Hanlin Academy. It's definitely worth owning. In the video, the display of the property information is eye-catching, and the beautiful consultant who appears later becomes the highlight of the video. As the video was coming to an end, several beautifully dressed girls in professional attire started dancing a girl group dance, showing off their figures and posing coquettishly. Although these house-selling videos are somewhat funny, they also show that real estate salespeople are trying their best to attract viewers. Nowadays, buying a house has become a big deal. Many buyers will go to see houses in pairs and bring their whole family to carefully consider it. In order to attract the target group, live broadcasts and dance performances of selling houses have become a common method. Wang Shang continued to scroll and suddenly saw several videos related to Tianyueking. Tianyueking is one of the most luxurious real estate projects in Jiangdu. The sales ladies in the video have outstanding temperaments. They wear uniform suits, black stockings and high heels, and they look very attractive. They danced in their uniforms, attracting a large number of fans to the live broadcast room, showing their enthusiasm for selling houses. Although Wang Shang was somewhat attracted, he was not impressed by these fancy dances. He began looking for a more concise and practical property description. So he clicked on a less popular live stream, which only showed images of the property without any extra frills. Hello, sir. Welcome to the live broadcast room. Please feel free to take a look. The voice in the live broadcast room was soft and a little timid. It seemed to be a female anchor. Wang Shang suddenly felt that this anchor was unusual. Wang Shang thought to himself that other anchors who sell houses usually show up, revealing their cleavage or legs, and even use exaggerated body movements to attract attention. The female anchor didn't show her face, and the screen was always facing the pictures of the real estate, which aroused his strong interest. Why doesn't the female anchor show her face? He couldn't help but ask. It must be too ugly, one viewer joked. Beautiful lady, nice voice. Could you please give us a detailed introduction to these houses? Wang Shang also typed a message to get the anchor's attention. 6,666. Other beautiful anchors are dancing, but this female anchor is pointing the screen at the real estate, which is really different. Other viewers also began to make fun of it in the barrage. Wang Shang also sent a message at this time. I want to buy a house for my parents to live in. The female anchor seemed to notice this message and responded. Okay, Mr. Wang, are you really interested in buying a house? Yes. Why would I enter your live broadcast room if I didn't buy a house? Wang Shang responded with a hint of humor. The female anchor looked at the screen and finally showed her face. She has a sweet smile and a hint of shyness, fair skin, long black hair, and wears a uniform suit of black skirt and white shirt. Her overall image is fresh and refined and very attractive. The king's eyes moved, and he noticed the work badge on her chest, which had her name written on it. Tianyueking Phase 1 Property Consultant, Jang Win. Wow, she's really beautiful. The king couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. At the same time, the comments in the live broadcast room also became heated. I want to buy a house too. Beautiful girl, can I call you wife? You are so beautiful. No wonder they pointed the camera at the real estate. It seems there are many perverts. Jang Win smiled awkwardly. Mr. Wang is quite humorous. Of course I'm here to sell a house. Tianyue City just opened recently, and the marketing pressure is huge. Dozens of our saleswomen have started live streaming. This is my first time doing this, so I'm not very experienced. Please bear with me. She continued the conversation and began to introduce the property. Everyone, please note that there are many apartment types to choose from. Do you want a large or small apartment? Fully furnished or unfinished? The king listened patiently and typed. I need a large apartment over 200 square meters, of course, fully furnished, and preferably one that can be moved in directly, facing south, and with good lighting. Jang Win frowned slightly after hearing this. She was a little surprised because such a request was so specific. Usually, most people like Wang Shang who leave messages in the live broadcast room are just there to watch the fun, and their demands are vague and unrealistic. I didn't expect to meet such a clear customer today. She continued, Tianyue City does have large apartments of over 200 square meters, but they are quite expensive, ranging from 18,000 to 20,000 yuan per unit. Price is not a problem. Please continue with the detailed introduction. The king continued typing without hesitation. Jang Win was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting such directness from this client. She continued, Tianyue City has two apartment types over 200 square meters. One is a 210 square meter large flat with 5 bedrooms, 3 living rooms, and 4 bathrooms. The other is a 268 square meter top floor duplex, decorated in a primarily Chinese style, with 6 guest rooms and a luxurious bathroom. She continued to mechanically introduce the features of each apartment. The 268 square meter duplex has a large sky garden above and a spacious entrance garden. It is very suitable for people with high living needs. These units were extremely expensive, costing around 5 million each. The target audience for these properties was clearly not ordinary families. The Wang Shang's current purchase request was beyond the reach of most people. The king replied without hesitation. Okay, then I'll look at the 260 square meter duplex. Give me your contact information and I'll go down to see the available units. The king sent out the subtitles, and the only thing he thought about in his mind was that it was a multiple choice question. Should he choose a large flat of 210 square meters or a duplex of more than 260 square meters? Chapter 7. The king's selection criteria are simple. Choose the oldest. Besides a woman's age, most men prefer older women. Living in a big house, driving a big car, and making a lot of money. These seem to be his ideal life. As for the house, the king's standard is also direct and unhesitating big. After all, living in a big house means that life has a sense of structure. Jang Win was doing a live broadcast to sell a house, so of course she wouldn't miss any potential customers. She quickly sent her contact information to Wang Shang privately. At the same time, the live broadcast room began to flood the screen with comments. Which fake rich guy is bragging? A duplex of over 200 square meters, and he's calling it okay? Pretending to be so fresh and refined. These comments poured in, seemingly mocking the king's confidence. However, the king was unfazed and continued to post comments. Can you live stream and see the house? Jang Win reacted quickly, picked up her phone, and the camera began to zoom in as she walked. Everyone, look, these 5 buildings, each top floor has a duplex of over 260 square meters. This is the so-called king of the building. As the camera zoomed in, Wang Shang and the audience in the live studio saw the scene at the entrance of the duplex building. Jang Win pushed open the door, and the luxurious atmosphere that hit her was shocking. The soft carpet has the texture of imported carpet. After entering the door, Jang Win began to introduce. This is an imported carpet. The overall design is high-end and elegant. As the camera pans, Jang Win shows the spacious entrance garden, which is over 20 square meters and large enough to accommodate 3 mahjong tables. This luxurious space configuration is completely beyond the common people's understanding of home furnishings. This entrance garden is more than 20 square meters, which is the same size as the master bedroom in other apartment types. It is really luxurious. Jang Win continued to explain, leading everyone into a deeper area. She then showed off the spacious dressing room with solid wood cabinets and countertops, which had enough space to accommodate a large amount of clothes and bags. Next, The heart of the house is the oversized Chinese-style living room. Solid wood trim, palace-style lighting, and magnificent furnishings evoke a sense of luxury. This is the living room, which is even bigger than the entrance garden. Jang Win's tone was full of pride. As the camera moved forward, netizens watching the live broadcast saw the luxurious kitchen, guest rooms, bathroom facilities, and finally the spiral staircase leading to the second floor. As the camera panned, every detail revealed the designer's ingenuity, a refined and artistic touch. The king felt the impact of the house and felt that it was truly his ideal home. As the camera finally moved to the second-floor sky garden, Jang Win pointed to the city view in the distance and said, "The view here is very broad. You can overlook the entire city. Lying on a rattan chair and looking at the sky is really comfortable." Jang Win playfully lounging on a rattan chair, the camera panning to show the viewers in the live stream, sparked Wang Shang's deeper interest. He began to seriously consider that such a life would surely satisfy him. "Okay, that's all I have to say about this duplex apartment. Mr. Wang, what do you think?" Jang Win faced the camera again and gently asked Mr. Wang for his opinion. The king looked at the live broadcast and typed softly, "Not bad, really not bad. My parents should be very satisfied living here." The subtitles he typed left Jang Win slightly startled, a smile playing on her lips. Although she knew the king couldn't possibly afford such an expensive house, she was still moved by his filial piety. She thought, even if the young man was just looking at the house, it wouldn't be a problem. "The house is nice. I'm very satisfied. I'll come to see you right away." After typing this message, the king prepared to leave for Tianyue City. Jang Win's smile widened when she saw the king's reply, knowing her efforts had paid off. Although she still didn't fully believe the king would actually buy the house, she remained optimistic. Not long after, Wang Shang really took a taxi to Tianyue. Jang Win made an appointment to meet him and was a little surprised when she saw Wang Shang. The king's attire seemed ordinary, even a little shabby, but he was a client who came to buy a house. Jang Win couldn't help but question it, thinking, "Another one, just here to watch the fun. I guess he can't possibly afford to buy a house." Although she felt a little disappointed, Jang Win smiled and shook hands with the king. "Hello, Mr. Wang." The king smiled and replied, "Hello, Jang Win. I am the king." She responded politely, but she was a little puzzled. "Is Mr. Wang satisfied with the house I introduced in the live broadcast room?" She asked softly, while explaining to the audience in front of the live camera. "My friends, let's not talk about it for now. This is Mr. Wang who just posted the barrage in the live broadcast room. He came to see me for a house." The king nodded and smiled. "The house is nice. I'm quite satisfied with it. I have a favor to trouble you," the king suddenly said. Jang Win was a little confused. "What's the matter, Mr. Wang? Do you want to look at other apartment types?" "No need to look anymore." Wang Shang shook his head and said in a flat tone, "Just take me to sign the contract." Jang Win was stunned. She had never expected to encounter such a situation. Although Wang Shang was not in the camera, his voice had spread throughout the live broadcast room, and netizens' comments instantly exploded. "Signing a contract? Are you kidding me?" From the sound of his voice, he looks like a young kid. How could he possibly be buying a house? This is a joke? Even live streams selling houses are using jokes now. Jang Win was stunned and quickly turned off the live broadcast. She asked Wang Shang, "What? Sign a contract? Are you serious?" "The house purchase contract. Hurry up and don't dawdle. Everyone's time is precious." The king replied, his voice still calm. Jang Win came back to her senses, but still couldn't believe her ears. Are you really going to buy this house?" "Yes, let's sign the contract directly," Wang Shang said very straightforwardly. Jang Win was a little shocked, thinking this couldn't be true. She couldn't believe that the king could actually afford such a duplex. Arriving at the marketing center, Jang Win began to take out the documents. "Here are the details of the duplex you're interested in, as well as a letter of intent. Please fill it out first. You'll also need to show your ID, work certificate, salary statement, or proof of assets. Just give me the contract to sign, and I can pay right away." "Why is buying a house so troublesome?" Wang Shang interrupted Jang Win, looking a little impatient. "Okay." Jang Win was a little helpless, but she still started to prepare the contract. However, she secretly lamented in her heart that she had really underestimated this client. At this time, several other colleagues who were doing live broadcasts selling houses came over and were also chatting about sales. Seeing Jang Win still providing service to Wang Shang, they all said, "Win, why are you so slow? You haven't even brought in a single customer." Jang Win lowered her head, not daring to say much. "I can't dance, and I don't have any other selling points. I don't have many customers." But she knew this client was special. She brought the contract to the king and explained, This 260 square meter duplex is priced at 6.91 million yuan, and the down payment can be as low as 20%. The king was silent for a while, then suddenly took out a black card from his bag and handed it to Jang Win. Go ahead and swipe the card. Sorry for the trouble. Jang Win's eyes widened, and the hand holding the card trembled slightly. Are you sure you want to pay in full? Wang Shang showed a look of embarrassment on his face. If it's too troublesome to get a loan, and my shop doesn't have a fixed income, I can't get a loan. I might as well pay in full. I don't need this little money anyway. Jang Win was shocked by this. The king was so casual about paying over 6 million yuan for a house. Besides, it's only 6 or 7 million yuan. There's no need for installments. It's not like I can't afford it. The king's words left her speechless. Chapter 8. Jang Win felt that her 3 views seemed to be shattered, but she had seen many strange people, especially some people who loved to brag and did not need to worry about tax issues at all. So she thought the king was probably just bragging. Without giving it any more thought, she called over her colleagues from the finance department to process the payment. The finance officer inserted his bank card into the card reader and entered the full amount of approximately 7.3 million yuan, including deed tax and other fees. Then Wang Shang entered his payment password. The king's card is the bank's highest level black card. Even if the consumption is worth millions, there is no need to make an appointment in advance, and everything can be completed instantly. This was the first time the king had ever spent such a large sum of money so lavishly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but now that he had the system, spending money was just a small beginning for him. Finally, the machine beeped, indicating a successful transaction. Meanwhile, Wang Shang's phone received a real-time bank deduction notification. A bank account ending in 8808 had spent 72,999,850 yuan on a certain date, leaving a balance of 50,576,510 yuan. He glanced at it and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The total limit on this card was over 58 million. After deducting over 7 million, the remaining balance was still over 50 million. At this moment, Jang Win also glanced at Wang Shang's phone and saw the shocking balance. She was instantly filled with indescribable shock. Not only Jang Win, but even her colleagues in the finance department were shocked. A house worth over 7 million yuan, and someone paid in full? This was extremely rare in Tianyue City. While there were generally customers who could pay in full, Wang Shang's direct purchase of the duplex was truly astonishing. Mr. Wang, congratulations, the house has been successfully purchased. This duplex apartment of over 260 square meters now belongs to you. The contract has been processed, and the payment documents and other information have also been given to you. We at Tianyue will handle the real estate certificate and other relevant documents for you. It will be completed within 3 days, and I will keep in touch. Jang Win's attitude immediately changed drastically and was full of respect and sincerity. Wang Shang confirmed, I'll come back in 3 days to get my documents. Then I can move in, right? Jang Win nodded. Yes, Mr. Wang, you can start preparing to move in. After receiving the confirmation, Wang Shang smiled slightly and turned to leave the Tianyue City Marketing Center. Jang Win watched him leave, unable to recover for a long time. Soon, the news of Wang Shang's purchase of the duplex spread throughout the company. The other salespeople gathered around, their faces filled with envy and amazement. Win, you're amazing. You actually sold a duplex worth over 7 million. Win, you've really hit the jackpot this time. The customer I brought in from the live stream was sold straight away. A 100% success rate. Seeing Jang Win successfully secure this big deal, the other salespeople couldn't help but feel jealous. They'd gone to great lengths to attract customers through live streams and showcase themselves. But in comparison, Jang Win had done almost nothing to close a major offline deal. They'd worked so hard, yet Jang Win easily pocketed a hefty commission. It was truly enviable. According to real estate commission standards, Win's earnings were equivalent to selling 7 or 8 ordinary houses. Her commission would exceed 30,000 yuan, several times what other salespeople made. Win, congratulations, one of the female colleagues said with a smile. By the way, Win, that guy looks quite handsome. Could he be from your live stream? Is he here specifically to pursue you? A colleague jokingly joked. Jang Win blushed slightly, bit her lip, and shook her head. How is that possible? Mr. Wang is so rich, he paid for a house worth millions in full. How could he be interested in an ordinary person like me? Who knows? After all, he's so rich, and he actually got into your live stream. You should seize the opportunity, another colleague urged. Jang Win, feeling a little shy, lowered her head and replied, I'm lucky, nothing special. Don't overthink it. She was still in a state of semi-daze. She had never expected to meet such a special client. She had been working in real estate sales for so long, and this was the first time she had met such a mysterious and wealthy young man. She was filled with confusion and surprise. After a busy day, Wang Shang returned to his small supermarket. It was already late. While doing business, he looked forward to the next day. The next morning, Wang Shang woke up as usual, washed up, and started business. Ding dong. Welcome. His voice was still friendly. Although the supermarket business was ordinary, the medals and awards on the wall attracted many customers' attention. Boss, are these awards real or fake? A customer asked, pointing at the medals on the wall. Of course they're real, all government certified, Wang Shang replied lazily, and the customers were immediately in awe. However, no one connected these awards to the mysterious billionaire who had donated gold to establish a foundation. Wang Shang seemed to have long since adapted to this. He occasionally smoked a cigarette to relieve his boredom and browsed the news on his phone. From yesterday to today, Jang Win sent several messages about the house, and even asked Wang Shang when he was free to arrange a meeting to handle the relevant documents and procedures. Wang Shang told her to meet at his supermarket at 3 p.m. Jang Win readily agreed, but Wang Shang was more concerned about today's reward. What exactly would it be? He took out a bottle of drink and opened the lid. The system prompt sounded again. Ding. System prompt. 1 yuan exchange opportunity refreshed. 1 yuan exchange available today. Great. 1 yuan exchange. Wang Shang felt a little excited and opened the system interface, ready to welcome the new reward. Host's current wealth value -1. Congratulations, host. $1 exchange successful. Reward. A Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. The king was stunned. A helicopter? System, isn't this reward too exaggerated? Chapter 9. The king was completely stunned by the concept of the Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. He quickly pulled out his phone and searched for relevant information. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. This helicopter was more than just an ordinary means of transportation. It represented the world's most advanced aviation technology. Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation is a world-leading manufacturer of aircraft and helicopters, and its helicopters are at the forefront of the world in terms of technology and design. As early as the 1930s and 1940s, Sikorsky's R-4 helicopter became the world's first production helicopter. The Sikorsky S-92, a state-of-the-art helicopter, is widely favored by the world's wealthiest individuals and leaders as an ideal global commuter. This helicopter boasts exceptional transport capacity, accommodating more than a dozen passengers, and boasts a spacious and luxurious interior, offering world-class performance, comfort, and reliability. It cost a staggering $30 million, equivalent to over 200 million renminbi. With taxes and other fees, the price tag was nearly 300 million Chinese yuan. System, where is this aircraft? How do I use it? What documents do I need? Wang Shang asked the system eagerly. After all, he had never encountered anything like a private helicopter before. The system responded quickly. This Sikorsky S-92 helicopter has been purchased from the United States and flown into China. All formalities have been completed, including the radio operating license, nationality registration certificate, and airworthiness certificate. Since the host does not hold a pilot's license, we have assigned a 3-person flight team and a 3-person maintenance team for you. You only need to bring your ID card and go to the private helipad at Jiangdu International Airport to inspect your private aircraft. The king suddenly felt like he was dreaming. Others were happy to receive new cars, but today he was going to receive a private jet. But he also knew that he was no longer the ordinary young man he used to be, and all of this had become within his reach. The problem was, how would he get to the plane? Jiangdu International Airport was a long way from him, and he couldn't get there on an electric tricycle. Furthermore, the tricycle's range wasn't enough, not to mention its inability to access the highway. Just as he was worrying about this, his cell phone suddenly rang. The king answered the phone, and a gentle male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? Yes. The king replied. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm Manager Zhang from the Private Jet Management Office at Jiangdu International Airport. The Sikorsky S-92 helicopter you ordered has arrived at the airport's private hangar. If you have time, please come and complete the relevant procedures and receive your exclusive private jet. Wang Shang was stunned for a moment, then happily responded, Really? Okay, I'll be there in a moment. Please send me the address. Okay, Mr. Wang. Your private jet also includes a 3-person flight crew and a 3-person maintenance crew. They're already waiting for you on the tarmac. I see. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shang took a deep breath, realizing that this wasn't a dream, but something that really happened. He couldn't believe he had such an extraordinary experience. System, you're so awesome. You actually sent me a Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. This is so exciting. Wang Shang exclaimed. He was just about to leave when his phone vibrated again. It turned out that manager Zhang had proactively sent the specific address. Wang Shang quickly closed the door of the small supermarket and prepared to go to the airport to pick up his plane. He thought to himself that although the small supermarket business was good, his future life had to change, and he could no longer be confined to the store. He hailed a taxi on the side of the road, got in, and said to the driver, "Master, to Jiangdu International Airport." The driver casually glanced at Wang Shang through the rearview mirror and then started talking. "Young man, you don't look like you're going to catch a plane. Are you picking someone up?" Wang Shang smiled and replied, "No, I don't fly, and I don't pick anyone up." The driver was curious. "Then what are you doing at the airport?" Wang Shang answered frankly, "I just bought a plane, and the airport called to pick it up, so I'm going over right now." Although the king appeared honest, the driver thought his words were empty boasting. "Is this guy kidding?" the driver thought to himself. "Buy a plane." The driver laughed. "Young man, that's not the way to brag. You're so young. You're lucky to be able to afford a small car worth tens of thousands of yuan. Why would you buy a plane? Do you know how much a plane costs?" The king replied with a smile, "I really bought a plane. I go to the airport to pick it up." "Okay, so what kind of plane did you buy? An Airbus or a Boeing?" The driver continued to tease. The king replied without hesitation, "A Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. Unfortunately, I don't have a pilot's license yet, so I'll have to hire someone to fly it for me." The driver saw the king's serious expression through the rearview mirror and continued to jokingly say, "That's right. Even if you have a driver's license, it's not convenient for you to drive yourself in your big shorts and slippers. You must hire someone." For the driver, the young man he met today was simply the funniest joke. The bragging young man was simply the perfect material for crosstalk, and even he found it very funny. Young people these days are so impetuous, they can't do anything but brag. The driver joked as he drove, "I've been driving a taxi for decades, and I've never seen anyone brag so much. It seems like after work, I have to go home and have a few drinks, and then I have to share this big joke with my wife and kids." Chapter 10. More than half an hour later, the taxi finally stopped in front of the terminal building of Jiangdu International Airport. The driver glanced at Wang Shang through the rearview mirror and said curiously, "Here we are, young man." Wang Shang took out his phone to pay the fare. "How much is the fare?" "I'll scan it for you." 63 yuan, the driver replied. "Okay." Wang Shang scanned the code to pay and prepared to get off. Just then, manager Zhang called, and he answered, "Mr. Wang, are you here?" "Oh, I'm already at the airport terminal, right at the F3 entrance. I'm in a green taxi. I'll get off right away." "Okay, hold still. We'll come pick you up." "What's the license plate number?" "Zhang AW 2568, Wang Shang replied, but didn't get out of the car for a moment. He apologized to the taxi driver. "Excuse me, some airport staff are coming to pick me up for the plane. I'll just wait here for a moment." "It's okay, I can wait here." The taxi driver took out a cigarette and sat casually, thinking to himself that he was listening to a wonderful crosstalk and wanted to see what tricks this young man who claimed he wanted to buy a plane could come up with. "Oh, buying a plane? I'm so envious. It's great to be able to take a plane once in a while. How many people own a private plane? If I can experience the feeling of flying a plane once, it will be worth my life." The driver sighed as he looked at the busy scene at the airport. Suddenly, he saw a scene that completely stunned him. A dozen tall men and women in suits and uniforms walked up to the king and stood in a row. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang?" "Yes, I am," the king replied. "Hello, Mr. Wang," the staff members said in unison. "Mr. Wang, welcome to Jiangdu International Airport. Congratulations on getting your very own private jet." Then, they introduced themselves one by one. "I'm your very own private jet pilot, Xiao Chun. I'm your very own private jet flight attendant, Xiao Duan. I'm your very own private jet maintenance technician, Xiao Zhang." The three-person crew and maintenance team stood in front of Wang. After meeting him, they all bowed to him and said in unison, "Please take care of us." Seeing this scene, the taxi driver was completely dumbfounded, and the cigarette, but in his hand, fell. He had never expected this to be true. He was completely shocked by the words and attitudes of the staff before him. There was no way they were hired actors. After all, how could such high-end actors be willing to act with a young man? This was obviously true. "Oh my God, this guy actually came to pick up a plane. He's so young, and yet he can actually afford a private jet. You can't judge a person by their appearance. What a low-key tycoon." The taxi driver kept sighing in his heart. "I never thought such a young man could own such a luxurious private jet so low-key. I really don't understand this world." He couldn't help but sigh softly. The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible. The king entered the airport through a special passage and followed the staff to the private hangar. The sight before him astonished him. The hangar was spacious, filled with numerous aircraft. The king finally saw his own private aircraft, the Sikorsky S-92 helicopter. The staff began explaining the aircraft's performance to Wang Shang. This Sikorsky S-92 helicopter is a twin-engine multi-purpose helicopter with a fuselage length of approximately 18 meters and a main rotor diameter of 18 meters. It is equipped with two General Electric CT-7-8 engines. It has a maximum cruising speed of 300 kilometers per hour and a maximum range of 800 kilometers. Due to its outstanding performance, this helicopter has been used by leaders and wealthy individuals in many countries. As Wang Shang listened to the staff's explanation, the aircraft before him seemed almost unreal. The beautiful fuselage, the dazzling propellers, and the radiant glow made it a work of art. Mr. Wang, we're pleased to serve you. We're ready for a test flight now. You can inspect the aircraft. If there are any issues, we'll promptly address them, the staff member said. Okay, let's take a test flight and see how it feels, the king agreed with a smile. Soon, the king boarded the plane, and the pilot and co-pilot climbed into the cockpit. The plane started, the propellers began to accelerate, and the king felt a gust of wind. The plane took off, and the king sat in the spacious cabin, experiencing an unprecedented flying experience. The cabin was spacious, the seats comfortable, and equipped with air conditioning, a refrigerator, and an audiovisual system, a truly luxurious space. Despite the vibrations and noise of the flight, the cabin was incredibly comfortable, and the expansive view afforded the king a clear view of the scenery outside. As the plane steadily soared into the air, white clouds drifted beneath his feet, and the king felt an unprecedented surge of joy. This is what it's like to own a private jet. The king couldn't help but sigh. During the flight, the temperature and humidity in the cabin were adjusted to a very comfortable level. The plane was like a private luxury space, taking him to the sky and bringing him unparalleled enjoyment. After a complete flight, the plane landed safely. The king disembarked, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but think, private jets are truly an unparalleled luxury experience, but they still require a tarmac. You can't just park anywhere like you can with a car. It seems like buying a car is definitely necessary. He then thought, also, we need to hire a flight attendant, otherwise flying is too boring. Just as he was thinking about this, his cell phone rang. It was a call from his distant aunt. Hello, Your Majesty. This is your aunt. Hello, aunt. The king answered the phone with a smile. Do you have a girlfriend now? If not, I'd like to introduce you to a suitable person. What do you think? The king's heart tightened when he heard this. It turned out that his aunt didn't know that he already had a girlfriend and that they had broken up. Chapter 11. Okay, auntie, I'm single. Thank you for caring about me. Okay, I'll tell the girl later. You two can add each other's phone numbers and WeChat accounts and make an appointment to meet and chat. Auntie, I didn't expect the blind date to be arranged so soon. I'm still at Jiangdu Airport now. Wang Shang answered helplessly. Well, it just so happens that she also works at the airport. You can go meet her and chat with her. The old aunt said happily. I have arranged a flight attendant for you. She is very beautiful and has a first-class figure. Not long after, the old aunt called again to confirm and told him that the girl was off work after getting off the plane and they were going to meet at a cafe near the airport. At the cafe, Wang Shang met flight attendant Lu Zihan. She was dressed in a neat stewardess uniform, black stockings and high heels, and a silk scarf tied around her neck, looking very professional. She was 28 years old and wore light makeup. While not a top-tier beauty, she had a decent appearance and figure. After they sat down, they briefly introduced themselves. Wang Shang felt that Lu Zihan was at least physically suitable, and Lu Zihan also expressed satisfaction with Wang Shang's appearance. However, the atmosphere quickly turned awkward. Wang Shang confessed that he currently had no stable job, that his family owned a small supermarket, and that his parents were elderly and in poor health. His honesty did not endear him to Lu Zihan, but instead made her even more dissatisfied. Why did your aunt say that? Lu Zihan's expression turned angry. She said your family runs a business and has opened a big store, but how come you only have a small supermarket of 20 square meters? You don't have a car or a house now, and you rely on this small supermarket to make a living. You are simply a poor loser. Her tone grew increasingly aggressive and merciless. Although the king was somewhat surprised, he remained calm. Lu Zihan no longer concealed her dissatisfaction, stating frankly that she was looking for a man who was financially independent, had a stable job, and owned a car and a house. These were her hard requirements for choosing a partner. With your circumstances, you're destined to be single for life. Lu Zihan's words were harsh, clearly showing her complete lack of patience for continuing with the king. The king felt a surge of anger. He was genuinely sincere, and despite not having the background to become rich overnight, he also hoped for a genuine relationship. However, he couldn't say anything more, as Lu Zihan had already made her contempt clear. She stood up and prepared to leave. "Don't waste my time," Lu Zihan said coldly. She turned around, dragging her suitcase, and prepared to leave, leaving no room for the king. The surrounding customers also began to whisper, some mocking her, while others watched her leave. "Look at that guy. He actually went on a blind date with a flight attendant, and she ended up rejecting him," someone scoffed. "He's still looking for a flight attendant? With that profile, it's doubtful he'll find one," another voice chided. The king stood there, feeling no deep sense of defeat. Although humiliated, he knew in his heart that he was not bad. It was simply that his current status did not meet some people's standards of success. Just as Wang Shang was about to leave, Lu Zihan received a call from the airline's private jet service department. As she listened, a hint of hesitation crossed her face. She had seen a job posting on the airline's official account earlier that matched her career development needs, so she signed up. She lowered her head, still feeling conflicted, and decided to return to the cafe for the interview. Unexpectedly, this time, things took an unexpected turn. Not long after, Wang Shang's phone rang again. This time, it was from the airline, informing him that a flight attendant had applied for a private jet cabin crew position. Upon hearing the news, Wang Shang couldn't help but sigh in admiration, having never expected their efficiency to be so high. "Okay, I haven't left the airport yet. I'm at David's cafe," Wang Shang replied briefly. The interview was quickly arranged, and Wang Shang already had a plan in mind. He wasn't angry or anxious, but decided to reevaluate his interaction with Lu Zihan from a higher perspective. After receiving the notice, Lu Zihan hurriedly fixed her makeup, looking a little nervous as she walked back to the cafe where she had met Wang Shang. She thought to herself, this might be an unexpected opportunity. If the interview went well, she might be able to switch from her job as a flight attendant to a private jet service team, which seemed like a better prospect. What a coincidence. The owner of the private jet is here. I wonder if I can get the job. Lu Zihan prayed silently in her heart. She knew this was an opportunity that could not be missed. Chapter 13, Wonderful Radio Waves. When they returned from the airport, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The king then remembered that he had made an appointment early in the morning to meet with Jang Win at 3 o'clock to handle some procedures. After getting out of the taxi and paying the fare, Wang Shang quickly ran to the supermarket entrance. A bright and fresh figure has been waiting at the door of the small supermarket for a long time. Today, Jang Win wore her usual clothes, simple jeans and a shirt, which showed off her good figure, with long legs and a slim waist, and a curvaceous figure. And she looked different from when the king saw her in the marketing center yesterday. Her hair was casually scattered, jet black like a waterfall, and she looked particularly beautiful and pure. "It's you, Jang Win." The king's eyes flashed with surprise, but he was a little uncertain. Jang Win extended her hand and smiled. "It's me, Mr. Wang. I'm your real estate consultant. You won't forget me so quickly, will you?" "How could that be?" "It's just that she wasn't wearing any clothes, so I almost didn't recognize her." The king touched his head and was a little nervous in front of the beautiful woman. "What do you mean no clothes?" Jang Win blushed, feeling a little embarrassed and angry. "Oh no, what I mean is that you are not wearing the same clothes as yesterday. I almost didn't recognize you." The king hurried to explain, otherwise he would become a gangster and he would never be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. "You scared me." Jang Win finally breathed a sigh of relief. The king opened the door of the small supermarket, pulled up the shutter, and let Jang Win go in and sit down. "Make tea and receive guests at the same time. After all, you are in my own home, and guests are welcome." "Thank you." Jang Win took the tea handed to her by the king very politely. Soon she took out some documents and procedures and explained them in detail to the king. The duplex luxury houses in Tianyue City involve many complicated procedural issues. As the property consultant, Jang Win is very responsible and careful. Through their contact, the king felt that this girl was really good, and she was excellent in her interpersonal skills and personality. While they were chatting, her cell phone rang. After apologizing to the king, she looked down at her phone and didn't answer it. After a while, the phone rang again and she hung up directly. This went on for several times before she couldn't help herself. She picked up her phone, pressed the answer button, and said angrily, "Mr. Gao, could you please stop calling me? I've already told you that the house you bought has nothing to do with me. Please respect yourself." After hanging up the phone, she returned to her seat and continued to process the procedures for the king. The king immediately noticed that she was worried, but he didn't ask any questions. He just casually said, "Miss Jiang, if you have any urgent matters, go and deal with them first. I'm not in a hurry here. I bought the house for my parents to live in." The old couple won't be back for a while, so there's no rush to take over the house. Oh, nothing. I'm just a homebuyer who bought a house in Tianjin City. He comes to see me whenever he has something to do these days. Jang Win looked a little flustered. You can buy a house worth 6 or 7 million and pay in full. That's really impressive. Don't tell me you can make that much money just from a small supermarket like this. Soon, Jang Win changed the subject and started chatting with a smile. It's just a little money earned from my parents' savings and my own hard work. The king smiled and didn't elaborate. Jang Win didn't ask any further. Nowadays, people with real ability are all very low-key. It is impossible to tell from the surface how they made their big money. Perhaps they have outstanding talents in some area? By the way, Mr. Wang, you're so rich now. If you buy such a big mansion in Tianjin City for your parents to live in, your wife or girlfriend won't have any objections, right? Seeing that the king had almost finished processing the documents that needed to be signed, Jang Win continued chatting. Don't call me Mr. Wang all the time. I'm about the same age as you. You should just call me by my name. We can be considered friends now, the king said with a smile. Okay, your majesty. Jang Win smiled sweetly. Actually, I don't have a girlfriend, let alone a wife. Single? No way. You have such excellent conditions, and you are still single? Jang Win was shocked. My conditions are not that good. I'm just an ordinary person. By the way, if the question you asked just now happened to you, what would you do? The king suddenly became interested and looked at her with interest. Huh? What do you mean? So, if I buy a multi-million-dollar house for my parents to live in, would you have any objections if you were my girlfriend? Hearing this, Jang Win couldn't help but blush. If I were your girlfriend, I wouldn't mind, because buying a house is your money. It has nothing to do with me. Of course, if you want to get married, you should buy a house if you can afford it. That way girls will feel safe. She expressed her opinion. The king smiled and nodded, then asked, what if two people get married and want to buy a house, but they don't have enough money? If the money is not enough, the two of you can work together to pay off the mortgage. In this society, there is no law that requires the boy to prepare everything. Dating and marriage are matters between two people, and they should be understanding and tolerant of each other. Jang Win said with a gentle smile. This is her view on marriage and love. These three views are just like her appearance and figure, super good. The king suddenly felt that there were still many good girls in this world. After all, weirdos like his ex-girlfriend are a minority. Alas, I met the wrong person in the past. The king sighed. How come I haven't met such a nice girl before? It turns out that there are some aspects that can only be accessed with money. Some people are the same. Miss Jiang is so gentle and considerate. It would be great if my ex-girlfriend was like you. The king was filled with emotion. Although he had long since gotten over the pain of being abandoned by his ex-girlfriend and was extremely lucky to have obtained a 1 yuan exchange system, some scars, more or less, would still remain. How can I be as good as you say? Besides, your majesty, you are so outstanding. It's just that your ex-girlfriend didn't cherish you. Jang Win said with a smile. Perhaps we were really too poor before. We had nothing and only had a small, shabby supermarket at home. But she shouldn't have come clean when we were talking about marriage, and even brought her boyfriend to embarrass me. She pretended for so long. Was it just to see if my house would be demolished? The king smiled helplessly. Since it was mentioned, he talked about himself and his ex-girlfriend Zhang Lily. No way, what your ex-girlfriend did to you was simply too much. She cheated on you, was snobbish, and even brought a rich second-generation kid to make you angry. It's simply unbearable, you scumbag. Jang Win was immediately filled with righteous indignation after listening to Wang Shang's story and spoke up for him. It's all over. The king took a sip of tea, his mind already open. Yes, it's all in the past. Stay away from that bad girl and stay safe. Everything will be fine. Jang Win giggled, looking cute and funny, but her words were full of comfort. He looked at Jang Win again and felt that she was a very considerate, gentle, sensible, and particularly good girl. Could it be? Fall in love with her? An inexplicable wave of emotion surged in the king's heart. The formalities are complete, and we can go and take possession of the apartment tomorrow. The duplex is fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. Jang Win whispered, her face turning red and hot as he stared at her. It seemed as if this thought was a subtle and wonderful electric wave, rippling layer by layer, hitting her heart. Chapter 14. A row of 10 office buildings. The next day, Wang Shang woke up in the morning, washed up, ordered breakfast on his mobile phone, and sat at the checkout counter of a small supermarket to start a new day. I wonder what today's $1 redemption reward looks like. The king, who had experienced 2 opening box rewards, was still very excited. He skillfully took out a can of Mengniu drink and opened the lid. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning a 1 yuan redemption reward. Do you want to redeem? The system prompt sounded pleasantly in my mind. The king did not hesitate at all. 1 yuan for the exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully redeeming a purchase for 1 yuan. Personal wealth value -1, and reward. A row of office buildings in Jiangdu Marriott Plaza, including buildings 1 to 10 in area A. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the owner of 10 office buildings, buildings 1 through 10, area A, Jiangdu Marriott Plaza. Ownership period, 50 years. The king was a little dumbfounded. A ton of gold and an airplane are shocking enough. Now, there are just 10 office buildings in a row. A row of. This is a fraud. You know, even if it is just a single office building, located in a place like Marriott Plaza, the most prosperous business district in Jiangdu City, its commercial value is astronomical. Any office building there has 20 or 30 floors, and the monthly rent for any floor is 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. And now, there are 10 buildings in a row. What does that mean? The king was already feeling a little dizzy and was deeply shocked. The rent for a building is hundreds of thousands of yuan a month. With 10 buildings, I can earn several million every month just from rent. It can be said that you don't do anything in this life, just wait to collect rent, and don't have to worry about anything. Just then, the king's cell phone rang. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Shangwang? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Wang. I'm from the property management company of Jiangdu Marriott Plaza. I'm the general manager, Yang Cheng. Hello, Mr. Yang. You're welcome. Well, regarding the transfer of ownership of office buildings 1 through 10 in Area A of Marriott Plaza, I need you to come in person to sign the contract and handle some formalities. Also, I need you to sign for this month's rent payments for over 300 businesses and residents in buildings 1 through 10. Do you have time to come over now? Okay, I'll go over there now. Okay, then I'll be waiting for your arrival, Mr. Wang. I'll call you when I get there. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shang rode his electric tricycle towards Marriott Plaza without saying a word. After collecting the rent, I have to buy a car to get around. Looking at his old electric car, the king murmured, I'm so poor, I can only collect rent. A car like this is totally unworthy of my billionaire status. System, MMP. After selling gold and buying houses, you still have tens of millions left. Isn't that money? Marriott Plaza. Jinding Property Management Company, Limited, which is responsible for this area of office buildings and commercial streets, is considered the largest property management company in Jiangdu. As the general manager, Yang Cheng is busy with affairs all day long. He is only in his 40s, but he is already bald and has to wear a hat to cover it. At this time, he took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. So shocking. After working in property management for so many years, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. It's really shocking. The owner of 10 office buildings is just a young man in his early 20s. I always thought such a big boss would be a senior veteran in his 50s or above. He murmured, thinking that to be so generous as to buy 10 office buildings in one go, he must be a rich young man from a wealthy family. As a property manager, he must figure out the other party's identity, background, and family situation because he has to face a brand new boss. Isn't the core of a property management company to serve wealthy owners? He prepared the information and rehearsed in his mind once again what words he would use when he met Mr. Wang. Then he waited for Mr. Wang to arrive at the door of the property company. The king came to the outside of Marriott Plaza, found a spot on the roadside, and parked his electric bike. Looking up, this area is full of high-end luxurious office buildings, more than a dozen buildings, and 2 commercial streets. It is full of business atmosphere and crowds of people. Many white-collar workers come in and out here. Most of the offices of the largest companies in the city are located here. This is the most prosperous place in Jiangdu. Marriott Plaza, I never thought I would own my own business here. Looking at the tall buildings, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. But after taking a few steps, he encountered a problem. You can stroll around the square outside, but if you want to enter the office building inside the Marriott Plaza, you must go through a security checkpoint with layers of security. There are mighty security guards on duty there, and you need to use an access card. If you are not the owner of the place or an employee of any of the major companies, you will not be able to get in. After all, he has not yet officially transferred the ownership of the 10 office buildings, and strictly speaking, he is not the owner here. So he took out his cell phone and prepared to call the property manager Yang Cheng. At this moment, a familiar figure in an open-air cafe not far away attracted his attention. Looking at the girl, the king couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth and reveal a knowing smile. It turns out it was her. At this time, Jang Win also noticed the king walking towards her. But before she could say hello, the middle-aged man next to her leaned over and pursued her relentlessly. Win, having coffee with me isn't too much, is it? I gave you flowers, and you threw them away. I finally called you out, but you kept a straight face. Why are you so stubborn? By the way, Wen, have you considered the conditions I told you about? Wen, you are so beautiful. I really like you. Mr. Gao, can you please respect yourself? Please don't call me Wen. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Jiang Wenwen was very angry, her face full of resistance. This Gao Mingjian, relying on the fact that he bought a house in Tianyue City from her, always pesters her. It annoyed her so much. Seeing this scene, the king frowned. A shameless, vulgar, and greasy middle-aged man pursuing fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs? The plot is a bit bloody. He suddenly remembered that no wonder she was harassed by phone calls several times when she was talking to Jiang Wenwen yesterday. So it's this guy? Okay, Miss Jiang, I'm your landlord. I bought the house from you, so I want to talk to you about something related to the house. Is that okay? Okay, go ahead and talk. If you have any questions, please tell me. I have several houses now. My wife lives in one. Now I will give you this 3-bedroom house of over 100 square meters in Tianyue City. As long as you follow me and become my lover, I will visit you 2 or 3 times a week. You must meet my requirements. Gao Mingjian's bright eyes looked passionately at the delicate beauty in front of him. So direct, he wants to support Jiang Wenwen blatantly. Chapter 15: The Law of True Fragrance. Mr. Gao, you've got the wrong person. I'm not who you think I am. If you don't have anything important to do, I'll take my leave now. Jiang Wenwen said with a cold expression. Being able to do this is a manifestation of great cultivation and quality. She did not lose her temper, but remained firm and expressed her position and attitude. Although the house that Gao Mingjian promised was a house of more than 120 square meters in Tianyue City, with a total value of more than 1 million yuan, there must be many women who could not resist such temptation. Money is enough to make some women lose their minds. However, Jiang Wenwen is not the kind of girl who is easily blinded by wealth, loses her moral bottom line, and becomes a mistress. People like Gao Mingjian, a married man, are hooking up with young girls who are inexperienced in the world. Moreover, the bad thing about this guy is that although he said he was giving the house as a gift, the house was actually still under his name. Gao Mingjian had used this trick before to deceive many ignorant and materialistic girls into becoming his mistresses. Seeing that all his attempts at persuasion, even threats and inducements, had not worked in the past few days, Gao Mingjian became a little angry and embarrassed. Jiang Wenwen, you're just a real estate agent. Your job is unstable. How much can you earn with a fixed monthly salary plus commission? 10,000 yuan at most. If you follow me, it'll be like a country chicken turning into a phoenix. Not only will I give you a house to live in, I'll also give you money to spend. Aren't you really tempted? I'm sorry, Mr. Gao, please stop talking. I won't agree to it. Go ahead and pretend. Keep pretending. You girls are all the same. Stop pretending to be innocent. Jiang Wenwen's face darkened, her eyes filled with anger, and she said coldly, Mr. Gao, I'm telling you this for the last time. Please don't do this again, or I'll be rude to you. Gao Mingjian was stunned. He didn't expect that this girl had such a strong temper. However, this only aroused his stronger desire to conquer. Jiang Wenwen is the most difficult girl he has ever met, and also the most beautiful and charming girl. He is determined to win her. Mr. Wang, you're here. At this moment, seeing the king coming over, Jiang Wenwen felt like she saw a savior and quickly greeted the king. Hello, Miss Jiang. The king smiled with his eyes narrowed, waved his hand, and came to Jiang Wenwen. Having coffee here? What a coincidence. Yes, Mr. Wang, what are you going to do? Jiang Wenwen started chatting with him, just wanting to get rid of Gao Mingjian, who was pestering her as soon as possible. Hey, who is this handsome boy? Gao Mingjian glanced at the king and sneered in a sarcastic tone. People like him are particularly good at observing people's words and expressions, and are used to treating people differently according to their tastes. In his opinion, apart from being handsome, the young king did not look like a rich and powerful person. This is me. Jiang Wenwen was about to finish her words, but unexpectedly, the king interrupted her. I'm an acquaintance of Miss Jiang. What's wrong? Who are you? He didn't say that he also bought a house from Jiang Wenwen, but because Wang Shang felt that it was a shame to be an owner of Tianyue City with such a person. Gao Mingjian boasted proudly. Strictly speaking, I'm Jiang Wenwen's god, because I'm her client, and I bought her a house in Tianyue City worth 1.2 million. A house worth more than 1 million yuan makes you god? God is so cheap, the king said disdainfully. Cheap. Gao Mingjian was slightly startled, then stared at Wang Shang with disdain and snorted coldly. Young man, I think you really don't know your place. You think a house worth over 1 million yuan is cheap? Where do you get the confidence and the nerve to say such things so brazenly? It's really cheap. The king muttered. He was just telling the truth. What was there to question? Gao Mingjian looked Wang Shang up and down and sneered. Since you say a house worth over 1 million is cheap, why don't you try buying one? If I'm not mistaken, you've just graduated from college, and your family isn't particularly well off. Buying a house is nothing but a luxury for a young person like you, let alone in a place like Tianyue City, which is the best real estate in Jiangdu. Mr. Gao, don't talk like that. The king is very rich. Jang Win said hurriedly. Very rich. Gao Mingjian's eyes were full of sarcasm, and he asked with interest, by the way, since he is very rich, what kind of job does he do? My family runs a supermarket, but it's not big, only about 20 square meters. Jang Win didn't lie and told the truth. Gao Mingjian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. A small 20 square meter supermarket can make this kid say that houses worth over 1 million yuan are cheap? It's okay for young people to be a little arrogant. Who doesn't be arrogant when they are young? But you have to know your limits. Being too arrogant will not do you any good. Immediately, he put on a stern face and lectured the king. I won't waste my time talking to you. Let me tell you a price and sell the house you bought to me. The king said calmly. Gao Mingjian was stunned again. This kid doesn't play by the rules. Why are you suddenly going to buy his house? 2 million, is that enough? The king directly made an offer. You spent 1.2 million to buy it. I will buy your house in Tianyue City for 2 million. Mr. Wang. Jang Win was dumbfounded. Gao Mingjian said coldly, what a joke. Do you have money? You're just talking nonsense. Take out 2 million and let me see. Humph. Even if I die here or get hit by a car, I will never sell the house to you. He absolutely did not believe that this kid could have so much money. So, he dared to say such harsh words. The king did not hesitate at all. He took out his mobile phone and opened a certain Alipay account. He had previously casually put a few million in it as pocket money. At this time, when Gao Mingjian saw the balance of Wang Shang's Alipay account, he was shocked. Several million in balance. Indeed, with this money, buying a house is no problem at all. You can make 800,000 yuan by selling it, but if you miss this opportunity, you will never get it again. The king said coldly. Gao Mingjian's expression immediately changed, and he said with a smile, brother, sure, I can sell it to you. Let's go and handle the paperwork right away. Miss Jang Win is here too. She's the property consultant for Tianyue City. If you meet a rich person when you go out, it's like picking up money. How could a shrewd man like Gao Mingjian let such a great opportunity slip away? You just said you'd rather die here than sell it to me? No, I'm talking nonsense. Gao Mingjian said with a smile. It seems that I still can't escape the law of true fragrance. Mr. Wang, are you crazy? You bought a house worth 1 or 200,000 for 2 million. It's such a loss. There are still many houses that have not been sold in Tianyue City. You can just go and buy some of them. Jang Win really couldn't understand what Wang Shang was going to do. It's very simple. I bought the house he bought from you. From now on, he is no longer your client and can't bother you anymore. The king smiled indifferently, exuding the aura of a local tyrant. This. Jang Win was dumbfounded again. It turns out that he did it for me. Her heart was moved, her heart fluttering, and her eyes turned to the king with tenderness. Chapter 16. You don't do anything that has anything to do with others. Gao Mingjian heard what the king said. He knew that he had met his match. This guy's way of pursuing girls is quite clever, but it's a bit expensive. The total price difference is 800,000 yuan. If you are not a rich man, you will not spend so much money just to win a beautiful woman's smile. Being smart, he quickly smelled the business opportunity because he could make more money by reselling it. Sorry, brother, I suddenly don't want to sell it anymore because I like Miss Jang Win and don't want to lose her as a real estate consultant. So, I won't sell my house for 2 million. Gao Mingjian gave a cunning and evil smile and suddenly spoke. Go back on your word. The king sneered and said, you won't do anything that has anything to do with people. Okay, I won't waste any more words. 3 million, I'll buy your house. And from now on, you can only buy a house in Tianyue City, and you can't look for Miss Jang Win. Simple and crude, just spend money and throw it away. Doesn't this middle-aged, greasy, and disgusting man rely on his few bucks to play with the feelings and bodies of young girls? Okay, brother, you're so open-minded. 3 million, fine, that's 3 million. From now on, I will definitely not buy a house from Miss Jang Win, and I will definitely not bother her. You can write it into the contract. Gao Mingjian said with a smile that he had succeeded again and earned more than 1 million for no reason. He was very happy. It was just a woman. With money, why would he be afraid of not being able to find a beautiful woman? Jang Win, who was standing by, completely saw through the ugly face of this married man. Greedy for money and lustful, completely dishonest, dirty, and disgusting, with no bottom line. Okay, we can sign the contract today, but I have to go to Jinding Property Management Company first to take care of some things. Wang Shang took out his cell phone and prepared to call Yang Cheng, the general manager of the property company. He was just taking this opportunity to help the girl he liked get rid of her entanglement. But the real work still needs to be done. Jinding Property Management Company? That's where I work. I'm a business manager. Rich boy, I'll take you there. Gao Mingjian's eyes lit up. What a coincidence, wasn't it? He took out a business card, which was exquisitely crafted and read, Jiangdu Jinding Property Management Company, Limited, Business Department, Business Manager Gao Mingjian. The king took it and looked at it, thinking, it really is no coincidence. Okay, I'll go over there. By the way, Jang Win, please wait here for a moment. The king left these words and followed Gao Mingjian. Gao Mingjian quickly led the way. With his access card, he brought Wang Shang to the door of Jinding Property Management Company smoothly. Yang Cheng kept waiting at the door, but no one came, and Mr. Wang didn't even call him. He originally thought about calling Mr. Wang to urge him, but he was worried about disturbing the big boss, so he didn't call. In short, he was very nervous. Just like the eunuch beside the emperor, he tried his best to figure out the emperor's intentions and dared not be negligent or rude. Suddenly, he saw the company's business manager Gao Mingjian. Director Gao, where are you picking up girls during work hours? I'm telling you, a big boss is coming soon, so pay attention. He said coldly to Gao Mingjian. Mr. Yang, I'm not here to pick up girls. I have serious business. This Mr. Wang came here and said he has something to discuss with our company. Gao Mingjian said with a smile. He thought to himself that Mr. Wang was really nice. He let him earn more than 1 million yuan and gave him a reasonable explanation for leaving the company to be lazy. Mr. Wang. Following Gao Mingjian's gaze, Yang Cheng turned his gaze to the king. The young man in front of me was probably in his early 20s and quite handsome, but his clothes were very ordinary, all bought from cheap stalls. Of course he knew that the new boss was also surnamed Wang. Could it be? Are you Mr. King? He asked cautiously, tentatively. The king nodded and said, yes, I am the king. You are Mr. Wang. Oh my God, Mr. Wang, you are so young. It's an honor to meet you. Please come in, please come in. Yang Cheng was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He suddenly didn't know where the bunch of words he had rehearsed in his mind went. Gao Mingjian was a little confused. Mr. Wang? Why is Mr. Yang so excited? In his impression, Mr. Yang has always been calm and steady, aloof, serious and strict. But why, in front of a young nouveau riche, was she so cautious, treading on thin ice, even a little humble and servile? Unbelievable. Boss Yang, who exactly is this? Mr. Wang. Gao Mingjian followed behind Yang Cheng, lowered his voice and asked in a low voice. At this moment, the front desk of Jinding Property Management Company came over quickly to greet the king and invited him into the VIP room. Yang Cheng turned around and said to Gao Mingjian, you're a business manager after all, so how can you be so clueless? You don't even know who Mr. Wang is. Gao Mingjian muttered, I just talked to him. He should be a young, wealthy second-generation demolition worker, a small upstart, with some money. A little upstart from demolition? A little money. Yang Cheng seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Have you ever seen a nouveau riche own 10 buildings? He owns all 10 buildings in Area A of Marriott Plaza, from Building 1 to Building 10. He's a big boss. Who would call you a nouveau riche? Oh. Suddenly, Gao Mingjian stood there in a daze. It's like being struck by lightning, with 5 thunderbolts hitting your head. The owners of the 10 office buildings in Area A? There are only a dozen or so high-end office buildings in Marriott Plaza, plus a shopping mall and 2 commercial streets. There are many owners, and the asset structure is very complex. But no private owner can directly own 10 office buildings. So the king is definitely the biggest god in Jinding Property Management Company. The property management company must worship him like an ancestor, because Wang Shang is the real boss and can replace the Jinding Property Management Company at any time and let other property management companies manage these 10 office buildings. Chapter 17, 7 million in rent. Yang Cheng, who was very perceptive, quickly noticed the strange look on Gao Mingjian's face and quickly asked Gao Mingjian, what's wrong with you? You said Mr. Wang was a small upstart. Did something happen between you and him? Oh, Mr. Yang, it's like this. I just ran into Mr. Wang. He wanted to buy a house from me. You know, I bought a house in Tianjin City not long ago. Gao Mingjian panicked. His face turned pale, and he quickly told the truth. Gao Mingjian, you're really amazing. You sold a house worth over 1 million yuan to Mr. Wang for only 3 million. Are you crazy? Yang Cheng was practically driven mad by Gao Mingjian's outrageous actions. He thought that Gao Mingjian's outrageous actions might have killed him, But what if they implicated the entire property management company? He even wanted to pick up a knife and kill Gao Mingjian. Do you think you're amazing? You made over $1 million by reselling it. Look how capable you are. If Mr. Wang becomes prejudiced against our property management company because of you and switches to another one, you will be held fully responsible. Yang Cheng put down his words and hurried to accompany Wang Shang. Gao Mingjian was once again struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. He got a bargain, but he didn't want to lose his job as a business manager with a monthly salary of tens of thousands. Besides, if it is true as Yang Cheng said, because of his relationship, the big boss Wang Shang wants to change the property management company, then the losses involved will be calculated according to the commercial terms and conditions signed between him and the company. He will be held accountable, and he cannot afford to compensate for the losses at that time. After thinking it over, he decided to apologize as soon as Mr. Wang had dealt with the matter. Selling the house for $3 million? Even if he had 100 courages, he wouldn't dare. He was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, scratching his head and thinking about what to say when he faced the king later to resolve the misunderstanding and get the king's forgiveness as much as possible. What a headache. He didn't check the almanac before going out and took advantage of the super boss, who was the super boss who could decide whether the property company he worked for could continue to operate. Mr. Wang, please sign these documents and the contract. Soon, in the VIP room, Yang Cheng and some employees of the property company who were in charge of legal documents respectfully handed some documents to Wang Shang. Of course, identity verification is required. Wang Shang only needs to take out his ID card to prove that he is himself, and then successfully sign the documents and contracts. The ownership of the 10 buildings will naturally fall into his name. As for the series of legal issues related to the transfer of property rights, the system has already made arrangements. Yang Cheng said solemnly but cautiously, Mr. Wang, you own 10 office buildings in Area A of Marriott International Plaza, buildings 1 to 10. This month, there are 320 rent payments for businesses and residents that need your signature and confirmation. Now, let me take you to your office to handle these matters. The king nodded. As the owner of 10 office buildings, and most of the properties have been rented out, Wang Shang certainly has his own private office to handle some affairs. His office is located in the innermost room on the second to last floor of office building number 1. This place occupies almost half of the entire floor. You can only enter by scanning your fingerprint and face password. When I arrived at the office, through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, I could overlook not only the entire Marriott Plaza, but also almost the entire cityscape of Jiangdu City. Such scenery and vision instantly made Wang Shang feel that he had really transformed himself from an ordinary person guarding a small supermarket to a man of high status. He can even put this city under his feet. He was quite satisfied with the structure and layout of the office. At this time, Yang Cheng had already personally made tea for him and arranged for the property company's employees to deliver the lease contract and account information. Mr. Wang, please have some tea. These documents contain all the property lease contracts for office buildings 1 through 10 in your name, as well as your current financial statements. Please review them. Your Majesty, bring it here. In fact, he didn't understand these complicated financial information at all. But still, I pretended to understand it very well, read it through, and nodded from time to time. Mr. Yang, under the management of your Jinding property company, these assets are operating well. He put the information on the table and gave an appropriate compliment. Because he knew very well that since he had handed over the properties of 10 buildings to Jinding Property Company for management, he had to trust the other party's strength, qualifications, and reputation. Yang Cheng was obviously very happy after being praised, but he pretended not to show it and continued to speak earnestly. Mr. Wang, you are the new owner of these 10 office buildings, and this is your first time collecting rent. So I think it is necessary for me to give you a detailed introduction to the layout of these 10 office buildings. The king sat in his office chair, nodded and smiled. Please speak. Okay, here's the deal. Regarding office buildings 1 through 10, first let's talk about the floors and area. The odd-numbered buildings have 23 floors, and the even-numbered buildings have 24 floors, for a total of 235 floors. The rentable area on each floor ranges from 1,000 to 1,200 square meters. The average monthly rent per square meter is 20 yuan, so the monthly rent per floor is between 20,000 and 24,000 yuan. Therefore, the monthly rent for all 10 buildings fluctuates between 4.7 million and 5.64 million yuan. The above is the rent for the buildings above the ground, and there is also the rental of the garages below the ground. Each of the 10 buildings has a 2-story underground garage, which can accommodate an average of 500 parking spaces. So the garages of the 10 buildings have a total of 5,000 parking spaces. The parking fees that can be collected each month fluctuate between 1.5 million and 2 million. Including other management expenses, the average monthly income can fluctuate between 7 million and 8 million. After listening to these introductions, it was impossible for the king not to be excited. However, he always maintained a calm expression. But who knew that his heart was already in turmoil? Our property management company simply checked the income and deposited it directly into your personal account, Mr. Wang, after checking the accounts. Soon after the king signed and confirmed, the phone rang. I took a look and saw that it was the deposit information sent by the bank. Your account number ending in XXX received a transfer at XX. XX. XX on XX/XX/XX. Your current balance is 57,800,256 renminbi, China Construction Bank. Upon seeing this information, the king smiled calmly and nodded. It has been recorded. Yes, it was indeed credited to the account, because his previous account balance was more than 50.5 million, and now it has increased by more than 7.8 million. Obviously, the extra money is the rental income from the 10 office buildings this month. Very good, you've all worked hard. From now on, the management of the 10 office buildings will still be handled by your Jinding property management company. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Yang. The king smiled. Yang Cheng nodded happily. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Wang, for your trust. By the way, as for the fact that I am the boss of 10 office buildings, the fewer people who know about this, the better. Don't make it public, and don't spread it out. The king smiled mysteriously, then said solemnly. Okay, don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely do what you asked me to do. Yang Cheng nodded solemnly. Chapter 18, Beautiful and Kind-Hearted. Mr. Wang, please be busy first. Yang Cheng left the office respectfully, only to realize that he was sweating profusely. The air conditioning temperature in the office is clearly set very low. He was still worried and had not completely let go. After all, he still couldn't figure out what kind of person this new boss was, because the king's various behaviors were really too calm. The ownership of an office building worth more than 10 billion yuan was transferred so easily and calmly. When the monthly rent of several million is received, he is still so calm and casual. Being so calm is an extremely rare situation that Yang Cheng has encountered in his many years of career. How many nouveau riches who buy buildings and shops, when they have some money, start to show off and wish they could reach the sky. But the king, so young and with such amazing wealth, is as calm as water. It seems that this Mr. Wang must have a strong family background. He is most likely the eldest son of a wealthy family. When he thought of this, Yang Cheng's heart was filled with turmoil. Because the king's clothing was too ordinary, even the word shabby would not be an exaggeration to describe it. However, the temperament he possessed was so unique and different from that of ordinary people. Inside the office, the king paced back and forth, sometimes looking at the city scenery outside the window, and sometimes sitting down on the luxurious leather sofa to look at the gorgeously framed landscape paintings hanging on the wall and the various red wines stored in the super large wine cabinet. Whether it was calligraphy and paintings or red wine, he had reason to believe that they were definitely treasures and authentic. The above 10 buildings are owned by a powerful person, so they are just some decorations to avoid adulteration. In this short period of time, the king collected more than 7 million in rent, and he could receive this amount of money every month. In Jiangdu City, 7 million yuan can buy several houses. It is a fortune that many people would find difficult to earn in their entire lives. And he got it easily. When Wang Shang came out of the office, he met someone who had been waiting downstairs, Gao Mingjian. Upon seeing the king, Gao Mingjian immediately came forward and said with a flattering smile, Mr. Wang, I'm so sorry. I was wrong about what happened before. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't have bothered Miss Jiang Wanwen, and I certainly shouldn't have taken advantage of you by selling the house. I'm so blind to my true potential. I beg you, Mr. Wang, to be magnanimous and not make a fuss about it, okay? Gao Mingjian kept apologizing. If you still like the house I bought in Tianyua City, I can sell it to you at a discount. Not only did Gao Mingjian apologize, he even offered to sell the house to Wang Shang at a discount. Even if he knew that the king owned 10 office buildings and had assets worth billions, how could he be interested in such a small amount of money? No need. Wang Shang thought to himself, I have already bought a duplex mansion in Tianyua City. Why do I need your small house? From now on, don't let me see you pestering Miss Jiang Wanwen. Otherwise you know the consequences. I know. Mr. Wang, you can rest assured. From now on, even if I accidentally run into Miss Jiang Wanwen, not only will I not pester her, I will also call her auntie. As Gao Mingjian nodded and bowed and apologized in various ways, the king walked away in a dashing manner. Jang Win saw him coming and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Wang, are you done with your work? Don't sign a contract with Gao Mingjian and don't buy his house. 3 million. That's over $1 million more than the market price. It's just a waste of money. During the time after the king left, she thought for a long time and felt that she must persuade him well and not let him suffer any loss. Even so, she knew that the king did that to help her get rid of Gao Mingjian's entanglement. I have money. It's okay to spend some money. I see that you are being harassed by him and you are tired of it. I am willing to help. The king looked at the beautiful woman in front of him who was worried about him, and his heart was moved again. I'll just avoid him from now on. Don't waste your money. Jang Win was a little angry and said unhappily, why should I let you spend so much more money on me? In my line of work, it's inevitable that I'll encounter some low-quality people. This is also part of the job. Besides, even if you have money, it doesn't come from the wind. The king thought secretly, you know what? This money is easier to get than the wind. The system gives it to me. Okay, I won't buy his house. I won't waste my money. Unable to resist her persuasion, the king pretended to be helpless and nodded in agreement. Little did she know that he had already solved the problem for her. That's great. You should have listened to me and not wasted the money. You could have saved it for your parents or bought things for yourself, like clothes and a car. How great would that be? Why would you bother to argue with such uncultured people? Don't you think so? Jang Win was very happy, as if she had saved herself more than 1 million yuan in wasted money. Seeing her beaming with joy, as happy as a child, the king felt moved. This girl is beautiful and kind-hearted. She is really nice. He really liked the feeling of being with her more and more. When the topic of buying a car came up, Wang Shang's eyes lit up immediately, and he said, by the way, Jang Win, do you know which car dealership in Jiangdu is the best? I want to go buy a car there. Chapter 19. I will only look at cars worth more than 5 million. Speaking of cars, Jang Win actually knows several large car dealerships in the city, because she has a relative who runs a car dealership business. Do you really want to buy a car? There are several large car dealerships in Jiangdu. The largest one is owned by my uncle. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Jang Win's face lit up with joy. She has loved cars since she was a child, but unfortunately her family conditions are limited. Now she has graduated from university and works in real estate sales. Her income level is pretty good in Jiangdu, but she has not been working there for long, so she is still far from her dream of buying a car. Okay, take me there right away, the king said with a smile. Nowadays, I really can't travel by electric tricycle anymore, because the tricycle is totally incompatible with my identity. After all, he is now the owner of 10 office buildings and a private jet. Soon, the two arrived at the largest car dealership in Jiangdu. Via car dealership. As soon as he arrived here, the king felt the atmosphere of buying a car. Many people are looking at cars here, especially young people. Nowadays, cars have become more and more a necessity for ordinary families. However, in this car dealership that sells cars ranging from mid-range and low-end to high-end luxury cars, more people still look at cars in the mid-range and low-end car exhibition area. The king went directly to the high-end luxury car area. By the way, Your Majesty, do you have any favorite brands or models? Jang Win asked with a smile. As she became more familiar with the king, she started calling him by his name. The king shook his head. I don't know. Please introduce it to me. Okay, you asked the right person. Jang Win became interested and began to introduce him with a beaming look on her face. Here, in the high-end luxury car section, there's more than a dozen brands, from BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi to Porsche, Maserati, and Rolls-Royce. If you prefer smooth handling and speed, then I recommend the BMW M-Series sports cars or the Mercedes-Benz AMG. If you prefer a more business-oriented car, seeking driving comfort and luxury, then there are even more options, like the Mercedes-Benz E-Class, Audi A8, or Porsche Panamera. She quickly said a lot, which showed that she was quite interested in and knowledgeable about various types of cars. The king listened to her explanation and then looked at the actual car, but he was not very impressed. In the past, buying a car worth hundreds of thousands or even 2 million yuan would be unthinkable, but now, it is completely different. He has too many choices. He is rich and powerful. You don't seem very interested. The cars I mentioned are so good in every aspect. They've always been my favorites. Don't you like any of them? Jang Win felt a little frustrated when she saw that his expression didn't change. It's too cheap. Since I'm here to buy a car, I have to buy a good one, the king said with a smile. It's too cheap. A car worth 1 million is not cheap at all. Jang Win really didn't understand. How rich was he? No matter how rich you are, you can't spend money recklessly. Hey, isn't this Win? What's up? Are you here with your friends to look at cars? At this moment, a graceful figure walked over. Before the person arrived, the voice came. A sales lady wearing a black suit, flesh-colored stockings, and high heels. Obviously knew Jang Win. She came here with squinting eyes and a smile on her face. Looking at her face, although she has heavy makeup on, she looks somewhat like Jang Win. Jang Win is younger, prettier, and has a better temperament. Cousin, you are here too. You came to take a look at the car. Jang Win explained with an awkward smile. Although she is her cousin, this cousin is not an easy person to deal with. It is said that her private life is rather chaotic, and she often hangs out with all kinds of rich people. Although her family owns a car and is considered a wealthy family, it does not hinder her playful nature. She has always looked down upon her little cousin Jang Win. In her opinion, Jang Win's family are poor relatives, and they should avoid visiting each other if possible. At this time, the king noticed the tag hanging on the girl's clothes, which read, Jiangdu Weishan Car Dealership Sales Consultant, Jiang Yingxue. She is my cousin, my uncle's daughter, Jiang Yingxue. Jang Win said softly beside the king. Oh, the latter nodded with a smile on his face. By the way, sir, what is your name? Jiang Yingxue focused her attention on the king. No need to mention your surname, Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. What brand of car would you like to see? This is the high-end luxury car area. I suggest you go to the exhibition area next door. There are several new models on the market recently, including the new Volkswagen Passat, the new generation Honda Accord, and the new generation Toyota Camry. Jiang Yingxue said this with a professional smile. She sees countless people every day. She can roughly tell what the conditions of those who come here to buy cars are, and what price range they can accept at first glance. After observing the king's clothing and the temperament he exuded, she quickly made a judgment. This young man can only accept a car that costs around 200,000 yuan. Besides, with my cousin Jang Win's abilities and circle, how could she possibly know any rich people? She's just an ordinary person. Coming to the high-end luxury exhibition area to look at cars is purely for fun, and there is no possibility of any purchase. So why waste time here? Accurately identifying customer needs is a business capability that she is proud of. What's the general price range of the cars you mentioned? The king asked curiously, tilting his head. Look, as expected, this is how ordinary people buy cars. What they care about most is not comfort or handling, but price. Jiang Yingxue secretly applauded herself. She had directly asked about the core concern. Around 200,000. There are professional sales consultants over there specializing in Toyota, Honda, Volkswagen, and other models. Mr. Wang, you can go over and take a look. She smiled indifferently, with a hint of contempt in her eyes. She had no interest in wasting her breath on the king. As the daughter of a car dealership owner, she usually received buyers of luxury cars. The king shook his head and said, if it's 200,000, I'm not interested. I'll only look at it if it's at least 5 million. Jiang Yingxue was stunned. What? You only barely look at cars worth more than 5 million? Win, your friend, are you sure you want to buy a car worth more than 5 million? Don't just find some random friend to come over and make fun of me. Jiang Yingxue folded her hands in front of her, looking disdainful. There are only a few luxury cars worth more than 5 million yuan in the entire car dealership, and the target customers are only the wealthy people in this city. Jiang Yingxue, don't look down on others. Humph. Jang Win was immediately very unhappy, thinking to herself, Jiang Yingxue, it's bad enough that you look down on me, but you even look down on the king, and he's not a poor guy. That's not what I meant. Jiang Yingxue said calmly. I just think that when doing anything, we have to consider the actual situation. Jang Win said unhappily. Humph, let me put it this way. Just yesterday, the king bought a duplex mansion worth over 7 million yuan in Tianyue City. A 7 million mansion in Tianyue City? Jiang Yingxue was stunned. She looked the king up and down again, but still couldn't believe it. This was a rich man. He bought a mansion worth 7 million yesterday, and now he's buying a luxury car worth over 5 million today? You're talking too much nonsense. Are you selling the car here or not? If not, I'll go somewhere else. The king said lazily, turning around and preparing to leave. Chapter 20, Advanced Enjoyment. Yes. Of course. We have Rolls-Royces, Maseratis, and Bentleys here. We'll definitely find a car that suits your taste. Jiang Yingxue rushed over, grabbed the king's arm, changed her face, and smiled brightly. Mr. Wang, please follow me. Please follow me. It turns out that this is a big customer. I have misjudged him. Must be received in person. Arrived at the Rolls-Royce exhibition area. With Jiang Yingxue's introduction, the king fell in love with the latest model of Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The black exterior is luxurious and stylish, and the overall look is very heavy. It is definitely driven by someone rich and prestigious. There is no need to mention the performance of Cullinan. It has a displacement of 6.7 liters, turbocharging, an 8-speed automatic transmission, and a V12 engine. It can produce a maximum of nearly 1,000 horsepower and accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in just 5 seconds. It is hard to imagine that this is a large SUV that is 5.3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1.8 meters high. Open the car door and get in. The king was quickly attracted by the spacious interior space, luxurious interior, and unparalleled luxury of this large SUV. The double R logo on the steering wheel, the instrument panel, and the center console are inlaid with mahogany and piano lacquer, combined with carbon fiber interior materials. It is so luxurious, atmospheric, and high quality. It is equipped with German Eden audio and has 12 speakers. When you turn on the music, the sound is pure, high definition, crystal clear. Sitting in the driver's seat, the genuine seat is moderately soft and hard, and the overall feeling is particularly spacious and comfortable. Looking at the back seats, they are even more spacious. Then comes the test drive. Test driving this kind of high-end luxury car is not that simple. First, you need to sign a test drive agreement and provide proof of assets. Just relying on Jang Win's words to say how rich the king was and how he bought a mansion worth 7 million yuan would not do. You must provide convincing proof of your assets. I came here in a hurry and brought nothing but my card. The king smiled calmly, stopped talking nonsense, and directly took out his black card that could overdraft tens of millions. Seeing this, Jiang Yingxue was stunned again for a moment, and her heart was filled with extreme horror. Because she knew that this black card was the highest-level VIP card of Jiangdu Construction Bank, with an overdraft limit of tens of millions, waived some handling fees, and the ability to withdraw large amounts at any time without an appointment. In Jiang Yingshue's opinion, anyone who can own a black card of this level must be worth at least hundreds of millions of yuan, and the liquid funds on hand will not be less than 10 or 20 million yuan. All right. Mr. Wang, please, just drive the car away and you can go for a test drive now. Have a pleasant test drive. Jiang Yingxue came back to her senses and quickly made a polite gesture of invitation to the king. The king sat on it and said to Jiang Win, "Let's go. I'll take you for a ride." Okay. Jiang Win was delighted. Driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan out of the dealership and onto the street, it was impossible for the king not to be excited. Although he has had a driver's license for several years, usually, apart from driving an electric tricycle, he would drive his friends' old cars, usually Wuling, Jetta, or Haval. The best car he has ever driven was when he had a high school reunion one year. The best classmate in the class drove a BMW X5, which he let him experience. Looking back, the feeling of driving a BMW X5 is compared to the feeling of driving a Cullinan at this moment. There is a world of difference. This Cullinan is so fun to drive. Just a touch of the accelerator, and you can get quick and powerful power. The steering wheel has excellent directionality, and it goes exactly where you point it. The driving quietness, chassis tuning, and stability are simply perfect. It truly deserves to be called the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, the most expensive SUV in the world. Your Majesty, how does this car drive? Sitting in the passenger seat, Jiang Win asked him with a smile. Good, great, it feels wonderful. The king said excitedly, praising the car highly. After all, he came from an ordinary family and had never seen such a luxurious car before. This feeling is much better than riding in my own private jet before. Because the private jet was driven by his personal crew, and although he was the boss, he was just a passenger. Driving a Cullinan is different now. He is the driver and can get a full driving experience. I'm tired of driving. I'd better ask you to help drive for me when we get back. The king glanced at the beautiful woman beside him and said with a smile. Actually, we didn't drive for long, only 5 or 6 kilometers. But he noticed the irrepressible love for the car and envy of him in Jiang Win's eyes, so he decided to let her drive it. Jiang Win couldn't believe that there would really be a day when she could drive a Rolls-Royce. Yes, since you know so much about cars and like them, why not give it a try? The king said with a smile. All right. Jiang Win was so excited that her beautiful eyes were filled with joy. After exchanging seats with the king, she carefully adjusted her sitting posture, familiarized herself with the various buttons, and then began the experience of driving the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Call. The car just stepped on the accelerator slightly and rushed out. It's really not appropriate for a girl to drive such a big SUV. Fortunately, Jiang Win is 1.7 meters tall and has long legs, so she doesn't look particularly petite when she's driving. Instead, she has a very cool feeling. Perfect figure, perfect profile, perfect car. The king suddenly felt that if he didn't drive but just sat next to Jiang Win and watched her drive, it would also be a very luxurious enjoyment. That's so pleasing to the eyes. Return to the dealership. Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? Jiang Yingxue, who was waiting in the car dealership for Wang Shang to return from a test drive, came forward with a smile. Not bad. I paid in full. When can I pick up the car? Wang Shang answered straightforwardly. In just a moment, many employees in the car dealership learned that a big customer had come today. Test drive the Rolls-Royce Cullinan and buy it in full. Many people gathered around. This latest model of Rolls-Royce Cullinan is the only one in the entire Jiangdu city, so I'm sorry, there aren't any special offers. The current price is 6.1 million yuan, plus various taxes, insurance, and so on. The total is 7.62 million yuan. Jiang Yingxue took the documents and a calculator and explained them to Wang Shang. No need for discount. 7.62 million, right? Where can I swipe the card? The king looked indifferent. Now, he was enjoying the pleasure of spending money more and more. Moreover, more than 7 million is really cheap. The king just collected 1 month's rent, which is exactly more than 7 million. At this moment, Jiang Yingxue hurriedly led the way and led Wang Shang to the cashier counter of the car dealership. Swipe the card and pay. The king successfully became the owner of this Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Suddenly, he saw an acquaintance who was also looking at cars in the dealership. Mr. Su Xingjie, chairman of Jiangdu Charity Foundation and chairman of Jiangdu Merchants Alliance. Chapter 21. Gorgeous luxury cars, gorgeous license plates. When the king donated 900 kilograms of gold worth more than 400 million yuan, it was Mr. Ma Yuliang, the general manager of Huaxia Gold in this city, who introduced him to Su Xingjie. Su Xingjie holds several positions. He is engaged in the business of antique collection and is a well-known figure in the city's business community. He has close contacts with senior government officials. It is said that his guests include the mayor, the old secretary, and even high-ranking officials from the capital. He is a man of great ability and extensive connections, and he is a very resourceful guy. Moreover, he is still very young, only in his 40s. Su Xingjie saw Wang Shang, smiled, and said hello to the group of people around him, then excused himself and quickly came to Wang Shang. Hey, Master Wang, it's you, coming here to buy a car? The king nodded. Yes, President Su. Su Xingjie asked with a smile. I wonder which car Mr. Wang has his eye on. This is the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I just placed the order and paid for it. Hee. The king said with a smile. Yes, Master Wang has great taste. Su Xingjie said with a smile. This Rolls-Royce is magnificent, luxurious, and stylish. Its overall aura really matches yours, Master Wang. President Su, you're too kind. Wang Shang said with a smile, thinking that Su Xingjie is indeed a big shot in the business world. He is good at dealing with people and is very versatile. With such communication and eloquence, it would be hard not to succeed. President Su, you're here too. Welcome. Your arrival really brightens up our humble dealership. Just at this moment, Jiang Yingxue came over, greeted him with a smile, and was friendly and warm. This is the famous President Su. Not to mention Jiang Yingxue, even her father, and even the old man of the Jiang family have to respect him. Miss Jiang, you're too polite, haha. By the way, President Su, what kind of car do you want to see? I can give you a detailed introduction. Jiang Yingxue said. No rush, no rush. You guys should finish the procedures for Mr. Wang's car first. Su Xingjie said with a smile. The two words, Wang Xiao, mean nothing when spoken by others. But this was said by Su Xingjie. What does this mean? Jiang Yingxue once again looked at the king with admiration. She originally thought that the king was just a nouveau riche, but now it seems that the king is definitely a person of status. Otherwise, how could Su Xingjie call him young Master Wang over and over again? Mr. Wang, all the paperwork for the car has been completed. In addition, our dealership can help you get a license plate. It's a temporary license plate, but you can get the official license plate in a month. Jiang Yingxue went to handle the procedure immediately, and when she was done, she came back and told the king with a smile. Soon everyone started talking about license plates. Many wealthy people like to make a big fuss about their license plates. For example, various leopard numbers and consecutive numbers, or some meaningful numbers, which are meant for good luck and to give face to others when they are drawn. But if you choose your own license plate, you generally won't find a particularly good one. Of course, with Mr. Wang's capital, he can definitely find those with better license plate numbers and spend money to buy them. Suddenly, Su Xingjie thought of something and said to Wang Shang with a smile, By the way, Mr. Wang, if you like it, I have a few license plates on hand that I can give to you. That's so embarrassing. The king waved his hands quickly. What's there to be embarrassed about? Master Wang is a great philanthropist in Jiangdu's philanthropic community. Your contributions to charity are obvious to all. If Master Wang doesn't mind a mere license plate, it would be my honor. Su Xingjie spoke sincerely. Okay then. The king did not refuse. Here, I have a license plate with the number Jang A88888 and another with the number Jang A66666. Su Xingjie mentioned several license plates in one breath. All of them were the best ones, 5/8s, 5/6s, super beautiful numbers that countless people dream of. And now, the king can choose whatever he wants. This is not just a matter of money. How could someone with a license plate like this be someone who is short of money? Which license plate did you like, young Master Wang? Okay, I'll immediately arrange for the registration of the new Rolls-Royce Cullinan you bought. Then, Jang A66666. Good. Soon, Su Xingjie made a phone call and asked his assistant to bring the license plate number information and other information, and found the staff of the Vehicle Management Office to transfer the ownership and register the license plate on the spot. You don't even need a temporary license. In China, if you have money and connections, you can be so willful. The license plate number is Jiang A66666, installed on this brand new Rolls-Royce Cullinan. The most luxurious SUV, with a gorgeous license plate with 5/6s. Everyone in the car dealership was extremely envious. President Su, who exactly is this young Master Wang? Why haven't I met such a person before? At this moment, Jiang Yingxue quietly pulled Su Xingjie aside and asked about it. He's a newly wealthy upstart who's emerged recently. We haven't investigated his background yet. Where does he get his money from? What kind of business is he in? I'm not sure. Anyway, he just donated a truckload of gold to our city not long ago. What? A cart of gold? A cart of gold. That's right. It's a truckload of gold, worth hundreds of millions. Don't tell anyone about this. Ni Xingxue, if it weren't for the fact that your father and I are close friends, I wouldn't be telling you this. Don't worry, Uncle Su, I won't tell anyone. After finding out, Jiang Yingxue was shocked. Once again, she refreshed her understanding of the king and was filled with awe. Nowadays, there are more and more newly wealthy people emerging, but there are still too few who can donate tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of dollars at will. Not to mention, donating hundreds of millions is such a huge gesture. Bye, President Su, see you another day. Driving the car with the electric windows rolled down, Wang Shang, who was delighted to get the new car, said hello to Su Xingjie and drove away in a dashing manner. After sending Jiang Win home, Wang Shang continued driving. After all, he had just picked up a new car. As a man, sometimes his love for cars is unreasonable. He wished he could stay in the car all day long. Of course, although the small supermarket has to continue to open, he no longer relies on it to make money. He can open it when he wants to and close it when he doesn't want to. The only thing that gave him a headache was that when his parents came back and saw that he was not looking after the store, they would definitely scold him, saying that he was not doing his job properly and was too lazy to do even such a simple thing as looking after the store. Counting the days, there are still 3 days until my parents come back. What worries the king now is that he has so much money and has bought a house and a car. How can he explain this to his parents? Assets worth tens of millions can be placed in the card. However, the house and car are all in plain sight, so there must be a reasonable explanation. That's right. Just say you won a prize, and then you and your friends made some investments, and luckily you made a lot of money. In his mind, he thought about whether there was any excuse that could be used to fool people. Chapter 22. You two are not suitable at all. Boom boom. Without thinking anymore, the king completely let himself go and drove the Cullinan. He stepped on the accelerator deeply, and the engine immediately responded with a strong roar. Cullinan was running wildly on the streets of Jiangdu. Owning such a luxury car is, I have to say, very attractive. Along the way, many people expressed admiration and screams. Arriving at Marriott Plaza, Wang Shang drove the car to the underground garage. Wow, Rolls-Royce Cullinan. If I drive this car out to pick up girls, it's definitely a great weapon. TSK Tisk, that's right. If you use this car to pick up girls, it's a surefire way to pick them up. Oh my goodness, this car is said to be the most expensive SUV ever. It probably costs several million. Fuck, look at the license plate. Jiang A66666. Jiang A66666. It's a scam. Such an awesome license plate, paired with the Cullinan, is a perfect match. I'm afraid the value of this license plate is not even cheaper than the car. Even if you have money, you can't get such a bad license plate. You need social connections, and influence. Many people noticed this Cullinan and were amazed and envious. Some sharp-eyed people even noticed the license plate on the Cullinan. There was a constant stream of surprise and admiration for the license plate. Nowadays, cars like Pagani Windy, Koenigsegg, and Lamborghini Veneno are so rare that there are only a few of them in the whole of China. Do you really think that anyone who sees them on the street can recognize them at a glance? And then scream with envy and jealousy? It doesn't exist. Most ordinary people cannot afford cars of that level. But anyone who knows a little about cars can recognize Rolls-Royce, with its distinctive double R logo and SUV with such obvious features. Moreover, not only is the king's car in bad shape, but the license plate is even worse. Amidst waves of envious gazes, the king drove the car into the underground garage, parked it, and then came to the commercial street. The key to coming here is that I'm a little hungry. Then, the clothes I was wearing were a bit old and needed to be changed. After all, he is a billionaire now. Although Marriott International Plaza has 10 office buildings, all of which are his properties, the commercial street below has nothing to do with him. There are many brand stores and restaurants here, attracting many people to come shopping, buying things, eating, and so on. The king planned to buy a new set of clothes first, hoping to transform himself and no longer be a loser wearing big shorts and a worn-out shirt. On both sides of the pedestrian street are many major international and domestic brand stores. He simply skipped over domestic brands. Where domestic brands? You can't even talk about it. Okay. Then, there are international brands. He didn't like Jack Jones, Mark Fairwell, and Versace very much, so he skipped them. I don't know if it's because his aesthetic concept doesn't match these brands, but anyway, I just don't feel anything for them. After a quick look, he took a fancy to the men's clothing brand Hugo Boss. The commercial street of Marriott International Plaza is the top business district in Jiangdu, and of course there is no shortage of big brands. Hugo Boss is one of them. Hugo Boss is a world-renowned luxury brand originating from Germany. Its main business includes men's and women's clothing, perfumes, watches, and other accessories, with men's clothing being the main focus. Based on the design concept of exquisite and natural dressing rules, it launches various series of men's clothing around the current fashionable and cool trend elements. It insists on using superior design, carefully selected materials, and pure handmade products, integrating modern aesthetics to present the most elegant mood and self-charm. This is one of the world's top menswear brands, often ranked among the top 3 by major media outlets. Absolutely a big brand, world-class. The king entered the store. I don't know why this time I didn't receive the same cold reception as the last time I bought a house. A young and beautiful sales lady greeted him with a sweet smile. Hello, sir. Welcome to Hugo Boss. How may I help you? Seeing such a beautiful sales lady, the king's eyes lit up. On the pedestrian street, there are often beautiful women everywhere, especially now that the weather is hot. They are dressed in cool clothes, showing their waists and legs. However, beauties like the one in front of you, who wear light makeup, have delicate features and a graceful figure, are rare. Moreover, she tied her hair up and her face shape was quite perfect. A pair of lively eyes, clear and bright. In the king's opinion, such a beauty is definitely 90 points. Oh, I'm just looking around and want to buy some clothes. Is there anything suitable? Could you recommend some to me? The king was a little embarrassed. After all, this was the first time in his life that he had entered such a high-end luxury men's clothing store. Tension is inevitable. Okay, sir. Hugo Boss is a well-known men's clothing brand. They've recently launched several new casual suits and shirts. Look over here. This is... Soon, with the introduction of the beautiful saleswoman, Wang Shang chose a light, gray casual suit and a white shirt. Sir, you have a really good taste. This casual suit is the main style in our store. It is made of first-class materials and is completely handmade. The style is very suitable for us Chinese people. In addition, it is also very comfortable to wear. You can try it on. The beautiful saleswoman is very enthusiastic. The king felt very comfortable. This shopping experience made him willing and impulsive to spend money. No need to try, just wrap it up. He smiled slightly and glanced at the price tag on the clothes. 24,900 yuan. A suit costs 20 or 30,000. In the past, the king would not even dare to think about it. But now, it's just a drizzle. Sir, do you really not need to try it on? The beautiful saleswoman Su Qinxi was stunned. This was a dress worth tens of thousands of dollars, so why wouldn't she try it on? Need not. The king answered simply. Su Qinxi didn't know what to say. After all, this was not buying cabbage at the vegetable market, but a luxury suit worth tens of thousands of dollars. No matter what, he should try it on and see how it looks on him. However, the young man in front of him wanted to wrap it up directly. This was the first time she had seen such a generous and magnanimous person. The shirt is nice too, pack it up too. The king pointed at the white shirt again. The price is listed above, 3,890 yuan. Well, suddenly, Su Qinxi was distracted, then quickly came to his senses and nodded. At this moment, a figure walked over. It's an acquaintance. Is it you, Your Majesty? Zhu Xiaoxia. Zhu Xiaoxia, the best friend of my ex-girlfriend Zhang Lily. This is a girl who is a bit fat and looks about 70 or 80 points. Although she doesn't have a good appearance and figure, she has always regarded herself as a slightly plump goddess and is proud of it. She has always felt that the king is not worthy of Zhang Lili. Hey, aren't you with Zhang Lili? A hint of contempt appeared in Zhu Xiaoxia's eyes. No, I broke up with her, Wang Shang said calmly. It seemed that Zhu Xiaoxia didn't know that he had broken up with Zhang Lili. I guess Zhang Lili still had the fantasy of winning back his heart and becoming a rich man's wife, so she didn't tell anyone about the breakup. Breakup? Zhu Xiaoxia was stunned for a moment, then showed an expression that said, "You see, I knew it would be like this. Actually, you two are not suitable at all." Chapter 23, I am a billionaire, I am showing my cards. After Zhu Xiaoxia said this, she unexpectedly discovered that there was no emotion on the king's face. In her impression, Wang Shang has always been pursuing Zhang Lili. It is a typical case of a strong woman and a weak man. The woman is very strong, while the man is very compromising and even humble. To put it bluntly, he is a bootlicker. Lily has actually always been hanging on to this king, waiting to find someone better. Based on my judgment of Lily, she will break up with the king sooner or later. Zhu Xiaoxia thought secretly. She felt sad for the king. Boys like this are so pitiful. You're right. I'm not suitable for Zhang Lili. The king smiled calmly and said, "By the way, what are you doing here?" Zhu Xiaoxia showed a puzzled look, and suddenly she said to herself in relief, "That's right. After breaking up with Lily, you should treat yourself better and stop being such a lapdog. You've spent a lot of money on Lily over the past year, right? It's time to spend some money on yourself and buy yourself some nice clothes." The king smiled but said nothing. "But this shop's prices are a bit high. When you were with Lily, she never brought you here. She always asked you to take her to women's clothing stores and spend money on her. Don't tell me, Your Majesty, you're quite handsome, but a little poor. If you lower your standards and don't look for pretty city girls like Lily, you can still find a girl who's genuinely good to you." Zhu Xiaoxia pretended to speak with great seriousness. "I'm going to tell you something you don't want to hear. Considering your current situation, with your family running a small, shabby supermarket and no real jobs, and your parents not being retirees from state-owned enterprises, your family's financial situation would truly put you in the poverty class in a big city like Jiangdu. With Zhang Lili's consumer values, it's perfectly normal for her to look down on you. It was like a bullet being fired from a gun, talking nonstop. And this one, wrap it up too. This one too. This belt, and these shoes." The king continued to choose clothes, shoes, and belts. "Zhu Xiaoxia, go ahead and talk. I'm listening." Noticing Zhu Xiaoxia's surprised look, the king said with a smile. At this moment, Su Qinxi was stunned. "What's going on?" Mr. Wang asked for a suit, several shirts, leather shoes, belts, and other things, and said he wanted to pack them up. "Is that true? Su Qinxi, you really packed it up for him? Don't be ridiculous, I know him. He just broke up with my best friend. How could he have the money to spend in our boss store? He must have been stimulated. Hurry and hang up the clothes and other things." Seeing Su Qinxi's confused look, Zhu Xiaoxia hurried over and said this. "Do you really know each other?" Su Qinxi asked blankly. "Of course," Zhu Xiaoxia said firmly. "But this gentleman said to pack everything up. He is the customer, and the customer is God." Su Qinxi said hurriedly. "What kind of God is this? Any shirt here costs thousands of dollars. He runs a small supermarket at home, and it's hard for him to buy $1,000 piece of clothing for my best friend. How can he possibly afford it?" Zhu Xiaoxia looked disdainful. "Zhu Xiaoxia, you said I've already split up with Zhang Lili, so why should I save money? What's the point of keeping tens of millions? I have to spend it all, squander it. Don't stop me, just do what you need to do." The king did not feel annoyed, but instead felt a different kind of pleasure. Because Zhu Xiaoxia still thought that he was still the poor boy with nothing. Zhu Xiaoxia was stunned at first, then burst into laughter. "Laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Laughing so hard. I laughed so hard that tears came out." "What are you laughing at?" Wang Shang shook his head helplessly. Forget it, forget it. I can't tell you. No wonder you and Zhang Lili are best friends. You're both the same. You have tens of millions? Even if you have tens of millions, I still have hundreds of millions. It's so funny." Zhu Xiaoxia looked at Wang Shang as if he were a monster. Immediately, she showed a look of regret. "I get it. You're upset and devastated after being dumped by Lily. I completely understand. I'm sorry for what you've been through, but people always have to move on. I didn't mean to laugh at you just now. I just thought what you said was ridiculous. If you had tens of millions, how could someone as greedy and vain as Lily break up with you? Find a good job and work hard. With your looks, if you work hard, there's definitely a good girl out there for you." After hearing what Zhu Xiaoxia said, the king paused for a moment and then said earnestly, Zhu Xiaoxia, you're a good person in every way, except that you're a little narrow-minded. If you hadn't just said all that, and hadn't been so honest and sincere, I would have bought this shop and had you pack up and leave. Zhu Xiaoxia was stunned. What the hell is going on? You take over the shop and let me pack up and leave? Why are you so serious, making it seem like it's real? Okay, I'm done pretending. I'm a billionaire, and I'm telling you my cards. After saying that, the king took out the super VIP black card and handed it to Su Chenxi. Calculate the total cost of the clothes, shoes, and belts you just packed. Take it and pay with the card. Okay, Mr. Wang. You bought 3 suits, 5 shirts, 2 pairs of leather shoes, and 2 belts. Let me calculate the cost for you. Su Chenxi took the calculator and started calculating. The total is 233,450 yuan. After making the calculation, Su Chenxi raised his head and looked at the king. Swipe the card. Why are you looking at me? The king said calmly. Okay. Su Chenxi felt nervous. Normally, customers who came to this store to spend money would buy 1 or 2 suits and spend tens of thousands of dollars, which was considered a good amount. Can he really pay? Insert the card into the POS machine, and then Wang Shang enters the password. Byte. Card swiping successful. He actually paid. This ordinary young man, within a short while of entering the store, spent a fortune on clothes and shoes worth more than 200,000 yuan. Exaggerate. It's too exaggerated. Su Chenxi was even more shocked. It turns out that this young gentleman is really a rich man. Really paid? Over 200,000. Seeing this scene, Zhu Xiaoxia was completely dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes hard. How could all this be so unreal? Please keep your card, sir. Su Chenxi held the card in both hands and handed it back to the king. At this moment, she is excited and happy. Because, with a sales volume of more than 200,000, she, as a salesperson, can get a commission of about 8 to 10 points, which is more than 20,000. On this day, he could earn more sales commission from the customer Wang than he could earn in a whole month. Your Majesty, you really bought so much. Why didn't you look for me when you came? You're so reserved. Seeing Su Chenxi's happy look, Zhu Xiaoxia regretted it so much that she stammered to the king, full of regret. I don't know what you're talking about. But the king waved his hand and didn't want to say any more nonsense to Zhu Xiaoxia. Chapter 24 Top Fighting Techniques. Looking at so many large and small bags, the king was a little troubled. How do I get it? By the way, Mr. Wang, we can deliver these things to the place you specify. Su Chenxi said hurriedly. Okay, help me get to the car. Okay, it's my honor to serve you. The king didn't need to worry about the big and small bags of things, because Su Chenxi specially called a waiter to come over and help carry them to the car. Your Majesty, wait. Seeing Wang Shang walking out of the boss store, Zhu Xiaoxia hurriedly followed him, took 2 handbags, and helped deliver things, actually trying to get close to him. Your Majesty, I never thought you were so rich. Lily was so blind to break up with you. Your Majesty, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to dinner. All the way to the garage. When the king opened the door of the Cullen Inn and opened the trunk, Zhu Xiaoxia was shocked again. She knows this car. Rolls-Royce Cullen Inn. This is a car worth several million. The king used to only drive an electric tricycle. Now the changes are so huge. It's true, he's a billionaire now. Mr. Wang, this is my WeChat. Please scan it. If you encounter any quality issues with the Boss brand clothing or shoes you purchased in the future, or if you have any needs regarding cleaning and maintenance, please contact me. Our Boss store provides free services. At this time, Su Chenxi took out his mobile phone and opened his WeChat QR code. All right. The king nodded, scanned her WeChat, and added her as a friend. This is a normal process, and the Boss store provides after-sales service to customers. But in Zhu Xiaoxia's opinion, this move made her envious and jealous. Although she is Zhang Lily's best friend, she still doesn't have the king's WeChat. In the past, I was disdainful of adding Wang Shang as a WeChat friend because I thought he was too poor and had no future. Now, there is no chance. Soon, the king drove away. Your Majesty, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Zhu Xiaoxia kept waving at Cullen Inn, trying to keep the king, but unfortunately he ignored her. She is really. I want to cry, but I have no tears. Hey Lily, what's going on? Why did you break up with the king? I took out my cell phone and called Zhang Lily. She was going crazy and was hysterically complaining about her best friend on the phone. Are you crazy? The king drives a luxury car worth millions, and he casually spends hundreds of thousands of dollars in my boss's luxury men's clothing store where I work, and you think he's poor? I dare say that in all of Jiangdu, there are very few young people richer than the king. After being criticized and scolded by her best friend, Zhang Lily on the other end of the phone was instantly reminded of the source of her pain and burst into tears. Oh my God, Xiaoxia, do you think I would break up with my current king? I didn't know. I really didn't know. He's so rich. Did you know that just the day before yesterday, he actually used a tricycle to pull a cart of gold and came to the Huaxia gold store where I worked to sell it. A whole ton of gold. That day, he got a ton of pure gold from nowhere, worth hundreds of millions. Oh my God, what sin have I committed? I missed out on such a handsome billionaire, and I was the one who broke up with him because I thought the bag he gave me wasn't good enough and that he was just a small supermarket owner. Zhang Lili burst into tears and snot. After buying clothes, Wang Shang returned to the small supermarket, parked his car in a parking lot not far away, then walked home, ordered some takeout, and had a delicious meal. Originally, the duplex mansion in Tianyue City was already available for occupancy, but he was still used to living here. Because, although the house is a dilapidated old house and is right behind a small supermarket, it is where he has lived for more than 20 years and he has developed feelings for it. Your Majesty, you are back? Why don't you open your business all day long? That's right. If our neighbors want to buy something, they have to go a long way. In the alley, the uncles and aunts from the neighborhood started complaining when they saw the king. In fact, it is also a kind of concern. Oh, I've been busy with some business with my friends these days, so I might not be able to keep the supermarket open all the time. Sorry, everyone. The king quickly went to open the door of the supermarket. Taking advantage of this little time at night, he could keep the door open a little longer and provide more convenience to the neighbors nearby. Your Majesty, this won't work. If you're really busy, you can hire someone to help you look after the store. A neighbor made a suggestion. The king suddenly thought that this was a good idea. Just hire someone and it will be done. It will save you a lot of trouble. After all, I am a billionaire now, and it is too cheap to look at a small shabby supermarket. So he picked up his phone, posted a circle of friends, and sent a message on the convenient platform in the same city. After taking pictures of the environment of the small supermarket, post a few photos and add text. Hiring a store clerk. Monthly salary. Base salary 10,000 plus commission. Job description. Watching the store. The contact person and telephone number are clearly written. Done. Wang Shang felt that the conditions were generous enough, so he just looked at the store. With a monthly income of tens of thousands, there would definitely be a lot of people contacting him tomorrow to apply for the job. No problem. He slept soundly that night. The next day, as usual, the king went into the supermarket and prepared to open it for business. He took out a bottle of drink and opened the lid. Bite. Today's $1 redemption bonus opportunity has been activated. Do you want to redeem it? The king responded skillfully. 1 yuan for purchase. Ding. Congratulations to the host. 1 yuan exchange successful. Host's current wealth value -1. Host receives reward, top fighting skills. World's top fighting technique. The king was stunned. What is going on? There is such a special reward? It's not just money and wealth, but fighting skills. Wow. The king suddenly felt a pain and numbness throughout his body, and his head felt as if it was about to burst. It was as if an electric current suddenly penetrated into his body, almost making him swell and explode. He fainted. He slept until the afternoon before waking up. Looking at my phone, there are about 30 missed calls and dozens of unread messages on WeChat. Damn, what's going on? The king was a little annoyed. The shutter door was half open and he didn't know if there were any thieves in the store. Why did I fall asleep? Bang. He slammed the counter angrily. Bang. In an instant, the entire counter was smashed to pieces by him. The glass of the counter was shattered all over the floor, and the stone counter surface was also shattered. It really is like this, it was broken. So fierce. The king felt that his body had changed. He just used a little strength and felt extremely powerful. When I looked at my arms again, I almost peed my pants with fright. Arms full of muscles, one piece at a time. He hurried to the bathroom and took off his shirt. He was completely shocked. 8 abdominal muscles and perfect lines are displayed before your eyes. Chapter 25 Childhood Sweethearts. How could the king not know what his body looks like? He was originally very thin, nearly 1.8 meters tall, and weighed less than 110 pounds. After taking off his clothes, his body was full of ribs, so where were the muscles? But now he has completely changed. His body has become stronger, his 8-pack abs have appeared, and his skin has become very tight. The king in the past was thin and somewhat handsome, but also a little sickly. He was not particularly sunny and healthy, and was often ill. It's different now. The temperament and feeling he exudes are completely free of any trace of morbidity, thinness, or even weakness. He is completely healthy, sunny, and full of strength. His eyes have become very masculine and resolute. Oh my God, I've changed so much. Could it be because he obtained the top-level fighting technique? The king touched his chin, extremely shocked. This system is absolutely full of malpractices. Not only will he be rewarded with wealth, but he will also be rewarded with a perfect figure, strong muscles, and a strong physique. This is so rare. What's the point of having money? When you have no money, having money is just a dream. Once you have money, wealth is not so important. The most important thing is to improve your personal charm and physical fitness. Then I looked at myself in the mirror, and then at the counter that had been smashed to pieces by my own light slap. The king knew that this was not a dream. It's true. He stood up straight, and just as he had the idea of throwing a few punches, many fighting techniques quickly emerged in his mind. Then the fists, legs, and feet have muscle memory, and any punches you perform will become a set of top-level fighting boxing techniques. This is awesome. The king has been a kung fu fan since he was young. When he was little, he didn't like studying and wanted to go to Shaolin to learn martial arts. Now, my dream has finally come true. I have a strong body and top-notch fighting skills. Okay, it's time to get down to business. He took out his cell phone and looked at the unread WeChat messages. First is the information in the circle of friends. Wow, we're hiring shop assistants with a base salary of 10,000. I'll sign up. I can work you until you're bankrupt. We're hiring shop assistants with a base salary of 10,000 yuan plus bonuses. Even big supermarkets don't dare to hire like this. Your Majesty, you are getting swollen. Did you add an extra zero? Your Majesty, is your small supermarket so powerful now? Please take me in, Brother Wang. I'm quitting real estate sales. I want to be a clerk in your supermarket. Can I? Many people responded to the recruitment information he posted yesterday on WeChat Moments. In addition, many people responded to the information he posted on the local convenient information platform and expressed their desire to apply for the job. The king took a quick look at it. What's more interesting is that some old acquaintances, old classmates, etc., almost all responded with ridicule and mockery, and they just wanted to watch the fun and not mind making trouble. They all felt that the conditions offered by Wang Shang were ridiculous. How could they hire a store clerk with a base salary of 10,000 yuan? However, the two girls I met these past 2 days, Jang Win, who sells real estate, and Su Chinsi, who sells luxury clothing, responded very positively and wanted to quit their jobs to become shop assistants. While replying to the message, he opened the supermarket door. Ding dong. Welcome. At this time, customers came to the small supermarket. It's a girl. Very beautiful girl. She is fair-skinned, about 1.65 meters tall, with a neat ponytail, and wears a simple denim jacket and jeans, which outlines her slender and long legs. Her whole body exudes a youthful aura. When a girl smiles, she has dimples on her face, which makes her look particularly pure and charming. Brother King. The word brother is so sweet. The king put down his phone and looked in the direction of the sound. Zhou Yuqi, is that you? This pretty girl, named Zhou Yuqi, is a neighbor nearby and is Wang Shang's childhood sweetheart. You're on summer vacation, right? Sit down, I'll get you a glass of water. Wang Shang quickly walked out from the counter, moved a chair, asked Zhou Yuqi to sit down, and then went to pour water. Thanks. Zhou Yuqi smiles very sweetly. Yeah, I'm back to play during summer vacation. By the way, Brother Wang, where are your parents? I went to my grandmother's house a few days ago and will be staying for a while before coming back. Wang Shang brought a cup of water and handed it to her. Thanks. Don't be so polite. You, really have gone to college outside. Your temperament has changed. You are polite and courteous, and you are getting more and more beautiful. The king praised with a smile. The most profound impression in his memory is the little snotty Zhou Yuqi who followed him around when he was a child. Now, the little slug has grown into a beautiful lady with graceful figure. No, stop teasing me. I'm not teasing you. I'm serious. By the way, now that you're in college, do you have a boyfriend? When you get home, bring him home so that the neighbors can see him and check him out for you. Wang Shang said with a gossipy smile. Brother Wang, look at what you said. I'm only a freshman in college. How can I talk about a boyfriend? Besides, my studies are my priority. Why do I feel that you despise me because I won't be able to get married in the future? Zhou Yuqi pouted and said unhappily. The king said hurriedly, no way, I'm joking. How could our sister Yuqi not be able to get married? Just wait and see, you'll be spoiled for choice. You said when we were little that you would marry me. Zhou Yuqi murmured softly. The king was slightly stunned and asked hurriedly, Yuqi, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Zhou Yuqi quickly changed the subject. By the way, Brother Wang, how's business at the small supermarket? How's your girlfriend, Sister Zhang Lily? Faced with her question, the king had a complicated expression. Business is just average. Zhang Lily, I've already broken up with her. Although he said it with a smile, after all, it was a breakup, and for a man, it is inevitable to feel a little lost. The hesitation in his eyes could not be hidden. Such loss and melancholy inadvertently made Zhou Yuqi, an 18 or 19-year-old girl, deeply intoxicated. We've been together for over a year, and it was just one-sided pursuit on my part, but she still despises me for being poor. That's normal, right? It's better to break up. The king lit a cigarette and said something simple. He had no complaints, only relief and liberation. The charming figure, toned muscles, temperament, and feeling emanating from his body once again deeply attracted Zhou Yuqi. The current king is a master of top-level martial arts, with a perfect figure and masculine muscles. How could the inexperienced Zhou Yuqi resist all this? My previous vision was really not very good. The king smiled self-deprecatingly. Brother Wang, don't be sad. You are so outstanding, you will definitely find the most suitable girl. Zhou Yuqi comforted him with heartache. Thank you. The king habitually reached out and touched her head, his eyes full of tenderness. The tenderness, love, and pampering of the big brother next door. Or just pat the head to kill. Zhou Yuqi was completely defeated. In her eyes, her brother the king is more handsome and more manly than before. Although she went out to study and met so many handsome and talented boys from all over the world, looking around the world, she felt that the most handsome and secure place was to stay with her childhood sweetheart, Brother Wang. No one could replace that feeling. Chapter 26, Jang Win's request. By the way, what are you planning to do during your 2-month vacation? The king asked with a smile. Well, find a part-time job, work during the day, and go home to spend time with my parents at night. Zhou Yuqi said obediently. Part-time job? Oh, I happen to have a job here. How about you? Can you help me run the store? The king's eyes lit up. Isn't this a ready-made employee? Watching the shop? Yes, I'm just helping to look after the store. I've been very busy lately, running errands, and recently I've teamed up with a friend to start a business. Brother King, you are truly outstanding. This is the job posting I sent out. The monthly salary is 10,000 yuan, which is just the base salary. If you do well, you can get bonuses. If you come, Sister Yuqi, I'll give you 20,000 yuan, and the bonus will be doubled. Oh my god, is this true? I'd definitely agree. Watching the shop is such an easy job, and the salary is so high. Brother Wang, you're so kind. Zhou Yuqi was suddenly very excited. She couldn't help herself and hugged the king's neck without thinking. Just when she was about to kiss him, Zhou Yuqi finally realized that everyone had grown up, and she was a grown-up girl too. How can you be so frivolous? In an instant, her cheeks turned red. Sister Yuqi, what's wrong with you? Oh no, nothing. Don't think running a store is easy. You have to keep records of how much you sell every day. When the delivery person comes, you're responsible for counting the goods and making sure there are no mistakes. The king said this deliberately in a serious tone. Okay, any more? Also, when collecting debts, you must make sure the accounts are clear and don't make any mistakes. What else? No more. The king thought for a long time, but still didn't know what else he should pay attention to. Isn't it easy to run a store? It's not a technical job. Zhou Yuqi is a college student after all, so it's easy for her to do it. Let's do it right away. Although we are very familiar with each other, we still need to have a contract. Wang Shang quickly drafted an employment contract on the computer, printed it out, signed it himself, and then asked Zhou Yuqi to sign it. It clearly states the method of hiring, working hours, and salary. Salaries are paid in advance on the 5th of every month. Seeing this, Zhou Yuqi was a little stunned. Because today is the 5th. Early release. What's the meaning? Wang Shang picked up his phone, opened Zhou Yuqi's WeChat, and transferred 20,000 yuan. Okay, this month's salary has been paid to you, so take good care of the store. The king narrowed his eyes and smiled, hiding his identity and name. This operation is so cool. Zhou Yuqi. Soon, Zhou Yuqi, who got the storekeeper job with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, happily went to work and sat behind the counter instead of Wang Shang. As for the counter that was smashed by the king, he made a phone call and ordered a brand new counter made of marble, which was extremely hard and sturdy. He just had to replace the old one. Sister Yuqi, please take care of the store. I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. The king waved to Zhou Yuqi and left in a leisurely manner. Brother King. Zhou Yuqi's delicate little hand, which had just been raised, fell down helplessly, because the king slipped away very quickly. After coming out, Wang went to the parking lot opposite, took the key, opened the door of Cullinan, and got in. A phone call came in. It was Jang Win calling. What's wrong, Miss Jiang? Stop talking nonsense. I have something to talk to you about. Go ahead. Well, you bought a Cullinan at my cousin's dealership yesterday. That evening, my cousin found me and asked me to ask you out. She's organizing a party and wants you to attend. Invite me to join? I don't know her at all. The king showed no interest at all. He probably knew that the so-called parties organized by Jiang Wenwen's cousin Jiang Yingxue were mostly dinner parties for the circle of wealthy children in the city. He is not one of those people, so there is no need for him to join in the fun. She said she wanted to thank you for buying a new car at the dealership, which boosted her sales. She wanted to invite a big client like you to dinner to express her gratitude. Could you please give her some face? Please. Jang Win begged on the phone in a playful and cute tone. Oh well. The king had no choice but to agree. He was a soft-hearted man, especially when a girl begged for mercy. He was helpless. As for boosting performance, that's all nonsense, because the car dealership belongs to Jiang Yingshua's family, and she is not a salesperson. She has a big family and a lot of money. So how can she talk about performance? Great. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll take a taxi and come find you later. I'd better come to you. It's more convenient for me to drive. That's fine. That's very kind of you. On the phone, Jang Win acted coquettishly, and it felt very sweet. The king felt like he was really in a relationship. His heart felt as if it was filled with honey, and he felt very comfortable. Looking back, I pursued Zhang Lily so hard. That was not love at all. It was just one-sided thinking, and I was just a bootlicker. The interaction between me and Jang Win now is what beautiful love looks like. Since he had agreed, the king still attached great importance to this banquet. After returning home, he took a good bath and changed into the luxury suit, shirt, tie, etc. he bought at the boss's store yesterday. Put on shiny leather shoes. Just by doing this, the whole person is completely sublimated. Now he has a perfect figure, a strong body, sexy abdominal muscles, and is very masculine. This outfit makes him look almost perfect, just like a male model. Plus, he has money, top-notch fighting skills, temperament, and feeling. He is a total male god. Get in Cullinan and go. Half an hour later, he successfully arrived at the location address sent by Jang Win. This is the entrance to a residential complex. It is considered to be an older residential area in Jiangdu. Jang Win's home is here. Jang Win, who is now single, lives with her parents. She usually goes to work and stays at home after work, watching TV series and planting flowers and plants. Her life is simple, even a little boring. But she likes this kind of life, simple and comfortable, without so many desires, and more Buddhist. But her parents have been busy urging her to find a boyfriend and get married soon in the past 2 years. Maybe the older generation is like this. Your cousin has finally taken notice of you and brought you to a dinner party this time. You have to behave well. If you meet a nice boy, don't be too shy. You can be a little more proactive. That's right. Your parents don't want you to stay at home and become an old maid, unable to get married, and be laughed at by the neighbors. Stop talking. My daughter is so beautiful. With these conditions, I have to pick a good one. So don't worry about it. My mother was urging me at home and was very anxious. Sometimes she even criticized my daughter Jang Win for all her faults. As for Dad, he was speaking well of Jang Win. After all, she is my precious daughter and my father loves her the most. Okay, I get it. But, after dressing up carefully, Jang Win went out and went downstairs with her bag. Chapter 27. Come, smoke a cigarette. Wow. Where's Cullinan? Rolls-Royce Cullinan. It's said to be the most expensive SUV in the world. So domineering. Don't just look at the car, look at the license plate. 5 6s. That's a ripoff. This is the real 666. No, not 666, but 66,666. Although the residential complex where Jang Win lives is quite old, it was definitely a high-end community in the past. Many people coming in and out of it were highly qualified and educated people such as teachers, lawyers, doctors, and some people within the system. They may not be as rich as those nouveau riche, but they are definitely cultured and knowledgeable. Many people recognize Cullinan at a glance when they see it as soon as they walk out of the community. Moreover, those people within the system are very sensitive to license plate numbers. Such a license plate number means not only wealth, but also power. In China, never think that money is everything. In addition to being rich, having connections and building relationships with high-level officials is the key. Otherwise, a gust of wind may pass by, and at no time will your wealth shrink rapidly or even disappear. Amidst the envy of countless people, the king was leisurely sitting in the car, lighting a cigarette, opening the window, and smoking leisurely. Hey, young man, your car is so cool. How much did you buy it for? An old man came over with his hands behind his back and a smile on his face, and asked, Uncle, my car doesn't cost much, just over 7 million. The king smiled and handed the uncle a cigarette. Over 7 million? Oh my goodness. Over 7 million is enough to buy several houses in Jiangdu. The old man took the cigarette handed to him by the king, lit it up, took a deep breath, and continued. Young man, you are so rich and handsome. You drive such a nice car, and this license plate is amazing. No. The king was very humble. Soon, many people gathered around and started chatting about this Cullinan and its super cool license plate. Come on, let's smoke some cigarettes. Come, Have a cigarette. The king was not vague. He himself was an ordinary citizen, living in a small alley. He lived with the flavor of everyday life. He passed cigarettes to people and chatted with them. He was very down to earth and felt very comfortable. Just because you are worth billions now, you can't look down on others. That's not right. Boy, you're amazing. At such a young age, driving a car worth over 7 million yuan with such a shady license plate. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hiss. The young man is handsome, rich, and he's giving out cigarettes to everyone. He's quite open-minded. What a nice young man. You're welcome. Faced with all the praise, the king responded with a smile, being as humble and polite as ever. By the way, young man, do you have a partner? At this moment, the enthusiastic ants started to get busy and start looking for a partner for Luo. Not yet, maybe. The king smiled, feeling a little embarrassed. You have all these conditions, but you still don't have a partner? No, I have to find someone for you. By the way, old Zhang, isn't your daughter still single? Yes, old Zhang's daughter is very beautiful and a top student. There was a flurry of discussion. The king smiled and thought to himself that everyone was too enthusiastic and he couldn't handle it anymore. Look at the time. Why hasn't Jang Win come down yet? Just as he was about to make a phone call to ask, a graceful figure appeared before his eyes. As soon as Jang Win came down, she saw a large group of people gathered here. She thought there had been a traffic accident, but when she looked at it, she almost laughed out loud. It turned out that many old men and women in the community were surrounding the king's Cullinan, and when listening carefully, several of the women were trying to introduce a girl to the king. Jang Win, dressed in a beautiful dress, was so beautiful that she quickly attracted the attention of many people around her when she appeared there. Almost everyone in the community knows that the most beautiful girl is Jang Win, the daughter of the Jiang family, who works in real estate sales. Moreover, because the Jiang family is related to the Jiang family, a wealthy family in Jiangdu, Jang Win is not only the most beautiful girl, but also a girl with wealthy blood. Just now, an old lady thought of introducing Jang Win to the king. But then he thought again. No, Jang Win is the beauty of the neighborhood, and she has the blood of the wealthy Jiang family. Ordinary people are definitely not worthy of her, not even wealthy nouveau riche. But at this moment, in everyone's eyes, Jang Win and Wang Shang looked at each other. Jang Win, get in the car quickly. Okay. Jang Win got in the car. Bye, uncles and aunties. The king waved out the car window at a group of stunned old men and women, then drove away with a smile. What's going on? Didn't Jang Win say she didn't have a boyfriend? Jang Win is dating someone? It's true. You really have high standards. You found such a handsome boy, and he's so rich too. I really envy the Jiang family. Inside the car, Wang Shang drove the car and, following the place named Jang Win mentioned, located it and navigated to the destination. Glancing at the beauty in the passenger seat, the king suddenly felt pleased. A girl with a short skirt, high heels, long legs, fair skin, beautiful looks, and good temperament, sitting in the passenger seat is the greatest sense of accomplishment for the man driving the car. Jang Win, you look very formal today. The king started chatting casually. Jang Win smiled and said, yeah, it has to be more formal, otherwise my cousin will say I'm old-fashioned again. How can you be old-fashioned? You are very beautiful, and the way you dress today is especially beautiful. The king praised. Thank you. After being praised by her, Jang Win's heart felt as sweet as if it were filled with honey. Being praised by others and being praised by the king are completely different feelings. Wang Shang thought, isn't there a saying nowadays that the more successful a man is, the more beautiful and long-legged the girl sitting in the passenger seat will be? It seems that it is true. Not long after, the car arrived at the destination. A lush private garden area with mountains and lakes. At the entrance is an oversized marble gate with the words, Yujin Mountain. There are guards standing upright on both sides of the sentry box at the entrance. They look very energetic and imposing. Jiang Yingxue had informed the king in advance about arranging a banquet and inviting him to come, so now he could drive in directly. The railing was raised, and the guard at the sentry box gave a standard military salute. Driving a luxury car and going in and out of such high-end places, he really is a person of high status. Where is this? Yujin Mountain? I've never been here before. The king drove along the road inside, winding upwards. Chapter 28, Jiangdu Rich Boys Circle. Jiangdu Yujinshan is the most luxurious villa area in the area. It has been developed for more than 10 years and is also the oldest villa area. At this time, Jang Win began to explain. It's said that 80% of Jiangdu's top-tier wealthy people, as well as high-ranking political and business figures, live here. Of course, my cousin's home is also here. Any villa here is worth over 20 million. For a third-tier city like Jiangdu, this is absolutely a sky-high price. Yeah, a villa worth tens of millions. Looking at the whole Jiangdu, how many people can afford to live there? The king nodded, agreeing deeply. Your cousin's family is so rich, so your Jiang family must be a well-known and wealthy family in Jiangdu. Then why do you and your family live in such an old residential area? The king asked doubtfully. Jang Win hesitated to speak, as if she had something to hide. Forget it, I didn't ask. Seeing this, the king did not ask any more questions. Soon, the car drove up Yujin Mountain, and everywhere we could see villas built on the hillside. They were particularly beautiful and magnificent. When we reached almost the top of Yujin Mountain, there was a large open area in front of us. There was a uniquely shaped ground garage with a special carport and various beautiful shapes. The king drove the Cullinan over, and immediately a man who looked like a waiter came jogging over. Hello, sir. It's my honor to provide you with parking services. Faced with such a smiling young man, although the king could park his own car, since he was already there, he decided to follow the local customs. After getting out of the car, he handed it over to the young man. Sir, please come this way. Ma'am, please come this way. When Wang Shang and Jang Win walked out of the garage together, another girl who looked like a servant came over with a smile. Lead the way. As the view widened, the king discovered that a huge villa was built on the top of Yujin Mountain. The area should be more than several thousand square meters. The main white building has 7 floors. On both sides are gardens and courtyards, as well as green lawns, small bridges and flowing water, corridors with carved railings, rockery, and gatehouses. This is a private manor-style villa that blends Eastern and Western styles. Although it is a mix and match, it looks very comfortable. After walking in, the style you feel is surprisingly harmonious and beautiful. Everywhere you look, you'll find antiques, calligraphy and paintings, rosewood tables and chairs, and precious stone objects. Entering the main hall, you'll find a modern, Western-style interior. A large crystal chandelier brightens the atmosphere, while a spiral staircase evokes a medieval, European, and American aristocratic style. It is said that the renovation of this set is more expensive than the land price and the main building rough when I bought this place. Jang Win said in a low voice. The king thought to himself, this is indeed too luxurious. A mansion worth tens of millions, it would probably cost tens of millions more to renovate. In addition, those antiques, calligraphy and paintings are even more expensive. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Mr. Wang, you are a distinguished guest. Please come this way. At this time, Jiang Yingxue, dressed in a dress, heavy makeup, and all kinds of jewelry, looked like a rich princess and came to the king enthusiastically. At the same time, several young people came here. There were both men and women. Most of them were in their 20s or 30s. The oldest one was probably no more than 35 years old. Look at their clothes. They are bright and beautiful, definitely all luxury brands. Some girls carry bags that are either Chanel or Gucci, either limited edition or commemorative edition. Aren't these young men and women the rich young men and women in Jiangdu's circle who are on good terms with Jiang Yingxue? In fact, the king noticed in the garage just now that those cars were all luxury cars. Mercedes-Benz and BMW were just ordinary stuff, while Porsche, Ferrari, and the like were the mainstream. Jang Win, how are you these days? At this time, a young man, holding a red wine glass in his hand, came to Jang Win leisurely, with a somewhat evil smile. Jang Win was a little nervous and timid, and said, Hello, Mr. Ming, I'm fine now. It turned out that this young man was the young Master Ming that Jang Win mentioned. His real name was Ming Nantian, and he was the second young master of the wealthy Ming family in Jiangdu. The Ming family of Jiangdu and the Jiang family of Jiangdu are both powerful and comparable families. In recent years, due to some industry changes, the two families have had close contacts and many business collaborations. Of course, there will be fierce competition. Due to various historical reasons, the relationship between the two families has always been tense among the older generation. The older generation is too embarrassed to do so, so they hope that the younger generation can interact more often. Therefore, various hints, or even direct expressions, can make the relationship between the younger generation closer. They hope that young people can get along well with each other and have more private gatherings. In fact, they all want to work together to make their respective family businesses more prosperous. But they are young people after all, and they like to play. Especially since they come from a wealthy businessman family. They are young and rich, so how can they not have fun? Young people with ulterior motives gathered together for various parties and had a great time. Among them, Ming Nantian has always coveted Jiang Win of the Jiang family for a long time. Although Jiang Win's family had long been excluded from the core members of the Jiang family, No matter what, Jang Win still had the blood of the Jang family flowing in her body. Moreover, Jang Win is pretty enough and very pure. She is a good girl that is rare to find in this circle of rich young men. You know, in this circle, many green tea girls are trying their best to squeeze in. Cousin Win, our young master Ming has always liked you. Don't always let him down. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yingxue said with a smile, looking at Jiang Win, then at Ming Nantian, smiling mysteriously. Several rich young men and women looked at each other, and their eyes fell on Jiang Win. In their opinion, Jiang Win today is indeed too beautiful and full of charm, giving people a feeling of purity and sexiness. She wears an exquisite dress with a short skirt and high heels, and very light makeup. She can be described as pure and sexy, which is simply perfect. Jiang Win, you look so beautiful today. Ming Nantian looked at Jiang Win with a smile, praising her sincerely, but with a certain meaning. What is it? That is coveting and craving. Although Ming Nantian tried his best to remain gentlemanly, he could not escape the king's sharp gaze and judgment. Thank you. Jiang Win lowered her head. Our young master Ming really cares about you, Win. He knew you were coming to visit me today, so he drove back from out of town. He drove a Ferrari worth over 10 million yuan at 200 miles per hour the entire time, and I don't know how many times he exceeded the speed limit. Jiang Yingxue gently patted her cousin Jiang Win's shoulders and said with a smile, in order to see Jiang Win, I will accept any points deducted or fines imposed. Ha ha. Ming Nantian laughed. Everyone laughed along. Such a direct expression of love also fully proves how confident Ming Nantian is in his own abilities. He absolutely did not believe that even if he took such initiative, he still could not defeat Jiang Win with his own strength. Chapter 29, Losing Face. Come, Jiang Win, I'll toast you a glass. Ming Nantian, holding a wine glass, took a glass of red wine from the servant and handed it to Jiang Win. Jiang Win smiled awkwardly, reluctantly took it, and said apologetically, I don't drink. Drinking is just like drinking water. If you don't drink it, you're not giving face to me, young Master Ming. Ming Nantian shook the wine glass with a condescending attitude, obviously with ulterior motives. I get drunk as soon as I touch alcohol. I'm really sorry. I can't drink. Jiang Win shook her head, feeling a little embarrassed. You really don't give me face? Ming Nantian felt a little embarrassed in front of so many people. I'll drink it for her. At this time, the king stood in front of Jiang Win and skillfully took the wine glass from the latter's hand. He looked at Ming Nantian with a smile. Who are you? Ming Nantian's face darkened, and the smiling look on his face as he looked at Jiang Win just now changed in an instant. Like a chameleon. The cold questioning was full of contempt and disdain. Oh, Mr. Ming, this is Mr. Wang. My car dealership sold a Cullinan yesterday, and Mr. Wang was the buyer. At this time, Jiang Yingxue hurried over and explained with a smile. Is the Cullinan that impressive? It's just a car worth a few million. Compared to my Ferrari, it's far inferior. Ming Nantian remained disdainful and said indifferently, besides, what right does he have to come drink with me on Jiang Win's behalf? Who does he think he is? Ms. Jiang Yingxue, you invited me here. Did you invite the wrong person? The king's face turned cold, and he spoke to Jiang Yingxue in a bad mood. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I will try to persuade young Master Ming. Jiang Yingxue said hurriedly. Then, she came to Ming Nantian and lowered her voice, saying, Ming Xiao, don't be like this. I invited Mr. Wang here. Please give me some face and don't make trouble. The king is no ordinary person. You know Su Xingjie of our Jiangdu Charity Association, right? Chairman Su Xingjie directly gave the king a license plate with 5 sixes. So, although the king's car is only worth a few million, the license plate is very impressive. He must have a good relationship with Chairman Su Xingjie. I'm making trouble? What's the trouble? He came over here on his own initiative and wanted to drink on behalf of Miss Jiang Win. Why? I can give you face, but why should I give him face? So what if he is very familiar with President Su? Ming Nantian said coldly. President Su is not only the president of the Charity Federation, but also the chairman of our Jiangdu Chamber of Commerce. In Jiangdu, he's a big shot who can shake the entire city with just a stomp of his foot. He's a big shot. Let's not give the king a favor. Let's give the king a favor. Don't cause trouble with the king. Jiang Yingxue persuaded patiently. After these words were spoken, Ming Nantian became more or less apprehensive. He doesn't care about the Charity Federation, but he cannot ignore the Jiangdu Chamber of Commerce. Less than half a year after returning from studying abroad, he has taken over part of the family business. He is still in the familiarization stage. If he wants to make a big splash in the future, he will inevitably come into contact with the bigwigs of the local Chamber of Commerce. Although he looked down on the king and was very unhappy with this brat who suddenly showed up and ruined his plan to woo Jang Won. He could only suppress his anger a little bit now. Who is this kid? He asked Jang Ingxue in a low voice. I'm not sure, but he's been getting close to my cousin Won lately. My cousin Won told me that he bought a luxury house in Tianyue City the day before yesterday, and a luxury car yesterday. He's been spending money like water every day. I suspect his family runs a business, or he's making a lot of money through some secret business investment. He's one of Jiangdu's new rich, with plenty of cash in his pocket. Jang Ingxue whispered, expressing her own guesses and judgments. The new rich, that's just a few bucks. Fine, just play with them. Suddenly, Ming Nantian became interested, and a sly smile flashed across his lips. You're drinking with me on behalf of Jang Won, right? He looked at the king with sarcasm in his eyes. That's right. She and I are friends who have known each other for a short time. Since my friend is in trouble and I am by her side, I have to step forward to help. No problem. I'll drink first. Under everyone's gaze, the king picked up the wine glass, half filled with red wine, and drank it in one gulp. As a result, Ming Nantian felt bored and embarrassed, so he continued to drink with Jang Won. His original intention was to take advantage of the drinking opportunity to launch an offensive against Jang Won. It would be best if he could make her drunk step by step, so that he would have more chances. Unfortunately, he was not able to get what he wanted. Jang Won is a good girl, and she never drinks. During the whole party, everyone drank, ate, and chatted. Because Wang Shang was there to help Jang Won, Jang Won was well protected and was not disturbed by Ming Nantian, who had ulterior motives. But after seeing these scenes, Jang Ingxue became unhappy. She invited the king here with the intention of exchanging ideas, promoting friendship, and making more friends from the new rich class. The reason for calling my cousin Jang Won over was to let her interact with more wealthy people so that she could marry into a wealthy family in the future. This way, it will also be beneficial to their Jiang family. Unfortunately, now, precisely because of the king's presence, it has become difficult for Jang Won and Ming Nantian to contact each other. I'm determined to get your cousin. Don't try to be silly. Find a way to get her to be alone with me. After a while, Ming Nantian found Jang Ingxue. Oh, you're tired of playing with me, and you're just thinking about my cousin. You men are so philandering, you're all the same. Humph, don't say that. You were so happy when you were with me. Besides, are you thinking about that? Okay, come on. The two of them hid in a corner, flirting with each other. Then, while no one was paying attention, he slipped into a room and got entangled with her. The atmosphere in the room was very intense. Fortunately, this is a super luxury house, and the sound insulation in each room is excellent. Ming Nantian is very excited and fierce. Because he had just seen the incomparably beautiful Jang Won, who was so pure and beautiful, so innocent and lustful, he was already very impulsive. So he put all that impulse on Jang Ingxue. This guy obviously wants to take down the two cousins, Jang Ingxue and Jang Won, one after another. Jang Ingxue was used to playing with all kinds of men. She started when she was a teenager. She had been with countless men, changing one man every month on average. But just 2 months ago, she started playing with Ming Nantian. But it was just for fun, just a show. Ming Nantian wasn't a good person either. He was even more playful than her. Ever since he returned to China, he'd been relying on his status as the young master of the Ming family to throw parties every day, inviting models or internet celebrities to his house for all kinds of crazy fun. If a playboy like this gets Jang Won, he will definitely not show any mercy and will definitely harm Jang Won. Chapter 30. You open it. Therefore, the king saw from the very beginning the evil intent in Ming Nantian's eyes, especially those deep dark circles. This kind of scum can harm willing women, but don't even think about harming decent girls, otherwise you will never tolerate it. Ming Nantian and Jang Ingxue fought fiercely for a while before they walked out of the room one after another, straightened their clothes, and came to the living room. Several rich young men and women gathered together, chatting and laughing, talking about various red wines and delicacies, luxury goods, the current stock market, business news, etc. Jang Won had no interest in this and felt that she could not fit into such a circle at all. She also didn't know why her cousin asked her to come. Could it be that it was just to let her accompany the king? Or let her date Ming Nantian, that guy with a bad reputation and a long history of bad deeds? She had heard a lot of bad rumors about Ming Nantian. If this wasn't her cousin's place, she wouldn't have come. You're free. Are you interested in going racing? Suddenly, Ming Nantian made a suggestion. A rich young man stood up and responded with a smile. Sure. Then let's go. Several rich young men and women joined in and expressed their agreement. It's past 11 now. There's a newly built elevated highway on the Jiangdu Outer Ring Road that hasn't been opened yet. I have some friends there, so we can go and have some fun and race." Another rich young man said this, raised his wrist, and looked at the Rolex green submariner he was wearing. "Hurrah! Mr. Chun, you are awesome. Young Master Zhang, young Master Lin, let's go. Miss Wu and Miss Tong, let's go. Your favorite cars are here, so it's a good time to have some fun together." Just as the wealthy young men and ladies were about to leave, Ming Nantian deliberately turned around to glance at the king and said sarcastically, "Your Majesty, are you coming?" Before the king could speak, he waved his hand and sneered, forget it. You'd better not come. How can you compare with us sports cars in an SUV? The worst we have here is a Porsche 911, which can accelerate from 0 to 100 meters in just over 2 seconds, far surpassing your Cullinan by a wide margin." "Huh, you do not say. The Cullinan is just an SUV. It's okay for off-roading, but forget about speeding. Don't call him. It's embarrassing to come here. He is not in the same league with us. Cousin, you guys go ahead. The king and I are going to leave." Jang Win said this, and she seemed to have no interest at all. It wasn't that she had no interest in the car, but she had no interest in this group of people. Of course, she also likes cars, especially luxury cars. People who like cars, no matter boys or girls, all have a dream of owning a luxury car in their hearts. The pursuit of speed, the desire for speed, the dream of speed. Jang Win, don't you want to go racing with us? I can keep the passenger seat of my Lamborghini for you. Ming Nanshan's gaze fell on Jang Win. He took out his car keys and started showing them off. This is the car key of Lamborghini Aventador. It is exquisitely made and has a bullhead logo. So cool. The average Lamborghini sports car costs tens of millions, and as for the Lamborghini Bull, it is said that the top-of-the-line model can cost more than 50 million. Mr. Ming spent 20 million last year to buy this Lamborghini and had it flown in from abroad. It's so handsome and cool. I wonder how many girls want to sit in Mr. Ming's Lamborghini. Yes. What a cool car. It's even more stylish than my Ferrari 458. It's comparable to my Pagani. Several rich young men who love to play with luxury cars and sports cars started to compete with each other and flatter each other. "No, Mr. Ming, I want to go home." Jang Win flatly rejected Ming Nanshan's invitation. "Your Majesty, what about you? You really don't want to compete with us? You just bought your Cullinan, so you should take it out for a spin. Even if you lose miserably, it's better than not daring to participate and backing off out of cowardice, right? Of course, if you insist on not playing with us, racing, or competing, then forget it. You can't afford it." "Ha ha ha." Ming Nantian laughed sarcastically. "Isn't it just that I can't afford to have fun? I heard that our young Master Wang is from Jiangdu's new rich class and is very rich." "That's right, he's so rich. Even if he loses this time, he can just buy a sports car and compete with us again to win back. If you can't afford it, forget it." Several rich young men began to mock the king. The king knew that they were trying to provoke him. Jang Win could see it, and lowered her voice and said, "Your Majesty, don't listen to their nonsense. Let's go. It's getting late. Please take me back. I'm a little tired. Don't you like cars very much, especially luxury cars and sports cars?" Suddenly, the king asked this. "I took her to a car dealership to buy a car before. She knows a lot about cars and can easily share all kinds of trivia." Therefore, the king had already seen clearly that Jang Win was a girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She had a wild dream of owning a luxury car and wanted to experience the feeling of speed. So why not go and have some fun? "I like it, but your Cullinan isn't really suitable for drag racing." Jang Win muttered in a low voice. "It's okay. If you like, then we can go play with them." The king laughed. "Really?" Jang Win's eyes suddenly lit up. She also wanted to save the king's face and didn't want him to drive the Cullinan to race against other people's sports cars. Now that he said that, it's nice to see the world. "Since Win wants to go, Your Majesty, why don't you drive your Cullinan and go with us? Don't be so ungrateful to everyone. Just do it for my sake, okay?" Jiang Yingxue seized the opportunity and said with a smile. Of course, she saw the expectation in Jang Win's eyes, and she also knew that Ming Nantian wanted to get her cousin. So, she wants to mediate between them. "Okay, I'll go with you." The king reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, Ming Nanshan's eyes lit up with joy, and he looked into Jiang Yingxue's eyes. This pair of dogs and bitches could be said to be in collusion with each other, and the little calculations in his mind were clashing. Jiang Yingxue only wanted to use Jang Win, her little cousin who was far away from the core of the Jiang family, as a bargaining chip and sell her off as a favor to establish a good relationship with the Ming family. Arrived at the parking lot, the king opened the door of Cullinan and got in. Jiang Win sat in the passenger seat. Ming Nantian and the others all got into their respective sports cars. There were two rich young ladies who drove sports cars. They quickly changed their shoes from high heels to sneakers, stepped into the driving seat of the sports cars with their long legs, and prepared to set off. Suddenly, the king became interested. You drive it, Jang Win. He got out of the driver's seat and left the seat to Jang Win. I'm driving. That's right, you drive. Your driving skills are better than mine, the king said with a smile. These words made Jang Win very happy. Let her drive. Of course she is willing to do so, as she loves cars. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the sounds of various exhaust pipes and the sounds of engines starting up, one wave higher than the other, roared and rose in the parking area. Chapter 31 Supercar Party. Jiangdu, Outer Ring Road Viaduct. One after another, sports cars drove across the city's main roads and arrived here. After 11 o'clock in the evening, the traffic volume decreases a lot, which is why some local drag racers come here late at night to race. When traffic police arrest people, these rich kids have ways to find people to deal with them, but they are afraid of trouble. Only when there are fewer cars and you avoid those fixed speed checkpoints can you drive freely and avoid being caught to the greatest extent possible. In the circle of rich young men in Jiangdu, there is a group of people who are particularly fond of racing, and the leader among them is Zhou Qiang. Known as the Top 3, the Outer Ring Racing King. This time, Zhou Qiang was also among the people Jiang Yingxue invited to attend the party. Zhou Qiang and Ming Nantian have a good relationship. They are childhood friends and are now rising stars in the business world in Jiangdu. They have each inherited part of the family business and are usually very close and enjoy each other's company. This time, Ming Nantian specifically called Zhou Qiang over, saying that there would be a party at Jiang Yingxue's house where he could meet beautiful women and that he could take him out to play in the evening, racing cars and so on. When it came to racing, Zhou Qiang agreed without hesitation and drove over his most proud sports car. This is a McLaren GT, and it's been modified. It's said that the cost of the modification is even higher than the cost of the car itself. Besides the exterior, interior, and seats, the most important thing is the powertrain, exhaust system, and engine have all been modified. Although it's a V8 engine, it can burst out over 800 horsepower. The 100-meter acceleration reached a terrifying 2.5 seconds. A professional modification team is very expensive, which is enough to show Zhou Qiang's love for racing and modification. He is willing to spend money on it just to pursue speed and the passion of racing. Besides Zhou Qiang's McLaren GT, there's Ming Nantian's Lamborghini Aventador, Chen Xiao's Ferrari 458, and Zhang Xiao's Audi R8. The eldest daughter of the Guo family, who is the vice president of a high-tech company, drives a Porsche 911. Her best friend, Miss Lin, also from a wealthy family and the financial director of a company, drives a Porsche Cayman. More than a dozen such sports cars drove onto the overpass. At an entrance and exit that was cordoned off and still closed, some people got out of the car, greeted the person in charge, removed the cordon, and drove in. Ming Nantian found someone and said hello, which allowed him to enter an elevated road that had been built but not officially opened. It was about 5 kilometers long. This length is a bit short for racing, but you can get off the elevated road at the other end and enter the winding mountain road in the suburbs. There are almost no controls and speed cameras there late at night, and the road conditions are very good and flat enough, so these sports cars can run wild and race recklessly. Wow. Woohoo. Oh yeah. That's so cool. More than a dozen rich young men and women, driving luxury sports cars, lined up in a row, stopped their cars one after another, cheering and screaming. They are getting ready for the game. They opened the car doors, rolled down the windows, and those in the soft-top sports car even opened the roofs. In the night breeze, they looked at the sky, the night view of Jiangdu in the distance, and then at the track they could use for racing. They were extremely happy. Each and every one of them was so excited. For this race, the route is set. We'll start from this elevated road and go all the way to Mangrove Mountain in the northern suburbs. The winding mountain road over there will continue all the way to the top of Mangrove Mountain, which will be the finish line. Whoever reaches the finish line first will win. At this time, Zhou Qiang talked about the rules. To be honest, he has driven on the winding mountain road of Hongshu Mountain many times. In the Jiangdu racing circle, the winding mountain road of Hongshu Mountain is often used as a racetrack. Therefore, he felt that he had an absolute advantage. Sanxiang, you're a semi-professional racer, and you're familiar with the roads. You often race. We're different, especially since we have several young ladies here. If girls race, do they have to compete with us? Ming Nantian said depressedly. As long as it is a competition, there must be winners and losers, and there will definitely be competition between each other. Ming Nantian is a very competitive person. But with Zhou Qiang there, He knew that it was almost impossible for him to be the first to reach the finish line. So, he started looking for excuses. How about this? If I, Zhou Qiang, don't get first place, I'll give each of you 1 million. If I do, each of you will give me 100,000. 100 to 10 odds, is that okay? Zhou Qiang narrowed his eyes, thought for a while, and said, okay, I won't drive this McLaren anymore. I'll drive something else. Whoever has the lowest spec car and the slowest acceleration, I'll drive that one, and you can drive my McLaren. Is that okay? Everyone looked at each other. 100,000 versus 1 million. It's indeed 10 times. Moreover, he gave up his McLaren GT, which was like losing his best partner, just like a martial artist replacing the sharpest weapon with the dullest one. That way, everyone can see the winning side. The suspense is here all of a sudden. Everyone's opponent is Zhou Qiang. As long as we don't let Zhou Qiang take first place, everyone will get money, and 1 million for each person. Good. I agree. 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 Everyone expressed their agreement. Okay, let's get ready to start. Soon, more than 10 cars started their engines again, and the roars were so loud that they resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. The total price of these sports cars is over 100 million. As expected, they are rich young men and women. When it comes to playing with sports cars, they really spend money. Huh. Where is that boy, Your Majesty? It's still behind. Like a snail. Should we wait for him? Wait a minute. Tell him according to the rules that if our Zhou Qiang takes first place, he has to give Zhou Qiang 100,000. Just as everyone was about to start the competition, someone asked about the king. Because the king's Cullinan hasn't arrived yet. Finally, Cullinan slowly drove over from not far away and stopped. Zhou Qiang, Ming Nantian, and their dozen or so sports cars were parked in a line, ready to start the race. Cullinan, on the other hand, was parked behind, at least 100 meters away. If we are 200 meters behind at the start, then the gap will only get bigger and bigger, right? Hey, Your Majesty. Ming Nantian stuck his head out of the car window and shouted towards the back. The one driving was not Wang Shang, but Jiang Wenwen. Hearing the shouting, Jiang Wenwen drove over and approached everyone's car. Because Jiang Wenwen was the girl Ming Nantian wanted to date, everyone turned off the car again and waited for Ming Nantian to explain things to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Wenwen, are you driving? Well, let's first discuss the rules of this race. Seeing that Jiang Wenwen was sitting in the driver's seat of Cullinan, Ming Nantian was slightly stunned, with greed in his eyes. But when he saw the king sitting in the passenger seat, he was immediately disgusted. This brat was actually sitting lazily in the passenger seat, looking at Jiang Wenwen with admiration. It's like appreciating a beautiful work of art. At this moment, a sour feeling arose in Ming Nantian's heart. So jealous. The goddess of my dreams is driving someone else's car and is being stared at by this bad boy. It wasn't me who opened it originally. It was the king who asked me to open it. Jiang Wenwen was a little timid. No matter who's driving, now that we're here, this Cullinan has to join the race. Let's first agree on the rules of the race. Drive straight ahead from this road, then enter the winding road of Red Tree Mountain and drive all the way to the top. Whoever reaches the top first wins. We're all competing against Zhou Qiang, young Master Zhou, because young Master Zhou's driving skills are the best, almost a semi-professional driver. He drives the slowest of all our sports cars. If young Master Zhou takes first place, each of us will give him 100,000 yuan. If young Master Zhou doesn't take first place, he'll give each of us 1 million yuan. 100,000. After listening to Ming Nantian's explanation, Jiang Wenwen was stunned and surprised. Chapter 32. Never lose face in front of the girl you like. 100,000. Where does she get so much money? Therefore, she simply couldn't afford to play such a game. Let's just compete. I have no objection, but... Suddenly, the king said lazily. But what? Ming Nantian asked in surprise. Zhou Qiang, who had already exchanged cars with a rich young man, was about to get into the car when he heard Wang Shang's puzzled expression. He paused and looked over with interest, his eyes falling on Wang Shang. If you don't want to play and don't want to pay 100,000, you don't have to play. No one will blame you. Just drive away. Zhou Qiang sneered, his eyes full of mockery. There is even disgust. He has a good relationship with Ming Nantian, but he doesn't quite understand why Ming Nantian must pursue Jiang Wenwen. Besides, there is this kid Wang Shang. He is not even from their circle. Hundreds of thousands or millions are easy for the rich kids in their circle to come up with. But for others, it may not be the same. Besides, he knew that Jiang Wenwen was not a member of the Jiang family's core circle, but just a relative of the Jiang family. She was also just a real estate salesperson. How could a girl of this level afford a sports car worth hundreds of millions? How can one afford a jackpot of 100,000 or 1 million? Is it because of that brat of unknown origin, your majesty? Speak clearly, but what? Ming Nantian stared at the king with anger in his eyes. Oh, it's boring. Hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. It's just a small fight. The king waved his hand lazily, looking bored. 100,000 or 1,000,000 is not enough, huh? Your majesty, it seems you are truly wealthy. You think our prizes are too small. So, tell me, how do you want to play? Ming Nantian smiled leisurely and looked at the king as if he were a fool. He thought it was ridiculous, really ridiculous. You boy, you let a girl drive you. Do you think you can win? Still think 100,000 or 1,000,000 is too little? Fuck you. How about this, at least a 3,000,000 prize? If I'm the first to reach the top of Red Tree Mountain, each of you will give me 3,000,000. If I'm not the first, then I'll give you 3,000,000 each. The king smiled leisurely, looking confident. 3,000,000 jackpot. And, all compensation. There are 13 cars present, plus the king's Cullinan, a total of 14 cars. Cullinan's performance, whether it is acceleration or handling, cannot be compared with a sports car. Because Cullinan is not a sports car at all. 3,000,000. 3,000,000. Ha ha ha. This guy of ours must have had his head squeezed by a door. He actually wants to compete with us to be the first to reach the top of Red Tree Mountain. I'm dying of laughter. This is because there is too much money to burn. Even if he has top-notch control and drives a Cullinan, he can never surpass these amazing supercars of ours. It's hard to surpass you and me, let alone our Master Zhou. It's pure idiocy. Can he come up with tens of millions? Don't listen to his boasts. There are so many people who write blank checks these days. Wait, hurry, and prepare the money. There are so many of us, and 3,000,000 per person is a huge sum. Oh, and what if you change your mind later? A group of rich young men and women laughed, and no one thought that the king was serious. Ming Nantian keenly caught the opportunity to step on the king, so he asked him seriously what to do if he changed his mind. The king smiled calmly. Of course I won't regret it. We can record a video, and everyone can show their faces and make their stance clear. Let's make it clear what the prize is. Let's say it's 3,000,000. If I'm the first to reach the top of Red Tree Mountain, then you each will give me 3,000,000. If you can't do it, I'll give it to you, 3,000,000 each. These days, with the internet so advanced, we can just post this video directly to our Moments, Douyin, or whatever. With the video as evidence, I believe you wealthy kids are all well-known and influential people. You won't go back on your word and lose face just for a few million. The same goes for me. I'm also a person who values dignity and face. After hearing the king's words, everyone realized that this guy was serious. We have to record the video as evidence. If we go back on our word, it will be very embarrassing. Good. Very good. With what you said, Mr. Wong. It's okay. You are a man. Ming Nantian immediately agreed and gave a thumbs up with a smile. He knew very well that this kid had finally fallen into the trap step by step. I'll make you lose both the wife and the army. 3,000,000 per person, more than 10 people, that's 30 or 40 million. Humph. And Jang Win, seeing you humiliate herself, she will definitely be disappointed in you. Then, my chance will come. Ming Nantian thought proudly. Soon, everyone recorded a video together as evidence. These well-known young men and women in Jiangdu's wealthy circles all showed up and made solemn promises. Then, everyone sent it out directly. Moments, some local forums, Tieba, public accounts, and TikTok, etc. The competition is officially ready to begin. Everyone went to their cars, started the engines again, and set off. As for the king, he looked relaxed, leaning against the door of Cullinan, smoking and puffing away. You're crazy. Your car, in terms of performance, can't even compare to those supercars that cost tens of millions. Besides, your driving skills are just average. You're definitely going to lose. You've got so much money, and you're just throwing it away. What a waste. You're such a fool. Stop messing around with them and just leave. Jang Win complained and scolded him. Moreover, he pulled his arm and was about to get in the car and leave. Are you feeling sorry for me? The king showed an evil smile and looked at the beauty in front of him at night. Who cares about you? They're clearly bullying you, but you're completely clueless. You're such a fool. She curled her lips, raised her hand, and knocked on the king's forehead, looking very disappointed in him. In fact, she really couldn't bear it. After all, it was she who brought the king to the party. If he suffered a loss of tens of millions, it would be so unfair. Stop flirting and get going. Suddenly, Ming Nantian, who was sitting in the supercar, glared at the king angrily and shouted, You guys go ahead, and I'll let you run a few kilometers first. The king waved his hand, looking unnaturally calm. Ming Nantian, Zhou Qiang. This kid is definitely sick. Other rich kids, where does the courage come from? Rich ladies, brain retardation. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 supercars sped away, racing madly on this elevated road under the cover of night. Accompanied by strong engine noises and the roar of exhaust pipes, the scene is very lively and gives people a feeling of blood boiling. After all, these are all supersports cars. When they race, it is all about speed and passion. It's just right. They've all driven away. Let's go? Don't just stand there like an idiot. Run away. Don't give them compensation. That's tens of millions. Even if you have a lot of money, you can't squander it like that. It's okay to lose some face. A real man can bend and stretch. Jang Win quickly persuaded. I thought the king could understand her good intentions. But she helplessly discovered that this guy still looked indifferent. How can I be embarrassed? The king took out his cell phone and made a call. He looked at Jang Win and said very seriously, in front of the girl you like, you can lose everything but not your face. Don't you agree? Chapter 33. No pilot license, no temperament. You? Jang Win blushed, and her forehead felt a little hot. I can't lose face in front of the girl I like. Is this a confession to me? Jang Win froze in place for a moment, staring blankly at the king. His handsome face, the masculinity he exudes, and his incomparable temperament. It's damn charming. Jang Win's heart beat faster, and her heart felt like it was melting. Okay, my dear crew members, come over here quickly. Since this area is airworthy, when you get there, drop a rope ladder from the air, and I'll bring a girl up. After saying these words to the phone, the king smiled with confidence. Jang Win was even more confused. Before, she drove here with the king sitting in the passenger seat. While on the road, the king made a strange phone call. What's Sikorsky S92? What airworthiness zone? The mountains are shrouded in mist and clouds, and the imagination runs wild. Jang Win doesn't understand at all. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, lights flashed in the sky not far away, and the sounds of propellers and engines shook the earth and sky. As the UFO's altitude in the sky decreased, the powerful propellers stirred up a vortex of wind, and even the surrounding trees were about to be blown away. Finally, Jang Win saw clearly that there was a helicopter. The helicopter was getting closer and closer, and it accurately located the two of them at an altitude of less than 100 meters. Dear Mr. Wong, we will arrange a rope ladder immediately. Please hold on tight. Dear Mr. Wong, did you receive it? The sound of the loudspeaker rang out, very loud, echoing everywhere. Of course the king heard it clearly and stood there, waving at the helicopter in the sky. A rope ladder was swung out from the helicopter and landed in front of the king. The king made an okay gesture towards the plane, and then without saying anything, he hugged Jang Win around the waist with one hand. Jang Win was still in a daze, completely unaware of what was going on, and she was already being picked up by strong and thick arms, her body suspended in the air. Your Majesty, what are you doing? What are you going to do? She was a little panicked, but more excited and thrilled. The excitement of the unknown and an inexplicable sense of thrill. Hold tight, I'll take you to heaven. The king smiled triumphantly, holding her in one hand and holding the rope ladder with the other. Now, he has top-level fighting skills, super strong physical fitness, and terrifying muscle strength, so it is not difficult for him to pick up a 100-pound girl and hold on to the rope ladder. Soon, the crew on the helicopter pressed a button and began to pull the rope ladder up. Immediately afterwards, the helicopter that was hovering in place began to move forward slowly. In less than a minute, Wang Shang successfully carried Jang Win into the cabin of the helicopter. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Good evening, Mr. Wang. Good evening, ma'am. Welcome aboard Mr. Wang's private jet, the Sikorsky S-92. All crew members, it's an honor to serve you. As soon as they sat down, except for the pilot and co-pilot who were flying the plane, the other crew members were all very happy and greeted Wang Shang and Jang Win. You have worked hard. Now go at full speed and get to the top of Mangrove Mountain as soon as possible. The king looked at the time and said with a smile. In the vast night sky, the helicopter flew in a straight line and soon reached the top of Mangrove Mountain. And there is the end of the race. At this moment, Jang Win was completely stunned. A helicopter? A private jet? Oh my God, I've met someone like this. What kind of godlike person is this? At such a young age, he actually owns his own private jet, complete with crew. How inhumane. Her heart was in turmoil. When she looked at the king again, her eyes were filled with astonishment and deep envy. So, you are determined to win and are confident in competing with them just because you have a private jet? Finally, she recovered from her shock. The king smiled and said, no problem. When Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang were still playing with luxury cars and supercars, you were already playing with private jets? That's right. In order to defeat them, I have to use my trump card. But unfortunately, I just bought this private jet not long ago, so I haven't had time to get a pilot's license yet. My temperament hasn't kept up. Otherwise, I could fly the plane myself. The king touched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Jang Win, the temperament has not kept up. Is it really good to be too low-key? The helicopter rumbled and flew towards the top of Mangrove Mountain. The king looked down and saw a pitch-black night sky. Below was an unpaved road with more than a dozen cars speeding along. Their headlights were on, shining brightly but blurry. He is now looking down from a high place. Others drive to the top of the mountain, but he takes a plane to the top of the mountain. Your Majesty, is this really appropriate? If we take a plane up there now, will they deny it? At this time, Jang Win expressed her concerns. The rules don't say you have to drive. So why does he care if I walk, drive, or fly? He just says whoever reaches the top of the mountain first wins. As for how we get to the top, no one has any control. The king smiled as cunningly as a fox. You're amazing. They really didn't say that we must drive to the destination. Jang Win also laughed, amused by his cleverness. What a clever little ghost, isn't it? The king smiled and enjoyed the pleasure of riding in a private plane. He sat comfortably in the chair and drank coffee. It was so comfortable. In less than 10 minutes, the Sith Technology S-92 helicopter arrived at the top of Mangrove Mountain. There is no helipad on the top of the mountain, so the helicopter has to hover in the air. The plane continued to descend and was only a few dozen meters away from the top of the mountain. The fuselage hovered, relying on the airwaves stirred up by the propeller to maintain the balance of the aerodynamic force pulling the weight of the fuselage. The noise was very loud, and the whirring of the propellers was even louder. Mr. Wong, you and Miss Jiang can use the rope ladder to go down. I wish you all the best. A crew member said politely. Soon, the two of them relied on the rope ladder to descend safely and steadily and reach the ground at the top of the mountain. This is such a great experience. Stimulate. Jang Win was wearing a skirt, which was a bit inconvenient. The strong wind inevitably blew her skirt up. The king held her in his arms, keeping her balanced and protecting her safety, and the contact between the two became increasingly intimate. Feelings, in such contact, quietly warmed up. He's so handsome. And he's so rich, he even has his own private jet. Besides, he's so low-key. If he hadn't wanted to win this fight and wasn't being ridiculed by Ming Nantian and the others, why would he have brought out the helicopter? And most importantly, he seems to really like me. Jang Win was moved and blushed with embarrassment under his protection, and she completely fell for him. Such an outstanding young man is hard to find even with a lantern. Chapter 34. Thank you for your gas money. Not long after, a modified BMW M4 with powerful engine noise and rich exhaust pipe sound came galloping from the winding mountain road, speeding all the way to the top of Mangrove Mountain. Along the way, this BMW M4 was very powerful and had no rivals, except for the first kilometer when it lagged behind slightly. After 2 or 3 kilometers, it was completely far ahead. Among more than 10 supercars, this BMW M4 is the lowest grade in terms of both price and performance. But the person driving this car is Zhou Qiang, Outer Ring Speed Racing King. His driving skills are really amazing. After a beautiful drift and tailspin, when he drove the car to the top of the mountain, he felt so happy and excited, so proud and excited, and so far ahead that he couldn't help but sing the song, How lonely it is to be invincible, in the driver's seat. How lonely it is to be invincible. How lonely. However, etc. The style of painting is wrong. Why is there someone else on the top of the mountain? He was clearly speeding all the way here, leaving the others far behind. However, there were actually 2 familiar faces on the top of the mountain. One man and one woman. The man is the king, who drives Cullinan. The girl is Jang Win. The two of them hugged each other, looking very sweet like a couple. Under the cover of night, illuminated by the strong lights of the BMW M4, the figures and even the faces of the 2 people were extremely clear. No, absolutely not. Could it be that I encountered a ghost? Suddenly, Zhou Qiang in the car broke out in a cold sweat and was so scared that he almost wet his pants. Laugh. A violent slamming of brakes echoed from the top of the mountain to the valley. Zhou Qiang braked the BMW M4 to a stop on the side of the road, but he didn't dare get out of the car. After the engine was turned off, the headlights were still on. The sound of the engine stopped, and the noisy sound outside reached his ears. It seemed to come from the sky. So, Zhou Qiang in the car suddenly raised his head. The next scene left him completely dumbfounded and stunned. Because, in the air, there was actually a helicopter hovering. The lights flickered, so bright and dazzling that they almost blinded his titanium dog eyes. Helicopter? What's going on? He looked dazed. Immediately afterwards, More than 10 supercars behind arrived at the top of the mountain one after another. The whistling sound came in waves. Finally, more than 10 supercars were parked on the roadside at the top of the mountain. The car lights illuminate the top of the mountain as if it were daytime. Bang! Bang! The sound of doors opening and closing. Zhou Qiang got off the bus, Ming Nantian got off the bus, and more than 10 people got off the bus one after another. They looked at Wang Shang and Jiang Wenwen in great astonishment. Now, I'm number one, is that okay? Looking at this group of confused and dazed rich boys and girls, the king smiled leisurely, took out his mobile phone, took another video, and posted it online. Don't worry, I've already filmed the video and posted it online. Right now, the video is quite popular. Ming Nantian was the first to stand up, staring at the king, then looked up at the helicopter hanging in the air. Why? You're number one? Are you kidding me? He asked angrily. Isn't it? What? Are you cheating? The king's face turned cold. Ming Nantian roared angrily. Who would have thought that you would actually use a helicopter? We are racing, not flying a plane. Damn it. That's right. Your Majesty, why are you playing with a plane? Everyone is racing cars, and you're playing with a plane. It's not fair. It's not fair. Waves of condemnation. Obviously, this group of people just follow Ming Nantian and will stand on Ming Nantian's side, even if it is a twisted logic. How dare you? The rules of the competition never say that you must drive. It only says that whoever reaches the top of Mangrove Mountain first will be the winner. At this time, Jiang Wenwen was so angry that she stood up and took out the video evidence and played it for everyone to see. Indeed, when everyone expressed their opinions at that time, no one said that cars must be used as a means of transportation. Whether walking or flying, whoever reaches the top of Mangrove Mountain first will be the winner. Nothing wrong with it. Online, the videos previously posted by Ming Nantian and Zhou Qiang and others, showing late-night speed racing on the Outer Ring Road and gambling-like competitions with millions of dollars in prizes, have already sparked a wave of discussion. Now, the video released by Wang Shang shows the result of speed racing in the Outer Ring. He took first place by using a helicopter. The popularity of the video quickly rushed to the top of the local popularity rankings. Things like WeChat Moments, Kuaishou, and Douyin are very popular. A large number of reposts, comments, and likes have made the popularity of several videos of the Outer Ring soar to new heights. Outer Ring Speed Racing King Zhou Qiang. Isn't that Ming Nantian, the young master of the Ming family? A rich young man likes to race cars, often with supercars worth tens of millions. Amazing. Who's that guy? He was the first to reach the top of Red Tree Mountain and sent me the video. Isn't that the king driving the Cullinan? How did he reach the top of Red Tree Mountain so quickly? How did you do that? Oh my God, look. There's a plane. There's a plane in the sky behind the king. Could it be that he flew the plane at high speed and reached the finish line first? What a thief, what a trick. The operation is dazzling. Too extravagant. Inhumane. Using a private jet, this is a great move. What a fantastic display. Outer Ring Speed Racing King Zhou Qiang is in tears. Goddamn Outer Ring Speed Racing King. I'll crush you with my helicopter. I just love watching these rich kids get slapped in the face. Everyone took out their phones and looked at the popularity of the related videos and the discussions on the internet. It's okay if you don't look at it, but once you look at it, Ming Nantian, Zhou Qiang, and the others will be so embarrassed that they won't have a place to put their faces. 3 million per person. Let me count. There are 13 of you participating in the competition. That's a total of 39 million. The king looked at the group of people calmly, took out his phone, and showed the QR code. You guys scan the code. I'm waiting to collect the payment. Zhou Qiang looked at Ming Nantian, and Ming Nantian looked at the other rich young men and women. Now that things have come to this, it is difficult to back down. If you don't admit that the king got first place, that would be cheating. But if we admit it, each of us will lose 3 million in vain. Ming Nantian was the one who made suggestions and used various provocations to get Wang Shang to participate in the competition, so it was okay for him to suffer a little loss. But what about the others? The others were implicated by him, and each of them will lose millions. In addition to the loss of money, there is also the loss of face and the crushing of IQ. If they really scanned the code obediently and transferred 3 million yuan each to the king, then this group of people would be like fools, being fooled by the king. Hurry up. I'm in a hurry and waiting to leave on a plane. The king looked up and saw his helicopter still circling in the air, waiting for him. Bite. 3 million has arrived. Bite. 3 million has arrived. One after another, the rich young men and women had no choice but to accept defeat, swallow their anger, and scan the QR code to transfer money. The king smiled happily. Thank you so much for the gifts, young masters and young ladies. I've got the gas money for a private jet this time. Thank you so much. Chapter 35. This car is so beautiful. I have gas money. After hearing what the king said, Ming Nantian and the others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Damn it, you took advantage of the loopholes yourself. You were so cunning. You were on the edge of cheating. You used a private jet, and now you're showing off here, saying you have the gas money. What kind of person is this? It's really fucked up. Thank you all for coming. Thank you. The king laughed at everyone and was so happy that he almost flew up. The so-called making money should be made from rich people. Who would make money from poor people? That's so boring. Ming Nantian and the others had smiling expressions that said, as long as you're happy. Anyway, it had already happened and the money had been transferred. There was no point in making a fuss. Looking sad and worried seemed too boring. Actually, it is. Smiling on the face, but shitting on the heart. Goodbye, everyone. Next time we have a speeding game, remember to agree in advance that you can only drive to the top of the mountain. This way I can buy a new, high-performance supercar and play with you. Bye-bye. Soon, Wang Shang hugged Jang Win and grabbed the rope ladder. As the helicopter continued to rise, the rope ladder continued to be pulled upwards, and soon he disappeared in the astonished eyes of everyone. Fuck you. I was actually fooled by him. I was tricked by him. Damn it. Fuck him. Ming Nantian, Zhou Qiang, and the others were so angry that they cursed. Jiang Yingxue, where did you find this bastard? You played tricks on us and screwed us over. That's right. Jiang Yingxue, you could have just asked your cousin to come, but you brought a weirdo? Your methods are so despicable and shameless that you even used a helicopter. Damn it. Jiang Yingxue, you are the undercover sent by that kid, right? They quickly vented their anger on Jiang Yingxue. Jiang Yingxue wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was almost regretting it so much. She had originally wanted to pull the king over and get to know this upstart. Maybe he had a very powerful background. Who would have thought that bringing him here would completely destroy the harmony of this circle? So many rich young men and women were cheated by him. Return to the starting point. Looking up at the helicopter driving away, Wang Shang got into the co-pilot seat of Cullinan and let Jang Win drive. For Jang Win, this round-trip flight was like a dream. It's so wonderful and exciting. I can't believe that you can not only afford a mansion worth millions, but also a private jet. How much does that plane cost? Jang Win, who was driving, asked with admiration. The king smiled calmly. It's not bad, just tens of millions. Goodness, just tens of millions. Jang Win almost jumped up from her seat when she heard this. She tried to calm herself down and held the steering wheel with both hands. Can this rich guy who can't be richer be less low-key? Actually, the king hadn't finished speaking yet, because the unit after the tens of millions was US dollars. Seeing Jiang Win's horrified expression, he decided not to say anything. Back in the city, at the gate of Jiang Win's residential complex. Beautiful Miss Jiang Win, please get off at your stop. The king was about to get out of the car, and it was his turn to drive. Jiang Win nodded, but felt a little resentful. The perceptive king noticed this. He immediately examined himself and wondered if he had done anything wrong. It's already 2 in the morning. If I go back now, I'll definitely disturb my parents. Jiang Win felt depressed. Besides, I called my parents before and told them I'd be sleeping at my best friend's house tonight and not going home. Not going home. Not going home. Not going home. The king suddenly felt that his soul was struck. At this moment, he suddenly realized that he was too straight and was simply a fool. The girl has said so much, if you don't understand, you will be alone forever. If you don't want to go home, should I take you to your best friend's house? The king asked again at the risk of his life. Jiang Win was anxious and angry. What time is it? How can you go to my best friend's house? Then what do you think we should do? Should we go out and get a room? But I don't have my ID card with me. Do you have it with you? Wang Shang spread his hands, looking helpless. Jiang Win lowered her head and blushed. I didn't bring. If I had known it would develop to this point, I should have brought my ID card. That's too careless. The king felt regretful. Look at the Cullinan, it's so big. Have you forgotten that the back seats can be folded down? Suddenly, the delicate Jiang Win blushed and said shyly with a slight tremor in her voice. Yes. The king suddenly understood. He quickly opened the passenger door, got out, opened the back door and got in. Jiang Win also came in. The back row is really big enough and spacious. In addition, the Rolls-Royce Cullinan has an invincible starry sky roof and super invincible ambient lighting, which is cool and romantic. The two couldn't help but lie down. Take a good look at the starry sky roof of Cullinan. Now that the mode has been changed, you can not only see the starry sky ceiling, but you can also change the mode to become a meteor ceiling. Jiang Win was browsing her phone. She was usually very interested in cars and discovered a new feature of this car. There is a small button that can adjust the mode. This button is somewhere on the roof. I pressed it, and sure enough, Cullinan's roof was filled with a brilliant starry sky, and from time to time, there were shooting stars streaking across the sky. It was so beautiful. This car is so beautiful. The king looked at the car and then at her. Jang Win was lying on her side. Her skirt unconsciously pulled up a little, revealing her pair of snow-white and slender legs. It's true that if you gain a point you get fat, and if you lose a point you get thin. These legs have perfect lines, neither fat nor thin, just right. Under the charming starry sky, the beauty is as beautiful as jade. From head to toe, she is simply an impeccable work of art. This car has beautiful lines, with an unmatched, curvaceous silhouette. It's obviously new, a first-hand car, and it has a particularly charming fragrance. Look at the leather seats. They feel so comfortable. The king sighed. Luxury cars are like beauties. Beauty is like a luxury car. Suddenly, Jang Win turned sideways, thinking that the king was praising the car, but their eyes met. Each other's eyes were filled with infinite love. An ambiguous atmosphere fermented in the car. In such a private space, a man and a woman approached each other and became entangled little by little. You are in me, and I am in you. Our love is deep, but we never express it to each other. The most beautiful thing in the world, the relationship between men and women, is sublimated to the extreme. Jang Win buried her face in his arms. From now on, I am yours, you can't bully me. She whispered softly in his ear. Don't worry, Win, my woman. Chapter 36, Uninvited Guests. After a period of passionate love, Wang Shang drove the car to the underground garage of Tianyue City. After all, the roadside at the entrance of the community was not very safe. Tianyue has strict security, and the property management of the community is first class. Holding Jang Win, Wang Shang came to the door of the duplex mansion he bought. After unlocking it with dual passwords using fingerprint and face recognition, he went in. Honey, I'm going to take a shower and rest first. Jang Win reluctantly let go of his hand, with infinite tenderness and a very sweet smile. The two of them had physical contact and their relationship became very close. Once that layer of window paper was broken, many problems were solved. Okay, there are many bathrooms, take your pick. This house will be our love nest from now on. Looking at her walking naked towards the bathroom, the king kissed her and said with a smile. Oh. Jang Win was stunned for a moment. Immediately, his face was filled with ecstasy. Really? She excitedly hugged the king tightly and kissed him hard on the forehead. Originally, I bought this house for my parents to live in their old age, but now that you've gotten there first, I'm giving it to you. I'll change the name on the property, deed to yours later. The king has just thought about it and made this decision. What about your parents? Jang Win asked hurriedly. I'll buy them a new house, preferably one with a courtyard villa. It's spacious and they don't have to climb stairs or take the elevator. I believe that kind of house will make my parents live more comfortably. The king laughed. He actually thought that large flats on high floors are suitable for young people, but not very suitable for the elderly. Don't you have Tianyue City in the east of the city? There are those very professional courtyard villas. Take me there tomorrow, and we can look at houses together and buy a 2- or 3-story courtyard villa. The king said. Jang Win nodded repeatedly. For wealthy super-rich people, of course you can buy whatever house you want. Full support. You have to pay attention to the matter of buying a villa and help my parents choose a good one. You are an expert in this area. Leave it to me. Jang Win said with a smile. Drip. In the bathroom, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Jang Win went to take a shower. The king also went to take a shower, and after that, he lay down on the bed and had a sound sleep. With a beautiful woman by your side, your dreams will be sweet. I slept from 2 or 3 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. When the king got up, Jang Win had already washed, dressed, and was ready to go to work. After moisturizing, her complexion became rosy and her figure and appearance seemed to have reached a higher level. This is the benefit of love between men and women. She has been relatively free these days because she just sold a house worth several million and received a commission of tens of thousands of yuan. The performance pressure this month suddenly disappeared. Of course, the house worth millions was bought by the king. Then today, she was going to see Tianyue's courtyard villas in the east of the city and say hello to her colleagues there. So several colleagues there were waiting for her to bring clients over like living bodhisattvas. In the past few days, her leaders have been very polite to her because she can sell houses and has excellent performance. She also has the hope of selling a luxury villa soon, which is worth tens of millions. So, now his working hours can be completely flexible. It's very simple, performance is king. I'm going to work now. You can get some sleep. Call me if you need anything. Jang Win put on her high heels and went out to work. Okay, baby, I'm relying on you to support me. Huh. By the way, you can drive my Cullinan. All right. Watching his woman go to work in high spirits, the king felt like someone was keeping him and living off him. He felt comfortable and lazy in bed for a while. It's great to have money. Do whatever you want. As for things like working, it has completely gone out of my reach. Beep. The phone rang. It was a voice message from Zhou Yuqi. Brother Wang, what are you busy with? Why don't you come to the supermarket today? Click it and listen to what Zhou Yuqi said. It turns out that he was urging himself to go to the small supermarket. I almost forgot about this. The king is not going to guard the store now, but to drink drinks in the store and open the bottles to get rewards. He discovered that it was impossible to get the chance to open the bottle reward if he drank beverages elsewhere, only in his own small supermarket. After a while, the king had no car to drive at the moment, so the Cullinan was given to Jang Win. So now, he can only take a taxi back home to the small supermarket. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Shang, who had just gotten out of the taxi, heard a noisy sound coming from the small supermarket. A group of people gathered in front of the counter of the small supermarket, staring at Zhou Yuqi, standing there with ill intentions. Today, Zhou Yuqi is dressed beautifully and pure, with a cute short skirt and white canvas shoes, which is very appropriate for her current identity as a student who has just entered university. The breath of youth is so strong. Every gesture is filled with heart-pounding sweetness and tenderness. Originally, she was guarding the store here, and the customers who came and went were all dazzled by the sight of such a beautiful woman, which was very pleasing to the eyes. But today, some uninvited guests came. A group of unscrupulous young people with colorful hair and various tattoos on their necks, arms, thighs, and other parts of their bodies. They whistled at Zhou Yuqi. Girl, you are so beautiful. Who asked you to guard the store here? Beautiful lady, please add me on WeChat. Beautiful lady, how old are you? How much do you earn a day? I'll give you money, and you can go to the bar with us. I know this little beauty. Isn't she the girl from the Zhou family in the backyard alley? Among a group of young thugs, there was a skinny young man with shifty eyes who recognized Zhou Yuqi. Sam Mao, is that you? We were in the same class when we were in elementary school. Zhou Yuqi was a little scared, but now that she recognized an acquaintance, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Since yesterday, some unscrupulous hooligans have come to buy things and deliberately pestered her to talk to them. What's Sam Mao? This is our brother Mao. Brother Sam Mao. Another young man shook the gold necklace around his neck, looking very proud. Zhou Yuqi. Yes, it's Zhou Yuqi. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful, wow. The young man named San Mao stared at Zhou Yuqi, swallowed hard, and drooled. Zhou Yuqi. It's a nice name, I like it. Ha ha. It sounds like a beautiful girl's name. Little sister Yuqi, come on, accompany the brothers and have some fun together. We'll take you to have fun, drink, sing, and dance. The bar is so much fun. You're guarding the shop here, how boring. Among them, the leader was a yellow-haired young man who wore tights, shiny leather shoes, and was covered in tattoos, with 2 large arms tattooed with green dragons. There is a coin-sized cigarette scar on the left forearm. He stared at Zhou Yuqi with lustful eyes, as if he wanted to eat her in one bite. I'm not going. Don't disturb my work. Just do what you need to do. Zhou Yuqi had a look of disgust on her face, and was full of resentment towards these thugs wandering the streets. Hey, little girl, I gave you face? Did I give you face? Suddenly, the yellow-haired young man with cigarette scars on his arm changed his expression. Chapter 37, I'm your uncle. The yellow-haired young man walked around the counter and prepared to go in and catch Zhou Yuqi. Don't come over here. There are surveillance cameras here. If you come over again, I'll call the police. Zhou Yuqi picked up her cell phone and prepared to call the police. Bang! The yellow-haired young man slapped the phone out of Zhou Yuqi's hand. Zhou Yuqi's face turned flustered and she was a little dazed. Since she was little, because she was so beautiful, she had encountered many disgusting men who had designs on her and said dirty words to her, but none of them were like this one, who was ready to touch her directly. Call the police? If you dare to call the police, I'll beat you up, believe it or not. The yellow-haired young man cursed viciously, obviously very angry and dissatisfied with Zhou Yuqi's intention to call the police. What on earth do you want to do? Stay away from me, Zhou Yuqi shouted, trying to attract the attention of passers-by outside the small supermarket. However, this small supermarket is located in a remote area, and usually there are not many customers coming in to buy things. Even if there are 1 or 2 customers who are planning to come into the store to buy things, when they see a group of rogue gangsters gathered here, they simply take a detour to go somewhere else. It's difficult to get others to stand up and uphold justice these days. What do you want to do? Humph. Of course it's you. Girl, you don't have a boyfriend yet, right? How about I be your boyfriend and let you taste what it's like to be a man? Ha ha ha. The yellow-haired young man laughed evilly in an extremely dissolute manner. Ha. Girl, be our brother Cigarette Scar's wife. You will be our sister-in-law from now on. Hello, sister-in-law. A group of gangsters all grinned evilly, and their evil eyes swept over Zhou Yuqi's body with extreme wantonness. Girl, you're Zhou Yuqi, right? Little beautiful Yuqi, come here, let your brother see your little appearance. The young thug called Brother Cigarette Scar stretched out his hand, smiled evilly, and prepared to attack Zhou Yuqi. Get out of here. Get out of here, bastard beast. Zhou Yuqi started cursing, her eyes turned red, filled with anger and panic. You guys block the door? No. Just close the rolling door. You dare to call me a beast? Damn, I can't stand it anymore. I have to be ruthless and let you, little bitch, know how powerful I am. Brother Cigarette Scar roared at Zhou Yuqi ferociously, then turned around and shouted at the young thugs. Several people quickly took action. Bang. At this moment, how could Zhou Yuqi, who had a violent temper, watch herself being surrounded by this group of hooligans? She grabbed the wine bottle behind the counter and smashed it on the head of the man with the cigarette scar. After all, Brother Yinba is a martial artist who hangs out on the streets and has some kung fu skills. He is also a man, so Zhou Yuqi's movements seemed completely soft and slow to him. He caught it easily, holding onto Zhou Yuqi's snow-white, delicate arm, his face full of greed, wantonness, and viciousness. You little bitch, you're looking for death. After saying that, he pressed hard towards Zhou Yuqi. Help, help. Zhou Yuqi felt herself fall backwards, the evil devil in front of her pressing down on her like a mountain. At the same time, a gangster was about to pull down and close the rolling shutter door, intending to carry out group violence against Zhou Yuqi in the small supermarket. Watching the rolling shutter door slowly close with a crackling sound, the light outside became less and less, and the small supermarket fell into an increasingly dark situation. Zhou Yuqi, who had been pressed to the ground, saw this scene through the glass counter and was completely desperate. 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes. The rolling shutter door descended, and the gap became narrower and narrower. The last ray of light just happened to shine on Zhou Yuqi's face, reflecting her tearful, extremely miserable and desperate expression. Why am I so miserable and suffer such a misfortune? She thought about death. If she was tortured by these gangsters, she might as well seek death. However, she was completely unable to move, and was almost suffocated by a pair of rough and fierce hands. It's over, it's completely over. Who can save me? Who can save me? Woo. Zhou Yuqi fell into ultimate despair. Bang. At this moment, a hand came from outside the small supermarket and grabbed the rolling shutter door that was about to close. Then, lift this hand upwards. The arms are not too thick, very clean, without a trace of tattoo. But he has muscles that are firm, tight, and full of strength. The gangster youth who was closing the rolling shutter door was stunned for a moment, then suddenly pulled it down with force. However, he did not expect that the hand outside was too powerful, and the power it unleashed was beyond his ability to resist. Crash. Suddenly, the entire rolling shutter door was forcibly pulled up from the outside. The small supermarket was once again filled with light. The light of righteousness shines on the earth. You, who are you? The young thug who was in charge of closing the rolling shutter door stared blankly at the man who appeared at the door. I'm your uncle. The expression on the man's face was extremely cold, and his eyes were murderous, as if he was an evil god descending into the world. Hiss! The young thug was startled, and a cold feeling went down his spine, from head to toe. For some reason, he felt particularly scared when looking at the man in front of him. Brother Yenskar, someone is coming. He quickly turned around and shouted at the man with the cigarette scar who was about to use violence against poor Zhou Yuqi at the counter. Who? Who dares to ruin Yinba's good deeds? Damn it! Brother Cigarette Scar was furious. He stood up suddenly and shot the man standing at the door with a furious gleam in his eyes. Who the hell are you? Brother Cigarette Scar's eyes became contemptuous, because in his opinion, the guy standing at the door was nothing special except that he was handsome. Your Majesty, brother. Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi got up from the ground, struggled hard, hope lit up on her desperate face, and she shouted excitedly. The person who is coming is the king, right? At this time, the king rushed in with big strides. Bang, bang, bang. During this time, several young thugs punched and kicked him viciously, but unfortunately, he easily dealt with them. With just a few close combat moves, he made 3 or 4 thugs lie on the ground screaming. Seeing this, Brother Cigarette Scar was shocked. Oh shit. What the hell is going on? Didn't I tell you I'm your uncle? What? You bastards, are your ears clogged with boogers? The king's face was still cold. He looked around at this group of gangsters and had only one thought in his mind, which was to give them a good beating. Damn it. How dare you humiliate me like this? Damn it. Brother Cigarette Scar jumped out from the counter, took out a pair of metal boxing gloves from his pocket, put them on his hands, swung his fists, and attacked Wang Shang fiercely. Seeing this, the king remained unmoved. As a master of world-class fighting skills, he was best at close combat in a relatively small space. Whether it's the speed of attack, reaction, explosive power, in every aspect, he is top-notch. Therefore, facing these street thugs who only have some rudimentary kung fu, it is not easy for him to deal with them. Bang! Seeing Yinba's punch coming towards him, he dodged slightly to the side, then reached out and grabbed Yinba's arm, pulling it. So Yinba slammed his head against the wall beside the door, causing his head to bleed. It was a horrible sight. Seeing this, these thugs were dumbfounded. The king strode forward, raised his leg, and stomped hard on the hand of Yinba, who was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain. Click. Chapter 38. A pack of band-aids. The metal gloves rubbed against the ground, making a sharp and piercing sound, accompanied by the sound of broken bones. Because Yinba was wearing metal boxing gloves, when his fingers were stepped on hard, the pain was excruciating. A bloody mess. Bloody. Ah! Brother Cigarette Scar screamed and cried out in agony. Such a tragic scene made many young gangsters feel their scalps tingling. Where on earth did this kid come from? What are you still standing there for? Go ahead. Fuck him. Fuck him. Ah! Yinba was lying on the ground struggling, his face ferocious, and he was yelling at the group of thugs. Ping pong. After a burst of fighting, many things on the shelves of the small supermarket were knocked over, and goods and broken things were scattered everywhere. These 7 or 8 young thugs were all knocked down and rolled on the ground screaming in pain. The king stepped on the man with the cigarette scar and beat up these young hooligans with his bare hands. He was so domineering. I saw him brushing the dust off his hands, taking a pack of cigarettes from the counter, taking out one and lighting it up, puffing away the smoke happily. Seeing this scene, many gangsters were horrified. Zhou Yuqi, who witnessed all this, was stunned. When did my brother, the king, become so powerful? I haven't heard of him. Has he ever practiced martial arts? So strong. Her heart was filled with endless surprise and confusion. In her eyes, the king is so handsome, so cool and extraordinary. He is the hero in her mind. Go, 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 go. At this time, Yinba took advantage of the time when the king was taking a cigarette break, struggled to get up, and prepared to escape. He winked at his younger brothers and shouted in a low voice. 7 or 8 thugs were all seriously injured, with some having broken bones and some having dislocated bones. They supported each other and looked like a group of poor people retreating in a panic towards the entrance of the small supermarket, etc. Suddenly, the king raised the hand holding the cigarette, flicked the ash, and then swept a cold and fierce look over the group of people. Come as you please, leave as you please. Do you think this is a vegetable market? The king said with a cold expression. This isn't a vegetable market. It's a supermarket, but it's almost like a vegetable market. A thug who was beaten relatively lightly was muttering in a low voice. That's not the place for you bastards to do whatever you want. The king said coldly, and then came to Zhou Yuqi and asked carefully. Sister Yuqi, have they hurt you? Are you seriously injured? Are you feeling particularly uncomfortable? The series of questions made Zhou Yuqi a little nervous. In fact, she was really fine. Although she was almost beaten by that bastard Yinba, Wang Shang arrived in time, and she was just a little frightened. Okay, I got it. Without waiting for her to answer, the king nodded to himself. Listen up. This supermarket is mine, and this girl is my employee. Now she's been bullied by you. She suffered a lot of injuries and psychological trauma. She needs to go to the hospital for a comprehensive examination. So, until this account is settled, none of you can leave. The king moved a chair and placed it across the entrance of the small supermarket. He took off his shirt and looked domineering with a sword in hand. His muscles were full of terrifying power. You're done playing, right? Fuck. Yinba was furious and started cursing, but the next second, suddenly, the king dodged and rushed out like a flash of lightning. In an instant, he reached Yinba and punched him in the jaw with a heavy punch. Bang! Along with the screams from Yinba, several of his teeth were broken and he had a mouthful of blood. The entire mandible was dislocated from the beating. It was excruciatingly painful. Brother Cigarette Scar. This? Fuck. Brother Cigarette Scar. This scene frightened the other gangsters so much that they gasped in panic. So scary, so horrible. The king's sudden attack just now was so fast, and his moves were extremely fast. Before Yinba could see what was happening, He was beaten until his teeth were full of blood. So, these thugs didn't dare to move one by one. This deterrent is strong enough. The reason why he has such a strong deterrent effect is, of course, because he just beat up this group of thugs like a god descending from heaven. Yinba and his gang of hooligans are afraid of encountering tough guys and ruthless people. The king is the toughest and most ruthless person they have ever met. Brother, let's talk it over. We were wrong just now. We were wrong. We shouldn't have come here to cause trouble. I'm sorry. Can you please let us go? Yinba swallowed the blood, this time really swallowing it with broken teeth, and murmured with sobs. Did I let you go? Huh. The king snorted coldly. Yinba didn't dare to disobey. No, I didn't let you go. No, you guys just stay put. What's going on? Is the air conditioning in this supermarket not working well? Or is the floor uncomfortable to sit on? Wake up. The king swept his eyes over the crowd. These thugs all had stern expressions and didn't dare to breathe. Let's settle the accounts one by one. The king spoke leisurely and slowly. 7 or 8 pairs of ears, perked up and listening. You Yinscar, right? I broke your teeth and stepped on your hand. How are you going to settle this? The king first came to Yinba. Yinba's eyes were full of fear. He hadn't checked the almanac before going out today, and he had encountered an evil spirit. How could he dare to complain? He quickly said with a smile, No, I deserved it. I deserved it. No need for you to compensate me, big brother. That won't do, the king said seriously. He took a pack of band-aids from a shelf and stuffed them into Yinscar's arms. He said seriously, Here, use these band-aids. Consider them as medical expenses. Is that okay? Yinba was speechless. The gangsters were all in a daze. You beat us up and injured us, and we're bleeding. Will this band-aid work for us? Why, don't you think it's enough? The king asked coldly, his face quickly turning icy. Enough. Absolutely enough. Thank you. Yinba was frightened and nodded quickly. Okay, here's a whole box of band-aids as compensation for you and your brothers. This is the end of it. The king nodded to himself with satisfaction. Well, can we leave now? Yinba asked hurriedly. No rush, the king said leisurely. Hasn't the matter been settled already? Yinba and these thugs were all confused. Now that I've settled the matter of compensating you, let's have a proper discussion about compensating my small supermarket for its losses, as well as the losses suffered by my employees. The king said seriously. Yinba was about to cry but had no tears. Okay, big brother, tell me how to compensate. I've taken a look at my cargo. There are 2 boxes of liquor, 9 bottles of vinegar, 5 packs of instant noodles, more than 10 bags of salt, and more than 20 packs of seasonings. Oh, and there are 2 trays of eggs totaling 60, and some disposable paper cups and bowls and chopsticks. Let me estimate that these goods are not worth much, maybe only about 2,000 yuan. The king spoke slowly. I'll compensate. I'll pay these 2,000. Yinba interrupted quickly. Now he just wanted to get away as soon as possible because of the pain in his body, multiple fractures and dislocations, which made him almost collapse. No rush. The king's gaze fell on Zhou Yuqi. It's not over yet. Chapter 39, Angry Zhou Qiang. I haven't even mentioned the bulk of the compensation yet. My employee, Ms. Zhou Yuqi, was bullied by you. Her clothes were stained and torn. She just bought a limited edition summer dress from Chanel yesterday, which cost over 30,000 yuan. Furthermore, you frightened her and left her with a lifelong psychological scar. She needs a full medical checkup at the hospital, see a psychologist, and all the other expenses. It's going to be at least 100,000 yuan, right? Okay, total it all up and give Ms. Zhou Yuqi 130,000 yuan in compensation. The king spoke calmly. 130,000. Yinba wanted to die? 13,000 is too much. He was trembling all over, clenched his fists, but then relaxed them. His eyes were filled with endless grief and anger, yet so helpless. This group of thugs finally understood that in the current situation, they were the fish and the king was the knife. They are gangsters and bullies, and they are part of the underworld. Who would have thought that the king is even more evil and cruel than the underworld? 130,000, is that a lot? Well, let me calculate it for you carefully. The king said coldly. Okay, 130,000, just 130,000. I admit it. At this moment, Yinba hung his head and accepted his fate. As the saying goes, when you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He was afraid that the king was an evil star, and the more he calculated, the more evil he would become. Wouldn't that mean he would be doomed? Chanel's new limited edition for this summer? What is that? Zhou Yuqi was confused and suddenly realized that Brother Wang was blackmailing these thugs. The skirt she was wearing was actually just something from a street stall, costing just over 100 yuan. How could it be a luxury brand worth tens of thousands of yuan? Okay, pay up. The king casually took out the QR code for payment from the supermarket and placed it in front of Yinba. What does this mean? Yinba was trembling all over, grimacing in pain, and unable to speak clearly. Hey, what's the point? See that? Pay the code. Hurry up, the king said unhappily. The cigarette scar instantly turned into a bitter melon face and said miserably, Brother, don't be like this, 130,000, not 13 yuan, so much money. Where can I get it? Can you give me a few days? I will go to raise money. Raise money? The king said firmly, no, you can't leave here without paying. Yinba thought for a moment and said, how about this, big brother? My brothers and I will give you all the money we have. If it's not enough, we can collect the money and give it to you. Is that okay with you? The king knew that hundreds of thousands of dollars was not a small amount of money for these street thugs, and it would be impossible to force them to pay. Okay, scan the code quickly and transfer as much as you can to me. If you don't have enough, please collect the money. Okay. Quick, Ari, come here and scan the code. And Dawei Adi, hurry up. As if Yin Scar had been pardoned, he quickly took out his mobile phone and scanned the code to pay. In this way, altogether, I probably swept about 7 or 8,000. There are more than 120,000 yuan left, which I can only owe for now. The king was not ambiguous at all. He immediately wrote an IOU and asked Yinba to come over to sign and put his fingerprints. He also recorded the whole process on video as evidence. Remember this. I'll give you 3 days to raise the money. After 3 days, I must see the remaining 122,000 yuan arrive in my account. Otherwise, you know what's going on. The king put away the IOU, swept his eyes over the group of hooligans, and said coldly, Go away, you can go away now. Thank you. Yinba and the others quickly left, looking as embarrassed as they could be. A group of people suffered such a defeat, were beaten, lost face, and suffered a large loss. The leader, Yinba, and his brothers did not dare to go to a big hospital, so they could only go to a private clinic for treatment and to deal with their wounds. Brother Chong, we were beaten badly. Brother Chong. Soon, Yinba made a phone call. There was wailing in the small clinic. It is very painful to treat the wound, and the fractured and dislocated parts also need to be adjusted back into place. It is impossible to use anesthesia, so this process is extremely painful. Not long after, a McLaren supercar, accompanied by the roar of its powerful engine and exhaust pipe, arrived at the door of a small clinic at the entrance of a winding alley. A young man got out of the car and quickly went into the clinic. Brother Chong. As soon as the young man came in, 7 or 8 thugs, including Yinba, hurriedly called for help. Chong, what have you been busy with recently? The owner of the clinic was an old man in his 50s. When he saw the young man coming in, he was a little scared and greeted him with a little awkwardness. The young man called Brother Chong is none other than Zhou Qiang, right? Zhou Qiang driving a McLaren for drag racing. He is also a playboy in the local rich young circle. There is another identity, and it is precisely because of that identity that the clinic owner is afraid. Anyone who has been around for a long time knows, or even if they don't know clearly, they have heard of, that there is an underground black force in Jiangdu called the Four Dragons Society. The Four Dragons Society is the largest underground force in the local area. It is very powerful, has a large number of members, and is very strong. Zhou Qiang is a member of the Four Dragons Society, and he is not just an ordinary follower, but a middle-level member of the Four Dragons Society. It is said that his family has always had close ties with certain underworld forces. Yinba and these thugs all followed Zhou Qiang. Now looking at these younger brothers who were beaten into such a horrible state, especially Yinba, the younger brother Zhou Qiang valued the most, who was beaten so badly, raging anger quickly rose in his eyes. He clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. Who did it? He lowered his voice and asked coldly. Yinba hurriedly said, Brother Chong, please calm down. Don't be so angry. This time we met a tough opponent who is not easy to deal with. If our brothers get hurt, we should just take it as a loss and forget it. Forget it. In my brother Chong's opinion, is there such a word as forget it? Zhou Qiang became even angrier after hearing what Yinba said. In fact, Yinba said this intentionally. As for the provocation, it is best to irritate Zhou Qiang to the greatest extent. In that way, Zhou Qiang can use the most ruthless means to deal with that kid Wang Shang. Hurry up and explain yourself clearly to me. Zhou Qiang roared. So, Yinba and the others had no choice but to tell the whole story in detail. Among them, how they bullied the little girl Zhou Yuqi and how they showed off their power were omitted, and the story was told in great detail how they were beaten by the king. After listening to their story, Zhou Qiang was very surprised. That guy's name is Wang Shang? What does he look like? He wondered if he had heard it wrong. How can it be such a coincidence? Could it be the same king? Here, this is the kid. A gangster took out his cell phone. He had secretly taken photos in the small supermarket before, and there was a clear photo of Wang Shang on it. It wouldn't matter if he didn't look, but when he did, Zhou Qiang was dumbfounded. Chapter 40. Charity Foundation. Established. Brother Chang, what's wrong? Yinba asked hurriedly, feeling something was wrong. It's him. Damn, it's really him. Zhou Qiang clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the wall. Brother Chang, do you know this guy? Yinba looked surprised. Of course I know him. Zhou Qiang gritted his teeth and said viciously. Know him? Brother Chang, how do you know that bastard? Yinba had a vicious look on his face. Just yesterday, your brother Chang and I were racing with a group of rich young men in the circle. Do you know the Jiang family? The Jiang family in our Jiangdu is one of the wealthy families. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Yingxue, found a pair of men and women. The man was none other than Wang Shang. Damn, they actually raced with us. Damn it. Zhou Qiang became more and more angry as he spoke. Brother Chang, you are the outer ring speed racing king. Anyone who races with you will seek humiliation, Yinba said with a flattering look on his face. Zhou Qiang said coldly. You can even say idioms now? Stop bragging. I lost. We all lost to that guy. Damn, do you know why? Lost. No way. Yinba was surprised. Why, Brother Chang? A gangster asked hurriedly. Zhou Qiang took a deep breath. He still felt that it was a great shame, and he was extremely unwilling to accept it. Fuck. We were racing, but that son of a bitch Wang Shang actually used a private plane. Damn. When these words were spoken, Yinba and the group of thugs were all dumbfounded. Flying a plane and racing? Can flying a plane still be called racing? Damn it. They didn't make it clear at the beginning that we had to drive. They just said whoever reached the finish line first would win. Damn. Just because of that little oversight, that son of a bitch took advantage of the loophole, used a private jet, and beat us. Damn, we each lost 3 million. Zhou Qiang gnashed his teeth in anger. It seems that the son of a bitch is too irritating. Damn, he is simply rubbing your IQ on the ground. Yinba said angrily. What are you talking about? Damn it. Zhou Qiang slapped Yinba on the head. Brother Chang, I was wrong. Yinba quickly apologized. Zhou Qiang sat down, and Yinba came over and handed him a cigarette and lit it. All right, you guys owe him over 100,000, and I lost 3 million on him. Let's settle all the old and new debts together. Damn it. I have to teach that little bastard a lesson. Zhou Qiang lowered his voice and said so. Do we really have to send him hundreds of thousands of dollars? Yinba said tremblingly. Send it to the next door? Wait, let's set a trap and let him fall into it. Then, I'll make him spit out all the money he paid me and double it. Zhou Qiang's eyes rolled around, flashing with astonishing ferocity. Then how should we do it? Yinba moved close to Zhou Qiang's face, looking as if he was listening attentively. So, Zhou Qiang lowered his voice again. The conspiracy in the small clinic began. In the small supermarket, Wang Shang had just dealt with a group of thugs and bullies. Together with Zhou Yuqi, he cleaned and tidied up the store and the floor and continued business. If Zhou Yuqi hadn't experienced it herself, she would never have believed that she could actually witness such a wonderful drama. The extremely handsome brother Wang Shang beat up a bunch of gangsters. It's like filming a movie. Brother King, are you okay? She walked over and asked with concern, then grabbed the king's arm and looked him left and right. It's okay. The king smiled and shook his head. So many people attacking you alone. I was so worried. It's so horrible. Those bad guys are simply demons. If you hadn't arrived in time, I don't know how the situation would have developed. Whoa. Zhou Yuqi was frightened when she thought about it, and she couldn't help crying again. The king gently patted Zhou Yuqi's shoulder and said softly, Yuqi, don't be sad or afraid. Everything is over. Those hooligans won't dare to come again. Don't worry. Having said that, the king is still worried. This time I arrived in time and fought violence with violence, taking care of those bastards. But what if there is a next time? After thinking about it, he walked out of the supermarket quietly and secretly made a phone call. Is this the Civil Affairs Bureau? Yes, how can I help you? Oh, it's like this. I'm the king who was planning to set up a charity foundation not long ago. Wow, it's Mr. Wang Shang Wang. I've heard a lot about you. Hello. We were just wondering what you think about starting a charitable foundation. Yes, I was just about to talk about this. I want to set up a charity foundation in my supermarket. What do you think is the plan? That's easy. Our Civil Affairs Bureau can arrange for someone to come right away. Where is your supermarket's address? Number 32 Rinha Avenue. Okay, we'll coordinate personnel right away. In addition to the Civil Affairs Bureau, comrades from other departments will also come over to help build the foundation office. We'll put it in your supermarket to facilitate your handling of matters. That's exactly what I meant. By the way, my foundation involves hundreds of millions of dollars in charitable funds, so it requires strong security. That's a must. I'll contact the relevant departments right away and recruit some reliable and capable professional security personnel for you. I guarantee they'll all be retired special forces. Please rest assured, Mr. Wang. That's good. After the call, the king finally felt relieved. About an hour later, dozens of people from several departments, including the Civil Affairs Bureau, came to Wangshang's small supermarket to inspect the situation and make arrangements. The area of the small supermarket is really too small, but as a charity organization, a small office is enough. An office can be arranged in the open space in front of the small supermarket, and a government-approved sign can be hung. Wang's Charity Foundation, Jiangdu Office. The listing is established. For the king, this is an important moment in his life. Zhou Yuqi was stunned by this scene, and the neighbors nearby were also stunned. When did Wangshang, a down-and-out young man who couldn't find a job and had to stay at home to run the shop, become the chairman of a charity foundation that attracted the support of so many leaders and bigwigs in the city? It's incredible. As a result, the entrance of the small supermarket suddenly became very lively. Leaders from various departments and authorities all rushed over to congratulate the establishment of the Wang Charity Foundation office. The king is the undisputed head of the office and also the chairman of the foundation. With the government's intervention, 2 retired Special Forces security guards were quickly recruited to work as security guards at the Charity Foundation office, responsible for security protection. The king paid them salaries, and the funds were paid from the charity fund. In addition, to celebrate the establishment of the charity fund office, he also approved a charity education aid project on the spot and set aside 10 million yuan to purchase documents, school bags, computer equipment, and other supplies, which were sent to poor students in several poor counties near Jiangdu City. This project is the first charity project established by the foundation. The king is personally in charge of it. He will fully participate in and supervise the purchase of materials and ensure that all donations and materials reach the hands of poor students. The most important thing is that with the retired Special Forces security guards standing at the door of his own small supermarket, those gangsters will have to take a detour when they see them in the future. Chapter 41. Shares with a market value of nearly 2 billion. The establishment of the Wang Charity Foundation caused a sensation among many neighbors. Of course, the king must give a reasonable explanation for this. He had already talked to the heads of relevant departments a long time ago, and the reason he gave everyone now was that he won a super jackpot in the lottery and took out part of the funds to set up a foundation. Therefore, the charity he wants to do is real charity, helping those who really need help. Instead of being like some rural stars who become famous and make a lot of money, when one person becomes successful, people from the whole village come to borrow money, and they take it as their right to borrow money, but they never pay it back. In order to prevent such situations, the king thought that the idea of setting up a foundation was a great idea. The neighbors all praised him for his good fortune and luck, saying that he had made a fortune by buying lottery tickets. Brother Wang, you are amazing. Even after becoming rich, you still want to help the disadvantaged groups in need. You are truly my idol. I admire you so much. Zhou Yuqi held her hands to her heart, looking like a little fangirl. Routine operation, routine operation. The king smiled indifferently. Oh, Wang's Charity Foundation? Amazing. Whose charity foundation actually opened here? A crisp voice was heard. Wangshang and Zhou Yuqi, who were standing inside and outside the counter, looked in the direction of the sound. A very beautiful girl, wearing a shirt and jeans, a simple and casual outfit that couldn't hide her graceful figure, walked over leisurely. Isn't it Jang Win? Win, why are you here? The king smiled brightly and generously introduced Zhou Yuqi. Yuqi, this is my girlfriend, Jang Win. I told you about her. She works as a real estate consultant in Tianjin City. Wow, hello, young lady. You are so beautiful. Zhou Yuqi's eyes lit up. She had been staring at Jang Win intently since she appeared in her sight. Who says only men like to look at beautiful women? In fact, the same goes for women. Thank you. You are very beautiful too. Jang Win fell in love with this sweet, lovely, pure and moving little sister at first sight, as if she saw herself when she was in school. Win, please sit down. I'll go make some tea. Thank you for your hard work. Jang Win sat down gently, looked at the small supermarket, and then looked at the sign of the newly opened foundation office, feeling very novel. Why did the foundation move its office into your supermarket? Jang Win asked in surprise. Sister Win, you don't know that this foundation was founded by Brother Wang. Zhou Yuqi said with a smile. What? He did it. Jang Win was stunned. The king brought a cup of tea and said with a smile. Yes, I have nothing to do, so I decided to set up a foundation for fun. You really are a hidden talent. Jang Win was confused. I just happened to have some spare money, so I set up a foundation to help those vulnerable groups in need, such as poor children. The king took a sip of tea and said with great emotion, I just love to do good deeds. There's nothing I can do about it. Jang Win didn't know what to say. Although she was his girlfriend now, she was just a girlfriend, not a wife, and she had no right to control how he spent his money. Okay, I support you. Do more good deeds and accumulate more virtue. Jang Win agreed. It's great that you support me. The king looked delighted. He thought that his choice would not be approved by her. Now it seems that I was overthinking it. Jang Win still supports me very much. By the way, Sister Win, where did you buy these jeans? They're so beautiful, and the shape is amazing. It's in the clothing store next to the central supermarket. The two girls were having a great time chatting. The king was idle and suddenly remembered that he had not used the $1 he earned for today's exchange. So he stood up, walked to the shelf, took a bottle of drink, and opened the lid. A golden light flashed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting a 1 yuan redemption opportunity. Do you want to use it? Use. Ding. The host used 1 yuan to redeem the opportunity, and the current wealth value was -1. Reward. Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group's third largest shareholder. Obtained 12.8% of the Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group's market value of 1.98 billion. Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group, the third largest shareholder? 1.98 billion shares? Oh my god. Although the king was mentally prepared for what amazing wealth rewards would come after the 1 yuan exchange was launched, he did not expect that this time the reward would be shares. Moreover, right off the bat, there are shares with a market value of nearly 2 billion. Just as he was immersed in it, and still savoring it, a phone call came in. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Wang? Yes. Dear Mr. Wang, we are Jiqing Trust Company, the largest asset trustee in Jiangdu. You have now acquired 12.8% of the shares of Jiangdu Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group, with a market value of 1.98 billion. Where are you now? I'm at the Wang Charity Foundation office, specifically at 32 Rinha Avenue. Okay. We'll arrange for a professional lawyer to come over right away and sign the equity contract for you. Okay, I'll wait for you. The king hung up the phone. As for the 12.8% stake with a market value of 1.98 billion, can it be transferred to his name? That's for sure. After the previous rewards, he is now very calm, because the system has arranged everything for him. As for him, all he had to do was wait for the signature. An office has been specially set up at the entrance of the small supermarket. It is about 10 square meters and is equipped with a desk, a sofa, and a coffee table. It can be used for external reception, drinking tea, and chatting about things. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the two security guards standing at the door are both about 1.8 meters tall, with straight legs and bright eyes. They all have martial arts skills, so it is no problem for one person to deal with 7 or 8 people. Hello, boss. Hello, boss. Seeing the king coming over, the two security guards on both sides hurriedly greeted him. You've worked hard. You can take a break. Don't be so serious. You can wander around a bit. We'll have guests coming soon, so just don't wander too far. The king said. The two security guards shook their heads like robots. No, we must do our duty and live up to our jobs. Then, the two of them continued to stand like soldiers on guard, neatly arranged and looking particularly majestic. Not long after, a Toyota Alpha commercial vehicle came over. The car stopped by the roadside, the door opened, and 7 or 8 people got out. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, about 40 years old, who looked very energetic, had short hair, and was very capable. The middle-aged man was holding a briefcase in his hand, and several other people, both men and women, followed behind him. A young man who looked like an assistant took out his cell phone and just made a call when the middle-aged man immediately stopped him. No need to call. It's right up ahead. Chapter 42, Multiple Identities. Sure enough, the middle-aged man was very sharp and noticed the sign of the Charity Foundation office right in front of the small supermarket. He straightened his collar and walked in. Hello, is the king here? I am. The king, who had just sat down in his office chair, saw someone looking for him and responded with a smile. Wow, so you are Mr. Wang. I didn't expect Mr. Wang to be so young. He is really young and promising. The middle-aged man flattered her at the right time. This flattery made the king feel very comfortable, but he did not lose his clear mind. What's the matter with you coming to see me? Oh, by the way, Mr. Wang, we just spoke on the phone. I'm from Jiqing Trust. Your shares in the Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group are currently being managed by our trust company. We need you to sign some documents. Oh, it's you guys. The middle-aged man and several assistants showed their work credentials and took out some contract documents. In addition, a professional team of lawyers also came along. They are here to serve the king. It involves nearly 2 billion yuan worth of shares in the Lin Hotel and Catering Group, which is a huge piece of super assets. Generally speaking, it is very troublesome to manage it by individuals. Handing it over to professional asset management and trust institutions can save a lot of trouble. The king only needs to listen to the work reports of professionals every once in a while on the management of equity and profit and loss situation, and then sign some written contracts, and everything will be fine. Professional asset management institutions and trust companies make profits by managing various assets and financial businesses. People like Wang Shang are definitely super big customers. They must provide the best service and the highest level of professionalism to help him manage his assets. After all, the king had attended university and had some knowledge of finance. Although he was not a professional, he was able to communicate with them. The final result made him very satisfied. He continued to let Jiqing Trust Company manage his equity assets and agreed to take out a certain percentage of the asset's profit points as commission to the trust company. If losses are caused, the trust company will be fully responsible for compensating the losses. In this way, the king was completely invincible. Because he thought that if he managed the equity assets himself, although he might earn more, it would be troublesome and laborious. It would be better for him to earn less so that the trust institution could also make money and save himself trouble. Besides, in the worst-case scenario, at most he would not make any money, but the basic equity assets would not suffer losses. Let professionals do professional things. The king thinks there is nothing wrong with it. After signing all the agreement documents, the king finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now he also has multiple identities. Chairman of the Wang Charity Foundation, the owner of the 10 office buildings in Marriott Plaza, VIP member of the private jet management department of Jiangdu International Airport, and owner of the Sikorsky S-92 private jet. The world's top fighters. The third largest shareholder of Lin's Hotel and Catering Group. He was thinking, what would the scene be like when his parents came back and knew about his identities? I wonder if my parents will be too surprised and faint. Looking at the date, my parents have agreed to come back, which is the day after tomorrow. I wonder if Jang Win has found a house in the villa area. After finishing his work and saying goodbye to the people from the trust company, Wang Shang walked out of the Charity Foundation office and went into the small supermarket. The two girls were still chatting animatedly. Ahem, by the way, Win, how's the house hunting thing going for me? The king asked. Jiang Win slapped her forehead. Look at me. I forgot the important thing. Immediately, she took out a book of information maps from her bag. Here are the floor plan information. The courtyard villa area that Tianyueking opened a few years ago is a very mature courtyard villa area and is considered one of the most upscale villa areas in the city. The housing prices there are not cheap. After all, they are villas, so the prices and taxes are high. All in all, a 2- or 3-story villa with front and backyards, about 300 to 400 square meters, costs 8 or 9 million yuan. When all kinds of deed taxes are calculated, it's over 10 million. Jiang Win briefly talked about the housing prices, the structure of the courtyard villa, the building area, the style of the front and back gardens, and the interior decoration. There are only 3 houses left in the courtyard villa area. The layout, size, and location are all very good. They are all 3-story courtyard villas with underground garages. The area is about 450 square meters, and they come with 2 courtyards in front and back. They are also fully furnished. The total price is around 13 million. A house worth over 10 million, my God. Hearing this, Zhou Yuqi was extremely surprised, and her eyes widened. Brother Wang, are you going to buy a villa worth over 10 million? She couldn't believe that what she heard was true. I always feel that this is an illusion. She knew very well what the king's conditions were. His family only had a small supermarket, and the old house was in danger of being demolished, but it had not been demolished. Where does he get so much money? Even if you win the lottery and set up a charitable foundation, you still can't easily buy a house worth more than 10 million yuan. Yes, Yuqi, once I buy the house, you can come over and play. The king said with a smile. Zhou Yuqi was extremely shocked. It's actually true. Sister Yuqi, you don't know? Your brother Wang Shang is super rich. I don't know where he got so much money. I even suspect that he was spotted by some powerful person and given billions of wealth to spend as he pleases. Jiang Win smiled. Zhou Yuqi murmured. No way. Is it just like in the movies, where brother Wang has a super rich uncle who has no descendants? After searching for a long time, he finally finds brother Wang, his only blood relative, and then gives him billions and tells him to squander them in a few days? Isn't that the richest tomato? I think it's possible. Jiang Win leaned close to Zhou Yuqi's ear and whispered. The two girls smiled at each other and became even more curious about the king. Win, let's go look at the existing houses first. Good. Soon, Wang Shang took Jang Win out of the small supermarket and went to look at houses in the courtyard villa area. Looking at the sweetness of the two, Zhou Yuqi felt envious and a little jealous inside. It's not a good feeling. Brother King is such an outstanding person, rich, handsome, brave, fearless, cool, and invincible. If I could be the king's brother's girlfriend, how much would that be? After all, they are childhood sweethearts who grew up together. She felt that she couldn't help herself and was obsessed with her brother the king. But Brother King already has a girlfriend. When Zhou Yuqi thought of this, her eyes became hot, and she almost cried, her eyes full of resentment. Chapter 43, All Angry Words. Bite. A text message was sent to the king's cell phone. A payment has arrived to your account ending in 2345. Note, Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group's second quarter equity-based dividend. 125,646,000 yuan, China Construction Bank. Sitting in the passenger seat of Cullinan, Wang Shang took out his mobile phone, read the text message, and counted it. The total equity dividend is more than 120 million. Moreover, it is the basic dividend for 1/4 of the shares of Lin's Hotel and Catering Group that he holds, excluding the dividend from the group's profits. He roughly calculated the shares he holds now. If the Lin Group operates smoothly and according to the profit performance in previous years, he can get about 700 to 800 million yuan a year. This is the power of capital. Once you have money, invest in healthy assets, and identify a group company with stable profits, you can just sit back and enjoy the dividends and make money. In particular, he is also the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, holding more than 10% of the shares. More than 100 million has been received, plus the more than 50 million left before. The amount of liquid funds available to the king now has reached 170 to 180 million. As for the villa we are about to see, it costs at most over 10 million yuan. With the best decoration, it is estimated to be less than 15 million yuan. This amount of money is nothing to the king. Leaning comfortably on the leather seat cushion, the king looked relaxed, with a smug smile on his face. Why are you laughing? Jang Win, who was driving, asked curiously. The king used his hands as pillows, leaning back against them, and said leisurely, I feel very happy. I am so happy to have a girlfriend as beautiful as you, Win. Tisk, Jang Win said coquettishly. You? Don't try to play tricks on me. You must be hiding a lot of things from me. Now that I'm asking you, you just make up an excuse and compliment me on my beauty, hoping to get away with it. No way, Win. How could you think of me like that? I was really praising you. You're so beautiful. I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Besides, when I'm with you, what's wrong with laughing? It's normal. Don't give me that. Be honest. As a young man in his early 20s, your family situation is very ordinary. I don't see you have any super rich relatives. So where does your money come from? Jang Win had been looking for an opportunity to clarify these issues, and now that the conversation had come to this point, she simply asked all of them at once. The king felt it necessary to have a good talk with her. If you are just an ordinary friend, there is no need to get to know each other in depth, nor is there any need to explain many things in detail. However, Jang Win is not an ordinary friend. It's his girlfriend. Moreover, Jang Win's attitude was obviously from the perspective of a girlfriend, hoping to understand his situation in depth. Very normal. Win. Actually, I first made my fortune by winning the lottery, then investing in some stocks, funds, silver futures, and so on. I traded like a tiger and made a lot of money. It can be said that I was extremely lucky and blessed by God. After carefully considering the wording, the king explained. I can believe you won the jackpot. It's just luck, but you claim to have good investing skills. Futures, stocks, funds, and silver, while offering high returns, also come with high risks. You can make a lot of money now, but there's no guarantee you'll suffer big losses in the future. So, you should play it safe and not be too aggressive. My dear, although I don't know how much money you have, you've already bought a house and are planning to buy a villa. This has already exceeded 99.9% of your peers. I'm already very satisfied. In the future, don't take too many risks in investing and live a stable life. Can you listen to what I'm saying? Jang Win said a lot. Of course the king listened to her. In fact, she just meant well and hoped that he would not take risks, play it safe, and keep a low profile. By the way, you said you were with me. Were you planning on getting married? Suddenly, the king said this. Having experienced failed relationships before, to be honest, it is inevitable that the king will be more cautious about relationships. When he asked this, Jang Win's face turned cold and she ignored him. Are you angry, dear? A look of distress appeared in the king's eyes. He felt that he really shouldn't have asked that question. Who goes with you to marry you? I just want your house and your car. A multi-million mansion, a multi-million Cullinan. So many women can't even dream of it. And for me, I have it within my reach, so I just slept with you once. Jang Wonwin's eyes were still cold, and she said expressionlessly, "Don't be angry, dear. I know you were just saying that in anger." The king said with a smile, "No one can explain the truth about love. I like you because of you, the person you are. You are handsome, unrestrained, and have a unique temperament. Of course, there is also your wealth, luxury cars, mansions, and private jets. You are truly too outstanding. I am afraid that I am not worthy of you and cannot capture your heart." As Jang Wonwin spoke, her expression became gloomy and she looked very lost. The king felt a pang of sadness and quickly tried to comfort her. "Don't be like this, dear. I've already said it before. You are my woman, and I will be responsible for you to the end. I'm putting this here as a solemn oath. If you go back on your word, I'll strike you with lightning." "Stop talking." Jang Wonwin reached out and quickly covered his mouth. "I won't let you tie yourself up by saying such vicious things to yourself. Okay, Wonwin, my dear, let's go look at villas. If you like them, we can buy 2 more, leave one for my parents, and then we can live in the other one," the king said with a smile. "You?" Jang Wonwin was speechless. She felt that she had nothing to talk to him about. "Didn't I just say that we should be steady, keep a low profile, and not spend money blindly? Why do we have to buy several more villas now?" "Okay, don't worry, baby, I know what I'm doing." The king patted her shoulder gently and said softly. Looking at his warm and tender eyes, Jang Wonwin's heart melted instantly. How could she bear to blame the king anymore? She stopped talking. Arrived at the villa area. After getting out of the car, Jang Wonwin called her colleagues, and soon several real estate consultants in professional suits came over. These real estate consultants all look older than Jang Wonwin and have the appearance of being middle-aged women. They should be professionals with rich work experience and have been working in this industry for many years. They come into contact with wealthy people every day. After all, those who come here to buy property are definitely not ordinary people. So, when they saw the king for the first time, they were a little bit unbelieving. Do young people like this really have so much money to buy villas worth tens of millions? "Sister Zhang, Sister Chun, Sister Sun, this is my boyfriend. He said he'd come over to see our villa. You're familiar with this place, so please show him around," Jang Wonwin said with a smile. "Wow, Wonwin, your boyfriend is so rich. He's so young and promising." "Yes, Wonwin, I really envy you for finding such a young and rich boyfriend." Several real estate consultants laughed, their eyes full of envy for Jang Wonwin. Jang Wonwin was very happy. As a woman, it is inevitable that she would be a little vain. Chapter 44, The Down-and-Out Old Classmate. Seeing that all her colleagues are so envious of her, how could Jang Wonwin not be happy? To be honest, after coming into contact with many rich men, these women's vision and outlook on life will undergo some changes to a greater or lesser extent. Women of their age might just want a stable life, a reliable husband, a house, a car, and children, and that would be perfect. But this is just the beautiful life in the eyes of ordinary people. They have higher requirements, wanting to live in a big house, a mansion, a villa, and drive a luxury car. Unfortunately, it is difficult for them to get into wealthy families and establish relationships with rich people due to their own conditions, and their inner greed for material things cannot be suppressed. Therefore, some real estate consultants will go astray and become mistresses of rich people or maintain improper relationships with some wealthy clients to seek benefits. So now when they saw a young and wealthy man like the king, their eyes immediately lit up and they started to have some ideas. "Mr. Wong, let's add each other on WeChat. You can ask me any questions about the house." "Mr. Wong, this is my WeChat. Please add me. I've been working in the villa area here for many years." The first step is to quickly keep contact information. Then the second step is to take action. "Mr. Wong, come with me. I'll take you on a tour of our villa area. Take a look at the surrounding environment, and then go to the model house to have a look." "Come with me, Mr. Wong. I happen to have the keys to several villas, one of which is fully furnished." Several older sisters and sisters-in-law, each of them extremely eager and thirsty, grabbed the king's arms and were about to take him away. The king was bewildered. The smell of perfume coming from their bodies mixed together, and it was hard to describe the smell. "Anyway, it's okay to feel uncomfortable. Mr. Wong, what's wrong with you?" "Oh, it's okay. I'm here to buy 2 villas. The decision is up to my girlfriend, so stop bothering me. I want to take a break. Just take my girlfriend to look at houses." The king said so. He enjoys a leisurely life and doesn't want to cause too much trouble. These words made the women feel helpless and embarrassed. Ahem, Jang Wonwin, standing by, had a murderous look in her eyes. She thought to herself, "What are you old sisters-in-law doing? My boyfriend, are you also trying to find ways to chat with him? That's not good, ladies." Win, look, we're just joking with your boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Win, I really envy you. Look at your boyfriend. He dotes on you so much that he bought you 2 villas and gave you the right to view them. He treats you like a princess. To have a man like this, Win, you are truly blessed. Jang Win felt a little overwhelmed. She was in a good mood and smiled slightly, saying, "Okay, sisters, take me to see the house now, okay? Walk." As for the king, he was leisurely sitting in the developer's office area in the courtyard villa area, resting, drinking tea, enjoying the air conditioning, and feeling contented. As luck would have it, someone recognized him. "Huh? Isn't this our old classmate Wang Shang?" A strange voice came from not far away. The king was drinking tea. He slowly put down the cup and looked in the direction of the sound. It was a young man of about the same age as him, carrying a glittering gold leather bag, wearing large gold chains and small watches all over his body, and a Gucci belt around his waist, walking towards him in a swagger. At first glance, Wang Shang recognized him. This guy was none other than his high school classmate Zhang Kaiying. When he was in high school, Zhang Kaiying loved to show off. His family was in business and they were rich, so he had all kinds of brand name clothes and shoes, and everything he used was high-end goods. Apart from showing off, this guy doesn't have any other major problems. Zhang Kaiying. Haha, Your Majesty, why are you wandering around here? Come, have a cigarette. Zhang Kaiying walked over, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Wang Shang. Isn't this typical, a street urchin? The king took the cigarette with a smile and said, I'm just hanging out with a friend here. By the way, old classmate, do you live here? Don't worry, I can't afford to live in such a high-end place. Zhang Kaiying quickly waved his hand, then came over and said in a low voice, any house here, including renovations, costs around 10 million yuan, like a piece of cake. What? So expensive? The king looked surprised, but actually he was cooperating with him. That's right. Zhang Kaiying touched his forehead, which was covered in sweat, and he didn't know what he had been doing. Zhang Kaiying, when you were in high school, everyone knew that your family was rich. You were the most high-profile one in the class. Everything you ate, wore, and used were big brands. If you can't afford to live here, then who of our old classmates can afford it? Wang Shang complimented him with a smile. These words seemed to hit Zhang Kaiying's heart all of a sudden. He suddenly changed into a different person. He pulled Wang Shang to sit down, took a deep puff of cigarette, his face full of haggardness and loss. Old classmate, it is only because I met you, my old classmate, that I am willing to pour out my heart and vent a few bitter words. What's wrong, old classmate? The king asked hurriedly. My family runs a renovation business. After graduating from high school, I started helping run it. Unfortunately, we took some big steps in the last few years and suffered heavy losses. Now we're in debt. It's tough. Just now, I left a wealthy family and found an old business friend. I was going to ask him for help, but guess what happened? What's wrong? He didn't say anything. I just sat down to have a cup of tea, and he filled it up, overflowing. I know that overfilled tea drives customers away. Damn it. I slammed the door and walked out. That bastard was so poor back then. If he hadn't done a few businesses with my family, he wouldn't be where he is today. Now he's so prosperous, so successful, and my family is down and out, and he won't even look at me. Really, old classmates, in this society, what kind of friends are you going to make? When people are gone, they get cold to you. It's true. When you're doing well, a bunch of people surround you. But if you get into trouble, whoa, they all run away in a swarm. I'm really going to fuck their balls. Speaking of this, Zhang Kaiying's eyes were red. He was angry and furious, and his mouth was full of swear words. It seemed that he was deeply hurt. Forget it, old classmate. You should be more open-minded. Business has its ups and downs. You can make a comeback in the future. After all, we are still young. The king patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Okay, old classmate, since you can listen to me complain about all these grievances, I'll treat you today. It's a rare occasion for us to meet each other, so let's have a few drinks together. Zhang Kaiying smiled with relief and said carelessly, Don't blame me, old classmate. I can't help you much. I just said a few words of comfort. The king smiled. Look at what you said. I didn't expect you to help me. How could I not know your family's situation? I heard from Chun Weining and Chao Yu and other old classmates that you graduated from college and are unemployed at home, running your family's small supermarket. Your pockets are probably cleaner than your face. Stop talking, let's go drink. Let me treat you to a drink, the king suggested. Get lost. I, Zhang Kaiying, am at least a well-known figure in the Jiangdu decoration industry. Even if I'm down and out, I don't need you, my old classmate, to treat me to a drink. Stop talking nonsense and just come with me. Zhang Kaiying put his arm around the king and walked out. Chapter 45, Squad Leader Chen Yueming. There is no reason for the king not to give face to his old classmate, who is so enthusiastic. So he called Jang Win, told her the situation, and left to go drink with some old classmates, asking her to drive back after she was done. Your Majesty, who are you calling? It sounds like your girlfriend. Yeah, it's my girlfriend. She sells real estate and happened to be showing a client a house here. I came over to take a look since I had nothing to do. The king explained with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiheng immediately became extremely cautious and said earnestly, Your Majesty, I'm not being too nosy. Your girlfriend sells houses in such a high-end villa area, and she only comes into contact with wealthy people. You must be extra careful and take good care of your girlfriend. Don't let her be seduced by a rich man. The king touched his nose and smiled. If this had happened in the past, he would have been really worried. But now, he is not worried at all. Zhang Kaiheng, your intention is good. I need to be more careful. But it's okay. My relationship with my girlfriend is very good. Don't worry, I will definitely invite you to the wedding on the day of the wedding. That's great. I'm looking forward to drinking at your wedding. The two of them laughed and chatted as they left the villa area. Zhang Kaiheng drives an Audi A6, which is a very good car, but it is a bit old. It is obvious that his business has been losing money in recent years, and he has no money to buy a new car. But he has to drive when he goes out to discuss business, so he can only make do with the old car. Old classmate, your car is nice, and the interior is very good. After sitting in, the king smiled and praised a few words. Men all like cars, and they all like to be praised for their cars. Unfortunately, Zhang Kaiheng was a little frustrated. He patted the steering wheel and said helplessly, Old classmate, I'm not bragging to you. If this business was profitable, I would have replaced this car with a Porsche or Ferrari long ago. What a pity, I don't have the ability. It will be fine in the future, don't be discouraged. The king comforted with a smile. Old classmate, I feel much better now that you've comforted me. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go have a good drink. Not long after, the two drove to the city. Zhang Kaiheng chose a pretty good seafood restaurant and went in with Wang Shang. They had agreed to have 2 drinks, so Zhang Kaiheng did not hesitate and ordered several main dishes, such as seafood hot pot, abalone and lobster, which were not cheap. In addition, he also ordered 2 bottles of Wulianya. Wow, this meal, roughly speaking, would cost at least several thousand. This also shows that he is really willing to give up and values this friendship with classmates very much. Zhang Kaiheng threw aside her handbag, bracelet, big gold ring, and the like, and waited for the waiter to bring the wine and food. Without saying a word, he opened the bottle cap and poured wine for Wang Shang. We must not go home until we are drunk today. Drink. Soon the two of them started eating and drinking happily with the seafood feast. Before long, Zhang Kaiheng's face was flushed and he was drunk. His forehead was covered with sweat, but he had no intention of stopping. He was full of energy and kept pouring wine. The king was also drunk and dizzy, his face flushed and his neck thick. While eating hot pot and drinking white wine, he felt as if his throat was about to spit out fire. No, brother, I have to go to the bathroom. Ha, go ahead. A moment. The king came out and took the opportunity to go to the bathroom to settle the bill for the meal. Although he is low-key and tolerant and does not show off his wealth, when he meets such a sincere old classmate and such a loyal and righteous brother, he must pay the bill, otherwise it would be too unreasonable. By the way, waiter. When he arrived at the checkout counter, Wang Shang looked up at the waiter and was about to tell the table number to pay the bill, but he was stunned before he could finish his words. Because, what a coincidence, I met an acquaintance again. And this acquaintance happens to be a high school classmate. Wang Shang knew him very well because he was the class monitor of his high school class, Chen Yueming. How should I put it? Chen Yueming had very good academic performance back then and was excellent in all aspects. But there was one thing. His classmates didn't like him very much. That is, he likes to rely on his status as class monitor to play power games, speak in official language, act superior, and often go to the class teacher's office to make all kinds of accusations. At that time, some teachers liked to delay classes and turn physical education into academic subjects. Students were angry but dared not speak out. They were very disgusted with such things. However, Chen Yueming, the class monitor, liked to speak in official language, as if he had become the messenger of justice, and he would lecture the students in various ways. At that time, many classmates said that Chen Yueming was the class teacher's follower. Later, Chen Yueming was admitted to a good university and went to work in a company in Jiangdu after graduation. Unexpectedly, I met Chen Yueming here. Your Majesty? Chen Yueming, old squad leader. When old classmates met, they recognized each other immediately. After all, one is the class monitor and the other is the most handsome boy in the class. People like this have a strong presence, and even after many years, you can still recognize them if you meet them outside. Old squad leader Chen Yueming, why are you here? Well, I work here. Oh, no. Strictly speaking, I'm here to check the accounts and inspect the situation. My main job is at the company's catering headquarters. I majored in finance in college, so I'm doing finance work now. Chen Yueming said this seriously, and while speaking, he habitually adjusted the frame of his glasses, looking very gentle. Director Chen, this is this month's bill, please review it. At this moment, a waiter at the cashier counter opened the computer page and showed it to Chen Yueming. The call of Director Chen brought a smile to Chen Yueming's face. He sat up straight and said, "Okay, I'll take a look at it in a while. You go ahead and do your work." "Okay, Director Chen." Seeing this scene, the king smiled and complimented. "Chen Yueming, you are an official now, a member of the company's management team. That's amazing." "Oh, it's nothing. When I first joined the company, I worked alongside the director of the finance department. The old director retired a year ago, so I took over. I was lucky," Chen Yueming said with a smile. "Chen Yueming, I really envy you for being a manager in a company at such a young age." "Wow." The king nodded happily and continued to flatter. In fact, he was thinking, "Chen Yueming, there is nothing wrong with you reaching this position. When I was in school, I was the class monitor and I was a follower behind the head teacher. After graduation and starting work, I was a follower behind the leader, always taking advantage of him. This is really a consistent style. By the way, Your Majesty, what are you busy with now? Where are you working?" After talking about himself, seemingly without leaving any trace but actually showing off secretly, Chen Yueming asked about the king's situation. "As for me, I was unemployed right after graduation and just stayed at home, watching over the shop." The king is indeed honest. Chapter 46. One thing in public, another in private. That's right, your family owns a supermarket, right? It's a family business that needs to be inherited. I really envy you. You have a family business to inherit, so you can earn money just by sitting at home. Unlike me, I have to work outside and rely on myself. Chen Yueming's complaints were actually, either overtly or covertly, an attempt to praise himself and belittle the king. You stay at home, eat and use things at home, and run a broken shop. What kind of ability is that? As for me, I work outside, dress well, enter high-end places for the first time, and am a manager of a large company, young and promising. Old squad leader, stop making fun of me. I've become a useless person, staying at home without any skills. How can I compare with you? You are so good at your work and have become a manager. I think most of my old classmates in our class can't do better than you. You are worthy of being the squad leader. You are excellent." Wang Shang praised him so much that Chen Yueming felt embarrassed and continued to belittle him. Chen Yueming is so happy at this moment. "By the way, where is the headquarters of the company you work for? I haven't figured out which company it is yet. I'll come visit you later." Wang Shang asked with a smile. "Oh, here, my business card." Chen Yueming quickly took out the business card from his shirt pocket and handed it to Wang Shang. The king took it and looked at it carefully. Jiangdu Lin's Hotel and Catering Group, Catering Business Department, Finance Section, Audit Director, Chen Yueming. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked at it, but when he did, the king was a little stunned. This is such a coincidence. It turns out that Chen Yueming is actually an employee of the Lin Group. The Lin Group is divided into the Hotel Business Department and the Catering Business Department, and Chen Yueming is the Audit Director of the Finance Department of the Catering Business Department. Such a position is indeed enough for the company's middle management. Being so young and having climbed to this position, it can be seen that Chen Yueming is quite capable. "Wow, Audit Director, wow, that's amazing." The king praised it highly. "This is not flattery, nor is it hypocrisy, but I really admire you." Because, for Wang Shang, the work of financial auditing, facing so much data and accounts, is so stressful that he is about to collapse. He simply cannot imagine how he can work. What's more, he usually runs a small supermarket and counts the accounts. He finds such a small workload boring and a headache. "Okay, old classmate, stop praising me. By the way, what are you doing here? Are you having dinner with someone?" Chen Yueming asked with a smile. Wang Shang laughed and said, "What a coincidence. I was indeed having dinner here with someone else. I didn't drink too much, so I came out to use the restroom. Oh, and guess who I was drinking with? It was also our high school classmate." "How could I guess that?" Chen Yueming said with a smile. "It's Zhang Kaiying. I met him not long ago, and he insisted on asking me to have a couple of drinks with him. By the way, Chen Yueming, if you are free, let's go over and have a couple of drinks together," Wang Shang said with a smile. No, I still have something to do. You guys just drink first. I'll come over when I'm done." Chen Yueming patted the king's shoulder and said, "That's fine. Go ahead and do your thing. You're in management, so you must have a lot of things to do. By the way, which room and table are you guys at? I'll treat you to dinner." Chen Yueming was ready to show off his wealth. But when the king told him the table number, Chen Yueming looked at the bill and his expression changed slightly. Because the bill showed that the total consumption was more than 5,800 yuan. This is half a month's salary for him. If he really wants to treat you, he won't be willing to do so. So after reading the bill, he felt very regretful because he was too careless. Don't offer to treat me if you don't know how much it is. I originally thought, how much would it cost for Wang Shang and Zhang Kaiheng to have a meal and drink some wine? A few hundred at most. Turns out, several thousand. By the way, Your Majesty, I don't have my card with me. I'll treat you next time, okay? When he thought about how he would waste his money on treating a dinner and how his girlfriend would definitely beat him up when he got home, he could only find an excuse. Wang Shang was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, Old squad leader, you can pay with your mobile phone now. No need to swipe a card. Besides, you are a member of the management of this company. You came to the restaurant downstairs to inspect the work, so treating us to a meal is not a big deal, right? Faced with such a situation, Chen Yueming is in a dilemma. If he really doesn't spend the money, not only will he be able to save face, but he will also have no place to save face when the news gets out among his classmates. But if you waste money, it would be really... Come on, let's go have a drink first. I haven't seen Zhang Kaiheng for a long time. I wonder what Boss Zhang is busy with now. Suddenly, an idea came to him. She immediately put her arms around the king's neck and walked towards the dining table. Check out and pay? Of course, escape if you can. He wouldn't be so stupid as to actually pay the bill and end up not having a glass of wine or a bite of food. The king laughed inwardly. Our old squad leader is very smart. It's still the same as before, with all kinds of little calculations going on. You want to show off, but don't want to spend money. That doesn't make sense, okay? But he saw through it, but didn't say it out loud. Okay, great. Let's go drink first. The two of them came to the dining table. Seeing the old squad leader Chen Yueming coming, Zhang Kaiheng greeted him with a smile and exchanged a few words of greeting, but he didn't say much, as if he was hiding something. Mr. Zhang, I heard that your renovation and building materials business isn't doing well. I'll see if I have any clients and introduce them to you. I'd like you to choose your company to renovate your house. After taking their seats, Chen Yueming started chatting with Zhang Kaiheng. Thank you very much. Zhang Kaiheng picked up the wine glass, his face flushed, and responded weakly. In fact, he knew very well that these words were just polite remarks. He knew what kind of person squad leader Chen Yueming was in the past. Just 3 years ago, high school classmates would get together from time to time. Zhang Kaiheng, who was a businessman, was naturally very keen on such gatherings, as they could help him build connections, develop clients, and bring business to his decoration company. But what about Chen Yueming? He says one thing in public and another in private. We agreed to go to his decoration company to renovate the new house, but we ended up going to another company. This wasn't a big deal, and Zhang Kaiheng didn't take it too seriously. But later, some things happened that made Zhang Kaiheng very unhappy. It turned out that Chen Yueming was very shrewd and greedy for money, and he had close ties with a company that was a competitor of Zhang Kaiheng's decoration company. Chen Yueming became close to Zhang Kaiheng and made various promises to bring clients to discuss decoration projects. However, he ended up getting some of Zhang Kaiheng's bottom prices and failed to cooperate on any project. And those customers eventually went to competing decoration companies. Because that company knew from Chen Yueming some of the internal prices and the lowest prices of materials of Zhang Kaiheng's decoration company, they were able to do this, knowing both themselves and their enemies, and thus winning every battle. Soon, Zhang Kaiheng's decoration company suffered a lot of losses. Zhang Kaiheng only learned about this inside information later. Chen Yueming took kickbacks from other companies. Every time he brought in a customer, he would get a kickback and made a lot of money by doing things against his conscience. To put it bluntly, this practice is deception and vicious competition, but the law has no jurisdiction over it, and Zhang Kaiheng has no evidence. It is entirely Zhang Kaiheng's own fault for being too careless and mistakenly trusting Chen Yueming. Zhang Kaiheng can only suffer in silence. Until now, he has not fallen out with Chen Yueming because they are old classmates and they still care about their friendship. Chapter 47 Swipe My Card. However, Zhang Kaiheng was no longer able to say much to Chen Yueming. At most, they met and exchanged a few pleasantries, and that was it. If it weren't for the king's face today, Zhang Kaiheng would definitely not sit at the same table and drink with Chen Yueming. Mr. Zhang, you were the coolest guy in our class back then. Everyone envied you. Business is tough now, so don't give up. Work hard, and you'll definitely be able to make a comeback. Chen Yueming sat down, and the man pretended to comfort Chen Yueming. Yeah. Zhang Kaiheng took a sip of wine by himself, and didn't even clink glasses with Chen Yueming beside him. Oh, Your Majesty, let's drink together. If you don't want to drink, just help pour some wine instead of just standing there. Chen Yueming greeted Wang Shang and was obviously putting on official airs. I'm here to chat with our old classmate and comfort our frustrated Mr. Zhang. Huh. Stop talking nonsense and drink. Zhang Kaiheng was too lazy to listen to this guy's nagging, so he picked up the wine glass and drank it down. Chen Yueming looked at the full glass of wine and pretended to pick it up and take a sip. If he really had to drink it all in one gulp, he could actually hold his liquor, but he didn't think it was necessary. Because if you get drunk, you have to lie here, and when you wake up, you have to pay the bill. Not worth it. He came here to drink, thinking of getting Zhang Kaiheng drunk and letting Zhang Kaiheng pay the bill. Drink, drink, drink. Mr. Zhang, your business has grown so big, and you've taken some big steps. If you had been steady and solid, there would have been no problems, and you wouldn't have ended up in this rather passive situation. Come on, drink. He continued to urge people to drink. Zhang Kaiheng was already slightly tipsy and not very conscious, but he had just started drinking and knew very well what he was going to do. Chen Yueming, you are the old squad leader. I have always respected you and trusted you. I never thought you would treat me like this. Feeling a little dizzy from drinking, Zhang Kaiheng suddenly stared at Chen Yueming coldly and said this. Suddenly Chen Yueming's heart skipped a beat. A little embarrassed and uneasy. Mr. Zhang, I don't understand what you are talking about. Stop pretending. Today, we have a chance to drink together, so I'll tell you the truth. Don't think I don't know what you did behind my back about the Rongqing Decoration Company. What are you talking about? I don't know what you are talking about. I'm too lazy to pursue what happened in the past. That was your own choice, and I was wrong to trust certain people. Ultimately, it's my own fault. Okay, Chen Yueming, you're doing well now. You're a member of the management team of the Lin Group. This restaurant is under your company. Without further ado, this meal is yours, so go ahead and pick up the tab. Zhang Kaiheng said unhappily. Half of it was an angry remark, and half of it was to squeeze Chen Yueming. Chen Yueming felt like he'd been slapped in the face. He said coldly, Zhang Kaiheng, what do you mean by that? You go your way, I go mine. Can your renovation business be influenced by me? You think too highly of me. Besides, why should I pay for this meal? Then go away. You are so busy. Don't waste your time here. Zhang Kaiheng drank a little too much and couldn't control his emotions. He seemed to be about to break up with Chen Yueming. Well, you, Zhang Kaiheng, Zhang Kaiheng, your business is about to go bankrupt, and you're still here pretending to be rich? A meal for 2 people, a few drinks, actually cost thousands of yuan. You're like this, you don't know when to advance or retreat. You have no bottom line. You don't know how to save money when things are tough. You know your place clearly. I'm really ashamed of you. You said you loved pretending, you loved showing off, and you still can't change your bad habits now. At this time, Chen Yueming started to scold Zhang Kaiheng mercilessly. It seems that they are going to have a falling out. Chen Yueming, don't give me that. You promised to bring me clients. I trusted you so much and told you the lowest price. But you still have the slightest consideration for our schoolmate friendship? You sold me out just to get kickbacks from Rongqing Decoration Company. You still have the nerve to bring clients to others? Damn it. Suddenly, Zhang Kaiheng stood up with a bang, grabbed the wine bottle, his face flushed and his neck thick, as if he was ready to fight. Zhang Kaiheng, don't come over here. Don't act so arrogantly. What kind of ability is that? Don't frame me without any evidence. Chen Yueming took 2 steps back. Then, he subconsciously looked at the king beside him. After all, they were old classmates meeting, so he still had to save some face. They really wanted to break up completely. If the fact that he betrayed Zhang Kaiheng were to get out, it would be very embarrassing among the old classmates. Your Majesty, don't listen to Zhang Kaiheng's nonsense. He's losing money in business, and nothing is going well for him. He's like a mad dog, biting everyone he sees. Now he's actually accusing me. Isn't that ridiculous? He was afraid that the king would become suspicious, so he said this. The king looked indifferent and said nothing. You, stay away from him from now on, or he'll bite you too. Chen Yueming said unhappily. Who the hell are you calling a dog? Say it again. Zhang Kaiheng rolled up his sleeves, his arms covered in tattoos, looking scary. Zhang Kaiheng, don't come over here. Don't act so tough. I'm going to call security. Chen Yueming quickly took a few steps back again, fearing that he would be hurt. Zhang Kaiheng, forget it. The king came over to help. It's really boring to keep going like this. He also didn't know why the meeting of old classmates turned out like this. Chen Yueming, tell me honestly, have you done anything to let down your old classmate? Look at Zhang Kaiheng, he's in such a miserable state now. His business has lost a lot of money. It's not easy for him, so don't speak ill of him like that. The king tried to ease the relationship between the two. Just listen to his bullshit. Whatever he says is the truth. What? Chen Yueming hurriedly defended himself, but his flickering eyes betrayed him. The king is not stupid. He can see that this is the situation. Chen Yueming must be acting against his conscience and has deceived his old classmate Zhang Kaiheng. In that case, there's nothing much to say. Okay, Chen Yueming, go and do your own thing. I don't think Zhang Kaiheng is in the mood to drink with you. Let's go. The king waved his hand, feeling quite bored. You said it. You let me go, and Zhang Kaiheng also let me go. It's not that I don't want to drink with you, so you have to pay the bill yourself. Chen Yueming didn't feel embarrassed or uncomfortable. Instead, he felt relieved. Because you don't have to drink anymore, and you don't have to spend money. Don't worry. I will pretend I didn't hear about what you said about treating us. The king smiled. Hey, wait a minute. Suddenly, Zhang Kaiheng got angry and said coldly to Chen Yuejin, Chen Yueming, you said you'd treat me, so go ahead. This is a restaurant owned by your company, so there's nothing wrong with you treating. Hurry up and pay the bill. Since he didn't regard him as an old classmate worth interacting with, Zhang Kaiheng didn't care about anything and didn't want to give him any face. Chen Yueming's face darkened and he felt a little embarrassed. Never mind. The king took out his bank card and handed it to the waiter beside him. Excuse me, please go over and settle the bill. Swipe my card. The total bill for your table is 5,860 yuan. The waiter took out the bill and looked at it again. Chapter 48, Investing 10 million. Go ahead. The king nodded. He had looked at the bill. Beep. Card swipe successful. It's a very simple thing, just paying the bill. The king really didn't understand why it had become so complicated. At this moment, the scene was silent. Chen Yueming stared blankly at the king and murmured, You settled the bill? Are you pretending to be rich? Yes, I'm just pretending to be rich. I just want to meet up with my old classmates and have a meal and a few drinks. How come you can't even afford a meal? The king was truly full of contempt for Chen Yueming. Your Majesty, you're just staying at home. You don't have a proper job. You're nothing. Why are you pretending to be so important? Why are you paying the bills? Let Zhang make the summary. You're really... Chen Yueming scolded him again. The king was really angry now. He waved his hand and said, Go away. Chen Yueming, can you please behave like a human being? I paid the bill and treated my old classmates to dinner and drinks. What's wrong with that? Why are you talking so much nonsense? You are so stingy, and you can't even let others be generous? You are the only one who can do that, right? Get out of here. These words made Chen Yueming blush. I'm so ashamed. Chen Yueming, you're such a jerk. You brag to everyone about your job, your leadership, and your monthly salary of tens of thousands. Yet you're so reluctant to spend this little money on a meal. Forget it. Go away. I really don't like seeing you around. At this time, Zhang Kaiheng continued to sit in his seat and drink, too lazy to pay attention to Chen Yueming. Chen Yueming hesitated to speak, wanting to argue something, but was at a loss for words. He was so embarrassed in front of these waiters that he quickly left in shame. Zhang Kaiheng put down his wine glass, picked up his handbag, and pulled out a wad of money. He stuffed the money into Wang Shan's pocket while drinking. Here's 6,000 yuan. Take it. How can I ask you to treat me? What are you asking for? You're just pretending to be rich in front of me. Hurry and put the money away. Otherwise, your girlfriend will scold you when you get home. The king was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but he felt warm in his heart. Come, have a drink. The two clinked their glasses and drank another glass of wine. Well, I'll take the money. The king was not polite and took the money. Just keep it. Even though I'm losing money in business now, I still have this little money. Brother, Zhang Kaiheng patted Wang Shang's shoulder. Old classmates, don't play the same tricks as Chen Yueming, saying one thing in front of you and another behind your back. And don't be vague about your words. So, Zhang Kaiheng, I've decided to invest in your decoration company. The king suddenly changed into a different person, sitting upright and speaking seriously. Investment? My decoration company. Zhang Kaiheng was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Old classmate, stop joking. With your conditions, what investment can you get? Besides, a decoration company is not a small investment. For example, in a third-tier city like Jiangdu, a decoration company with a certain scale would have to invest millions or even tens of millions to make a splash. After laughing, Zhang Kaiheng spoke seriously. He did not mean to look down on the king. He was just telling the truth. How much money does your decoration company need to be revitalized? Add your current losses and any debts and so on, and take them all into account. Wang Shang continued. Are you serious? Zhang Kaiheng's eyes changed slightly. Of course we're serious. We're old classmates, so let's not be so frivolous. The king said seriously. At this point, Zhang Kaiheng was a little unsure whether he lacked understanding of the king. Is this guy really just like he said, staying at home and guarding the store? To be honest, I've been well off lately. I won the lottery, and I made some money from stock trading, futures trading, and silver trading. It's not too difficult for me to come up with a few hundred million or even tens of millions, the king said modestly. Not to mention tens of millions. Even tens of millions or hundreds of millions is a piece of cake. Is this true? You're really good. Damn, you really impressed me. Zhang Kaiheng was so excited that he patted the king's shoulder hard. Cough, cough, cough. The king started coughing after these few hits. Dude, be gentle. Tell me quickly, how much do you need me to invest? The king urged. Zhang Kaiheng hugged Wang Shang's shoulders tightly, extremely excited. Old classmate, I didn't expect you to be serious about this. You're so low-key, but you've actually made a fortune. Ha ha ha. Okay. If you think highly of me and are willing to invest, of course I welcome it. How about this? You invest 10 million in me. What do you think? Is it difficult? If it is difficult, forget it. No problem. The king nodded without any hesitation. Because what he valued was Zhang Kaiheng's character. As long as you have good character, there won't be any other major problems. When doing business, there are gains and losses, which is normal. He believed that with Zhang Kaiheng's youthful drive, honesty, and loyalty, he would be able to build up the business and restore its glory in time, or even make it bigger than before. That's great, buddy. Come on, let me toast you. Zhang Kaiheng received a positive response from the king and excitedly grabbed the wine glass and drank it. I was drunk and confused. He was drunk just now, but now he is so happy. He has found investment and has funds. His decoration company is completely revived. If I tell my parents such good news, they will definitely be more excited. So, this was too much excitement. So he drank another bottle of white wine and kept drinking until he was drunk and unconscious. We drank until late at night. The king called Jiang Win. Win, come over here. Zhang Kaiheng was successfully lifted into the car. Jiang Win drove, and Wang Shang sat in the passenger seat. The king briefly recounted what had happened. As for the investment, he also talked about it and explained the reasons why he was willing to invest. The king is not a male chauvinist, but after all, they are not married, and he is rich enough. To be honest, there is no need to tell his girlfriend too much about making some investments. But he still said it. It's actually very simple. It's all about respecting your girlfriend. The importance of this relationship. My dear, I believe in your investment vision. The reason you can make so much money must be because you have a good vision. Jiang Win agreed. But I'm only a little worried. That is, you have to be prepared. If you lose the 10 million, you have to accept it. When it comes to investing, it's impossible to always make money and get the expected results. Losing is normal. I hope that since you've made this investment because you value the friendship between old classmates, even if you lose money, it won't affect this friendship. She added these two words. The king suddenly felt that he had underestimated her. Such a pattern, such a mentality, and such concepts are really not something that ordinary girls can have. Concepts on money, views on investment, and concepts on love. Really, the three views are super positive. The king felt that he had really picked up a treasure. Chapter 49, Buying a Supercar. After sending Zhang Kaiheng home, Wang Shang and Jiang Win drove back to their home in Tianjin City. This is their love nest. After coming back to take a shower, they lay on the bed. Young people are full of energy, and they still have strong physical strength even in the middle of the night. Soon, the two of them became entangled in each other's conversation. After the last joyful lovemaking, the two of them had already broken the window paper. Now it's time to enjoy it. A night of passion. The king didn't wake up until 10 o'clock the next morning. When he opened his eyes, he saw that there was no one around him. He stood up and walked to the spacious and luxurious living room. Then he found that Jiang Win had gotten up long ago and was tidying up the house. There was a fragrance coming from the kitchen. She has already prepared breakfast. Soy milk, egg-filled pancakes, bread, and sausages. Very rich breakfast. Go wash up, and then come have breakfast. Jiang Win saw him get up and gave the order. Good. The king looked very happy and walked over to hug the beautiful woman. When staying at home, Jiang Win wore very cool clothes, a thin semi-transparent short skirt that was barely visible, a pair of snow-white and tender feet, wearing slippers, slender calves, smooth and bright, particularly beautiful and charming. Stop making trouble. Go quickly. Wash up and have breakfast to replenish your nutrition. Jiang Win said with a smile. The king smiled and pinched the fleshiest part of her back, making her giggle. With a little devil like you, I really need to replenish my nutrition. Only with more nutrition can I bring out my best in you. The king said teasingly with a smile. Bad thing. Humph. Jiang Win started to pout, not to mention how charming she was. The king felt particularly comfortable on such a warm and romantic day. Perhaps this is what love should be like. It was like falling into a honey pot. Even the breath was sweet. After staying at home until 11 o'clock, Jiang Win had to go to work. It's a good opportunity to go there, have a working lunch, and continue working in the afternoon. After viewing 2 villas yesterday, she has now become a celebrity in everyone's eyes. In just a few days, many houses were sold with a total value of tens of millions. No salesperson can compare to her. After Jang Win drove to work, Wang Shang also had to go check on his own small supermarket. Because only by taking out the beverage bottle and opening the lid in your own small supermarket can you trigger the 1 yuan redemption reward. So for him, it doesn't matter if other money-making businesses fail, but his own small supermarket must not have any problems. However, the car was used by Jang Win to go to work, so now Wang Shang can only take a taxi, which is a bit inconvenient. It seems like it's time to buy myself a car. The king murmured. After coming out of Tianyueking community, Wang Shang took a taxi directly to the place where he bought the car last time. The car dealership run by Jiang Yingshua's family is the largest car dealership in the city. The last time I came here, I took Jang Win with me and bought a Cullinan. This time, the king decided that since he already had an SUV, he would enjoy himself and buy a sports car. As soon as I entered the store, the sales staff surrounded me. Wow, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. A group of people flocked in because the king was a VIP customer of the store and bought a Cullinan worth 7 or 8 million. In addition, some people heard rumors that the king was extremely wealthy and owned his own private jet. As a result, everyone envied and respected him very much. A super rich young man, who knows who he is and what his background is like. You must give a polite reception. Is your store manager Jiang Yingxua here? The king asked casually. As Jiang Win's boyfriend, he came here, and of course he had to be polite and ask if Win's cousin was there. Manager Jiang is out. How about I call her? No. The king waved his hand. It's just buying a car. With so many salespeople around, it's not necessary for Jiang Yingxua to receive me. By the way, Mr. Wang, is there anything you need our help with? A young and beautiful female salesperson asked with a smile. This is the gold medal salesperson in the store. She is beautiful and has a good figure. She dresses very sexy every day, with black stockings, long legs and high heels. Sometimes she likes to wear low-cut clothes, revealing a very attractive career line. Nowadays, many women are working hard to attract customers, attract attention, and achieve more sales. For example, if the salesperson selling a car is a beautiful and sexy woman, she will have a much better deal because most of the car buyers are men. Men like beautiful women. If there is a beautiful saleswoman accompanying him, and she is the kind of beauty who knows about cars, that would be amazing. Oh, I'm fine. I just wanted to come and look at the car. The king laughed. Okay, Mr. Wang, what kind of car do you want? Which model do you like? The beautiful saleswoman winked at Mr. Wang with an extremely charming smile, and even deliberately squeezed forward with a sweet smile. The king felt a chill. This woman was pretty and had a nice figure, but she was nothing compared to Jiang Win. Moreover, this woman's temperament is too poor. Not at all, the girl the king likes. But speaking of the matter, they came here to buy a car, not to pick up girls, so the king didn't mind. I want to buy a sports car. Please introduce one to me. Okay, Mr. Wang, please come this way. The beauty quickly grabbed the king's arm and headed towards the sports car display area of the dealership. Mr. Wang, if you want to buy a sports car, you've come to the right place. We have the largest and most comprehensive selection of sports car brands here. The beautiful woman was beaming with joy as she explained to the king various models of sports cars. As expected of the largest car dealership in the city, it indeed gathers many brands of sports cars. Almost all the sports cars on the market can be seen here. This is the Lamborghini sports car exhibition area. Gallardo and Reventon are both available, and Aventador is available for order. And over here is the Porsche sports car exhibition area. There's the more common 911, the Boxster, the Cayman, the Panamera, the Cayenne, the Macan. Look over here, the Ferrari area. There are even more sports cars. This is a Ferrari 458, and there are also Ferrari LaFerrari, Ferrari 488, Roma. In the following time, the king listened to the beautiful saleswoman's explanation of sports cars from all major brands. He heard and saw all of them. From appearance to interior, from control to details and performance. The king felt that he was about to become a sports car salesman. These are too common and ordinary. Can you recommend a different, rarer model? The king still felt a little unsatisfied. Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, and other major models only cost a few million or tens of millions at most, and they are nothing special to drive. Therefore, he wanted to own a different sports car, or at least a sports car that others could hardly afford, so that he could be different from those rich second generations. Because those second generation people driving sports cars on the streets are either Porsche or Ferrari, either Ferrari or Lamborghini, which is really boring. This car, how about you take a look at it, Mr. Wang? At this time, the beautiful saleswoman can only use her trump card. Arrived at the innermost exhibition area. A car covered with a car cover looks particularly mysterious in shape, and the lines of the car body have a very good feeling even though it is covered. Chapter 50 Pagani Wind God. What kind of car is this? The king asked curiously. Because there is no display board nearby, nor is there any brand displayed. Wind God. Pagani Wind God. The beautiful saleswoman said seriously. He was very cautious and spoke in a very low voice, and his facial expression showed that he was very nervous. Because it's impossible not to be nervous. This is a super luxury sports car worth tens of millions. The Huayra, a mid-engine supercar, was launched in 2011 by renowned Italian sports car manufacturer Pagani. It's powered by a Mercedes-Benz AMG customized M158 Series 6.0L twin-turbocharged V12 engine, boasting over 730 horsepower and 1,000 Newton-meters of torque. It's mated to a 7-speed sequential single-clutch transmission, allowing for a top speed of 370 kilometers per hour. After listening to the beautiful saleswoman's explanation, the king instantly became interested. Because compared with the sports cars that the beautiful saleswoman had explained before, the Pagani Huayra supercar is completely superior in all aspects and has crushing performance. Whether it is displacement, engine, maximum power, or output speed, it is all excellent. This car is nice. Just tell me how much it costs. The king asked. The beautiful saleswoman held up 3 fingers. 3 million. The king asked doubtfully. No, 30 million. The beautiful saleswoman said. Upon hearing the price, the king did not hesitate at all. Okay, 30 million, I got it. When the king said this, not only the beautiful saleswoman, but everyone else was dumbfounded. 30 million. This is not a small amount, and he did it without any hesitation. Could it be that this guy's money really came from the wind? The saleswoman hesitated for a moment and then confirmed. By the way, this Pagani Huayra is 30 million, with no discounts. Mr. Wong, are you sure you want to buy it? Sure and certain. I don't need any concessions. The king smiled, looking calm and composed. If this happened to someone else, 30 million, a full 30 million, who could spend it all in one go just to buy a sports car? Soon, the king took out the card. Just like the last time I bought the Cullinan, I paid in one lump sum using a credit card. I just hope you can complete the paperwork as soon as possible. I'm going to drive out. The king took out his bank card and handed it to the beautiful saleswoman. Okay, Mr. Wong. The beautiful saleswoman bowed 90 degrees. She was so excited. This time she sold a Pagani Huayra worth 30 million, and the commission was quite a lot. Moreover, this is a global limited edition. The Pagani Huayra, worth 30 million yuan, is incredibly handsome and stylish. Its overall shape is incredibly cool, and its streamlined body, utilizing aerodynamics and optimized design, balances aesthetic beauty with minimal wind resistance, bringing the performance of the sports car to the extreme. The butterfly door of the sports car opened. I got in and sat down. The king felt that he had not entered the driver's seat of a car, but rather the cockpit of a fighter jet. It was so sci-fi, so dreamy. All this is like a dream. It's unbelievable. Whether it is the seats, the steering wheel, or the various control buttons, they are all very high-tech, just like a science fiction movie. The king is now led by the staff to the test drive site. Touch the button to start the ignition, then engage race mode. Step on the accelerator. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Oh my God. The sound of the super powerful engine is the strong and surging roar that is unique to the V12 engine. It is so manly. It is simply a steel behemoth. The car shot out like a bullet. The push on the back was so strong that the king almost lost his balance and flew out of his seat. The terrifying force of pushing back. The king was shocked. A sports car like this was a real supercar. He was test driving the function, feeling the charm of it. There was a professional beside him in the passenger seat, helping him drive the car faster and familiarize himself with the various controls and buttons. So he got familiar with it quickly. At the car dealership, the staff used his card to pay the total cost of the Pagani Huayra, which was a little over 30 million. Everyone was silent. Shocking. It's so shocking. I just bought a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth several million the day before yesterday, and now I've bought a Pagani Huayra. Rich, rich, so rich. All the employees of the car dealership were waiting for Wang Shang to come back from the test drive and to have a grand car handling ceremony for him to receive his new car. Not long after, the king, who had just returned from a test drive, got out of the Pagani Huayra. At first glance, everyone thought the king was so handsome. Maybe it's because the king is too rich and has an aura of a rich man, which makes him extremely attractive. Moreover, he is still so young, yet he can easily buy a supercar worth 30 million. It is definitely the best supercar in this city. Even in the entire province, this Pagani Huayra ranks among the top. Because there are really very few people who can afford a supercar worth more than 30 million yuan, and not many people can own one. Soon, The staff completed the formalities and selected a license plate for him. This time, the king just picked a license plate at random, without paying too much attention to it. Because the license plate number of Cullinan is very particular, it uses such a good license plate. So he uses this supercar for his own use, driving it out and having fun with it. So the license plate and other things are not important. The king thinks it's a good idea to use a low-key license plate for such a fancy car. After all, the price of this car is here. Just drive out, and you will attract countless people's attention, so the license plate doesn't matter at all. Congratulations, Mr. Wong, on getting the Pagani Wind God. Congratulations, Mr. Wong, on getting the Pagani Wind God. Congratulations, Mr. Wong, on getting the Pagani Wind God. Congratulations, Mr. Wong, on getting the Pagani Wind God. Congratulations, Mr. Wong, on getting the Pagani Wind God. Congratulations, Mr. Wong, on getting the Pagani Wind God. A grand car delivery ceremony was held in front of the dealership. Dozens of employees from the car dealership lined up in 2 rows. Everyone cheered and applauded together. The king walked in the middle and took the keys to the Pagani Huayra from a male manager of the car dealership. She is in high spirits and smiling from ear to ear. It can be said that the horse gallops fast in the spring breeze. Boom, boom, boom. Finally sitting in his own super sports car, the king stepped lightly on the accelerator and drove away in the gaze of everyone. The Pagani Huayra drove into the city's main road in a chic manner. This car is so attractive that many people exclaimed in surprise after seeing it. Wow, what kind of car is that? So handsome and cool. Wow, it's a Pagani. Hurry up and check, what kind of car is it? Wow, it's the Pagani Wind God. The Wind God. Global Limited Edition, starting at 30 million. Sitting in the car, the king could not hear what the envious people outside were saying, but from their expressions, he could clearly tell that they were full of envy. The king was driving leisurely, whistling and feeling the wind comfortably. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number calling. Chapter 51, The King of Snipers. Hello. The king thought it was a telephone advertisement or something, so after answering the call, he threw the phone on the dashboard and ignored it. Are you the king? A cold voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of coldness and arrogance. Wang Shangxin thought that the person who was doing telephone advertising for fake medicine was pretty good. He had done a very clear investigation and knew his name. Yes, I am the king. Very good, Your Majesty, listen carefully now. Your sister is in my hands. Remember not to call the police, or I will kill her. Remember this. Wait for my call and prepare the money. Beep, beep, beep. Hang up. Just hung up like that. The king was bewildered. I called again, but the other party couldn't get through. The king was really speechless after this phone call. What the hell is going on? Younger sister? He is an only child, so how could he have a younger sister? It must be a prank. Humph. These days, some people are really crazy. They're bored and eat too much. After the king was nervous, he relaxed and thought it was a prank. So he continued driving leisurely. Came to the vicinity of a small supermarket. The appearance of Pagani Wind God caused a sensation, and many people in the parking lot turned their eyes over. The king got off the car quietly. Fortunately, he usually just runs the shop and occasionally buys goods. Generally, most of the goods are delivered to his door. In addition, he is a homebody, so he doesn't socialize much outside. So, in the parking lot, no one recognized him. In the past, there was an old man who looked after the parking lot. He knew him and would chat with him when they met. Now everything is automated and the parking lot does not need anyone to guard it, so the old man has retired with honor. The king left the parking lot and came to the door of the small supermarket. The door is closed. The Wang Charity Foundation next door was open, guarded by 2 security guards, and everything seemed orderly. Hello, Mr. Wang. Hello, Mr. Wang. When they saw the king, they hurriedly greeted him. Oh, it's okay. By the way, why is the supermarket closed? Where's Zhou Yuqi? The king asked. Mr. Wang, we came to work at 8 o'clock this morning, but we haven't seen Miss Zhou Yuqi, and the door hasn't been opened until now. We thought the supermarket was closed for the day. A security guard said. Zhou Yuqi, are you being lazy? The king murmured, took out his cell phone, and called Zhou Yuqi. The call went through, but the other end didn't pick up. Suddenly, there was a beeping sound on the other end of the phone, and it was hung up. The number you dialed is currently unavailable. No one answers. The king was a little angry, because the call was clearly made and there was no problem, but suddenly it couldn't be connected. There is only one reason. The other party hung up the phone. He hung up the phone on purpose. He hit again angrily. Zhou Yuqi, I think you don't want to do this job anymore. I'm so pissed. Unexpectedly, the call went through this time. Hello. Over there was the voice of a strange man. The king was shocked, because it felt very familiar, extremely familiar. but he couldn't tell what was going on. Oh right, that strange stranger who called just now. That voice? Is this person? Suddenly, the king reacted. Where's Zhou? He asked tentatively, lowering his voice. Ah, let me go? Let me go. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, there was a sound of struggling from the other end of the phone, and then, as if someone was covering the mouth, the sound became very small and could not be heard. The king's scalp tingled, because this voice was exactly Zhou voice. Zhou, what's wrong with you? Zhou, he shouted. In his haste, he exposed himself. I just called you. Yes, your sister, Zhou, has been kidnapped and is in my hands. Now you need to prepare a ransom of 10 million and send it to the place I specify. I will then arrange for someone to meet you. On the other end of the phone, there was still that cold and unruly male voice. The king's voice trembled. Who are you? He never expected that such a thing would happen to him. Zhou sister was kidnapped. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you do as I say. Otherwise, wait for your sister's body to be collected. Okay, I'll give you the money. But you can't do anything to hurt Zhou. Otherwise, you won't get a single cent. Beep beep beep. The other end hung up the phone again. The king panicked. Listening to the other party's tone, combined with Zhou voice on the phone just now, it is obvious that this is not a joke, but real. He wants to calm down now. When something like kidnapping happens to him, he has to take it easy. Open the supermarket door and go in and sit for a while. Call the police? The first thing he thought of was calling the police. But if I call the police, what if I alert the enemy and they kill me? Now he can only wait for the other party to call, agree on a location, and then he will send the money over. I just hope that the kidnappers are only after money and never want to hurt Zhou. The king, who was extremely irritable, depressed, and panicked, subconsciously took a bottle of drink. Open the lid. Ding. 1 yuan exchange opportunity. Have you triggered it? Certainly. The king responded irritably. His mind was now full of how to rescue Zhou. As for the system rewards, he didn't care about any amount of wealth. Ding. 1 yuan exchange successful. Host's current wealth -1. Congratulations to the host. You have received the reward, gun mastery, and a gift of the Sniper King's Super Sniper Rifle. Ding. Gun Master's gun skill. World-class gun skills. Within range, every shot hits the target. King of Snipers. The world's top sniper rifle can be equipped with 100 rounds of bullets at a time, and the number of bullets can be reloaded unlimitedly. The king was stunned. Completely stunned. What kind of magical reward is this? This is really a corruption to the extreme. The reward is gun skills, and a super sniper rifle is also given as a gift. Oh my god. Chapter 52, The King's Confidence. There was a brief dizziness, as if an electric current, carrying a vast amount of knowledge, skills, and experience, suddenly penetrated into the king's mind. After fainting for about tens of seconds, the king recovered. In his mind, he already has a complete set of military knowledge and profound experience in the proficiency of using sniper rifles and other firearms. Now he is a super powerful sharpshooter. It turned out that this was the necessary process for the gun skills rewarded to him by the system to be integrated into his body. This system is so damn sensible. The king was completely shocked, thinking that the system was extremely powerful. Just as Zhou sister was kidnapped, the system rewarded her with the title of King of Snipers. With the blessing of the gun god's gun skills, his temperament has changed a little. Cold and murderous, the killer's icy temperament has become a part of his overall temperament. Now, he has the ultimate marksmanship and a world-class sniper rifle like the Sniper King, with unlimited reloads of bullets. It's too awesome. He had originally thought of secretly calling the police, but now it seems that he should be able to go into the dangerous place alone. I just don't know where the kidnapper across the street is hiding. Ding. The Sniper King's sniper rifle is on the shelf against the wall. Please go check it out. The system will give you another prompt. The king hurried over. The shelf was covered with a black cloth. Crash. He opened it. I'm really shocked. A sniper rifle that is about 1 meter long. Comes with very detailed instructions and how to use it. Of course, the king already has mastered the gun technique and is very familiar with how to use it. However, the king still felt it necessary to read the detailed instructions for this special Sniper King. The gun body and stock are all black, made of non-reflective metal, providing excellent concealment. The barrel is approximately 70 centimeters long and has a 13 millimeters caliber. It's equipped with an ultra-high-definition night vision scope with a magnification of over 10x and a rangefinder scale, with 1 dot corresponding to 0.75 mils. Currently, the sniper rifle with the longest range is the American M200 sniper rifle, with an effective range of 2,300 meters. However, This Sniper King has an effective range of an astonishing 2,800 meters. He muttered as he read the instructions. The overall performance of this sniper rifle is so outstanding that it ranks first in the world. Pick it up, hold it in your hand, carry it on your shoulder, look through the scope. It felt familiar, as if I had been a sniper for many, many years. All of this happened so skillfully and naturally. The king, who was already a gun god, became a different person at this moment. He was no longer an ordinary young man, but a super sniper. Soon, he skillfully disassembled the gun, and finally took it apart and packed it in the gun box that came with it. Then he noticed that there was a box next to where the sniper rifle had been placed. Open it and take a look. Wow! He couldn't help but sigh. Because it turns out it's full of bullets, a box of them. According to the specifications written above, there are a total of 100 sniper rifle bullets. Taking a deep breath, the king was now full of confidence and could challenge the kidnappers. However, he still felt that it was safer to find a senior official in the city. Municipal building. The phone rang in a leader's office. Hello, this is Director Wu's office in the city. Hello, I am Wang Shang, the president of the Wang Charity Foundation. The king briefly explained his identity. Because I had dealt with people from the municipal government when I was running the foundation, after the call was connected, the secretary of a certain department's office immediately handed the phone to the leader. Director Wu, it's President Wang calling. President Wang? Yes, it's President Wang who spent hundreds of millions to set up the foundation. Director, you even arranged for me to attend the founding ceremony. Oh, I remember now. What's the matter with President Xiao Wang? As the right-hand man of the Jiangdu City Secretary, Director Wu's position as the office director is very critical. He can be said to be the secretary's confidant and is usually responsible for many miscellaneous matters. The secretary noticed the young man named Wang Shang very early on. Therefore, he was specifically asked to pay more attention to the king and build good relationships with young people. At this time, the young secretary handed him the phone. He temporarily put down the work at hand and answered the phone while chatting with the secretary. He immediately smiled and said politely, Hello, President Xiao Wang. I'm Director Wu. Director Wu, my sister has been kidnapped. The king came straight to the point without the slightest hesitation. Kidnapped? In the office, Director Wu stood up suddenly, very surprised. Yes, my sister is missing. The kidnapper just called me and told me to prepare 10 million and wait for him to call me to confirm the handover location. I can't call the police, otherwise he will kill her. The king said very anxiously. President Xiao Wang, don't worry. With such a big thing happening, you must stay calm and don't panic. Don't worry, you came to me because you trust me, the city, and our Secretary Luo. Besides, you're the youngest and most outstanding philanthropist in Jiangdu. We will definitely find a way to help you and rescue your sister. Well, I'll contact the comrades at the municipal bureau right now and have them come up with a plan and launch a covert operation to help you deal with the kidnappers without alerting them. Soon, Director Wu said solemnly. Thank you very much. The king was quite satisfied. After hanging up the phone, he set off immediately. Wang rented a small truck from a nearby car rental company. He brought a sniper rifle and was fully equipped with ammunition and other supplies. He also called the bank manager to withdraw 10 million in cash. He is a top VIP customer, so the process for large withdrawals takes others several days and various approvals, but he only needs the simplest and fastest process, and it won't take long before he can get 10 million in cash. After receiving the cash, the king loaded it into the car. After all, it was a huge sum of 10 million yuan, and the cash weighed 2 to 300 kilograms. It could only be pulled by a small truck. The Pagani Wingori at home did not have enough space to load the money. Besides, this is kidnapping, not a joyride, driving a supercar. What are you doing? He was fully prepared and would rush there as soon as the kidnappers called to confirm the handover location. Not long after he drove his pickup truck away from the bank, his cell phone rang. At a glance, it was still an unfamiliar number, different from the numbers that had called before. It seems that the kidnappers are very cunning and experienced, and they keep changing their numbers. Your Majesty, are you ready for the 10 million ransom? Hurry. Brother kidnapper, don't worry, I have the money ready. Oh, is my sister okay? Let me hear her voice. The king was very calm, but spoke very anxiously, giving the kidnappers a feeling of panic and cowardice. After a burst of noise, Brother King, there were panicked and frightened shouts coming from the other side. Wang Shang's heart tightened, his eyes reddened, and he clutched his phone tightly. Say, Sister Yuchi, are you okay? Don't panic. I'll bring you money to save you. Pack the money and set off quickly. Remember to drive alone and don't let anyone know. First, go to the area near the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. Beep, beep, beep. After a brief conversation, the kidnapper hung up the phone. near the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road. Chapter 53, Identity of the Kidnapper. The location of the South 3rd Ring Road is relatively remote compared to the urban area. It is close to a large farm in the far suburbs of Jiangdu. There are some farmers and some old industrial factories nearby. With the expansion of the city, this place has evolved from a wilderness to an urban-rural fringe area. There are also some overpasses and ring roads on the South 3rd Ring Road, which are places where some speed racers like to gather. Among them, of course, there is Zhou Qiang, who is known as the Outer Ring Racing King. There is an abandoned state-owned factory nearby, which is extremely large, covering tens of thousands of square meters. Zhou Qiang used some connections to take it over and put it to his own use. He used this area to build a go-kart racing track and several car repair shops as a place for the racing enthusiasts in the circle to hang out. There is everything in there, including eating, drinking, and having fun. There are often gangsters coming in and out, bringing women of questionable character with them, and throwing all kinds of chaotic and unscrupulous parties. It even involves some illegal transactions and activities. It is common for a group of gangsters and playboys to gather together to attract fans. Someone reported this place. However, Zhou Qiang relied on his family's special relationship and his father's power, so no one dared to deal with it. They just went through the motions and dealt with it perfunctorily. Therefore, for a long time, this place has become a hotbed of crime and a den for criminals. What is even more terrifying is that the largest underground evil force in Jiangdu, an organization known as the Four Dragons Society, has set up a branch here, and Zhou Qiang, as a middle-level manager in the organization, has become the person in charge here. People call him the Hall Master. The South City branch of the Four Dragons Society, headed by Zhou Qiang. In an abandoned factory, the air was filled with the smell of oil, and various abandoned machines were everywhere. There were some fitness equipment on the open ground, and there was even a shooting range specifically for practicing guns. To put it bluntly, the dozens of branch members of the Four Dragons Society are just a bunch of thugs and bullies who hang out here when they have nothing to do. They practiced martial arts and fighting, and even practiced shooting. They all had thick muscles, a face full of flesh, various big tattoos on their arms, and tattoos from their backs to their chests. Zhou Qiang was also practicing martial arts, boxing, and then practicing with equipment, and then going to the shooting range to practice shooting and marksmanship. Of course, the guns they used were all illegal and were smuggled in through special channels from abroad. Generally speaking, members of the Four Dragons Society are not allowed to use guns. They usually fight and cause trouble, or go out to do illegal work like debt collection and extortion. They can scare others into paralysis just by relying on their numbers and prestige. Zhou Qiang usually hangs out in the circle of rich young men, goes to various high-end places, drives a sports car to play exciting racing games, picks up girls, etc. On the surface, he is just a rich playboy. In fact, his real identity is the branch leader of the Four Dragons Society. His brother Yinba was beaten up, and he himself was cheated out of millions of dollars in a drag race, so he must avenge these new and old grudges. All the accusations were directed at one person, Your Majesty. It is not easy to deal with the king, so they focus their attention on the people around the king. Originally, Zhou Qiang was thinking of taking action against Wang Shang's girlfriend Jang Win, but considering the Jiang family's reputation and influence, he did not take action against Jiang Win after all. As for the king's parents, they have investigated and found out that they have gone out and have not returned yet. Finally, they set their sights on Zhou Yuqi, who was watching the shop for Wang Shang. Unlucky Zhou Yuqi went out at around 6 or 7 in the morning. Before she could even finish walking down a small alley, someone covered her with a cloth, put her in a pocket, knocked her unconscious, and took her away. All this was done by Zhou Qiang. He arranged a few thugs from the Four Dragons Society to drive a black car with a fake license plate and carry out a kidnapping. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. From a corner of the abandoned factory, the sound of a girl struggling could be heard. Against the wall, there is a girl in a white dress. She has a slim and graceful figure, fair skin, and beautiful looks. She is very pure and charming. People feel pity for her at first sight. However, what is infuriating is that such a beautiful young girl was tied up, her mouth was blocked with tape, she was struggling all over, her 2 snow-white legs kept kicking, and her shoes were kicked off. How pitiful. Tear. A shirtless, tattooed young bully came over, looking extremely annoyed. He ripped off the tape on the girl's mouth and cursed viciously. Stop yelling like that. Shut up. Save your energy. Damn it. If your boyfriend can't come, we have so many brothers, and we'll have to play with you. As soon as these words were spoken, several thugs and bullies nearby all let out lewd and evil laughs. They gathered together, playing cards, gambling, drinking, taking drugs, etc. Several guys stared at Zhou Yuqi, the beautiful girl in her prime, with their eyes glowing green and their saliva almost dripping. Let me go? Let me go? Let me go? Let me go? Zhou Yuqi was extremely frightened. There was a flicker of panic in her beautiful eyes, and she was silent as a cicada. Let you go? Humph. Our hall master is still waiting for a ransom of 10 million. A gangster bully grinned. No. How can the king have so much money? Don't make things difficult for him. You are committing a crime, doing bad things, and you will be punished. Ha ha. What we did was evil. Oh, and your boyfriend is very rich. He even has a helicopter. 10 million is nothing. How about we have some fun first? This girl is so tender and soft, so soft that you can squeeze out water. Ha ha. The thugs laughed, thinking that Zhou Yuqi was just a little lamb, waiting to be ravaged by the storm. Beep beep beep. Just then, a young man's cell phone rang. The person who stood up from his seat was Zhou Qiang. What the hell are you thinking? Stay away from her. I'm waiting to use her as bait to lure that bastard into the trap. Don't touch her until I'm done. Zhou Qiang walked over and cursed at the thugs. After cursing, he answered the phone. Hello. I'm your majesty. I'm already at the Tanling overpass on the South 3rd Ring Road, near the North 3rd exit. Give Zhou Yuqi the phone. I want to hear her voice. If you hurt her in the slightest, you won't get a penny. This is a call from the king. Hearing the king's voice, Zhou Yuqi was both happy and scared. Chapter 54 Police Dispatched. Speak. Let him know that you are still alive and well. Zhou Qiang put the phone in front of Zhou Yuqi and yelled rudely. Zhou Yuqi was so scared that her face turned pale. Being kidnapped like this would be unbearable for anyone. The plot in the movie actually happened to me. And this wasn't just a group of kidnappers out for money, because she overheard the conversation among these thugs and bullies, which involved how to lure the king here and how to deal with him. Hurry up. Zhou Qiang kicked Zhou Yuqi without any mercy. Zhou Yuqi. Zhou Yuqi. The king's anxious cry was heard on the phone. Brother King, I'm fine, don't worry. Zhou Yuqi shouted loudly. She didn't want to make the king too anxious, even though she was in such a predicament. Don't worry, I'm here with the money. You'll be fine. The king said this on the phone. You heard that, kid. Humph. Your little sister is doing fine. So many of us brothers are accompanying her. She's such a beautiful little flower. It makes people drool just by looking at her. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qiang laughed evilly. On the other end of the phone, the king was sitting in the car and suddenly slammed the steering wheel angrily, his heart full of hatred and his eyes bloodshot. Now keep driving forward. After about 5 kilometers along Beishan Road, you'll see a factory. Drive straight in. Remember, don't play any tricks. I have surveillance cameras everywhere. If you bring help or call the police to follow, then wait for them to collect your sister's body. Zhou Qiang said coldly. Just when I was about to hang up the phone. Brother Wang, don't come over here. They want to deal with you. There are so many of them, and so many guns. Run. Zhou Yuqi suddenly screamed and struggled desperately. Beep beep beep. The phone was hung up. At this time, Zhou Qiang's trusted subordinate, the guy called Cigarette Scar, rushed over and slapped Zhou Yuqi. You little bitch, you're looking for death. You little slut, do you really want to die? FCK. You dare to tip off that bastard? If he doesn't come here and hand over the money obediently, and let our hall master teach you a lesson, you're doomed. Do you understand? Humph. Mr. Zhou, this little girl needs to be punished. How about we brothers teach her a lesson and make her behave herself? Yes, Hall Master Zhou, this woman has to be disciplined. She has a very fierce temper. Give her a good lesson. I guarantee she will behave herself and won't ruin our plans. After beating and scolding her, a few thugs and bullies were about to use violence against Zhou Yuqi. There were also several members of the Four Dragons Society, holding guns, playing with them casually, staring at Zhou Yuqi with sidelong glances. When such a beautiful woman is captured, it is undoubtedly like a sheep falling into the mouth of a wolf. We are surrounded by wolves. You bad guys. Evil guys. The police will come to arrest you and put you all in jail. Bastards. Bang. Before Zhou Yuqi could finish her curse, another gangster bully rushed over and slapped her in the face. Her fair and tender face was covered with slap marks, red and shocking, and pitiful. Zhou Yuqi's heart was filled with grievance, anger, hatred, and despair. A complex mixture of emotions filled me. The thought of myself in my prime years suffering misfortune, my studies unfinished, my parents' kindness unrepaid, and my own life yet to begin. She burst into tears, tears streaming down her face, her heart aching. Stop fighting. Get out of here. Don't move, little girl. I've told you so many times. You're a bunch of idiots thinking with your lower body. Damn. After I take care of that guy, I'll have some fun with this little girl. And finally, I'll sell both this little girl and that guy overseas. Zhou Qiang walked over and kicked away several guys surrounding Zhou Yuqi. I don't know when he had a submachine gun in his hand. He looked very proud and arrogant, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He was really showing off. When Zhou Yuqi heard that she was going to be insulted and sold abroad, she felt hopeless and disheartened. She cried even harder. She was going to suffer a terrible fate, and it also brought disaster to her brother the king. As for what it means to sell them abroad, she had just heard from the people from this evil organization that it is actually human trafficking and selling organs for profit. Brother Wang, please don't come. Please don't come. They want to harm you and even capture you and sell you abroad. She prayed silently. Her life and death were already determined, and she could not escape this disaster. She only hoped that her beloved brother, the king, would live well and not come to die. Jiangdu City Police Department. Director Zhang received a call from Director Wu of the city secretary's office and learned of a serious situation. He quickly made arrangements, and the entire police station was busy. Because this involves a major incident in which the sister of Mr. Wang Shang, a young tycoon worth billions, was kidnapped. It is difficult for others to investigate the king's wealth, but people inside the system can find out easily. Chairman of a charitable foundation, major shareholder of the Lin's Hotel and Restaurant Group, owner of a private jet, and owner of 10 office buildings. Adding all these together, wouldn't that amount to a net worth of billions? In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, how could a young person with a net worth of billions be considered an ordinary person? Even Director Wu from the municipal secretary's office attached great importance to it. It can be seen that the top leader of Jiangdu must be paying close attention to this matter. So, Director Zhang asked the comrades in the information department to follow up Wang Shang's call records and track down the strange number that called the kidnappers. Also, let the comrades in charge of criminal cases take action immediately. A police car was the first to rush out of the municipal bureau compound. The driver was a policewoman who had a heroic temperament, but also a very pretty face. The policewoman looks very much like the former Hong Kong and Taiwan actresses. Her facial features are very delicate and recognizable. She is a beauty with beautiful bone structure, not like the current internet celebrities who seem to be carved out of the same mold. The beauty of this policewoman becomes more attractive the more you look at her. Her name is Luo Xiaoxiao, a star figure in Jiangdu public security system and recognized as the top policewoman. A graduate of the police academy, she has been promoted to captain of the city bureau's criminal police team after working for more than 3 years. It is said that her family has a background, which is very powerful. A girl like this is simply invincible. She is a criminal police officer, extremely beautiful, and has a powerful family background. However, these do not affect her business ability at all. The number of cases she handled and the rate of solving cases have always remained at an excellent level. So in this kidnapping case, she naturally took the lead. Captain Luo, where are you? Director Zhang told us to stabilize the situation first and not rush out. We haven't gathered enough information. What's so stable about it? Stop talking nonsense and send me the location range. I've already set off, bringing Xiao Liang and Xiao Chun with me. Holding the walkie-talkie, Luo Xiaoxiao looked capable and experienced. Although she was only 25 years old, she looked like a captain. Captain Luo. Not wanting to waste time talking, Luo Xiaoxiao turned off the intercom and stepped on the accelerator. The police car sped away at a very high speed, scaring the 2 young policemen sitting next to her and in the back, whose hearts were pounding. The legendary policewoman with a hot temper is indeed a rose with thorns, quite hot. Chapter 55 Mysterious Trailer. Soon, Luo Xiaoxiao received a message. The location was sent by a colleague from the information department of the bureau. The location information is obtained based on big data and a complete set of strict information investigation and handling procedures within the public security system. The bureau has roughly determined the location of the kidnappers, which is in the southern suburbs of Jiangdu. The kidnappers were quite cunning. They kept changing their numbers, and the calls were very short. They were also specially encrypted, making them very complicated to detect. Therefore, we can only give an approximate location. The southern suburbs. According to my assessment, the kidnapping this time is likely related to the Four Dragons Society. Humph. The Four Dragons Society has been entrenched in Jiangdu for years, committing all manner of evil and evil, establishing a dark and sinister underground kingdom. They're truly too difficult to deal with. Luo Xiaoxiao was driving the car and took a look at the location information. She couldn't help but snorted coldly and said viciously. She was filled with anger at the actions of those criminals. During the 3 years she worked as a criminal police, she had dealt with criminal cases involving the evil organization for Dragon Society more than once or twice. However, each time it was all a lot of noise but little action. In the end, she could only catch some small fry on the fringe, but never the core members of the Four Dragons Society. Of course, she never gave up and always followed the actions of the Four Dragons Society. In order to wipe out the Four Dragons Society in one fell swoop, she spent countless energy and efforts. Not only the top leaders in the city, but also the top leaders in the province, all attach great importance to the crackdown on evil organizations like the Four Dragons Society. She was entrusted with an important task and had already established a special action team to specifically target the criminals of the Four Dragons Society, make arrangements, and crack down on crime. It's the Four Dragons again. Those bastard criminals are so despicable. Although they are very likely related to this kidnapping case, it's difficult to find evidence of their crime. It's very difficult to deal with. Yes, Captain Luo, haven't there been recent clues that the Four Dragons Society is very likely to have smuggled a batch of arms from abroad? If that's true, it will be even more difficult to deal with and fraught with danger. The two colleagues murmured. Boosting others' ambitions while destroying your own prestige. Humph. I just don't believe it. I've been tracking them for over 2 years, doing everything I can to gather evidence. I've also secretly investigated their hideout dozens of times. I know they're hiding in that abandoned factory building in the southern suburbs. They look normal, but they're actually very suspicious. This time, while I'm investigating the kidnapping case, I can give those bastards a proper meeting. Otherwise, all my years of investigation and follow-up, all my hard work and energy, will be wasted. Luo Xiaoxiao said seriously, her eyes flashing with a full sense of mission and justice. She entered this industry not for a stable job, but out of her love for this noble profession. Captain Luo, we support you. We will follow your orders. It's our honor to work with Captain Luo. The two young comrades looked at each other, both very excited. Luo Xiaoxiao's words made their blood boil and their fighting spirit high. We're almost there. Get ready and check your guns again. Luo Xiaoxiao ordered calmly. Snap. Snap. Along with the sound of bullets being loaded, the atmosphere in the police car suddenly became cold and solemn. At the same time, an old pickup truck drove to the abandoned factory in the southern suburbs. According to the kidnapper's request, the king now needs to hand over the small truck loaded with 10 million in cash to the other party. He stopped the car, looked around vigilantly, and while no one was around, he quickly opened the sniper rifle box, assembled it skillfully, and loaded the bullet. Suddenly, a large trailer appeared on the road not far away. Then, a message came. Now drive your pickup truck forward. When the king saw that it was sent by the kidnappers, he had no choice but to do as he was told. The large trailer made a loud rumbling noise, slowed down, and stopped. The door of the trailer compartment was opened, and an iron plate dropped down so that vehicles outside could drive in and park. The king's expression froze. He took a deep breath and drove in calmly. Bang! The moment he drove the pickup in, the trailer door slammed shut. The kidnappers are so cunning, handing over like this. It's pitch black. Boom, boom, boom. The large trailer started moving again. The king stayed in the van. The engine was turned off, and he could only wait there. He was in the dark carriage and could only vaguely see what was happening inside with the help of the light from his mobile phone screen. There is no one else except him. It seems that this trailer might be towing him and the 10 million to the kidnapper's location. Another possibility is to kill him to silence him, take the 10 million, and abandon the pickup truck off the cliff, causing a car accident. Whatever the possibility, his situation will become more and more dangerous as time goes by. Not long after, a large trailer drove into an abandoned factory. The king, who was listening quietly in the carriage, vaguely heard the harsh sound of metal rubbing against the ground when the iron door opened. But it was mixed with the loud and noisy noise of the trailer itself, and I couldn't hear it clearly. People are inside. You can go check the goods. The trailer stopped and turned off the engine. Someone spoke outside the car. Chapter 56, Separated by a Wall. The king who possesses the divine gun skills not only has the world's top marksmanship and a proficient grasp of firearms and other equipment, but also has a talent that is engraved in his bones. Moreover, as a top shooter, he possesses superb psychological qualities and the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, and rich experience gained from hundreds of battles. These are all rewards given to him by the system. You know, the world's top shooters are very important and rare military talent resources in any country. With the Wangshan's current level of marksmanship and psychological quality, he can definitely join the top special forces team in China. In the world, he can easily join the highest level special forces organization in any country. Such a godlike person appeared in this abandoned factory. Even though he was trapped in the cargo box of a large trailer, he was still extremely sharp, like a beast in silence, always ready to launch deadly and crazy attacks and kills. The cargo door slowly opened. Even the people in the car were loaded in and dragged over. Haha, this trick is really brilliant. What are you talking about? Who is our hall master, Master Zhou? That's related to the higher-ups. They're very familiar with the police's procedures for handling cases. If you go against our Master Zhou, you'll die. Haha. As the cargo box door opened, a group of thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons gang were chatting happily in an abandoned workshop in the empty, abandoned factory building, and all their eyes were looking towards the open cargo box. They were here to deal with the king and take the ransom. Of course, they are a group of capable elite members of the Four Dragons Society who are good at fighting and have steady and accurate shooting skills. As the leader of the Four Dragons Society, Zhou Qiang is a middle-level member and needs a group of reliable and capable subordinates around him. After all, the Four Dragons Society is now in a period of rapid expansion and has recruited too many gangsters and hooligans in society as reserves. The quality of the personnel is also messy and uneven. In a corner not far away, there was only a wall separating it from the large trailer that had just driven in. Did you hear that? Your lover is really obedient. He drove here straight away. Ha ha. The man with cigarette scars drank and smoked, staring at the innocent beauty Zhou Yuqi who was tied to the iron railings, and smiled triumphantly. What are you going to do to him? Zhou Yuqi glared at the man with the cigarette scar fiercely. Zhou Yuqi now knows very well that this group of people is definitely not just after the ransom. More importantly, they want to use the king as a scapegoat and kill people to silence them in order to vent their anger. Because it was Yinba and his gang of thugs who bullied her in the small supermarket, and Brother Wang beat them up like a god descended from heaven. The reason why she did not tell the king about these situations on the phone, explaining that the kidnappers were that group of bullies, was to prevent the king from being too stimulated and having too strong hatred in his heart, which would cause him to lose his mind and lose his mind. After all, when it comes to being kidnapped, the more panicked and fearful you appear and the stronger your reaction, the more the kidnappers feel they can raise the stakes. It's not a big deal. Your lover was driving a small truck full of cash. On the way, we intercepted it with a big trailer and towed it here. A bully came over with a smile, playing with a sharp bone-cutting knife in his hand. I'll play with him later. He's quite good at fighting. Huh? You are breaking the law. Zhou Yuqi blurted out, but suddenly felt that she was ridiculous. Breaking the law? Yes, this is a gathering place for a group of criminals who do illegal things and commit all kinds of evil. If you tell them that it's illegal, wouldn't that be a joke? So helpless. Well, we are indeed breaking the law, kidnapping. And by the way, we are giving your lover a lesson. Ha! Don't worry, your lover is the only one here. There won't be anyone else following him here. There's a very powerful signal blocking device in the carriage. Even if he installed a tracker and called the police, it would be useless. No one would be able to find this place. Ha 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 ha. My dear, wait and see. We'll get a ransom of 10 million, and then have some fun with your beloved brother. Watch as we cut him to death, stab him to death. That's going to be so exciting. Zhou Qiang took out a half-meter-long white short knife. The blade was obviously sharpened and looked extremely sharp. It was probably the kind that could cut hair if blown away. He took the knife, licked the blade, and his eyes were suddenly filled with ferociousness. Chapter 57, The Ghostly Killer. Tick, tick. Zhou Yuqi's eyes became hot, and tears flowed again. She knew that these gangsters and bullies were definitely not talking nonsense. Given the king's temper, he would definitely raise the ransom and come here to rescue her. She and the king were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. She knows the king's character very well. Value friendship and loyalty. I have hurt you, my brother the king. I have really hurt you terribly. Her face became extremely desperate, and her eyes were empty. Bang! But at this moment, a gunshot was heard, a very muffled sound. It suddenly broke her thoughts. She was startled. Could it be? This group of thugs, bullies, and evil elements opened fire? So, who was the shooting directed at? Bang! Another gunshot. The gunshot was accompanied by a scream. Zhou Yuqi's heart was bleeding and her whole body was trembling. But she suddenly realized that the scream did not sound like that of her brother the king, but rather that of an elderly middle-aged man. Bang, 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 bang. Soon, bursts of dense bullet sounds were heard from the other side of the wall. Zhou Yuqi was completely confused. Judging from the sound of gunfire, there must be dozens of people involved. Only a gunfight between the two sides would cause such a big commotion. What she would never have thought was that the first shot was fired by none other than the king. At this moment, crouching down and hiding in the carriage, using this small truck of a certain domestic brand as a cover, the king has completely changed into a different person, as if he is a god of death who has walked out of endless blood and gore, gunfire and bullets, with a sharp gaze and a terrifying murderous aura emanating from his whole body. He pulled the trigger again and again. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were fired, and every one of them hit the target accurately, and all of them hit the temples of the group of bullies holding guns outside the carriage. Even with a silencer, there will still be a sound when the sniper rifle fires a bullet, but it won't be loud. On the ground outside the carriage, the group of bullies were also firing, shooting fiercely at the king. The sound was louder and harsher. But no one outside can hear it. This abandoned factory building has undergone a major renovation and was built by Zhou Qiang at great expense. In order to facilitate the brothers' shooting practice and avoid being discovered by the outside world, imported sound insulation equipment has been installed. It can be said that even if there is a gunfight involving hundreds of people inside, it cannot be heard outside. But at this moment, many gangsters and bullies were so scared that they couldn't hold their guns. Because the bullets fired from the trailer cargo box are super strange, super accurate, and magical. Every bullet will take a life. 1 kill, 2 kills, triple kill, quadruple kill, pentakill. In just a few minutes, the 7 or 8 thugs and bullies who had gathered under the cargo box and were about to come in to deal with the king were all killed. The flying bullets are like deadly demons. Such precision, the angle of the gun, and the hidden experience are really terrifying. Searchlight, searchlight, come on, come quickly. Everyone, get your weapons ready. Someone broke down and screamed wildly. Because it was pitch black in the cargo box and nothing could be seen clearly, the evil elements of the Four Dragons Society thought that it was a problem of light that allowed the gunman hiding inside to calmly shoot and kill. Bang! Someone turned on the main searchlight switch. Soon, all the super bright searchlights in the entire factory were lit up. Others were holding searchlights and shining them into the dark cargo box. So bright that it burns your eyes. The brothers were shot and Zhou Qiang, the leader of the South Suburbs branch, could no longer sit still. He quickly called his brothers, grabbed his weapons, and rushed over. In an instant, dozens of gun-wielding evil elements of the Four Dragons Society surrounded the cargo box of the small truck. In the previous round of melee, more than a dozen brothers fired at the cargo boxes. Now that Zhou Qiang was here, they looked at each other and no one dared to shoot again. Looking at the devastated cargo box, the trailer with blown tires, and the iron guardrails and iron box body around the cargo box full of bullet holes, Zhou Qiang gasped. How many bullets were fired? Young Master Zhou, someone is hiding inside and shooting. Several of our brothers have died. Master, who is this person? Could it be that bastard king? That's unlikely, right? The shooting skills of the black gunmen are quite high. Several brothers quietly came to Zhou Qiang and talked in low voices. Go up and see what's going on. Damn it, he's ganging up on my brother. I'm going to shoot him. Damn it. Zhou Qiang cursed viciously. He casually pushed a gangster next to him hard. Go up. But how could the gangster who was pushed dare to go into the cargo box? If you don't go, I'll kill you. Zhou Qiang cursed angrily, his face trembling with flesh. Threatened like this, the gangster had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk towards the cargo box step by step, trembling all over. When he got there, he lifted his legs and climbed up, just as he was about to climb onto the cargo box. Bang! A crisp and decisive muffled sound. The gangster was shot in the head and fell backwards with his face up. Bang! Fall to the ground. Blood surges like a column. Oh. Seeing this scene, many gangsters and bullies were stunned with fear. Zhou Qiang's heart also trembled violently. Grass. What's going on? The people in the cargo box looked like ghosts and the god of death. They harvested many lives, but Zhou Qiang and his gang of evil elements didn't even see their shadows, let alone the real people. Suddenly, the entire factory became dead silent, and the atmosphere was solemn, weird, and terrifying. Chapter 58 Low to the extreme. No one dared to approach the trailer's cargo box. No one knows whether they will be the next one to be killed. These thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society took a deep breath, trying to calm themselves down, but they were still very nervous and frightened. They didn't dare to look at Zhou Qiang, because Zhou Qiang was their leader and a rich young man in the circle of wealthy young men in Jiangdu. Usually, they were the ones who did any dangerous things or dirty and tiring work, and Zhou Qiang would never do it himself. There's no way around it. He's the Hall Master, a prestigious member of the Four Dragons Society. In the Four Dragons Society, which has strict rules, obeying orders is a must. If anyone dares to violate the rules and discipline, the consequences will be very tragic. What's more, the dozens of gangsters and bullies present were all following Zhou Qiang. They usually relied on Zhou Qiang to give them money so that they could eat, drink, and have fun. Zhou Qiang is quite capable. He will reward anyone who has made contributions and is willing to work hard, such as illegal activities like smuggling, and who is willing to do it well. For example, This time the kidnapping was carried out by several of his trusted subordinates, who made a special investigation, staked out the area, found the best opportunity, and kidnapped Zhou Yuqi. He also used Zhou Yuqi as a threat, demanded a ransom of tens of millions, and lured the king out, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What the hell are you all standing there for? Huzi, Scar, Defoam, Lao Ding, come on. What are you afraid of? Are we, with so many of us, afraid of just one person? Zhou Qiang yelled again. Although his words were arrogant, he lacked confidence at all and looked like a coward. These thugs cursed Zhou Qiang's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. They thought to themselves, damn it, you order us around. Why don't you do it yourself? Bang. Just as I was hesitating, gunshots rang out. Another gangster fell down, without a trace of struggle. Crash. Suddenly, more than 10 thugs around the killed thug quickly scattered. Each of them was like a frightened bird, very scared. They quickly backed away, hoping to get as far away from the trailer as possible. Damn it. At this time, Zhou Qiang went crazy. His tense nerves were provoked again. Watching his brothers being killed one by one, he could hardly bear it. As the hall master, when have you ever encountered such a weird thing? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. So he picked up a machine gun and fired bullets wildly at the cargo box. Dense rows of bullets poured down onto the cargo box like a torrential rain. Accompanied by sharp and piercing gunshots, some bullets penetrated the cargo box, broke the iron sheet, and sparks flew everywhere. Everyone's eardrums are about to be broken. Zhou Qiang still doesn't give up. Fuck you. You're playing tricks on me, hiding and hiding. Get out here if you dare. Get out. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to blow your head off with a bullet. In the cargo box, the king used the truck as a cover and watched the truck being hit by bullets continuously and covered with bullet holes, but he was not afraid at all. Because these bullets were fired in a disorderly manner, it didn't seem like they were fired for fire suppression, but to vent anger. As a gun god, in Wang Shang's opinion, Zhou Qiang's behavior of firing a machine gun was really reckless and stupid. What a waste of bullets, it's useless. When it comes to a duel at the level of the gun god, what is truly effective is no longer the size of the firepower, but the precision of the strike. When masters fight, often only 1 or 2 bullets are needed to solve the problem. Often a very small mistake or negligence can ruin everything. Therefore, when it comes to using guns, Zhou Qiang and his gang of thugs and bullies are extremely inferior to world-class gunmen like Wang Shang, as inferior as the Mariana Trench in the Pacific Ocean. So, he used the small truck he drove as a cover, crawling on the ground, in a completely blind spot. No matter how many bullets were fired from outside, they could not hurt him at all. Of course, he couldn't stay here forever. The series of shooting, precise sniping, and repeated harvests just now were exciting, but they were just appetizers. His goal is to get rid of these villains and rescue Zhou Yuqi's sister. It's him, Humph. Since he can't beat me, he resorts to underhanded tactics and even kidnapped my childhood sweetheart, Yuqi. Bastard. Suddenly, Wang Shang, who was holding a super sniper rifle, looked through the high-precision scope and the many bullet holes in the trailer cargo box, and saw a familiar person among the many gangsters and bullies outside. Zhou Qiang. That's right, it was Zhou Qiang, the rich young man who competed with him in the speed race last time. I can't believe Zhou Qiang actually has his own armed forces and is committing such a heinous crime as kidnapping. Damn it, he murmured, anger threatening to burst out of his eyes. Your Majesty, come out here. Come out and surrender. Otherwise, I'll kill her. At this moment, the bully Yinba came here, pushing a weak girl with a sad face. The king took a look through the scope. My heart suddenly trembled. The girl is Zhou Yuqi. Chapter 59. Luo Xiaoxiao was arrested. A police car drove up on the dilapidated road outside the abandoned factory. The speed was very high and the road was uneven, causing the car body to shake violently. The driver was Luo Xiaoxiao, the criminal police captain of the municipal bureau, and 2 young policemen were sitting in the back. After parking the car in a secluded patch of weeds on the roadside, Luo Xiaoxiao got out quietly. Follow me. She took the gun and walked out of the jungle carefully, crouching down, preparing to cross the wall. Because the abandoned factory warehouse inside was the hideout of the criminals she had been eyeing for a long time. In this kidnapping case, the kidnapper's location was finally located in this area after a rigorous analysis of the city bureau's big data. Therefore, it was natural for Luo Xiaoxiao to sneak in and investigate the situation thoroughly. As a police officer, she could of course take a search warrant and go straight through the main door to search, but that would alert the suspect. Only by sneaking in secretly can we avoid alerting the enemy, collect hard evidence, and deal with those evil bastards. Everyone, be careful. Those criminals are very cruel, so you must be cautious. She lowered her voice and gave the order. Yes, Captain Luo. Yes, Captain Luo. Two young policemen followed behind and nodded. To be honest, they followed Luo Xiao, the hot-tempered female captain, and besides admiring her, they were also somewhat afraid of her. Of course, the respect and high respect for her are not less. In the police system, Luo Xiao is a well-known figure. He has handled many criminal cases in Jiangdu. He is a very dedicated and excellent criminal policeman who is not afraid of danger at all. A group of 3 people climbed over a not very high wall, and with the help of the overgrown weeds all around them, they covered each other and arrived near a factory. Surprisingly, there are not many people here. Usually, there are some gangsters and bullies who patrol along the wall and check or something. Simply put, they are keeping watch and will immediately notify the people inside if there is any change. But today, almost all the thugs and bullies entered the factory. As for what happened, it was because there was a sharpshooter inside. Luo Xiao and the other 2 secretly rejoiced that their infiltration went smoothly. Little did they know that they had been exposed. The people of the Four Dragons Society are very cunning. They have already installed very covert surveillance systems, hidden inside the mottled walls and on some telephone poles. They are difficult to find and even more difficult to avoid. This factory is the gathering place for dozens or even hundreds of members of the South City branch of the Four Dragons Society, and there are absolutely no blind spots in the surveillance. Soon, the brother in charge of surveillance called Zhou Qiang. Mr. Zhou, someone broke in. No. At this time in the factory warehouse, Zhou Qiang received a call, and his face became more and more ferocious and violent. Humph, there really is help. He threw his cell phone aside, gritted his teeth, walked towards Zhou Yuqi, who was held by 2 men, and pointed the gun at her head. Asshole, get out here right here. You actually found help. Didn't I tell you to come alone? If you dare to break our promise, I'll kill you right now. Zhou Qiang was shouting and yelling, obviously very emotional. Because he guessed that since there was helper, the king must have called the police. Now he even suspected that the person driving the pickup truck was not the king himself, but a special police officer. Otherwise, how could the king have such powerful and accurate marksmanship? It seems that there are more than just your lover in the truck. It's a pity that your lover has breached the contract. I'm going to kill you now. Zhou Qiang held the gun, and the muzzle kept sliding across Zhou Yuqi's trembling and frightened face. Zhou Yuqi really couldn't bear such tremendous psychological pressure, and she collapsed directly. Her legs went limp, and she fell limply to the ground. The 2 thugs who held her up pulled her up by force. Just at this moment. Drop your guns. Police, put down your guns. There was a factory warehouse gate not far away, and next to it was a metal wall with a big hole in it due to the fierce fire attack just now, and someone came in through the hole. 1 woman, 2 men. Zhou Qiang was not unfamiliar with the woman in the lead. You stinky bitch named Luo. Damn, it's her again. Zhou Qiang was filled with rage and yelled at the police who had barged in. You bitch surnamed Luo. It's you again. Do I have a grudge against you? You're staring at me, damn it. Sure enough, the people who broke in were Luo Xiao and 2 policemen. Stay near the door, notify the bureau immediately, and arrange for someone to come over. As soon as Luo Xiao came in, she realized that something was wrong and quickly gave orders to her 2 subordinates. So the 2 young policemen quickly retreated. Only Luo Xiao was left, holding a gun, facing dozens of illegal members of the Four Dragons Society who were also armed with guns, and dozens of thugs who were armed with weapons. More than 100 people were densely packed in this factory warehouse. And she was alone and a policewoman. It feels like a sheep falling into a tiger's mouth. Even if this sheep is very fierce and hot-tempered, it is alone after all. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, more than a dozen armed criminals pointed their guns at Luo Xiao. Well done, Officer Luo, and beautiful Lady Luo. You are so beautiful. Even holding a gun, you are so fascinating. I don't know how wonderful it would be to capture a beauty like you. Ha. What kind of trouble do you think you can cause by yourself? Come on, try shooting and see if my men can beat you into a sieve or a pulp. Ha. At this time, Zhou Qiang laughed evilly and wantonly. A pair of burning evil eyes stared at Luo Xiao, sweeping her from head to toe wantonly. Put the gun down. Suddenly, Zhou Qiang roared at Luo Xiao viciously. Luo Xiao sighed helplessly. She was not afraid of life or death, but she was too weak to fight alone. Even if a fight broke out, she could only kill a few thugs at most, and she would be quickly killed by the dense firepower. It will not have much effect on the kidnapping case and the punishment of the illegal elements of the Four Dragons Society. If you kill innocent people and attack this girl, it won't be just a kidnapping case. So she had to put down the gun and added a few words. Zhou Qiang was startled. These people would not kill her casually. After all, she was the captain of the criminal police team of the municipal bureau. If the matter got out of hand, it was very likely that a large force would be dispatched to crush this place to the ground. The top leaders of the Four Dragons Society have strict orders. They usually engage in illegal activities for profit, which is inevitable. They may even commit kidnapping, but they must never provoke people of Luo Xiaoxiao status. Originally, they were an underground force and had to hide and be very secretive. You guys, tie her up and lock her up in the hut at the back. Zhou Qiang gave orders to his men. Chapter 60, Dark Realm. Luo Xiaoxiao is imprisoned, but it is not as bad as it seems. Graduated from a police academy and a criminal police officer, she has excellent physical fitness, strong individual combat ability, and carries more than one gun. Of course, if these thugs and bullies wanted to search her body, they would be able to find guns. However, their attention was focused on the trailer cargo box. What kind of threat can a beautiful policewoman, who has laid down her weapon and surrendered herself, pose? Lock her up first. After we've dealt with the bastards in the cargo box, we'll have some fun with her. Hee hee, I've never had fun with such a beautiful cop before. Zhou Qiang grinned smugly. Several thugs rushed over quickly, with some fear on their faces, but more of excitement. How could these gangsters and bullies not be excited to be able to interact with such a beautiful policewoman? Several people quickly grabbed Luo Xiaoxiao and then searched her body, finding items such as walkie-talkies and handcuffs. Just as they were touching certain parts of Luo Xiaoxiao's body. Stop touching me. Stay away from me. Luo Xiaoxiao snorted coldly and glared at these villains fiercely. Fortunately, she was dressed warmly, otherwise she would have been disgusted to death by this group of bullies. Zhou Qiang, who was apprehensive, was not a reckless person. He did not want to cause any more trouble, so he raised his hand and said coldly to his men, "All right, take her over and lock her up." Several thugs and bullies quickly did as they were told. "And take her there too, and lock her up." Zhou Qiang issued the order again. In his opinion, it would be better for the policewoman Luo Xiaoxiao and the hostage Zhou Yuqi not to move until the sniper in the cargo box was dealt with. They could be used as bargaining chips and used as threats in case the situation changed. And if he successfully kills the sniper hiding in the cargo box and shooting, then these two beauties will become his playthings, right? It's so exciting and cool to think about it. Bang! The door was closed and locked from the outside by the gangster bully. Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao, two girls, were both wanderers in the world and were locked up in the same small dark room. It was pitch dark and I couldn't see what was going on outside. Save me, police sister. I'm so scared of those bad guys. Don't be afraid, little sister. Don't worry, there are many police officers who will be here soon. Remember, justice will prevail over evil. Wow, okay. Little sister, what's your name? Can you tell me how they kidnapped you? Inside the small dark room, Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao were talking in low voices. But outside, it was a completely different scene. Inside the cargo box, Wang Shang was holding a sniper rifle. Through the bullet holes, he could clearly see Zhou Qiang and those bastards with a high-definition scope. When he saw that the police had arrived but were detained by Zhou Qiang's men, his heart sank again. He didn't want to see others being implicated. Moreover, what made his pupils bulge even more at this time was that the two young male policemen who had just come with the female policemen were tied up and escorted here not long after they left the abandoned factory warehouse here. Fuck, come here. Stay aside. Still want to go out and tip off? It turns out that everything is under Zhou Qiang's control. Not long after the two policemen ran out, they were caught red-handed by members of the Four Dragons gang outside. After all, they had just joined the criminal police team not long ago and lacked experience. Their combat and adaptability were really lacking. So there was no choice but to be arrested. Zhou Qiang ordered his men to tie them up and make them squat in the corner. The two men were trembling. When they didn't see their captain Luo Xiaoxiao, their hearts suddenly beat violently, and they were extremely nervous. An ominous premonition surged in their hearts. Because the anti-reconnaissance capabilities of these criminals in the South City branch of the Four Dragons Society are extremely strong. They were completely unsure whether they and Captain Luo Xiaoxiao would encounter any accidents before the city bureau's main force arrived here. Everyone inside, come out. If you dare to shoot again, I will kill Zhou Yuqi first, and then kill these cops. Humph. At worst, we will die together. Zhou Qiang roared angrily. Indeed, now that things have quieted down, the king really doesn't dare to continue shooting and sniping. If Luo Xiaoxiao and the others hadn't come in to make things worse, and if the king hadn't taken Zhou Yuqi's safety into consideration, the king could have done it all by himself, single-handedly, with a sniper rifle, to kill all the bad guys here. But now, he has to think carefully and must play it safe. These bastards and criminals deserve to die, but Zhou Yuqi and the others must not cause innocent casualties. But if you come out and expose yourself to the black guns of dozens of criminals, you will definitely die. Now, it has come to the most critical and most crucial moment. Suddenly, the king discovered a target through the high-definition scope in his constantly moving sight. He was overjoyed, his eyes flashing with excitement. Bang! A gunshot rang out. What followed was that an electric switch on the wall 200 meters away from his sight suddenly exploded, sparks flying everywhere. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, the circuit in the factory short-circuited and all the lights went out. Everything around fell into darkness. Taking advantage of the darkness, he quietly rushed out of the cargo box, temporarily carrying the sniper on his back. Like a ghost, he used the world's top fighting skills, as if he was in an empty space, and launched a death-like killing in the dark night. Chapter 61, Hell on Earth. In his mind, he had already calculated what he should do and what position he should be in at every step. This is a powerful ability unique to a top-level sharpshooter with rich combat experience. It's not just about superb marksmanship, but also about judging the situation, how to respond in any situation, how to find the enemy's weaknesses, and how to break the deadlock. Trapped in the pitch-black factory warehouse, Wang Shang rushed out. Relying on his superb physical fitness from top-level fighting skills, he leaped onto the top of the cargo box, quickly crawled down, and prepared to fire a sniper shot. Bang! Bang! With the help of a high-definition night vision scope, Wang Shang shoots skillfully and hits the target accurately. One bullet takes a life. Hearing the sounds of bullets hitting heads and their companions falling one by one, these thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society were all panicked and terrified. "Stop playing tricks on me and come out here. Damn it." Zhou Qiang was yelling and became extremely emotional. In Wang Shang's night vision scope, this man was already panicking and about to lose control and fell into a hysterical state. Because he had never experienced such a situation, and his brothers had never encountered it before. It was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. I couldn't even see my hand in front of me. Moreover, in the darkness, you don't know who the opponent is or where he is, but he may shoot a bullet and take your life at any time. This is horrible. Everyone be careful. Be careful. Drop down and find cover. Bang. Bang. Just when they were all feeling threatened and reminding each other, several bullets were fired from the sniper rifle, hitting the heads of the thugs and bullies who had just spoken. Directly below to the head, blood spurts out. So, once again, several gangsters and bullies fell down. Suddenly, there was dead silence. The breath of death continued to permeate the air, lingering in the hearts of every gangster and bully, and could not be dispelled. No one dared to speak. They felt that it must be because of the sound that the mysterious gunman, like the ghost of death in the darkness, smelled the opportunity, found the right direction, and shot him dead. Close your mouth, crawl down, and try your best to grope around and find a place to take cover. But it was pitch black. Who would dare to move? You can only be extremely cautious. Just when someone was smart enough to take out his cell phone to light up the place. Bang! Another shot. Harvest. The phone fell to the ground, and the person was shot in the head. Hiss. With the help of the light from the mobile phone screen, some bullies and thugs nearby gasped when they saw this scene. Their backs felt cold, and their bodies went limp. They were so scared that they dared not even breathe. They quickly retreated, constantly retreating. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen thugs and bullies were killed one after another. Every time someone fell, the other surviving thugs and bullies felt extremely tormented, their hearts felt numb, their legs felt weak, and their bodies trembled. This is an incredible torture for them. No one knows whether they will be the next to fall. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to beat you to pieces, you bastard. Damn it, stop hiding, stop hiding. Come out, come out. Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore and took out a gun, shooting wildly in the direction of the cargo box. Regardless of whether they could hit the target or not, they just fired indiscriminately. It was more like venting their inner anger and endless fear than firing. They felt that instead of being killed silently, it would be better to give it a try. They would die sooner or later anyway, so they might as well just go for it. In the darkness, Zhou Qiang quietly slipped towards the small dark room. He knew that he was at a disadvantage now. His opponent was very cunning. He had smashed the power switch and destroyed the circuit of the factory, plunging it into darkness, and the opponent could shoot calmly. Therefore, the numerical advantage and firepower density of the Four Dragons Society could not be fully demonstrated. More and more thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society were shooting wildly with guns. Something terrible happened. Some gangsters and bullies were injured by shrapnel and other stray bullets from bullets fired by their own people. Ah! Who is it? Damn it. Are we fighting each other? Fuck, stop shooting. Fuck, stop. Zhou Qiang quickly shouted out, and stopped his brothers from their crazy and irrational behavior. He had already slipped to the door of the small dark room, fumbled around, found the door lock, and was ready to rush in and catch someone. Bang! At this moment, a bullet flew over and hit his right knee accurately. Ah! A scream burst out from Zhou Chang's mouth, so shrill and miserable. It turned out that his every move was within the observation range of the king's sniper rifle scope. Seeing that this guy was going to the small dark room to find Zhou Yuqi and Luo Xiaoxiao, it was definitely not a good thing. He was most likely going to capture them and threaten them. So the king took the initiative and shot him twice in succession, breaking his knee. Plop! Zhou Qiang knelt on the ground, blood gushing out from his knees. It was a horrific scene. Bang bang bang. A few more gangsters and bullies rushed to the door of the small dark room, and the king fired at them continuously without hesitation. In an instant, the dark factory warehouse was filled with the bodies of dozens of murdered thugs and bullies, scattered all over the ground, and blood was dripping everywhere. The air was filled with a pungent, nauseating, and dizzying smell of blood. It's like hell on earth. Chapter 62. You have a nice head on your neck. In the darkness, no one could see where the king was. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. A figure suddenly appeared, jumped down from the top of the cargo box, walked all the way, and came in front of Zhou Qiang. At this moment, in the warehouse of the abandoned factory, except for Zhou Qiang, whose legs were crippled, bleeding, and about to die, all the other gangsters and bullies were killed. You, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Who are you? Who are you? Devil. Devil. Although Zhou Qiang couldn't see, he could feel someone coming. Moreover, he was holding a sniper rifle. Because the other party was close to him, the sniper rifle's infrared night vision aiming emitted a very subtle beam of light that swept across his body and face. As the beam of light swayed and approached, Zhou Qiang roughly saw the outline of a person. You kidnapped Zhou Yuqi, murdered innocent people, and committed countless evil deeds. Your Four Dragons Society has committed heinous crimes, and you deserve to die long ago. The king gritted his teeth and spoke harshly. If you want to know who I am, then take a good look. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and the light from the screen swept across Zhou Qiang's face. Zhou Qiang, whose knees were bleeding profusely, was in excruciating pain. However, he was extremely shocked to find a face that made him unbelievable. It's you. After seeing the king's appearance clearly, Zhou Qiang was stunned. It's actually the king. The guy who races with a helicopter? That bastard who stole millions from him. It's actually the king. Not only is he super rich, good at close combat, and has some kung fu skills, but he also has such unfathomable marksmanship. At this moment, Zhou Qiang's mind was blank. Endless fear surged rapidly in my heart. Their Four Dragons Society, in the South City branch that he leads alone, has dozens of official members and more than 100 candidate members who want to join the Four Dragons Society. Among them, almost all of them who are official members are here, practicing shooting and shooting every day. However, their marksmanship was far inferior to that of the king. You actually kidnapped someone and demanded 10 million in ransom. That's incredible. The king sneered. As he said that, he pointed the muzzle of the sniper rifle at Zhou Qiang's head again. I was wrong. I was wrong. Big brother, this is just a joke, a misunderstanding. Take the 10 million, big brother. I don't want it. You can take your sister too. I'm sorry. Zhou Qiang was trembling, sweating all over, and kept begging for mercy and showing weakness. The 10 million is mine. I took it out from the bank and filled the whole car with it. It was a very hard process. Also, that man under your command, Cigarette Scar, still owes me 120,000. The king showed a harmless smile, and the muzzle of the sniper rifle slid across Zhou Qiang's head and face. Zhou Qiang was almost scared to death. Even though he had excellent psychological endurance, he was not far from complete collapse. Cigarette Scar! Cigarette Scar! He suddenly yelled and tried to struggle to stand up, but his knees were still bleeding. He used his hands to support himself, but found that his body was completely limp. He was barely breathing and had no strength left. After these two shouts, his face turned extremely pale, as if all his energy was exhausted. Stop shouting. Yinba is dead. The king snorted coldly. He was on top of the cargo box, at the sniper point, and had already locked onto Yinba and shot him dead. Brother, I'll pay you back the money Yinba owes you. I'll pay you back. If there's anything else you want, just let me know. I'll do my best to satisfy your request. I'll do my best. Zhou Qiang muttered, looking like he was about to die. Now he just wants to survive. Whether it's money or not, I don't really care. After all, I'm very rich and I'm not short of money. Ha ha ha. The king laughed. The smile was so bright, but in Zhou Qiang's eyes, it was so terrifying and horrifying, shaking his soul. Then, what does Big Brother need? Zhou Qiang asked quickly. After all, he was still young and wanted to live. I need something from you. Suddenly the king said this with great interest. What is it? Big brother, please tell me. Zhou Qiang's pale and weak pupils suddenly bulged out, flashing with a gleam of light, like a drowning man trying to grab the last straw. Look at this head on your neck. It's big and round. I think it's nice. The king of hell will definitely like it. The king suddenly smiled evilly and murmured slowly from his mouth. Oh. Zhou Qiang's face suddenly turned frightened. Next second. Bang. The king stopped talking and fired decisively. Bang. Zhou Qiang fell down with a loud bang. The king skillfully collected the gun, disassembled it, and put it back into the gun case. Then, returned to the van and hid the gun box. Sitting in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, the king waited quietly. He leisurely lit a cigarette, took a puff, and puffed out the smoke, looking relaxed and at ease. When he came, he was very nervous and worried, thinking that if something happened to Zhou Yuqi, he would not be able to explain to Uncle and Aunt Zhou. He had no choice but to give an explanation to himself. After all, Zhou Yuqi was innocent. The people from the Four Dragons Society were targeting her, and Zhou Yuqi was just very unlucky and was implicated. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise outside the abandoned factory and the heavy door was knocked open. Put down the gun. Police, put down your guns. Put down the gun. Chapter 63, Weakness and Powerlessness. Director Zhang personally rushed here with more than 100 fully armed police officers. The entire force was mobilized, and almost all the armed forces that could be mobilized were gathered here, surrounding the place with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It turned out that Luo Xiaoxiao, who was brave and fearless but also thoughtful, had already reported the situation here to the leaders of the bureau through high-tech equipment. Therefore, even if she was arrested and her communication equipment was taken away by those gangsters and bullies, it did not affect the situation. The leaders of the municipal bureau learned the news and determined the hiding place of the criminals. Director Zhang quickly made arrangements and mobilized all personnel to rush here. Outside, sirens were blaring. A row of police cars were lined up outside the gate of the abandoned factory, all with their headlights on, shining directly into the dark factory. Suddenly, everything here gradually became as bright as day. Comrade Xiao Li. Xiao Liang. Suddenly, several colleagues saw Xiao Li and Xiao Liang hiding in the corner. They were following Captain Luo Xiaoxiao to investigate the case and go deep into the criminal's lair. They were both tied up tightly with ropes. Xiao Liang was very unfortunate as he was hit in the shoulder by flying bullet fragments from the chaotic gunfight. He was bleeding profusely, but fortunately his life was not in danger as everyone arrived in time. Hurry! Send Xiao Li and Xiao Liang to the emergency room. Xiao Liang, hold on, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. Oh, by the way, our Captain Luo has been captured by those criminals. They've taken her over there, to the small house over there. Go and save her. Xiao Liang's face was pale. After all, he had lost a lot of blood and was not very clear-headed. But even so, he immediately explained the situation and asked his colleagues in the bureau to find Captain Luo Xiaoxiao. When all the headlights and searchlights held by colleagues continued to illuminate the factory warehouse, corpses and blood were everywhere, which scared many young police officers who had just entered the profession. As everyone went deeper inside, the pungent smell of blood was so horrible, so unpleasant that it made people tremble with fear. Soon, a colleague found the small dark room, broke the door open, and rescued Luo Xiaoxiao and the kidnapped hostage girl, Zhou Yuqi. Captain Luo, how are you? Are you okay? Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao, are you okay? Everyone rushed over to inquire about the situation and was very concerned. Let Luo Xiaoxiao go to the ambulance, quickly. Some comrades were also preparing to take Luo Xiaoxiao to the emergency room first. After all, the situation at the scene was so bloody, the death toll was too high, and it was too tragic. No one knew whether Luo Xiaoxiao was injured or what she had experienced. No, I'm fine. Luo Xiaoxiao dusted herself off and said to her colleagues, I'm fine. By the way, quickly take Miss Zhou Yuqi to the ambulance and check her out. Comfort her and take good care of her emotions. She quickly gave orders. Although she was in a small dark room and could not see what happened before, she heard the gunshots and knew that the situation must have been very tragic. As a criminal police officer, she has strong psychological endurance. But Zhou Yuqi was different. A girl still in college, she had experienced being kidnapped by an evil organization, heard the sound of gunfire, smelled the strong, pungent smell of blood, and now witnessed with her own eyes the corpses and blood everywhere. Such scenes and everything she experienced were too cruel for her. She must have psychological counseling to calm her emotions, otherwise it would be difficult for her to calm down, which would have a negative impact on her future study, work, and life. After her colleagues helped Zhou Yuqi outside, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly immersed herself in the on-site investigation work. Comrade Luo Xiaoxiao, you've worked hard. As one of the first comrades to rush into the gathering place of criminals, you are very brave and fearless. We all admire you. But now, you should go and rest for a while. Let us handle this. At this time, Director Zhang came over, looked at Luo Xiaoxiao with admiration, and said so. Director Zhang, you're too kind. I'm fine and don't need to rest. I can continue working. Luo Xiaoxiao said. But everyone needs to be careful and not be careless. Some individual criminals might commit some terrorist and violent acts and hide and fire their weapons. She added. Suddenly, everyone became nervous. Although they had just scanned and checked the entire factory warehouse and found no one alive, everyone was shocked when they heard Luo Xiaoxiao say that. The trailer hasn't been searched yet. There's still stuff inside the trailer. Director Zhang waved his hand, and his eyes fell on the large trailer. Bang! The metallic sound of iron plates colliding suddenly rang out. Everyone raised their guns and was ready for battle. I saw a man raising his hands and jumping out of the cargo box of the trailer. It's me. The young man murmured weakly, looking at the more than 100 policemen opposite him. Bang! Suddenly, he collapsed weakly and lay on the ground. My king, my brother. My king, my brother. Suddenly, someone shouted. Chapter 64, Brother God of War. The person who shouted was Zhou Yuqi, who had just walked to the factory gate and was about to go to the medical ambulance. She turned around and saw the king jumping out of the cargo box. The excited shouts, tinged with tears and full of deep affection, moved everyone. It's Brother King. These kidnappers kidnapped me just to deal with Brother King. Zhou Yuqi explained nervously. She was too worried about the king's current condition. If something happens to her, how will she survive? Quick! It's Mr. Wang. It's Mr. Wang. The Mr. Wang the city is desperately asking us to protect. Director Zhang was the first to react and quickly arranged for people to rush over. Soon, Wang Shang and Zhou Yuqi opened their eyes and met each other in the ambulance. The first thing the king saw was a handsome face filled with anxiety and worry. Seeing him wake up, he immediately asked cautiously and with great concern, Brother King, how are you feeling? The doctor checked you out, and luckily, nothing serious is wrong. Of course the king was fine. He was just acting and fainted on purpose. It's just to hide from people. It's okay, I'm fine. By the way, Sister Yuqi, you were kidnapped, but those bad guys didn't do anything to you, right? The king asked hurriedly. Zhou Yuqi shook her head. I'm fine. They didn't do anything to me. They just wanted to lure you into a trap and arrest you. I'm so happy to see you're okay. After saying this, the excited Zhou Yuqi completely lost control of her emotions and threw herself into the king's arms. Tick-tick, tears kept flowing. Don't cry, Sister Yuqi. We are all fine. It's all over. The king was stunned for a moment, feeling the soft fragrance and warm body temperature of her body, and didn't know what to say. Woo. All right. Zhou Yuqi needed emotional guidance, but even the emotional guidance of a professional psychologist was not as good as the gentle pat on her back by Wang Shang, which was a gentle comfort to her. By the way, my king, who's that with you? Why is he so powerful? His marksmanship is so impressive. Zhou Yuqi gradually came to her senses and was relieved from the fear and psychological pressure of being kidnapped. She looked at the king and asked seriously. Of course, she didn't suspect the king, because she didn't think that the king had such powerful and terrifying marksmanship. Forget about her marksmanship. The king and she were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. He had never been exposed to military matters and had never played with a gun. How could he possibly possess such powerful marksmanship? Dozens, or even hundreds of thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society, who specialized in playing with guns and practicing shooting skills all day long, were still all killed by that man's sniper silently. So scary. I don't know where that guy came from. He was very strange. He hid in the cargo box. I was driving a truck loaded with 10 million in cash. On the way, those thugs drove a trailer and loaded the truck and me into the warehouse. What happened next was that the warehouse was pitch black. I couldn't see anything. I could only hear gunshots. I have no idea where that person came from. It must have been that mysterious man who took out the men with the gun. The king took the oxygen mask, took a deep breath of oxygen, continued to pretend to be weak, and murmured, Tell me, is it possible that the mysterious man is a policeman? Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi mentioned a possibility. The king's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of that? It's entirely possible that he's an undercover police officer. He must be a very powerful special forces soldier, like the war gods in many novels these days, with superb kung fu and gun skills. Well, let's call that mysterious man Brother God of War. Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi's face was filled with admiration, like a complete nymphomaniac. No way, god of war. The king didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt jealous, but it was very strange. How could he be jealous of himself? Because, no matter how much Zhou Yuqi admires the so-called god of war brother, that god of war brother is himself. Brother War God is so good. He upholds justice and rids the people of harm. Those hooligans and bullies are so wicked and evil. I don't know how many innocent people they have harmed, and how many girls they have ruined. Humph, Brother War God sent them to hell and punished them severely. That's great. He is my hero, a great hero. Stars twinkled in Zhou Yuqi's beautiful eyes, filled with admiration and joy. No way, Sister Yuqi. I risked my life to raise 10 million just to save you. And now you keep thanking that so-called god of war brother, who I don't know who he is. Maybe he's an elderly man in his 40s or 50s. The king was still jealous. Humph, even if he is old, he is still a charming uncle. Uncles nowadays are so charming. I like uncles. Zhou Yuqi said with a smile. All right. The king didn't know what to say. All right, Brother Wang, you're the best. You risked your life to raise so much money. Otherwise I don't know if I could survive. Brother God of War is powerful and important, but Brother Wang, you are more important. I will never forget that you saved me. Zhou Yuqi smiled at the king and said this. Such heartwarming words made the king feel much more comfortable. At this moment, Luo Xiaoxiao, dressed in a police uniform, walked towards this side. After stepping into the ambulance, Luo Xiaoxiao sat down, took a deep breath, and looked at the king. You are Mr. Wang, right? Don't be nervous. I'm just here to investigate the situation. Please tell me everything you know. Luo Xiaoxiao said calmly. Chapter 65 System Warehouse. Coming out of the abandoned factory, the king breathed a sigh of relief. Because of Luo Xiaoxiao's questioning, his answers were almost flawless. He portrayed himself as a coward who hid in a pickup truck and dared not come out. As for the killings outside, the heroic performance of the sniper, who killed so many criminals from the Four Dragons gang, had nothing to do with him. In this way, he has nothing to do with this major case at all. He is just a person who is being held hostage by kidnappers. He drives a small truck and comes here with a ransom of 10 million to rescue people. Of course, the police will investigate and look into all aspects of the matter. The king was definitely a suspect. Who was the mysterious gunman who had killed dozens or even hundreds of people in the Four Dragons Southern City branch? Was he possibly a hired assassin? However, the police could not find any clues in this regard and had to give up. As for the king himself, the police had no doubts at all. First, no weapons were found. Second, the king's fingerprints were not found on the guns left at the scene or on the bodies of the Four Dragons gang criminals. Therefore, the police felt that Wang Shang could not be the mysterious gunman. Finally, the police pushed the possibility to internal strife within the Four Dragons gang, thinking that this was a very likely scenario, because an illegal organization like the Four Dragons gang is full of lawless criminals who are brutal and violent, and would take up knives and guns at any time, shouting and killing. It is easy for internal strife to occur due to disputes over interests or something else, which can evolve into a large-scale gun battle and melee, causing a tragic situation. The direction of the investigation was what the king had expected and hoped for, and he was very pleased. At least for now, he doesn't want people to know that he is the omnipotent sharpshooter. The more skilled you are, the more you need to hide your strength. Besides, if people knew that he had single-handedly killed more than 100 armed militants of the Four Dragons Society, it would cause a huge sensation. What's more, the Cylongs have suffered such a heavy blow that they must seek revenge and must use all means to investigate the truth and find the murderer. Now, the person who knew that I was the sharpshooter is dead. Let this secret be sealed forever. The king was thinking secretly in his heart. Not long after, Zhou Yuqi, the kidnapped person, got out of the car after accepting the police investigation and taking a statement. Mr. Wang, the van you were driving has been inspected and is fine. The money inside has been counted. Fortunately, you used a metal safe from a bank. Although some of the safes were damaged by bullets, the money inside is still intact. Now, if Mr. Wang wants to take the money to the bank, we can immediately arrange 2 police cars to escort you back to the bank. Soon, a policeman came over and spoke politely. This service is quite good. After all, the current king has a noble status and is a big money bag in the eyes of Jiangdu's senior leaders. He is young, promising, and has strong capital. The king nodded. All right, I'll trouble you then. I was lucky this time and escaped. They kidnapped Zhou Yuqi just to get a ransom from me. Strictly speaking, it was me who implicated Zhou Yuqi and caused you police officers to work so hard on the case. Mr. Wang is so polite. At this time, the head of the police, Director Zhang, came over, smiled cordially, and shook hands with Wang Shang. By the way, Director Zhang, I'm making a promise here. As a token of my gratitude to your police force, I've decided to donate a portion of the funds from the Wang Charity Foundation to your police force to purchase more weapons and equipment, case handling funds, equipment and facilities, and so on. Of course, this donation, in addition to my approval, still needs to go through certain departmental procedures. I'll contact the city officials about this, and they should be able to make appropriate arrangements. The king said with a smile. These words deeply moved Director Zhang and made the colleagues handling the case feel grateful, excited, and happy. Thank you, Mr. Wang. It's our duty as police officers to come out and handle cases. Mr. Wang's generous donation leaves us at a loss as to what to do. Then I can only thank you, Mr. Wang. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Soon, Director Zhang took the lead, and so many police comrades expressed their gratitude. This action instantly brought the king and them closer together, and everyone's impression of the king was further improved. They felt that this young man was so outstanding and generous. Judging from the pattern and the generosity of the donation, it is really well-deserved for someone as he is so rich. Drive the money back to the bank and deposit it again. After finishing these things, the king had to return the car because he rented this small truck. On his way back to return the car, he went back home halfway. Of course, the gun box of the super sniper rifle hidden in the truck must be taken out quickly and hidden at home. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with the police, and they were unable to find the super sniper rifle hidden in the van. Otherwise, there will be big problems. There is only one such awesome and cool sniper rifle in the world, and you can't buy it no matter how much money you spend. He now longs to have a secret space of his own, just like system warehouse, or a small space. Then you can put the super sniper rifle, ammunition, etc. in a small space where no one can find it, and only you can control it. That would be great. Unfortunately, this is just a little fantasy of his for now. After a day of fighting and sniping so many criminals, he returned home and quickly became sleepy. He lay down on the sofa and fell asleep soon. As for Zhou Yuqi, he had already told her that she didn't need to work in the small supermarket today and should have a good rest. He gave her 2 days off and told her to come back to work after she had rested and adjusted. This time, he slept very deeply, as if he had passed out, and completely entered a deep sleep. Early the next morning, when the king woke up, he felt particularly comfortable and refreshed. Excellent spirit. Oh, I forgot to return the car to the rental company. Only then did he remember that he had hidden the sniper rifle at home, but forgot to return the car. First thing in the morning, he went to return the car. Then we came to the small supermarket, opened the door, and started doing business. The first thing to do when guarding the store is, of course, to take a bottle of drink from the shelf. Open. Ding. Congratulations on winning a 1 yuan redemption opportunity. Would you like to redeem it for 1 yuan? Yes. Ding. 1 yuan exchange successful. Current host's wealth value -1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, System Warehouse. Chapter 66. It's better to do it now than to wait for a day. When Wang Shang heard the words, System Warehouse, he was stunned for a moment, and a mouthful of drink spurted out of his mouth. It's a cheat. Whatever you think comes true. This reward comes just in time. The system understands me so well. Do you want to activate the System Warehouse? Certainly. System Warehouse activated, please wait. System Warehouse activated successfully. Warehouse description, 3 meters long, 3 meters wide, 3 meters high, can accommodate items the host wants to place. Instructions. The System Warehouse can be opened and closed at any time by mind control. Fuck. Your Majesty, this is really outrageous. The System Warehouse actually has it. He immediately followed the system's instructions, thoughts flashing through his mind. A virtual warehouse space the size of a small house actually appeared before his eyes. Floating in the air, it feels particularly sci-fi and magical. He was so excited that he picked up some items from the counter and put his mobile phone in. It is very convenient to place it, no problem. Then a thought flashed through his mind. The system repository is gone. He looked at the scene again, and everything returned to normal. The small commodities and mobile phones that had just been placed in the system warehouse were indeed gone. Then, he tried again. Controlled by thoughts, the system warehouse opens and floats before one's eyes. Very good. The king was so excited. This way, he could put the super sniper rifle, which was very difficult to handle, in the system warehouse so that no one could find it. Only he can take it out and use it at any time, and put it back and hide it at any time. At this time, Jang Win called. In fact, since yesterday, there have been several missed calls on his phone, all from Jang Win. Why couldn't I contact you all day yesterday? I called you but you didn't answer. What happened? As soon as the call was connected, Jang Win shouted anxiously on the other end. Are you deliberately avoiding me? Now that you've got me, you're just going to leave me alone? Humph, You good king. I'm telling you, if you want to get rid of me, you can't. Jang Win yelled angrily on the phone. The king didn't say anything and let her vent first. In fact, it was completely understandable. After all, the two of them had just confirmed their relationship not long ago and were in the honeymoon period. It was normal for girls to be clingy. This also directly showed that Jang Win was very dependent on him. It was true love. Why aren't you talking? Huh? Jang Win vented her anger, snorted coldly, and asked the king why he didn't say anything. Honey, don't be angry. I had something to do yesterday and went to the police station. It's not convenient for me to answer the phone. The king explained. He briefly recounted what happened in the abandoned factory building in the far suburbs of South City. Sister Zhou Yuqi was kidnapped? Oh my god. Yeah, it was too dangerous yesterday. The kidnappers asked me to bring the ransom in exchange for my body, otherwise they would kill me. Oh my god. Honey, you actually went through something like this? It's horrible. Where are you? Are you in the supermarket? Don't leave. I'll come right over. After hearing these words, Jang Win suddenly became very nervous and uneasy. She quickly said on the phone that she would come over immediately and have a good chat when they met. As for the anger from before, such as the sulking and temper because no one answered the phone for a day, they were all thrown behind his mind and disappeared. The two met, sat down in a small supermarket, and had a good chat about what happened yesterday. Jang Win held the king's hand tightly, as if she was afraid that he would be captured by bad guys. The king could fully feel her nervousness and concern for him. Everything is fine now. Don't worry, I will be very careful in the future. The two of them were whispering to each other for a while, and the customers who came to the small supermarket to buy things were all fed a handful of dog food. By the way, Win, how's the situation at the villa? I've already chosen 2 villas. Why don't we go over now and take a good look? You should give me some opinions, too. What if you don't like them? No, as long as you like it, I like it too. The villas over there are all very beautiful. We can live in one and my parents can live in another. When we get married and have children, my parents can help take care of them, or we can hire a nanny. Don't you think this is a perfect arrangement? The king said with a smile. To put it bluntly, how can a villa worth more than 10 million yuan not be beautiful? Okay, I'll listen to you. Jang Win blushed shyly. Pa. Who wants to have a baby with you? By then it won't be up to you. I must make you give birth to a big fat boy and a cute little girl for me. You wish. Jang Win said one thing and meant another, but in fact she had been devoted to the king for a long time. Oh, there's one more thing. It's about what happened between us. I've already told my parents. Why don't you take some time to come with me and visit them? No problem, why not today? The king readily agreed. Today? Isn't it a bit too fast? Jang Win panicked and nervously grabbed the king's hand. This was her first time dating, and the first time she had a strong desire to bring her boyfriend home to visit him, and she hoped to get her parents' consent. As the old saying goes, it's better to do it today than to wait for a day. The king stared at her and said with a smile. Chapter 67, Meeting the Parents. Jang Win is a good girl. She has been brought up with strict family education since she was a child. Even when she went to college, her parents were very strict about her having a boyfriend, and could even be said to have interfered. This resulted in her being completely blank in terms of emotions before she met the king. Not to mention the sexual relations between men and women, even kissing and holding hands have never happened. When she met the king, she felt that she had found the perfect lover in her mind. She was so lucky. The first formal relationship in her life was so perfect. Hey, Win, don't bring that boy home. Let's do this. Your dad and I are out doing something, so let's come over to see that boy. Is that so not so good? At this time, her mother called and Jang Win felt a little at a loss. What's wrong with that? Didn't you say that the boy's family runs a supermarket, and his daily job is to look after the supermarket? Your dad and I want to see what he's like. He's pretty good, isn't he? Mom, are you at his supermarket now? Yes. Okay, send me the address, and your dad and I will be there soon. Beep beep beep. The phone hung up. Jang Win was a little confused. What the hell is going on? From the tone of my mother's voice and the way she addressed him as that boy, it can be seen that her family has not yet accepted her boyfriend. Only time can prove everything. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin had just come out of the residential complex when a man in his 40s came up to them and had already parked his car on the side of the road. His name is Zheng Guoren. He is Jiang Chongshan's cousin and Jang Win's uncle. He lives in the same community as Jiang Win's family of 3, but not in the same building. Cousin, are you two going to meet Win's boyfriend? Come on, I'll take you there and be your driver, huh? Old Zheng, why are you everywhere? I'm going to see my daughter's friend. Why are you joining in the fun? Jiang Chongshan was a little unhappy. This was just his personality. He was afraid of trouble and kept a low profile. Cousin, look at what you said. I am Wenwen's uncle, and I am so concerned about Wenwen's lifelong affairs. Jang Win said with a smile. Our child's uncle is also worried about Wenwen's marriage. Why don't you let him go and take a look and have a say? Jiang Wenwen's mother Su-in glared at Jiang Chongshan unhappily. She had some opinions about her somewhat cowardly husband. If something had not happened and Jiang Chongshan had not fought for it, her family of 3 would not have ended up living in such an old community, getting further and further away from the core of the Jiang family, until they were ignored and forgotten. As the son of the old man of the Jiang family, other families run the largest local car dealerships and big restaurants, while Jiang Chongshan works in a state-owned enterprise, guarding a small piece of land and receiving a fixed salary. He is really a loser. Therefore, Su-in desperately hoped that his daughter could marry into a good family, at least not like her father Jiang Chongshan, who had no ambition and was content with being ordinary, which would be too useless. Now that her daughter has a boyfriend, of course she has to go and see how things are going. Okay, let's go together. Jiang Chongshan was soft-hearted and agreed. The couple got into Jang Win's car. This is a Mercedes-Benz C-Class, a car worth 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, which is quite good for most people. Jang Win is in the seafood business. He is smart and does business in restaurants of all sizes. He has made a lot of money in recent years. Actually, I have a good candidate in mind. He's about the same age as Wen and quite successful in his career. He's a supervisor at the Tianyuan restaurant and earns over 10,000 yuan a month. He also has a brother who works for the Tianyuan restaurant's parent company, the Lin Group. You know him, right? He's a middle-level manager there, and he's quite impressive. While driving, Jang Win kept talking. He had talked to Jiang Chongshan and Su-in more than once about wanting to introduce a partner to Jiang Wenwen. Jiang Chongshan was not very interested. Deep down, he felt that although material conditions were important, they were not the decisive factor. His daughter's pursuit of happiness depended on whether the two were suitable for each other. What's that guy's name? Where does he live? Has he bought a house or a car yet? Su-in, on the other hand, was very interested and kept chatting with Jang Win. The young man's name is Chen Yufa. I met him because I was supplying goods to the Tianyuan restaurant. He's a really nice guy, very sociable, quick-witted, and quite handsome. Really? It's quite good when you say that. That's what I told you. When I introduce a date to Wenwen, it has to be someone who's presentable. Wenwen is so beautiful, there aren't many girls in Jiangdu who can compare to our Wenwen. Hey. After driving for about half an hour, Jang Win brought Jiang Chongshan and Su-in to the parking lot near Wangshang's small supermarket. What made Jang Win very depressed was that he thought his car was pretty good, but who would have thought that there was a Rolls-Royce Cullinan next to where he parked his car? They stopped the car, and a group of 3 got out. Jiang Chongshan and Su-in's faces immediately fell when they saw such a small, old supermarket. Especially Su-in, his face darkened and his brows were furrowed. Dad, Mom, come in and sit down. Jiang Wenwen ran over happily, put her arms around her parents' arms, and walked into the small supermarket. Su-in's face was full of bitterness. Wenwen, don't tell me that the boyfriend you know has such a small supermarket at home, and it's in such a remote location. Su-in, please stop talking. It's impolite. At this time, seeing a handsome young man coming towards him, Jiang Chongshan immediately interrupted Su-in's words. Chapter 68, A Scolding. Su-in closed his mouth, but he couldn't hide the dissatisfaction revealed in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. Mom and Dad, this is my boyfriend, the king. Your Majesty, these are my parents. And my cousin is here too. This is my cousin. Soon, Jiang Wenwen began to introduce happily. The king made tea, brought it over, offered a cigarette, and politely said with a smile, Hello, uncle and auntie. Hello, cousin. I'm the king, Wenwen's boyfriend. Seeing Jiang Wenwen so happy, Su-in's face suddenly became long. He was so angry that he couldn't drink a sip of tea. He put the teacup aside and sulked. It was Jiang Chongshan, who was usually taciturn, who broke the deadlock and started chatting with the king. Xiaowang, do you usually watch the store here? How's business here? Is there a lot of traffic? Uncle, my main job is to look after the store. Of course, I also have some side jobs. The business of the small supermarket can only be said to be average, because the location is not very good and the flow of people is also average. I saw a foundation in front of the supermarket. What does it do? Jiang Chongshan asked curiously. Just as Jiang Wenwen was about to explain that it was the office of the private foundation established by the king took the lead and explained. Oh, it's the office of a private foundation. That's strange. Why is the foundation's office set up here? Jiang Chongshan was a little curious and felt that some of the current foundations were really strange. He didn't know what those people were thinking. Who is the owner of the foundation? Of course, Jiang Chongshan obviously didn't think about the king. By the way, Xiao Wang, what do your parents do for a living? My parents are retired and don't have much to do. A few days ago, they went to my grandmother's house. The king answered truthfully. You said you have some side jobs. What are they? Oh, nothing much, just some investments with some friends. The king was very low-key and responded with a smile. From time to time, he added tea to Jiang Chongshan's cup and handed him cigarettes. Jiang Chongshan looked hesitant and said, investment is fine, but you young people, after all, have little social experience and little experience, so don't get cheated. After all, your family has no other income, and it's not easy to make money by running a supermarket. You need to be cautious when investing. Thank you for the reminder, uncle. I will be careful. The king nodded with a smile. Jiang Chongshan smiled. To be honest, putting aside the material conditions, at least from the current contact, he felt that the young man Wang was quite good. He is very polite and sensible in dealing with people. Dad, listen to me. The king is actually very good at doing business and making money. Don't look at the small size of this supermarket. Jang Win said with a smile. But before he could finish his words, Suyin interrupted him and said angrily, it's just a small supermarket, no more than 30 square meters, and they don't sell much. I've been watching for a long time, and there aren't many people coming in to buy anything. How much money can you make from running it all day long? And you're even using the money to invest with your friends. In my opinion, that's just nonsense. Mom, don't say that about the king. Wenwen, shut up. I haven't finished what I'm saying yet. Jiang Wenwen looked aggrieved and timid as she met the king's eyes. She felt so embarrassed and guilty, wondering how her family could treat the king like this. But the king's eyes, looking at her, were so gentle, so considerate, so calm and composed. A boy like this is really like a Prince Charming, so elegant, generous, and humble. Yes, Wenwen, let Annie finish what she is saying. As the younger generation, we should just listen. The king said with a smile. Suyin was stunned. He wanted to scold the king, but he was surprised to see him being so polite. However, she showed no mercy and said what she needed to say directly. Your Majesty, please don't blame me for being too materialistic and unkind. I'm telling you, if you really want to start a family with my daughter Wenwen, you absolutely can't just sit at home and run a small supermarket like this. Is that what young people should do? Not having to worry about anything, just watching over the store and checking your phone. Only retired old men would do such unskilled work. These words made the king laugh and cry. Jiang Wenwen was extremely anxious. She was about to explain to her parents how good Wang Shang was at investing. He could buy cars worth millions and villas worth tens of millions without any hesitation. However, she was stopped by the king's gaze and did not speak. Let me put it this way. You're so young, you should go out and find some promising work. You can just leave the small supermarket at home to your parents. Aren't your parents retired? It's not long since I graduated, so it's hard to find a job. I haven't found one yet. The king explained with a low-key smile. Now that he is a billionaire, it is impossible for him to find a job, not in his lifetime. But in order to comply with his aunt's wishes, he didn't explain much. That's bullshit. How can you find someone if you don't work hard? Are you going to run the store for the rest of your life? That would be useless. My daughter will never marry a useless person who runs a store. Of course, if you really have a good side job that can be developed into your main business and has a bright future and can make a lot of money, that's another story. Auntie, calm down and have some tea. The king hurriedly served tea and water. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Wang went to the back to change the water, Jiang Wenwen hurried over. The two lowered their voices and whispered inside. Your Majesty, why don't you tell the truth and tell my parents that you bought a house and a car, and a villa worth tens of millions, and a luxury car worth several million? If you tell them, my parents will definitely not look at you that way, especially my mother. Her words are too hurtful, humph. Jiang Wenwen was really standing up for her boyfriend. Forget it, it's nothing. After all, my main job now is to run the store. I can't lie to your parents, that's the bottom line. Besides, houses and cars are all external things. I hope that if your parents are interested in me as a son-in-law, they will be attracted by my character rather than those external wealth. Dear Wenwen, what do you think? Oops. The king gently patted the curvy parts of Jiang Wenwen's body, causing the latter to giggle coquettishly. Okay, just forget I didn't say anything. Jiang Wenwen knew that the king had his own insistence, so she would not force him. Outside, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin started chatting with Wenwen's cousin Zheng Guoran. Cousin, I'm not saying anything, but Wenwen's current boyfriend's family conditions are simply not worthy of our Wenwen. The supermarket is so small, and a profit of 10,000 yuan a month is the best it can be. And that's the entire family's income, which is too low. I just heard the young man explain his situation. His parents are retired, and they're probably not in good health at their age. They'll need someone to take care of them in the future, And if they get sick and hospitalized, they'll inevitably have to worry about it. This little family fortune is totally not enough. Besides, young people are getting married these days, and our Won is the bride, so she has to ask for a betrothal gift, right? Given his family's financial situation, how much can they offer also? What about the house, the car? I haven't seen anything. Cousin, please make a decision for our Won quickly and stop wasting time on Xiaowang. There's no way they can be together. Cousin, please keep your voice down. You're in someone else's shop, so be careful of the impact. If you have anything to say, it's not too late to talk about it when you get back. Cousin, you're such a coward. What are you afraid of? This is the most important event in the life of the child. Why aren't you worried at all? You're harming the child, don't you know? Old Jiang, I think what our uncle said is right. Just then, Zheng Guoren's cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Zheng Guoren immediately made a hushing gesture towards Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin. Chapter 69, The Person Introduced by My Uncle. Hello, Manager Chun. I was just about to call you. Uncle Zheng, didn't you say you wanted to introduce me to someone? Yes. That's right. Wait a minute. After saying that, Zheng Guoren hung up the phone and told Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin about the introduction. Isn't it a bit not very kind to do this? Today, my wife and I came here to see our daughter's boyfriend. She seems quite happy and really cares about Xiaowang. It wouldn't be a good idea to let her go on a blind date with someone else now. Jiang Chongshan took a sip of tea, coughed lightly, and said, Old Jiang, look at what you said. What's so unkind or bad about it? Our daughter just hasn't had enough contact with boys. Now she's met a boy who seems polite and probably knows how to make girls happy and sweet-talk them. She's been charmed by him and acts like she's naive. Humph. We should take her to see other outstanding boys. Su Yin thought about it and said this. She felt that her daughter should be allowed to interact with other people, especially those outstanding boys. Otherwise, my daughter will be like a frog in a well, completely unaware of how big the world is and what an outstanding member of the opposite sex looks like. When Jiang Win came over, Su Yin immediately grabbed her hand, told her what had happened, and solemnly warned her that if she didn't meet the boy introduced by her cousin Zheng Guoren, her mother would be angry. If a mother gets angry, the consequences will be serious. Although Jiang Win is a good girl, she was extremely unhappy when she heard such a perverted request. How can you go on a blind date when you already have a boyfriend? If you do that, what's the difference between it and green tea? No, Mom, you can't do this to me. The king and I get along great. Why do you want me to meet other boys? I have no interest at all. Win, can you please listen to me? Mom is doing this for your own good. Do you know that? Mom, if you really force me to go, I will also respond passively. It will be useless. Then everything will be in vain. Humph. Jiang Win decided that in matters of principle like this, she must stick to the bottom line. How can you be so inseparable from your boyfriend and then go on a blind date with another boy? Otherwise, you can go and take a look. The king looked at Jiang Win and said gently. He didn't want to embarrass Win, nor did he want to sour the relationship between Win and her mother. Besides, love is something that cannot be forced. When he said this, everyone was stunned. Jiang Win's eyes widened as she tugged at his sleeves. Your Majesty, are you crazy? My parents took me to meet other boys. This is so unfair to you. How could you? It's okay. I know you really like me. What's the problem if I ask you to meet other boys? The king smiled confidently. His temperament now is no longer comparable to before. Jiang Chongshan immediately looked at the king with admiration, thinking that this young man was a little bit extraordinary. Hee, Your Majesty, you are so generous and open-minded. It's really not easy. In fact, you are right. If you were good enough, why would you worry about other boys stealing Win's heart? This is an era of free love. Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Su Yin's eyes were filled with joy as he began to sing praises, using all kinds of high-sounding words. In fact, he couldn't wait to pull his daughter out of the big pit that the king had dug. How could my precious daughter, who is so beautiful, a true goddess with the best looks and figure, marry such a useless boy? Absolutely not allowed. Auntie, that's great. The king praised it highly. At this time, Zheng Guoren felt that the time was ripe and the high-quality resources at hand could be sold. If he could make a good thing happen, then his relationship with Chun Yuefei would be closer and they would become relatives. This would definitely be a great benefit to his own water business. Hello, Manager Chun. Have you booked a private room? Okay. I'll bring the girl and her parents over right now, okay. Zheng Guoren received another call from Chun Yuefei. He was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. Cousin, since that's what you said, let's go straight over. The young man there is very considerate. Seeing that it's time for dinner, he has already booked a private room and a table. Zheng Guoren looked at Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin with a smile. He started praising the young man before even meeting him. It seems that Jang Win has tried his best to introduce a partner to Win. Jang Win's face was full of grievance. What was going on? I was deeply in love with the king, and I had given him my most precious things. Go on a blind date with another boy now? What are you doing? Honey, I'm a little scared. If you must go, then you must accompany me. She held the king's hand tightly and whispered softly in his ear. Okay, I'll stay with you. The king held her hand tightly and nodded. At this time, Su-in was unhappy and said in a bad mood. Xiao Wang, you can go with Win, but from now on, you two must keep your hands separate. Stop being so affectionate. What kind of talk is that? If the boys see us, how can we still be together? Now it's fair competition. Xiao Wang, if you really have the ability, then compete with the boys and see who is better and who is more worthy of Win. Mom, don't do this. I think what Annie said is right. I agree. The king took the initiative to release his hand. It seems that it is not easy to satisfy the mother-in-law. Chapter 70, please make way. Can you agree to such a request? Accompanying your girlfriend to meet a blind date? This scene surprised both Jiang Chongshan and Su-in. This kid is very patient. Even Jang Win, who had evil intentions, was surprised. Generally speaking, most men would never be able to bear to see their women going on blind dates with other men and bringing their parents along. But the king is not an ordinary man. Act separately. Jang Win drove the car and took Jiang Chongshan and Su-in with him. The king said that he had his own car and didn't need to ride in Jang Win's car. He doesn't have a car. When I came in just now, I saw a tricycle outside. I guess he was talking about a tricycle. After all, Wang Shang needs to buy goods for his supermarket. It's really pitiful for our Win. She has to ride a tricycle to get around. Jang Win shook his head and sighed, then sat in the passenger seat. At this moment, Jiang Chongshan and Su-in also got in. After hearing his words, the couple fell silent. Suddenly, Su-in was about to open the door and leave, his face filled with indignation. No, let that brat, the king, drive his tricycle over there by himself. My precious daughter can't ride on a tricycle with him. It's so unsafe. Jiang Chongshan didn't stop her, thinking to himself, how could he let his daughter ride a tricycle? As a parent, how can you not feel sorry for your own children? So the couple opened the car door and walked out. Coincidentally, Wang Shang and Jiang Win came over hand in hand and arrived at the parking lot. The Pagani Huayra was parked next to Jang Win's Mercedes-Benz C300. At this time, two young and beautiful girls and a boy gathered here and took pictures nonstop. Wow, this looks like a Pagani sports car. Yes. Pagani Win God. It's really the Pagani Huayra. I just scanned it with the Donchadi app. Oh my god, this is a limited edition. There are only a few dozen of them in the world. The number we have in China can be counted on one hand. How could such an amazing car emerge in Jiangdu? I looked, the lowest bid is 30 million. Young people are not immune to sports cars, let alone such a cool and stylish top-level supercar. Two women and one man were completely captivated. In particular, there was a girl who was dressed very trendy and fashionable, showing off her thighs and slim waist. She sat directly on the hood of the Pagani Huayra and posed for a selfie. No, get up quickly. The car owner will come soon and say that you damaged and dirty the car. You won't be able to afford the compensation. The boy among the three was a little jealous. Seeing the girl taking pictures so unrestrainedly, he immediately complained. Don't give me that. Aren't all you men the same? So what if the car owner comes? He won't blame me when he sees how beautiful and sexy I am. At worst, I can get in his car and go with him. Ha ha. The fashionable beauty laughed, wishing she could get into function right now. Take me with you. Another beauty said with a smile, her eyes full of envy and longing. The boy was shaking with anger. He had spent a lot of money to get these two girls when he was clubbing last night. However, he drank too much last night and fell into a deep sleep when he returned to the hotel. He didn't have time to do anything to the two beauties. Now when he went out for a drive, he actually saw the world-class supercar Pagani Huayra in the parking lot. Suddenly, the Porsche 911 he was driving became a mediocre thing that was everywhere on the street. What made him even more angry was that the two girls refused to do it and just waited for the owner of the Pagani Huayra to come over. Although I know very well that these two girls are not good girls, they do all kinds of things like clubbing, getting tattoos, dancing, and having abortions, but I can't resist them. They are beautiful and have good figures. I just want to have fun anyway. Men are afraid of being compared. Now his Porsche can't even attract two girls. How can he not be annoyed? Who are those people, dear? What are they doing? Jiang Win frowned when she saw this scene. It's obvious that this man and two women are not decent people. I don't know. I've never seen it. The king shook his head. Oh, he must have seen that luxury car and is taking pictures to show off. Jiang Win noticed the Pagani Huayra, but she didn't know that it was bought by the king yesterday. Maybe. Let's go. Cullinan is over there. Are you going to drive this time, or am I? You should really let your parents see that you are driving a luxury car, then they will treat you better. Jang Win spoke up for the king. It's okay, drive my car. I just bought a nice car. The king smiled and took out the keys to his Pagani Wind God. The two came to the front of Pagani Wind God. Please make way for a moment. The king smiled calmly and looked at the man and two women. I thought it was okay to take some photos, just don't get in the car. What are you doing? You want to take pictures and queue up. Can't you see we're taking pictures? Are you envious of this function? A sports car worth tens of millions. Who wouldn't want to take a few more glances? The man spoke fiercely, obviously thinking that the king was a passerby who saw the super luxury car and wanted to take a picture, just like them. But soon, he saw the beautiful Jang Win beside the king and immediately revealed a lecherous smile, saying, "Beautiful women first. You can come over and take pictures first. I can help you, posing or shooting a short video on Douyin." Jang Win quickly waved her hands. No. I say, please move aside. The king was still very graceful and said to the man and two women. The man didn't get angry immediately, but the two frivolous girls got angry first. Where did you come from, you country bumpkin? Look at what you're wearing. It's so shabby, and yet you have a beautiful woman following you. Humph. Go away and watch the fun over there. It's such a wide road. Who's blocking you? Get out of the way right now. You look so poor, but this is the world's finest sports car. Stay away from it right now. If you bump into it, you can't even sell your kidneys to compensate for it. Humph. If you want to take photos and post them on social media to show off, then wait in line and wait until we're done taking photos before you take them. The two women laughed and sneered sarcastically. As girls who often hang out in nightclubs, their judgment of men is basically based on what clothes they wear and what accessories they wear, especially watches. They judge whether a man is rich based on these external material things. In their opinion, the king is too shabby, just a loser. They actually wanted to join in the fun and take pictures, without queuing up and without respecting the first-come, first-served principle. Who do you think you are? Beep. At this moment, the king took the car key and pressed it. Get out of the way. I'm about to drive away. This car is mine. I'm not waiting in line, he said unhappily. The door of Pagani Huayra slowly opens upwards, looking so handsome. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, the king pulled Jang Win over and sat down. Chapter 71. Luxury Cars and Beautiful Women, Winner in Life. His car? Pagani Huayra, is it his car? How can a poor-looking loser like him afford to drive a top-of-the-line supercar worth tens of millions? Impossible, impossible. Watching the king drive away in the Pagani Huayra, the sound of the exploding exhaust pipe seemed to pierce their souls. Suddenly, the man and two women were in disarray, petrified, and stunned. And you even laugh at others and call them losers? Now he actually took out his car keys and drove away. What a slap in the face. A blatant slap in the face. No. But soon the two girls thought, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There must be some other reason. Yes, he rented the sports car. The business of renting luxury sports cars is increasing rapidly these days, so he must be renting it. How could he possibly afford a supercar worth tens of millions? That's right. It must be like this. They found a reasonable way out for themselves. These days, not only do we need others to give us a way out, we also need to learn how to give ourselves a way out. The man next to them was smoking a cigarette and looking sideways at the two green tea scumbags who were going to bars, dancing, and having abortions, thinking that they were just two idiots. Damn it. Those who can't get it are jealous, and they say others are renting it. That's right. As long as you are not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. My Porsche, do you still want to sit in it? He asked the two brainless women. If that doesn't work, he'll just pick up other girls. These two girls should just get out of here as soon as they have sex. The reason he still has patience now is simply because he hasn't won it yet and hasn't had a good time with it. You don't deserve to ride in my Pagani Huayra, you know that. He thought secretly in his heart. Unfortunately, the two girls' souls were taken away by the Pagani Wind God, and they didn't hear what the man said at all. This scene happened to be seen by Zhang Guoren and Zhang Chongshan and Su Yin. Just now, when they saw Wang Shang and Jang Win coming over, they thought that young people nowadays all like to join in the fun, and when they see luxury cars unable to move on the road, they want to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. As a result, the Pagani function worth tens of millions actually. It was actually driven away by the king. Drive away. Zhang Guoren was confused and rubbed his eyes hard, feeling that what he had just seen was so unreal. Old Zhang, was it the king's kid who just drove off with the sports car? I heard they said it was some limited edition function, worth over 30 million. Is that true? Su Yin reached out and patted the shoulder of Zhang Guoren, who was sitting in the front driver's seat, and asked curiously. It took Jang Win a long time to recover, and he murmured subconsciously, it's Function. I was curious just now, so I checked it out. It is indeed the Pagani Function logo. Look at the English logo on the rear of the car. It is indeed a global limited edition launched a few years ago. As for the value, it does start at 30 million. After hearing what Jang Win said, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin both gasped. Those young people out there are saying that the luxury car rental business is booming these days. That Wang Shan kid must be renting one. With his financial situation, how could he possibly afford a supercar worth tens of millions? He must be gritting his teeth to pay the rent just to save face. After experiencing surprise and shock, Jang Win regained his composure and rationality and made his own judgment. This is also the judgment of almost everyone on this matter. That's right. Sui nodded, agreeing deeply. Honey, is this really your car? In the car, before Jiang Win, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had time to fully appreciate the beauty of such a top-level luxury supercar, she was almost thrown off balance by the king's accelerated turn. Such a beautiful woman, with her hair loose, is very charming. At this moment, the king, with his luxury cars and beauties, is truly a winner in life. This is the car I bought yesterday. After all, you drove the Cullinan, and it's not very convenient for me to take a taxi. The king said with a smile, holding the steering wheel. The steering wheel of the luxury car is like the steering wheel of a Formula One racing car. It feels special to hold it. Oh my God, I just heard that this is a supercar worth tens of millions. I really should let my parents experience it too. Jiang Win was filled with emotion. The king's face was filled with gloom. This car only has 2 seats. Oh, okay. Jiang Win suddenly felt so stupid. This is a supercar made entirely of carbon fiber and with leather seats, showing high technology everywhere, and it is a standard 2-seater. How can a third person fit in? Not long after, the king arrived at his destination driving Function. After all, it is a supercar, and it arrived much earlier than Jang Win's Mercedes-Benz. The blind date boy arranged by Jang Win is called Chun Yufa, and he has already booked a private room in the restaurant. Tianyuan Restaurant, which is under the Lin Group, is where Chun Yufa is the manager. Soon, Jang Win brought Jiang Win's parents here. Chapter 72, full of sense of existence and superiority. Chun Yufa has long been coveting Jang Win's niece Jiang Win. Because, a long time ago, Jang Win came to Tianyuan Restaurant to deliver various fish and turtles to the restaurant and met Chun Yufa. At that time, in order to curry favor with him, Jang Win talked about his very beautiful niece. Moreover, he showed Jiang Win's photo to Chun Yufa. At that time, Chun Yufa was shocked by her beauty. He couldn't imagine that there was such a beautiful girl in the world who could be his blind date. At that time, he made up his mind to find a way to get close to Jiang Win. Here comes the golden opportunity. We booked the most luxurious private room at Tianyuan Restaurant and ordered a table full of the restaurant's signature dishes, including abalone, lobster, and other expensive items. We ordered the most expensive ones, filling the entire table. In addition, he also got 2 bottles of Matai. Just this table of food and wine is worth tens of thousands. The moment he saw Jiang Win appear in front of him, Chun Yufa was stunned and a little dazed. If Jang Win hadn't patted his shoulder hard, he would have been embarrassed. As the manager of Tianyuan Restaurant, he meets all kinds of people every day, but based on his experience, the girl in front of him can at least be ranked in the top 3 among the girls he has ever met. If there is anyone whose appearance and figure can be compared with the girl in front of him, it is probably the president of Lin Group. However, the goddess president was too high and mighty, and he only saw her a few times from a distance during the annual meeting of the Lin Group. Chun Yufa, this is the Jiang Win I mentioned to you, and these 2 are Jiang Win's parents. Win, this is Chun Yufa, the manager of Tianyuan Restaurant. He's very young, only in his 20s, but he's already successful in his career. Furthermore, he's quite handsome. Jang Win introduced with a smile. As a matchmaker who introduces blind dates, he is of course responsible for livening up the situation and avoiding awkwardness. When Chun Yufa saw such a beauty, he immediately began to show his sociable side. Hello, Jiang Win. Hello, uncle and aunt. Please sit down, please sit down. Old Jiang, you sit down too. Come, uncle, have a smoke. Chun Yufa took out the yellow Crane Tower 1916 that he had prepared earlier, handed the cigarette to Jiang Chongshan, and then to Jang Win. Of course, he knew very well that if he wanted to win Jiang Win, he had to satisfy his uncle and aunt first. What's this person's name? When he saw Wang Shang, Chun Yufa was curious and wondered why the girl came for a blind date and brought a boy with her. Oh, he is Jiang Win's old friend. We just happened to meet when he passed by here. Jang Win quickly made up an excuse to avoid Chen Yufa from asking more questions, which would be too embarrassing. Hello. Hello. Just said hello. It was purely polite. The king looked indifferent as he sat in the corner, smoking the cigarette handed to him by Chen Yufa. Chen Yufa nodded disapprovingly and ignored the king. Regardless of whether they were old friends or had any other relationship, Chen Yufa felt that it was nothing. He is still quite confident in himself. Xiao Chen, you're so young, and you're already a supervisor. How many years have you been working here? Suyin obviously had a good impression of Chen Yufa. In addition, on the way, Jang Win kept bragging about how outstanding Chen Yufa was. Auntie, have some tea. Chen Yufa was very considerate. Seeing that Suyin didn't smoke, he quickly served her tea and water. He was a little attentive and responded with a smile. Auntie, I have been working here for more than 5 years. I was promoted to supervisor last year. The salary and benefits have also increased a lot. Currently, I earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, and this does not include the year-end bonus. Taking the opportunity to answer Su Yin's question, Chen Yufa casually talked about his current income situation, which is also what the elders are most concerned about. That's great. You are still young. If you continue to develop like this, you will have unlimited potential. It is entirely possible for you to become a manager or even get higher promotion in the future. It is just around the corner. Su Yin's eyebrows immediately beamed with joy, and he was obviously very satisfied. When she looks at a boy, she not only looks at his current situation but also his potential for development. In her opinion, Chen Yufa is definitely full of potential. Yes, Xiao Chun is a really good kid. I've been dealing with him for a few years. He's very serious and responsible, and he has strong business skills. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a supervisor at such a young age. Jang Win said with a smile and praised Chen Yufa. In a third-tier city like Jiangdu, it's really amazing for someone in his 20s to have a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan and a 5-digit year-end bonus. Suyin also praised Chen Yufa and was very satisfied with his income. By the way, Xiao Chen, has your family bought a house yet? She asked with a smile. This involves a very core issue. I bought it. My family paid the down payment, and now I pay the mortgage myself. Chen Yufa said with a smile, very confident. At his age, there are not many people who own their own houses. Really? You've bought a house. That's great. Suyin smiled and immediately pulled his daughter Jang Win's sleeve under the table and winked at her. See? Xiao Chun has such great conditions. He has a good job, a promising future, and he's already bought a house. He's a million times better off than some people. Don't let some people fool you into losing your mind just by renting a sports car. She lowered her voice and whispered in Jang Win's ear. Mom, Jang Win was about to explain, but she couldn't find the chance because her mother was chatting with Chen Yufa and Jang Win again. Cousin, I think Xiao Chen's conditions are really a good match for our 1-1. Look at Xiao Chen, he's so enthusiastic and extravagant. So many dishes, wow, and Feitian Mitai. How much does this meal cost? Jang Win kept praising Chen Yufa, then his eyes fell on the dining table. Facing a table full of sumptuous dishes, he started to speak in seemingly polite words that were actually praising Chen Yufa. It's not expensive, it's not expensive. I'm the supervisor here and can sign the order. Besides, I got these 2 bottles of Mitai myself, so I don't have to pay for them. Chen Yufa said with a smile, feeling very complacent. As the director of Tianyuan restaurant, he could use his position to obtain privileges and seek personal gain, and he was proud of it. This is the case in today's society. If you have a little power, you will make good use of it, in various ways and be proud of it. Xiao Chun, you are awesome. Being a supervisor is different. Ha ha. Jang Win immediately offered a lot of flattery. Xiao Chun, you ordered so many dishes and brought Maotai. Don't you have to pay for it? Jiang Chongshan suddenly asked. He was a bit old-fashioned and conservative. Chen Yufa smiled and said, Uncle, I'm the supervisor, so I have some privileges. I can handle all of this. The wine was taken from the warehouse and was originally going to be delivered to the customer, but I'm actually in charge of it. I can arrange it with just a word. His words and deeds revealed a strong sense of presence and superiority. Chapter 73. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Isn't this a good idea? Jiang Chongshan frowned with a strange expression on his face. He was quite satisfied with Chen Yufa's conditions, but he had some doubts about the young man's character. Old Jiang, what are you talking about? What's wrong with that? Xiao Chun is capable and manages so many people. What's wrong with having some privileges in today's world? Who doesn't want to be a leader? I think Xiao Chun is great. He's so warm and generous. He ordered so many dishes and even brought Maodai. How nice. Unlike you, old Jiang, you have no skills at all. These days, the more honest you are, the less likely you are to get ahead and become useless. At this time, Suyin scolded Jiang Chongshan. Jiang Chongshan snorted coldly. All right, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Suyin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Why did she marry such an honest and cowardly man? The more this happened, the more determined she became. She felt that her daughter must not repeat the same mistakes. If she wanted to get married, she had to marry a capable man who was successful in society. Uncle, please don't be angry, and Auntie, please calm down too. Come, eat these dishes while they're hot. I'll pour some wine. Uncle, please drink more. Chun Yufa smiled to smooth things over, ease the atmosphere, and picked up the mitai and prepared to open the wine. Wait. Suddenly, someone spoke. It is the king sitting in the corner. Chun Yufa was stunned for a moment, wondering who it was. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was this inconspicuous boy. He followed Jang Win's family around like a little tail, eating and drinking for free, without any respect at all. Are you talking? Chun Yufa looked displeased and looked at the king arrogantly. The king's face was grim, and he coldly questioned, You ordered such a large table of dishes and even got some Maotai liquor. That must have cost tens of thousands. So, are you planning to eat at public expense, pocket the money, and even settle the accounts? Do you really think this restaurant is yours? As soon as these words were spoken, the box fell into complete silence. Chun Yufa was stunned for a moment, then revealed a mocking expression. Brother, I don't understand. You followed others here to eat and drink for free. How did I offend you? I am the manager of this restaurant. What's wrong with me using my power? What does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are? The repeated questioning made the atmosphere oppressive and heavy. Zheng Guoran's face turned cold, and he angrily scolded Wang Shang. How can you talk like that, kid? Manager Chun is treating us to a meal, so why don't you just enjoy your meal? Why are you talking so much nonsense? That's right. Your Majesty, have you been offended by something? If you had the guts, you could have treated everyone to a meal, booked the private room, and served the feast, including abalone, lobster, and Maotai. Little Chun is so kind as to treat us, and you're not happy about it? Suyin also spoke sarcastically to the king. Chun Yufa, do you really think that just because you are a small supervisor, you can do whatever you want, infringe on the interests of the company, and play the game of power? The king ignored Zheng Guoran and Su Yin's scolding and continued to ask Chun Yufa. Chun Yufa was somewhat worried, but when he saw Zheng Guoran and Su Yin both scolding the king and standing on his side, he became even more arrogant and full of momentum. He said smugly, I'm not afraid to tell you. The superior of Tianyuan Restaurant is the Lin's Hotel and Catering Group. My brother works in the finance department of the group company and is a mid-level leader. He helps me with the accounting and balancing, and there's no problem at all. Humph. What? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, just hold it in. Seeing his arrogant and complacent face, the king could no longer hold back. If he doesn't do something, then as the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, it would really be his dereliction of duty. Send your brother over here within 10 minutes, or you'll face the consequences. Suddenly, the king stood up. He is awe-inspiring, restrained yet domineering. It was as if he had become a different person. Everyone was surprised. Oh, what? Are you planning to report me? Report my brother? Do you have evidence? Even if you do you think the group headquarters will listen to you? It's just a little bit of eating, drinking, and doing some small things. Who wouldn't turn a blind eye? Besides, who do you think you are? Chun Yufa sneered mercilessly. He was so smooth, worldly wise, and self-righteously experienced. On the 5th floor of Tianyuan Restaurant, in the general manager's office, Lin Shuji, who is in his 40s, is a member of the Lin family business and is responsible for the business of several restaurants. However, he is just one of dozens of senior executives of the Lin Group and has not entered the core layer. The real core layer is the group president, vice president, and several members of the executive shareholders meeting, which together make up less than 10 people. He just received a call from the group president's office. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Wang Shang Wang, the third largest shareholder of our group, is currently at the Tianyuan restaurant that you manage. Please be sure to receive him. Okay. He quickly pulled himself together, called his assistant to come over and make some arrangements, and hurried downstairs. Chapter 74. Who are you? Although Lin Shuji had no rights or qualifications to enter the core layer of the Lin Group and have any influence on the shareholders, he still knew that there had been some changes in the shareholders of the group. The most important thing is that in the past 2 days, the group issued a notice that the original third largest shareholder has retired and transferred all of his shares. As for who it was transferred to, whether it was an individual or an institution, Lin Shuji had no way of knowing. And today, he suddenly received news from the headquarters that the third largest shareholder had come to the restaurant he managed. How could he not be nervous? The third largest shareholder owns shares with a market value of nearly $2 billion, making him the third person in the group. Such a big shot, coming to the restaurant, is most likely to inspect the work. Therefore, Lin Shuji must be fully alert and do his best to receive the major shareholder. Otherwise, his future will be ruined if he makes a mistake. The third largest shareholder is an absolute core executive of the group and has the decision-making power. In the box, Chen Yuefei actually made a phone call and asked his brother to come over. When Chen Yueming pushed open the door of the box and walked in, Chen Yuefei immediately smiled, stood up and hugged Chen Yueming's neck with a smile. Although these two brothers don't look much alike, they are both dressed in suits and look energetic and very well dressed. This is my brother, Chen Yueming, the audit director of the Lin Group's finance department. How about I call my brother over? Chen Yuefei looked at the king and said proudly. Chen Yueming and the king looked at each other. As true as the older brother is, there are younger brothers. The king sneered. He had guessed long ago that Chen Yuefei's older brother was probably Chen Yueming. I didn't expect it to be true. Old classmates, we meet again, what a fate. Chen Yueming said with a smile. Although they had an unpleasant argument before and lost face in front of his old classmate Zhang Kaiying, and was completely at a disadvantage in the head-on confrontation with Wang Shang, he still didn't think that this old classmate who was running the store at home had much potential. Old classmate, since we are so familiar with each other, I will not waste my words. You and your brother have done some bad things that are detrimental to the interests of the company. To be honest, I am very disappointed with you for doing this. The king shook his head and said angrily. What do you mean? Chen Yueming was stunned. Why did his old classmate Wang Shang speak so strangely? Soon, Chen Yuefei recounted what had happened. Brother, this is what happened. After hearing this, Chen Yueming suddenly understood, and the curious expression on his face gradually turned into ridicule and mockery. Hey, old classmate, last time you were so pretentious, Zhang Kaiying and I both thought you were poor and broke. But then you paid off a bill of several thousand yuan. Didn't you think you were so arrogant back then? It's okay. I'm not like you, who only cheats on old classmates. The king said coldly. Okay, I heard you're a good investor and made some money, so you like to act like a big shot. But I'm confused. How does my brother treating us to a meal bother you? You're standing up and lecturing me. Who the hell are you? Chen Yueming stared at the king coldly and said unhappily. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocks on the door. Excuse me, Mr. King, are you in there? Lin Shuji, along with his secretary, assistant, and a group of people, stood at the door very cautiously. Hearing the noise outside and seeing the tense atmosphere in the box, Jang Win immediately went to open the door. Seeing such a beautiful girl like Jang Win, Lin Shuji's eyes lit up. He knew that the people in this box were all Mr. Wang's guests, so he was very polite to Jang Win and said with a smile, Excuse me, beautiful lady, is Mr. Wang here? I am. The king stood up and waved. Suddenly, Lin Shuji became energetic, hurried forward, and walked quickly towards the king. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Lin. At this moment, the two brothers, Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei, saw Mr. Lin coming and hurriedly greeted him and extended their hands to shake his hand. However, Lin Shuji completely avoided them and treated them as air. The two brothers' outstretched hands, their gazes, and the extremely flattering smiles on their faces all fell awkwardly in midair, with nowhere to put them. Whether it is Chen Yuefei, the restaurant manager, or Chen Yueming, the audit director of the group company's financial department, although they are also officials of varying sizes and can manage some people and things, they cannot be compared with Lin Shuji at all. In front of Lin Shuji, the two were just minions, younger brothers among younger brothers. Mr. Wang. Suddenly, the two brothers came to their senses. Why did their General Lin keep calling out the three words Mr. Wang? Who is Mr. Wang? What? General Lin actually shook hands cordially with the king, and there was even a look of respect and flattery between his eyebrows. Oh my God. Incredible. In the box, President Lin bowed slightly and shook hands with the king politely. This scene is incredible. Mr. Wang, you're visiting Tianyuan Restaurant. Why didn't you say hello in advance? By the way, I'm the general manager of Tianyuan Restaurant, Lin Shuji. I'm very happy to have you here to inspect our work. Your presence is truly a great honor to our humble restaurant. Lin Shuji quickly offered a round of flattery, putting himself in a very humble position. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm just here to have dinner with a friend. I don't want to disturb your work. Wang Shang smiled. He knew that the reason why the general manager of the restaurant was so polite was, of course, because his identity as a shareholder had been exposed in some way. The only people who know his identity are probably the core senior executives of the Lin Group. Chapter 75, just a small investment. No. Welcome Mr. Wang to inspect our work. If there is anything wrong, you must point it out. We will accept it with an open mind and make every effort to change it so that the restaurant's business can be upgraded and improved in all aspects. Lin Shuji said with a smile. Yes, Mr. Wang. Everyone is looking forward to your suggestions and instructions for our restaurant. Yes, Mr. Wang. The group of staff who followed Lin Shuji here to meet the major shareholder Wang Shang were all very respectful and kept smiling throughout the whole process. Only Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei stood there in a daze. Manager Xiao Chun, Director Xiao Chun, you two brothers happen to be here too? Come over here quickly. Can't you see that Mr. Wang wants to give us some advice and instructions? Suddenly, Lin Shuji discovered the brothers Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei in the box and shouted at them. The two of them looked at each other at the same time, from Lin Shuji to the king. Stunned, dumbfounded, bewildered. Their feet felt as if they were filled with lead, so heavy that they couldn't move their legs at all. The king actually asked General Lin to accompany him with such respect. He was as polite as he could be. But they actually said something like, "Who the hell is the king? Dig your own grave. Come here," Lin Shuji urged, with a look of annoyance on his face. "Didn't you two hear what I said? Huh?" Despite repeated urging, the two brothers Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei remained unmoved, which made Lin Shuji feel particularly embarrassed. He was furious and roared like a thunder exploding in the box. The two brothers were startled and hurried over, but they didn't dare to look the king in the eye again. "I don't have any opinions or instructions, but I do have something I want to discuss." The king looked solemn and spoke seriously. "Mr. Wang, please go ahead. We are listening." Lin Shuji nodded repeatedly. Soon, Wang Shang told the story about how Chen Yuefei abused his power, infringed on the company's interests, ate and drank lavishly, and how he got 2 bottles of Matai and settled the accounts. What? There is such a thing? Lin Shuji became angrier and angrier as he listened, with veins bulging on his forehead. If the Lin Group continues like this, with its corrupt practices and political maneuvering growing, and these employees and phenomena not eradicated, it will be doomed. Sooner or later, it will be destroyed. Remember this. A 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant hole. The king said very sternly. What a sincere teaching. Lin Shuji listened very carefully, just like an elementary school student in front of the principal. Soon, he set his sights on Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei. Good for you, Chen Yueming. Good for you, Chen Yuefei. You two brothers are really colluding with each other, enriching yourselves, infringing on the interests of the company, and violating company discipline. It's simply despicable. Mr. Lin, Boss Lin, please listen to my explanation. Actually, the two brothers were in tears, as they had already realized that their careers working for the companies under the Lin Group were almost over. All right, you two don't need to say any more nonsense to me. Chen Yuefei, you're under my supervision, so I'm informing you now that you're fired. Go to the finance office to collect your salary for this month, and pack up and leave. And you, Chen Yueming, although you're in the company's finance department and not under my supervision, you can also resign on your own initiative. If the company investigates and finds out that you've done things that harm the company's interests, then it won't be as simple as just resigning. You'll face legal sanctions. Lin Shuji said sternly. These words made Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei fall into despair. They were extremely confused. Why did it turn out like this? Who is the king? Why is Mr. Lin always so respectful to him? Mr. Lin, the next thing is up to you. Now I just want to have a quiet meal. The king stretched and returned to his seat. Very low-key, continued eating. Okay, Mr. Wang, enjoy your meal. I'll treat you to this meal. I'll treat you. Lin Shuji bowed deeply to the king, then left the box with Chen Yueming and Chen Yuefei. Looking at the king concentrating on eating, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin were dumbfounded. Zheng Guoren was even more stunned and couldn't say a word for a long time. They are not really stupid. Because even a fool can see that this young man, the king, is not simple. It was very unusual that the general manager of the restaurant was so polite to him, but when one thing was told, he immediately made the swift and decisive decision to fire the employee. Uncle, Aunt, you guys should eat too. The food will get cold soon and won't taste good. And Uncle Zheng, you eat too. This meal is hosted by Mr. Lin, the general manager of the restaurant. Ha ha, let's just enjoy our meal in peace. The king looked at everyone with a smile. By the way, Xiao Wang, why is the general manager so polite to you? Jiang Chongshan asked out of curiosity. Yes, your majesty, you have to make your words clear. Jiang Wenwen pouted, stopped eating, supported her chin with her hands, and stared at him straight. The king looked at his uncle and aunt, then at Jiang Wenwen, and said with a smile, Actually, it's a very simple matter. I made some investments outside and happened to meet Mr. Lin. Their Lin Group attaches great importance to the opinions of investors, so. You invested in the Lin Group? Su-in was stunned again, finding it unbelievable. I guess so. The king nodded. As the third largest shareholder of the Lin Group, there was nothing wrong with him saying that he had invested in the Lin Group. The market value of the Lin Group is over 10 billion. You actually invested in the Lin Group. How much did you have to invest to make the restaurant manager under the group so polite and respectful to you? Su-in took a deep breath and felt that he and Lao Jiang had seriously underestimated the power of the young man Wang Shang. Not much, just a small investment, haha. The king smiled and passed it off. Chapter 76, First Visit. A small investment? Jiang Chongshan and Su-in are not stupid. If it was just a small investment, how could the general manager of the restaurant be so polite and respectful to him? Just in the scene just now, while chatting and laughing, Lin Shuji took the initiative to deal with the two brothers Chen Yuefei and Chen Yueming who violated the rules. They were not ordinary frontline employees, but small leaders such as supervisors and audit directors. Lin Shuji was not ambiguous at all. If you don't know, you might think that the king is the boss of the Lin Group. Of course, Jiang Chongshan and Su-in did not ask too many questions at this time. They knew that if the king did not want to say, then no matter how much they asked, it would be in vain. Besides, they have witnessed how powerful the king is. By the way, Your Majesty, was the car you were driving just now rented? As they chatted, Su-in talked about the car. The king smiled and said, I bought it a few days ago. It's a Pagani Huayra supercar. I drive it for fun when I have nothing to do. After saying that, he took out the driving license from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Chongshan and Su-in. Ahem, it's really yours. Jiang Chongshan took the driving license and looked at it. He almost fainted and murmured, a sports car worth tens of millions, just driving it for fun. Su-in also took the driving license and took a look. Sure enough, it was registered in the king's name. He was immediately excited. Your Majesty, so you are really good at investing, and you invest wisely, and you have made a lot of money. Otherwise, how could you afford such an expensive sports car? The king smiled and said, Auntie, you're too kind. I'm not that great. I'm just lucky and have some good fortune. You are so humble, too humble. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You are a low-key and tolerant person who never shows your true colors. In today's impetuous society, there are so few young people as low-key as you. Excellent. And he gives you a thumbs up. Su-in smiled and praised him highly. Her attitude towards the king had taken a 180-degree turn. Su-in, look at how outstanding the king is. But you, without understanding the situation, thought he was not suitable for our daughter. Now you feel slapped in the face? Are you ashamed? Jiang Chongshan scolded Su-in. He finally got the chance to talk about his strong wife. Su-in was speechless and looked ashamed. I forgot to mention before that the king has actually bought houses, and more than one. At this time, Jang Win added fuel to the fire. Wow, Xiaowang, have you really bought a house? Su-in was very excited. The king nodded. Now, it was Jang Win's turn to be completely proud. She gave a brief account of the house purchase situation. Not only did he buy a house in Tianyue City, he also bought a villa. Not just one villa, but two. After she explained the situation clearly, Jiang Chongshan and Su-in were both stunned. Sitting in the corner, Zheng Guoren, who had completely lost his temper, was extremely shocked, and then he was stunned. He felt like a clown, and a clown at that. The king and Jiang Win were in love, and the couple was in love, yet he, an outsider, was meddling in their relationship, constantly trying to introduce Jiang Win to someone. The key point is, the king is actually a hidden super rich man, with several houses and cars worth tens of millions. And Chen Yuefei, whom he introduced, is nothing at all. Compared with the king, it's nothing. After dinner, Su-in warmly invited Wang Shang to his home to play. Jiang Chongshan also had this idea and welcomed Wang Shang to visit his home. As for Zheng Guoren, no one spoke to him. By the way, cousin, will you come to my house and play later? Yes, I'll go over and have some tea later. You can't leave. Your cousin and I still need to take your car back. Jiang Chongshan and Su-in said with a smile. Zheng Guoren's biggest role now is to drive Jiang Chongshan and Su-in back. After all, the king's Pagani wind god can only seat two people. Zheng Guoren nodded repeatedly, not daring to show his frustration. He had originally wanted to get closer to Chen Yuefei and become one of his own, but now, Chen Yuefei had been fired. This is so fucking magical. Want to go to your house? The king decided to ask Jiang Win's opinion, so he lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. Go ahead. It's rare that my mother is so proactive and enthusiastic. You are the first boy to visit my home. Jiang Win said shyly. The king smiled. Not long after, Wang Shang drove Fengshen with Jiang Win to the gate of the community and stopped at a parking space. Wow, what kind of car is this? Let me see. Wow, Pagani. Pagani. And it's a Pagani. The famous Pagani. How much is this car? Tens of millions. Oh my god. Jihu questioned, how does it feel to see someone else's multi-million-dollar supercar parked next to your family car, worth hundreds of thousands of yuan? Thanks for the invitation. I live in a rather old residential complex, and today I encountered this very situation. A Pagani Huayra, a limited edition, was parked next to my Honda. Now I'm feeling envious and want to take the keys from the owner of this supercar so I can experience it for myself. The surrounding cars were originally parked nearby, but when they saw a Pagani Huayra supercar appear, they moved those that could be moved away, and those that could not be moved away as far away as possible. They were afraid of running into this luxury car. Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the compensation at all. Some people are taking photos, posting to moments, reading Jihu headlines, and answering questions related to supercars. In short, it is very lively. At this time, Wang Shang had already taken Jang Win's hand and came to the door together. Chapter 77. The beautiful scenery in the love nest. The king was very polite, but he did not come empty-handed. He specially prepared some gifts, including famous cigarettes and liquors, as well as a cosmetic set for Aunt Suyin, etc., which were very valuable. When I first came to Jang Win's home, I was impressed by the king's humility and kindness. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin liked the king more and more, and the more they looked at him, the more they liked him. Now the two of them are thinking about letting the two young people get along well with each other, and it would be best if they could confirm their relationship and get married as soon as possible. Of course, as people who have been through it, they also know that this matter cannot be rushed. Sometimes the more anxious you are, the more likely it is to ruin good things. Drinking tea, chatting, trying the snacks and desserts made by Aunt Suyin, playing chess with Uncle Jiang Chongshan, etc., the afternoon passed quickly. The king is now enjoying this slowed-down life. Living a leisurely life is the true meaning of life. Of course, this was based on the premise that he had enough wealth, so many buildings to rent out, and shares in the group company that he could wait for dividends. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to live such a carefree and leisurely life. Soon it was night. Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin cooked the meal themselves. Jiang Chongshan, an honest and hard-working man, had good cooking skills, which was a good opportunity for him to show off and make some delicious food for his future son-in-law. Su Yin was helping out on the side. The king now realized that although the couple seemed to be in disharmony, inevitably quarreled, and looked down on each other, in fact, that was all on the surface. The relationship between the couple is still very good. A daughter raised in such a family environment can definitely be right. After dinner, it was time to say goodbye. Win, please see the king off. Su Yin winked at Jiang Win, wanting his daughter to spend more time with the king in private. As parents, you have good intentions. Mom and dad, actually, Wang Shang and I already live together in our new house in Tianyue City. Jiang Win said shyly and delicately. She has now come clean with her parents and is living with the king. She is just short of saying that the matter is settled. Are you living together? Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin looked at each other. Although they were a little surprised, they still agreed. Yes, Mom and Dad. Jiang Win's face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. Okay, you guys should pay more attention. By the way, Your Majesty, you have to take good care of Win. Su Yin entrusted a few more words. Don't worry, Auntie. Auntie, are you still here? Su Yin was obviously a little angry. You are silly. Stop calling me Auntie. Even if you don't call me mother-in-law, you should at least call her Auntie. It sounds more intimate. Jiang Chongshan said with a smile at this time. As a father, he couldn't help but feel sad and find it hard to accept when he saw his precious daughter with another man. But after a mental struggle, he felt relieved. Anyway, my daughter is going to have a boyfriend and get married. Now that she has found a good husband, such an outstanding boy, he should be happy. Seeing that her father was just joking, Jiang Win felt much better. She had thought that if she revealed her true colors and let her parents know that she and Wang Shang were living together, her parents would be unhappy. Now it seems that this matter has been resolved smoothly. We are all family, so let's not be so polite. Su Yin said meaningfully. The king immediately understood. Uncle and aunt, don't worry. I will take good care of Win and make her the happiest woman. Upon hearing this, the old couple were immediately relieved and very happy. Since the young couple already had their own love nest, and things had already come to this, Jiang Chongshan and Su Yin were not the kind of stubborn people, so they didn't say anything else. She let her daughter go out with the king. Looking at their daughter's back as she walked away, the couple sighed and said, girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. They only hope that the couple can get married as soon as possible, become husband and wife smoothly, and have a big fat boy in the future. Returned to Tianyue City, a large flat-floor mansion with luxurious decoration. He scanned his face and fingerprint to go in and closed the door. The two young men, Wang Shang and Jiang Wanwen, quickly hugged each other and started to fight. "Honey, I miss you," Jiang Wanwen whispered softly, with a hint of sexy hoarseness, and the thin clothes on her body peeled off like petals, revealing an extremely charming scenery. After passing the test of her parents, Jiang Wanwen has become much hotter and more proactive than before. It seems that a girl will undergo great changes when she becomes a woman. "I miss you too." The king hugged her tightly. After one night, I opened my eyes and saw bright sunlight shining in through the drawn curtains. A happy smile appeared on the king's face because the woman beside him had already gotten up and went to the kitchen to make breakfast. In their love nest, Jiang Wanwen wore very little and cool clothes, a loose white shirt, shorts, and slippers. From the back, the snow-white, sexy long legs are fully exposed. So beautiful. The king got up, put on some clothes casually, went to the kitchen, and hugged the beautiful woman who belonged to him from behind. "Stop it, it's annoying." "Hey, Wanwen is so beautiful." "Okay, I'll prepare the loving breakfast soon. You can eat now. Go sit in the dining room and wait, my baby." Sweet conversations are the most wonderful time for men and women in love. There is nothing better than having breakfast together and enjoying a wonderful time. After Jiang Wanwen had breakfast and changed her clothes, she looked stunning in a professional suit. After quickly bidding the king farewell, she went to work. The king had nothing to do, so he went to the small supermarket after dinner. Because he gave Zhou Yuqi 2 days off, he had to stay in the small supermarket by himself. He now feels that he should set up a company and let Wanwen come to work there instead of working somewhere else. Boom. Sitting at the supermarket counter, Wang Shang took out a bottle of drink and opened the cap. It's a new day, and the 1 yuan redemption reward has begun. Ding. Congratulations on winning the $1 exchange opportunity. Would you like to exchange for $1? Certainly. Ding. 1 yuan exchange successful. Current host's wealth value -1. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, the missing 1,000-year-old national treasure, Jiuzhou Ding. Chapter 78. Jiuzhou Ding unearthed in the backyard. The origins of the national treasure, the Jiuzhou Ding 9 provinces tripod, follow. In the early years of the Xia dynasty, Yu the Great divided the world into 9 states, each with its own governor. Later, Emperor Qi of Xia ordered the governors to contribute bronze for the casting of the 9 dings. Beforehand, he commissioned artists to create atlases depicting the famous mountains, rivers, scenic spots, and unique artifacts of each state. Selected craftsmen then inscribed these images onto the bodies of the 9 dings, each representing a state. The 9 dings symbolized the 9 provinces, reflecting the unity of the nation and the centralization of royal power. This demonstrated that the Xia emperor had become the common ruler of the world, fulfilling the mandate of heaven. As the saying goes, all under heaven is the king's land. All the people are his subjects. From then on, the Jiuzhou became synonymous with China, and Ding Ding became synonymous with the establishment of national power. The 9 tripods include the Yangzhou tripod, the Jingzhou tripod, the Liangzhou tripod, the Shuzhou tripod, the Yuzhou tripod, the Yongzhou tripod, the Qingzhou tripod, the Jizhou tripod, and the Yanzhou tripod. Ding. The Jiuzhou Ding has appeared 1 meter behind the host's room. Dig it up to obtain it. The king was dumbfounded. Listening to the system's explanation, everything seems so unreal. Oh my god. A national treasure lost for 1,000 years can be used as a reward? This is outrageous. He was so excited that he kept dancing and gesticulating, causing several customers who wanted to come in to buy things to look at him in surprise. Is the owner of this small supermarket crazy? Hurry up and leave. Crazy, crazy. At this moment, the king was indeed about to go crazy. He immediately checked online and found that the origin of the Jiuzhou Ding was exactly the same as what the system said. But where is the Jiuzhou Ding? The king suddenly thought of this most crucial issue. Because the previous rewards, a ton of gold or something, appeared on the shelves of the small supermarket. So, 1 meter behind the house. Appeared? Can I get it by digging? He remembered the system's prompt. So I rushed home. He carried a hoe and came to the backyard. The old houses in this area are all quite old, including Wang Shang's house. The old and dilapidated house is dilapidated and has a small yard. Usually, my parents grow some vegetables here. Dig with a hoe. No movement. Keep digging. Keep digging. Finally, they dug nearly 1 meter deep. The king was extremely careful. He gently used a hoe to dig away the soil, then jumped in and dug the soil with his hands. Suddenly, the king was stunned and his finger touched something hard. He felt an ancient aura and the touch of time-honored times from his fingertips. Strange and mysterious. The king quickly continued to dig up the soil with his hands. The hard thing is not stone, but bronze. The king was so excited that he kept digging the soil. Soon, an ancient bronze tripod covered with mud appeared before his eyes. Then he picked up the bronze tripod. It was very heavy, and it took a lot of effort to put it on the ground, and then washed it with water. Such a bronze tripod looks so ancient and ancient. The upper part is engraved with patterns and some inscriptions, which are ancient characters from a very long time ago. Next, it would be impossible for the king to dig out the remaining 8 bronze tripods by himself, because it's too tiring. In addition, he must identify that this is the authentic Jiuzhou Ding, a national treasure that has been lost for thousands of years. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. Although he had great confidence in the system and knew there would be absolutely no problems, he still needed confirmation from the archaeological experts from professional appraisal institutions. Soon, he contacted people from the municipal government. After all, he had known some high-ranking government officials when he ran the foundation before. Because the matter was of great importance, he directly contacted Director Wu of the secretary's office. "Hello, Mr. Wang." "Hello, Director Wu. This is what happened. I found ancient artifacts in my backyard." "Ancient artifacts? Oh my goodness. Great. I'll report this to Secretary Luo immediately and arrange for archaeological experts from the relevant departments to come over." "Mr. Wang, just wait." With Director Wu's arrangements and Secretary Luo's attention, Wang Shang felt relieved. The Jiuzhou Ding is a national treasure among national treasures. It has been lost for thousands of years and has always been the biggest regret in the archaeological community. A Jiuzhou Ding and an imperial seal are the most mysterious and top-level lost national treasures of China. If the highest-level national treasures such as the Jiuzhou Ding can really be unearthed, then Jiangdu City will become the focus of attention of all of China and even the world. By then, what a huge storm it would stir up, what a frenzied press campaign it would generate, what a fanatical advocacy from archaeology enthusiasts it would attract. It's hard to imagine. The king never thought of taking the national treasure for himself because it was impossible. Of course, if you sell it on the black market, you can make a lot of money. But that wasn't his style. Over the years, the country has emerged from wars and has been backward and beaten for so long, and has been poor and weak. It is the hard work of generations of Chinese people that has brought the country to its current level. Many ancient cultural relics were scattered all over the world. Later, through the efforts of the Chinese people, they were brought back little by little, sent to museums, and passed down so that the descendants of the Chinese can see them. If he sells it to the black market, he would be no different from a traitor. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. "It's my mom calling." "Mom and Dad, are you coming back?" "Son, your dad and I are almost at Jiangdu East Station. You don't have to come to pick us up. Your dad and I will take the bus back." "I'll pick you up." "Why are you picking up the phone? You don't even have a car. How can you pick it up?" "No need." "Oh, Mom, I forgot to tell you, I bought a car." "Wait, I'll pick you up." The king hung up the phone, went out happily, and was about to drive the Pagani Huayra, but when he thought about picking up his parents and the gifts and other items, he realized that he couldn't get the sports car. So, he had no choice but to call Jang Win. "Win, my parents are back and are at the East Station. I'm going to pick them up. If you're not busy, just drive over." "Okay." On the phone, Jang Win readily agreed. Not long after, Wang Shang and Jang Win drove to Jiangdu East Railway Station. Half an hour later, Wang Shang successfully picked up his parents. "Mom and Dad, this is my girlfriend, Jang Win. Win, these are my parents." "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." "Hello, Jang Win. "Hello, Jang Win." After the introductions, Jang Win greeted Wang Shang's parents with a smile, being graceful, modest, and polite. She was so well brought up. Wang Shang's parents were very happy and surprised. In their opinion, their son of a bitch was lucky to have met such an outstanding girl. She is beautiful, has a good personality, is humble, sensible, and polite. "Little bastard, your dad and I have only been away for a few days, and you have changed a lot." Hey. The king's mother pulled the king and whispered a few words. "Did your father and I come home early?" "No. I was thinking of letting you spend a few more days at your grandma's house, so you and your girlfriend can spend more time together. By the way, when did this happen?" "I've only known her these past few days, and things are going pretty well." The mother and son chatted for a while, and then the 4 of them got in the car. "Win, is this your car? It's really nice and looks very high-end." As soon as she got in the car, Wang Shang's mother kept praising the car. As an ordinary middle-aged woman and a retired mother, she didn't have much knowledge and was simple and unpretentious. "Aunt, actually this car belongs to the king." Jang Win was just about to tell the truth and explain that this Cullinan was actually bought by the king, but a look from the king stopped her. Ahem, Mom and Dad, have some water. This car belongs to Win, and it's not a very high-end car. Wang Shang took out 2 bottles of water from the car's small refrigerator and handed them to his parents. Chapter 79, Indignation. Jang Win drives skillfully, and she is becoming more and more familiar with this Cullinan. And the king can just sit back and relax as a passenger, which feels really great. Healthy parents, a lovely girlfriend, and a prosperous life are what countless people dream of. This car has a refrigerator, isn't it high-end? You kid, you are so arrogant. Wang Shang's father said in a lecturing tone. The king's face was filled with black lines. Indeed, this car is high-end enough, worth millions. If he really told them the price, his parents would definitely think he was crazy. How could he have so much money? By the way, Your Majesty, why don't you drive? You let Win, a girl, drive. You don't know how to be considerate and caring towards girls. Oh, please don't make me angry to death. The king's mother glared at him unhappily. It's okay, Auntie. I like cars and I like driving. Jang Win said with a smile. Then I'll thank you for your hard work. If there's anything wrong with this brat, you must tell us. Humph, just wait and see how his father and I punish him. The king's mother said this. Obviously, she was very satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. Okay, Auntie. Jang Win was very happy and winked at the king, looking very proud. Getting the approval of her boyfriend's parents is the best thing for her. If a relationship wants to blossom and bear fruit, it must move towards marriage. And if you want to get married smoothly, you must get the approval of both parties' parents. By the way, Mom and Dad, there's something I need to confess. Suddenly, the king spoke. After hearing what he said, his parents became nervous. What's wrong, kid? What's wrong, my king? You're so frightened. Looking into his parents' eyes, Wang Shang said seriously. Actually, I've changed a lot during this period. It's mainly because I made millions buying lottery tickets, and then I made some investments. I was lucky and made a lot of money. He must give an explanation to his parents about this matter. Otherwise, there will be no way to explain it clearly later. It's impossible to keep it a secret forever. Besides, it's very tiring. I bought a car, a house, and also bought a house for you, my parents. He talked about some of the things he had done, mainly purchasing real estate and cars, and the source of the money. Hearing these words, my parents were shocked. My son has made great progress. You've achieved so much. You're so lucky. You won the lottery and made a fortune from investing. Oh my God, could it be that smoke is coming out of the ancestral grave of our Wang family? Ha 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 ha. After being shocked, stunned, and unbelievable, the couple became very excited. They believed what the king said. Because, based on their understanding of their son, there is no other possibility for him to get rich except buying lottery tickets. As for investing, these days, it's absolutely possible for a blind cat to catch a dead mouse. Take stock trading, for example. Some people study it every day but still lose money, while others just buy a few stocks randomly and make huge profits. In this world, there is a kind of metaphysics called luck, and it's financial luck. Good fortune is coming and you can't stop it. God has opened his eyes. Our Wang family has been poor for generations, always at the bottom of society with no great prospects. Now we have finally turned the tide. Thank you, God. Thank you for the blessings of Buddha, and thank you for the blessings of the ancestors of the Wang family. At this time, the king's mother was so excited that she actually knelt on the seat and cowed out. She believes in Buddhism and some other religions, but she is not a religious believer. She just has a broad belief in the existence of gods. This is how he was shaped, with faith and awe in his heart. Good thoughts make people understand gratitude. Son, you earn so much money and fortune favors you. You must make some contributions and give back to society. She began to instruct the king. The king nodded, agreeing deeply. I'm home. A group of 4 people got out of the car and walked to the door of the king's house. What was strange was that several excavators were parked in front of the door. There was a driver sitting on each excavator. In addition, many people gathered from the entrance of the alley to the door of Wang Shang's house, including neighbors and some people that Wang Shang, including his parents, did not know. These people were all dressed like street thugs, with their arms and legs exposed and covered in various tattoos. The leader among them was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, tall and strong, with thick waist and arms. He looked particularly strong and powerful, with thick muscles and dark skin. Lao Kuei, the company has asked us to tear down this area, but they refuse to do so. What the hell, this is fucked up. Lao Kuei, we're just waiting for you to take action now. We can't do this without you. The people operating the excavators gathered together and came to the middle-aged man, offering him cigarettes and other flattering gestures. No problem. The middle-aged man called Lao Kuei was smoking calmly. He was surrounded by a large group of brothers, all of whom had bad intentions and looked like bad people. Wang Shang brought Jang Win, his parents, and him to the door. Before they could open the door and go in, they were blocked by this group of people. What's going on? The king's face darkened. Old Wang, Aunt Zhang, you're finally back. Our neighborhood is about to be demolished. I heard a very aggressive developer came and wants to take our houses away, but the compensation is very low, so everyone is making a fuss and refuses to allow the demolition. Someone came over, a neighbor, and told him what had happened. It turned out that this was a group of people who came to carry out forced demolition. Behind them was a demolition company. To put it bluntly, they hired a group of bullies and thugs to oppress the common people. Of course, behind the forced demolition is a developer with money and power, waiting to take the land. However, the demolition price offered was much lower than the price of land for demolition in the surrounding areas, so the neighbors were naturally not happy. Now it is at a stalemate. The king only found out about the situation because he had not gone home and had been staying in the small supermarket in front. As for the small supermarket, since there was a foundation office there, to be honest, these bullies didn't dare to act recklessly and didn't cause trouble for the king. They just bully the weak and fear the strong. According to the developer's plan, Wang Shang's house will be demolished, but the small supermarket in front can be retained. Of course, the foundation's office will also be retained, and they dare not move it. However, the house behind, as well as the houses of 20 or 30 households in the nearby neighborhood, will all be demolished, and the compensation price is lower than the compensation price for the surrounding demolitions. The residents in this area are basically from the lower classes of society, especially the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Therefore, the developers behind the scene thought that this group of people were easy to bully, so they arranged and instructed the so-called demolition company, which was actually a group of gangsters and bullies, to come and threaten to demolish the house. Now the developer thinks your area is worth demolishing and worthy of commercialization. You are honored. Humph. If the boss didn't like this place, you would still have to live in such old and dilapidated houses. Now that it has been demolished, and you are given houses and compensation, why are you still making a fuss? The leader of this group of bullies, Lao Kuei, came over and swept his vicious eyes over the dozen or so local people present. No, absolutely not. Your compensation standard is too low. The developer's compensation standard is twice as much as yours. Why are you giving us so little? We won't accept it. Yes, we won't do it. The crowd was noisy and indignant. Chapter 80, Righteousness. Seeing the public outrage, Lao Kuei panicked a bit, but he quickly calmed down. Cigarette between his lips, he glanced arrogantly at the crowd of people and snorted. I'm telling you, these 20-plus old houses must be demolished. This land is collective, and your community has already issued a notice and signed it. What kind of a stir can you ordinary people make? Upon hearing this, the neighbors who were blocking the doorway to protest against the demolition company and its bullies all became dispirited. Because the community has indeed issued a notice and everyone has signed it. Now all that's left is that a few households have not signed or put their fingerprints on it. However, this cannot affect the pace of demolishing these old buildings. Of course, in order to prevent some troublemakers from making things worse or causing other mistakes, the developer behind the demolition company has issued an order that the demolition of these old and dilapidated houses must be started today without any delay. Now the demolition company has started the demolition in order to get the bulldozers, excavators, etc. to work as quickly as possible, so they have called in people like Lao Kuei. Not far away, under an old locust tree, was parked a black Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. In the car, in the back seat, sat an old man in his 60s or 70s. He looked energetic, healthy, with sharp eyes, but he had some white hair on his head. The man had a cigar in his mouth, a glass of red wine in one hand, and his arm around the woman with the other. Smoking cigars, drinking red wine, and being accompanied by beautiful young women. This kind of life is very leisurely. The old man was dressed in a luxurious manner, wearing a suit and tie and all designer brands. Master Bai, judging by the situation outside, we should be able to start demolition work before this afternoon, right? The younger-looking man sitting in the driver's seat glanced at the old man through the rearview mirror and asked cautiously. It turned out that the old man was the boss of the Four Dragons Society, known as White-Headed Old Man, in the underground circles of Jiangdu City. He was the #1 person, and all the members of the Four Dragons Society respectfully called him Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai nodded and said leisurely, "It should be no problem. This time, Lao Kuei is here. He gets things done quickly and decisively, and never drags his feet." That's true. Lao Kuei is Mr. Bai's most capable assistant. He has been with him for decades, starting from hanging around the streets, doing all kinds of dirty and tiring work and working hard all the way. That was real hard work, fighting with others desperately, and step by step he has achieved what he has today. 20 years ago in the Four Dragons, Lao Kuei was my most capable subordinate, and he still is now. Back then, the Four Dragons had only a dozen or so members, fighting for territory and getting bruised and bloodied. Lao Kuei made an indelible contribution. Now I've given him the position of East City Hall Master, the most lucrative position in the Four Dragons, so I'm finally reaping the rewards of his years of hard work. Mr. Bai spoke slowly, his eyes becoming hazy and vicissitudes of life, lost in memories. Master Bai, you are a righteous man. Haha, being praised by his assistant, Mr. Bai laughed heartily a few times. Over the years, we've gone from underground to above ground in order to successfully land. They call it whitewashing. And that's right. We've opened so many companies and put in so much effort to do so. And how long have we endured this in silence, Humph? There was a major incident not long ago at the South City branch. Leader Xiao Zhou and dozens of our Four Dragons were killed. Even now, the circumstances remain unclear, and the truth remains unknown. Damn it. Thinking of this, Mr. Bai's eyes became fierce and violent. He fiercely extinguished the burning cigar and pushed away the girl beside him. I'm not in the mood to smoke or play with women anymore. He is the boss of the Four Dragons Society. Dozens of his brothers were killed, and even the Hall Master was killed. How could he let such a serious matter go unresolved? We finally found out something. Hall Master Xiao Zhou kidnapped a girl before he died and used her to coerce a man. This was because Xiao Zhou had some unpleasant experiences with that man before. Master Bai, please take care of yourself and don't get too excited. The driver, who was also the assistant and a trusted man beside Mr. Bai, quickly gave a reminder. I know. Mr. Bai waved his hand and continued. We found out that man is a young man in his early 20s who lives in this old house. His name is Wang Shang. According to our investigation, he has quite a bit of assets, which makes him quite outstanding among young people. However, we haven't found out much about him, and we don't know why he came from an ordinary family and yet has so much assets. Anyway, this time we're going to have to demolish dozens of old houses, including his, so we have to get this done right. Besides, Mr. Zhao, the developer, is my friend, so I have to give him this face. No matter what, their house has to be demolished. Master Bai said viciously. Through the car window, he noticed that not far away, at the door of a house where a crowd of people gathered, there was a young man among them. It was none other than the king. Click. Noticing the brat the king, Master Bai's gaze suddenly became fierce and full of hostility. He clenched his fingers tightly, and because of the fierce force, his knuckles turned white and there was a cracking sound at the joints. Seeing the majestic and angry Mr. Bai, the young woman next to him was terrified and quickly hid aside, close to the car door and window, trembling a little. Master Bai, don't worry. These 20 or so households have already established connections in the community and signed the agreement. They're just making a fuss and complaining about the inadequacy of the compensation. But it's not their turn to bargain in this matter. Humph, a bunch of unruly people, a bunch of powerless and insignificant ordinary people. What are they making such a fuss about? Okay, wait. The confrontation between the two sides gradually became intense. Dalan, Wang Shang's neighbor, usually runs a small vendor business, selling breakfast and other things. Although he doesn't have a formal job, he is a young man after all, has a strong sense of law, and dares to defend his rights. He stood up and roared at Lao Kuei and his group. You bastards, are you trying to demolish my house with an excavator? I'm telling you, this community notice has no legal effect. It has to be signed by every household and property owner. We don't agree to be demolished, so you can't. If you don't raise the compensation standards to what they should be, don't even think about demolishing my house. You have to run over me. Dalan. His wife was standing beside him with a worried look on her face. After all, it was because Lao Kuei and the other thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society were not easy to deal with. They certainly didn't dare to drive excavators and crush ordinary people directly, but when they used shady tactics behind my back, knocked on my door in the middle of the night, and a group of bullies surrounded me all day, threatening, forcing, and pestering me, that feeling and taste. It really makes people feel uneasy. Of course, this is the routine of demolition companies, otherwise such an industry would not have emerged. The corner of Lao Kuei's mouth twitched, his eyes filled with ferocity, and he cursed coldly. Fuck you. You're so cocky. You really think we dare not attack you? Damn, I have so many brothers. I'm giving you a chance, so you should move out immediately. Don't refuse my toast, and then drink the wine for punishment. If you get hurt, you can't blame me. Those who know the inside story and understand the law can also see that this group of people are powerful but weak. But it is really rare to find someone who dares to stand up and fight to the end to confront these bastard bullies head-on. Just try it if you have the guts. Brother Dalan was still righteous and fearless. Chapter 81 Luo Yuliang is here. Lao Kuei was so angry that his face was shaking. He suddenly waved his hand and called out to the minions behind him. Go ahead, start the machines. Damn, I'll see which is stronger, my machine or the heads of these little bastards. He wanted to scare those who they considered to be troublemakers, and troublemakers, represented by Dalan. They wouldn't dare to start the machine and rush over to attack people or crush houses. Rumble, rumble. The machine started, and a red excavator came rolling over from the road not far away, approaching Brother Dalan little by little. Suddenly, most of the neighbors gathered nearby were frightened and quickly moved away. Dalan stood still, tears glistening in his eyes. Although he was afraid, he was determined to protect his rights. Brother Dalan, be careful. Seeing this scene, the king was angry and worried. He rushed over and pulled Dalan away. The excavator just ran over the place where Brother Dalan was standing just now. Because it was too heavy, the tracks crushed a large piece of the concrete pavement at the door. Rumble. Then, a thug from the Four Dragons gang, operating the excavator, smoked a cigarette in his mouth and roughly manipulated the machine, causing the excavator's boom and bucket to shake violently, making a piercing sound, and swung it towards the side wall of Dalan's house. It seemed that they were about to destroy Brother Dalan's house. You are lawless. Lawless. When Brother Dalan saw this scene, he cried, his eyes red, and shouted at the top of his lungs. The neighbors were all moved and felt the same pain. Everyone felt threatened because the next house to be demolished would be their own. Stop. Suddenly, an old lady rushed out of the house and stood under the sidewall. Isn't this Brother Dalan's grandmother, an old lady over 80 years old? Seeing this scene, the gangster bully driving the excavator panicked. Lao Kuei also panicked and quickly shouted to stop. So the gangster driving the excavator quickly stopped the machine and didn't dare to continue. They really didn't dare to cause any violence or bloodshed because their boss, Lord Bai, had ordered them to avoid casualties and to use threats as their primary means whenever possible. If you dare to demolish my house, I will die in front of you. I am old and tired of living, and I will take you with me even if I die. Dalan's grandmother's body was shaking, and the words she shouted were also trembling, but she used all her strength. Although she seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of the powerful giant machine, her momentum was there, showing her attitude and determination. Life is short. Grandma, be careful. Brother Dalan cried out and ran towards his grandmother. Damn it. Lao Kuei's mood suddenly became very bad. He originally thought that this matter was easy to solve, and most of the people were scared and didn't dare to step forward. However, as the situation developed, the man and the old woman who showed up now were really bad. He cursed angrily and rushed over to push Dalan. Dalan was caught off guard, his feet stumbled, and he fell to the ground, hitting his head on the wall, breaking his skin and bleeding. Dalan, Brother Dalan's wife, ran over crying, her face full of worry and her eyes filled with hatred. She glared at Lao Kuei fiercely. Seeing this scene, the crowd was excited. You are lawless. Asshole, you dare to hit someone? Someone's being beaten. Call the police. Call the police immediately. Lao Kuei was a little panicked, but he still acted arrogantly. Damn it. Who dares to come over here? Come and try. I'll beat you up. This little bastard fell down on his own, and I took a hit from him. Damn it. Is he trying to scam me? Damn it. Get up. It was clearly you who pushed Dalan, but now you deny it. You're playing dirty. You bastard. You bastard bully. Everyone started cursing and scolded Lao Kuei harshly. Bang. Suddenly, a figure flashed over, kicked Lao Kuei hard. It is so powerful and so fast. The kick was so powerful and so fast that Lao Kuei didn't even have time to react before he was kicked several meters away and hit the wall hard. He collapsed, his bones were about to fall apart, and blood was coming out of his nose and mouth. The figure landed, and it turned out that the one who had just violently kicked Lao Kuei was none other than the king. Everyone who saw this scene felt so refreshed and relieved. Good. Good fight. Your Majesty, well done. Who kicked me? Damn it. Everyone come here. Damn it. I'll see who dares to complain. Lao Kuei grimaced in pain, touched the blood flowing from his mouth and nose, and suddenly his face turned ferocious. He quickly called for people to come over. Dozens of gangsters and bullies swarmed over him, holding weapons and rushing to his side. The confrontation between the two sides is becoming increasingly intense. At this moment, several police cars and black government vehicles drove up on the main road not far away. One of these cars had a very unusual license plate, which anyone with a keen eye could tell at a glance. Because just now, Wang Shang called Director Wu of the city secretary's office and told him about the situation here. He also took a photo of the bronze tripod and sent it over. Director Wu has always attached great importance to the situation on Wang Shang's side. When encountering illegal demolition, he will of course make arrangements and let comrades from relevant departments come to deal with it. In addition, it would have been fine if he hadn't looked at the photo of the bronze tripod that Wang Shang sent. As soon as he saw it, he was immediately stunned, because he was particularly interested in ancient cultural relics. He looked at the photo himself and also asked experts in cultural relics to look at it. Everyone felt that it was a serious matter and they must go to the scene to see it as soon as possible. This matter quickly attracted the attention of Secretary Luo Yuliang. So, Luo Yuliang came here in person. As a result, a large number of leaders from various departments and cultural relics experts in the city drove over. Even police cars were used to clear the way in order to maintain order and provide security for cultural relics. Director Wu was the first to come down. Then he quickly ran to the other side, opened the door, put his hands on the edge of the car, and was very respectful. Secretary Luo, we've arrived. Please come in. The city's top executive stepped out of the car. Luo Yuliang is not tall, in his 50s, with a kind face and no airs, giving people a very approachable feeling. However, when he started walking towards Wang Shang's house, he was surrounded by a large number of secretaries, assistants, and guards, and the aura of a person in a high position immediately emanated from him. When they learned that Luo Yuliang was coming here, everyone went out to the city, the district, the street office, and the community. After some communication, several community staff members quickly came to the neighborhood and explained the situation very seriously, telling everyone that Luo Yuliang from the city had arrived. These staff members' hearts were pounding. They were so nervous. Chapter 82, Jiangdu's Lucky Star. Soon, Luo Yuliang came to the crowd. Hello, leader. Hello, leader. Secretary Luo, you're finally here. Thank you for your hard work. The cheers, one louder than the other, pushed the atmosphere to its peak. Luo Yuliang listened to the report, so he knew what happened here. On the one hand, ordinary people are dissatisfied with the demolition standards because it is indeed the developers who are playing tricks behind the scenes to lower the price. On one side, there are people from the demolition company headed by Lao Kuei, who behave rudely. I will take care of the situation here, don't worry. As for whoever started the fight first, I will definitely handle it according to the law. Luo Yuliang first expressed his attitude to reassure the people present. Everyone looked at each other, expressing admiration and respect. No matter which developer it is, this area cannot be developed. The city will not approve it in the first place. The situation has changed, and all previous plans are put on hold. Luo Yuliang continued, saying that it was obvious that there were other arrangements for the relocation and resettlement of dozens of households in this area. The numerous staff members present, from the city's top management to the community grassroots, all listened attentively and did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. This is an iron order like a mountain. Immediately, district leaders came over and quickly persuaded the employees of the so-called demolition company who were causing trouble to leave the scene. In addition, armed police were dispatched and a whole fleet of police cars were parked nearby. So how could these thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society dare to resist in the slightest? They quickly retreated, and the gangsters who had been driving the excavator also got out of the cab and quickly left. Just at this moment. Okay, since we have a ready-made machine, let's start digging up Mr. Wang's backyard. Luo Yuliang noticed the excavator driven by Lao Kuei and his men. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? What is Luo Yuliang going to do? Lao Kuei had originally taken his brothers and fled far away. A large number of staff from relevant departments surrounded him and began to admonish and persuade them to leave. I'm calling you. Lao Kuei was dumbfounded, feeling it was very awkward, and pointed at himself blankly with his finger. I can't believe it. Comrade, are you in charge of these excavators? Luo Yuliang's gaze fell on Lao Kuei. Lao Kuei's legs went weak and his face turned pale with fear. He was facing the number one person in the city. He had never faced such a high-ranking person in his entire life. Even though he was the most lucrative leader of the East City Hall in the Four Dragons Association and had experienced so many ups and downs in fighting for many years, Lao Kuei couldn't help but feel guilty and scared at this moment. Yes. Lao Kuei responded tremblingly. He not only noticed Luo Yuliang's majestic gaze, but also the gazes of a large number of senior leaders. If anything goes wrong, a lot of people will probably attack him, and then the Four Dragons Society will also be implicated. Originally, the Four Dragons gang was making profits in the gray area, and many of their operations and transactions had to be conducted underground. In addition, over the years, Mr. Bai had tried his best to do business, set up companies, and whitewash himself in order to distance himself from his previous crimes and heinous evil deeds. They have made many enemies, but they are not afraid of social forces. What they fear is official actions. If they really offended certain people, causing the top management to take a vigorous and powerful action, it would be enough to make the four dragons suffer. How about this? I'll requisition your excavator and dig up this young comrade Wang's backyard. Is that okay with you? Luo Yuliang asked politely with a kind look. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Lao Kuei nodded hurriedly, and the stone in his throat finally fell to the ground. I thought Luo Yuliang would immediately deal with what happened just now, the violent demolition by the demolition company, and Lao Kuei injuring the ordinary people. The result is absolutely not. In fact, most people were very confused and had no idea what Luo Yuliang was going to do. Only Luo Yuliang, Director Wu, several core city officials, and the archaeological experts who rushed here knew what had happened. Secretary Luo, it's like this. Oh, no need. I'll go over with a few comrades. You just wait outside. Several district and community staff members came over eagerly and were about to report the situation, but were interrupted by Luo Yuliang. They thought that Luo Yuliang came here mainly because of the demolition. Therefore, a few people, who have close ties with the demolition company, are extremely nervous at the moment. Luo Yuliang's attitude is very clear. The commercial development here has been put on hold and will not be given to developers to develop, so there will be no demolition. In this case, it is completely understandable that some people are as anxious as ants on a hot pan, with pale faces and trembling legs. Going against Luo Yuliang means going against the Jiangdu authorities. What will be the consequences? You really don't want to do this anymore? Secretary Luo, this is Comrade Xiao Wang. Oh, hello, Comrade Xiao Wang. You are truly the lucky star of our Jiangdu city. Hello, Secretary Luo. Comrade Xiao Wang, you reported this to the city authorities immediately, which is truly remarkable. You're a role model for everyone to follow. You're so noble and selfless. That's fantastic. Secretary Luo, you're too kind. This is what I should do. By the way, I'll lead the way. Let the excavator drive by. At this time, Wang Shang met Luo Yuliang through the introduction of Director Wu. The two shook hands cordially. Luo Yuliang praised the king highly. Comrade Xiao Wang, thank you for your help. You're welcome. Soon, under the leadership of Wang Shang, Luo Yuliang and several core senior officials in the city came to the backyard of his house. The more everyone watched, the more confused they became. Isn't Secretary Luo Yuliang here to deal with the demolition issue? Could it be that so many high-ranking officials from the city came here just to meet the king? The neighbors were all dumbfounded, not knowing what Luo Yuliang was going to do. Soon neighbors came to ask about Wang Shang's parents, expressing their surprise and envy. Because anyone who is not blind can see that Secretary Luo Yuliang is particularly kind and fond of the king, and even has some respect for him. That gesture, the warmth of the handshake, and the look in his eyes, can't lie. Such a high-ranking official actually came to the lowest level, among the common people, and had a very pleasant conversation with a young man in his early 20s. He even specially met with him and visited his home. What does that mean? This means that Secretary Luo has taken a fancy to the king, and he is definitely a talent that Secretary Luo values. From then on, the king's family became prosperous. I don't know. Lao Wang and I have been out for many days. We just came back, and our boy picked us up. We don't know anything. Don't ask me. How would I know what that brat has been doing these days to actually attract such a high-ranking official like Secretary Luo? He's so busy with all kinds of things every day. Seriously, the king's mother was in a very complicated mood at the moment, and she couldn't tell whether she should be happy or unhappy. In fact, she was more worried, just like the king's father, very worried. For my own children, I don't ask for rapid success or glory for the family. I just ask for their safety. Now this matter involves the top leaders in the city. The key is that they don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. The old couple are very worried. Chapter 83, The Supreme Treasure Appears. By the way, Wen, you should know that you two have been together these days, haven't you two? Suddenly, Wang Shang's mother turned her gaze to Jiang Wenwen. She had the same idea as Wang Shang's father. That is, others didn't know what happened to Wang Shang. So did Jiang Wenwen, his girlfriend, not know either? Yes, Wenwen, you are the king's girlfriend, so you must know what he has done recently. The king's father also quickly asked. I don't know either. Jiang Wenwen blushed and shook her head helplessly. The old couple was full of hope, but they didn't expect that even their son's closest girlfriend was unaware of it. It seems that things have become very troublesome now. Bite. Suddenly, a message came on Jiang Wenwen's mobile phone. She quickly unlocked it and took a look. It was sent by the king. Maybe it was because Wang Shang was too busy accompanying Luo Yuliang and the others, and it was not convenient for him to make a phone call or come out to explain the situation clearly. So he simply sent a message to reassure Jang Win and his parents. It's from the king. What's that? Win, tell us quickly, what did you send? My parents were extremely nervous. At this time, the neighbors, as well as many community and district staff, were also extremely nervous. They were not qualified to follow Luo Yuliang to the backyard of Wang Shang's house. I can only wait outside. This group of people became more and more anxious as they waited. Now, the king's girlfriend said that the king sent a message. How can everyone not be excited and eagerly hope for what is being sent? Of course, I'm extremely eager to see it. There are treasures in the backyard, and we are all witnesses to history. Jang Win looked at the content of the message and read it aloud word by word with incredible clarity. Everyone listened quietly. After hearing these words, all the staff were dumbfounded again. Is there a baby in the backyard? What treasures are there? The neighbors looked at each other. The old houses in this area were all similar. There was a road in front and a small yard in the back for every household, which was usually used to store sundries or grow vegetables. What kind of treasure could there be? A witness to history? Everyone was even more confused. So now, they can only wait and see how things develop. Inside the backyard, the rumbling excavator came over, and the bucket dug down, digging out bucket after bucket of soil. There were professionals on hand to provide guidance, explaining clearly how deep to dig and how to dig without damaging the cultural relics inside. Luo Yuliang, Wang Shang, and others stood in a circle, watching nervously. There are already archaeological experts who have carefully identified and analyzed the bronze tripod that the king had dug out before. Next, bronze tripods were excavated one after another. They were lined up in a row and placed against the wall in the backyard. There are 9 bronze tripods in total. Excavation completed. More than a dozen archaeological experts were extremely jealous, like hungry wolves seeing lambs, and were about to pounce on them. Oh my god, Jiuzhou. It's really Jiuzhou. A national treasure lost for thousands of years, the Jiuzhou. It really is the Jiuzhou. This tripod is from Yangzhou. Judging from the patterns, the inscriptions, and the topographical drawings, it perfectly matches the topography of ancient Yangzhou. This is the Jingzhou. This is the Liangzhou. This is the Shuzhou. This is the Yuzhou, Yongzhou, Qingzhou, Jizhou, Yanzhou. Each of the 9 tripods has been examined and verified by more than a dozen archaeological experts and more than 20 professionals from relevant departments such as museums and cultural relics bureaus, and conclusions have been drawn. They carefully analyzed and judged, photographed, and verified, and some experts directly contacted some universities, research institutes, and authoritative figures from the highest-level archaeological institutions in the capital of China. After rigorous argumentation, analysis, and identification, the Jiuzhou, a top-level lost national treasure, has finally been discovered. Next, it was not just Jiangdu City that came. Experts and leaders from the provincial capital, high-level officials, and the highest-level relevant institutions and departments also came in droves. Such a major event that shocked the whole country attracted great attention from various bigwigs, provincial officials, and national officials. All of a sudden, there was overwhelming publicity and news reports. Soon, the news about the national treasure Jiuzhou unearthed in Jiangdu made headlines on all mainstream news media, self-media, and major social platforms. The national treasure Jiuzhou has been unveiled, shocking the world. A truly astonishing treasure, China's most supreme national treasure, lost for thousands of years, has finally reappeared in the world. The nation's most important weapon has reappeared in the world. This is an auspicious sign. May God bless China. The most searched topic on all major Weibo accounts. Number 1 super topic. It went viral in the circle of friends. Who is he? What secrets does he hold? A national treasure lost for 1,000 years was discovered by a mysterious young man in his backyard. A mysterious young man discovered a 1,000-year-old national treasure, shocking the world. The mysterious young man and the supreme national treasure Jiuzhou. The story that must be told. When the mysterious young man unearthed the first Jiuzhou, he immediately contacted the relevant departments and successfully unearthed the complete Jiuzhou, achieving a world-shaking achievement. The discovery of the Jiuzhou is of epic-making significance. It is the most important event in Chinese archaeology in recent decades and the greatest archaeological discovery of this century. Jiuzhou will become China's #1 national treasure. Countless news reports, constant follow-up, countless news features pushed out, etc. As the first person to discover the Jiuzhou, Wang Shang became the focus of attention. But he is very low-key. From contacting leaders, meeting with Luo Yuliang, to meeting with senior officials from the province and even the national ministry, he always asked them not to publicize himself, and it was enough to just refer to him as the mysterious young man. He doesn't want to be in the spotlight. Mr. Wang, as the first person to discover the Jiuzhou Ding, you dug it up in your own backyard, shocked the world, and donated this supreme national treasure to our motherland. You are truly remarkable. Excuse me, Mr. Wang, what do you want? In response to the questions from the senior leaders, the king gave a very simple response. After the Jiuzhou Ding was unearthed, I hope to build a museum on the original site where it can be exhibited for the world to see and appreciate, not only for us Chinese people, but also for people all over the world to appreciate. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. The highest-ranking department in charge of this matter will coordinate and arrange everything in that area. They'll build a museum, properly resettle the residents, and increase compensation standards. When the museum is completed and their recruiting staff, those who lived near the site where the Jiuzhou Ding was unearthed, that is, your neighbors, Mr. Wang, will be given priority. Chapter 84, Zhao Jingming. Jiangdu, Beijing Economic Development Zone. Dayu Huanfeng Investment Company. This company is the developer behind the scenes who wants to demolish dozens of houses, including Wangshang's. The commercial layout was originally prepared. After demolishing and acquiring the land, a large-scale comprehensive commercial complex was to be built. However, the plan changed and all the plans and blueprints were ruined. As the company's boss, Zhao Jingming sat in the general manager's office, his nose and mouth crooked with anger. Opposite him sat an acquaintance. Mr. Bai, the boss of the Four Dragons Society. Mr. Bai remained silent. The tea in the cup in front of him had gone cold, and he was not in the mood to drink a sip. Boss Zhao, no one expected the situation to develop so quickly. We wanted to successfully deal with those troublemakers and complete the demolition work, which should have been a simple task, but the result was, well, Mr. Bai finally spoke. A sigh, full of helplessness. Yeah, who would have thought they'd unearth a national treasure? Damn, even if the world's top, most corrupt developers came, it wouldn't help. What businessman would dare to go against the officials? The museum's location has been decided, and I have nothing to say. Zhao Jingming was so angry that he shook his head. Dayu Huanfeng Investment Company is a large company with abundant assets and deep personal connections. Its headquarters is located in one of the most economically developed first-tier cities in China. Now, it is entering a third-tier city like Jiangdu, of course, to make a big move. The company had originally spotted a piece of land that looked relatively remote and a little far from the city center and was determined to acquire it. But in the end, it turned out to be like this. It was all that kid's fault. I understand everything now. Suddenly, Mr. Bai cursed angrily. You bastard. Last time, dozens of my Four Dragons brothers died in a gunfight for no reason. It was all because they kidnapped that kid's sister. Now, Mr. Zhao, your business has suffered a major setback, and it's also because of that kid. It seems that kid is really too strange and weird. I wonder what secrets are hidden behind him. Mr. Bai's expression became complicated. Master Bai, are you talking about the king? The king that Luo Yuliang and the city's top brass hold in such high esteem? The pioneer of charity? The king who's known as Jiangdu's great fortune star? Zhao Jingming asked hurriedly. He is a businessman, backed by the huge Dayu Huanfeng Company, and has a particularly wide range of sources of information. So, of course he knew something about the king. Even though the top officials in Jiangdu City are very secretive about the king's identity, there is no impenetrable wall in this world. Yeah, although we haven't found any clues that directly link the kidnapping case to the deaths of dozens of my Four Dragons, and we haven't found any clues that link the king to the deaths, but he's too weird, and he's a big suspect. He's like a jinx sent from heaven to suppress my Four Dragons. Damn it. Mr. Bai couldn't help but curse again, feeling extremely angry. Now his dignity has been greatly challenged, and he is under great pressure. After all, there were only 200 or 300 official members of the Four Dragons Society, and if one of them died, dozens would die. There was a lot of cleanup work to be done, and as the boss, he had to step forward and give an explanation to the dead brothers. Otherwise, he, as a big boss, would not be able to convince the people. I really don't know where that kid comes from. Mr. Bai's eyes were extremely fierce. He was certainly trying every possible way to investigate the king. Unfortunately, the information collected so far was too little. It said that he made his fortune by buying lottery tickets, then investing in stocks and real estate, quickly accumulating capital. He's also very good at building relationships with high-ranking officials, setting up a foundation and gaining their trust and support. Now, he's unearthed a national treasure in his backyard and immediately notified the higher-ups. As the first person to discover a supreme national treasure, he's naturally even more respected. It's said that even the leaders of the highest departments have met with him. Zhao Jingming spoke slowly. Based on his own investigations, as well as the investigation capabilities and connections of Diyu Huanfeng headquarters, he found out more information about the king than Master Bai did. Is that so? Master Bai was stunned and felt a little ashamed. He was a big boss in the Jiangdu underground, and the Four Dragons gang had been entrenched in the local area for decades. But now, he was not even as well informed as the CEO of a foreign investment company. Based on the information I received, it shouldn't be wrong. After all, Diyu Huanfeng's headquarters is in Shanghai, which is China's economic center and the most developed first-tier city. The news there must be much more informed than a third-tier city like Jiangdu. Zhao Jingming said so. That's true. Mr. Bai nodded. So now, it's very difficult to take action against him. Although he appears to be just an idle young man helping his family run the store, he's actually not that kind of person. He must have many identities behind him. We must be extra careful and not act rashly. Zhao Jingming continued. Boss Zhao, I understand what you mean. This setback has severely disrupted the business layout of your Diyu Huanfeng company. From the headquarters in Shanghai to the branch in Jiangdu, everyone must hate that little bastard Wang Shang to the core. I totally understand. And I hate that brat to the core too. Now, Boss Zhao and I are on the same side. We have a common enemy, and sooner or later we will take care of him. Humph. Boss Zhao, don't worry. If there's anything I can help you with in the future, I, Old Bai, will definitely help you to the end. Zhao Jingming smiled and said, I feel relieved with what Master Bai said. I will still need your help in Jiangdu. After he finished speaking, he called out to the beautiful secretary in a black silk suit standing beside him, who quickly took out a suitcase, unlocked the password, opened it, and placed it in front of Mr. Bai. Inside, it was full of banknotes. Master Bai, please accept this gift. There will be many things in the future that require the help of you and the brothers of the Four Dragons Society. Sure. Ha ha. Chapter 85, 9 Mysterious Needles, Ancient Chinese Acupuncture. Although they were reluctant to leave and were full of nostalgia for their hometown, Wang Shang's parents and dozens of neighbors were very cooperative and completed the demolition and resettlement of these old houses. Because a museum is being built for the national treasure Jiuzhou, and it is a first-class museum of the highest level, the residents involved are given sufficient compensation, which is many times better than those unscrupulous developers who lower the compensation conditions. Brand new houses have begun to be built around the museum. Residents involved in demolition and resettlement who want to work can be given priority to be admitted to the museum. Although they are just service and auxiliary jobs, they are still very advantageous. The current king has become a hotly discussed figure among the neighbors and the people in several nearby communities and streets because he unearthed the national treasure Jiuzhou. The old couple also benefited from this. Whenever they went out and met people, they would receive a lot of praise. Old Wang, your boy is awesome. Everyone is benefiting from your boy's help. The compensation for demolition is several times higher than others. We get replacement houses and money. It's all thanks to you. Thank you for your kind words, everyone. Thank you for your kind words. My kid is lucky. Ha. The location of the small supermarket cannot avoid the construction scope of the museum, but the king has his own insistence and requirements. The location of the small supermarket must remain unchanged and must always exist and cannot be demolished. From the city to the highest departments, everyone respected his opinion and kept the small supermarket and even the foundation office at the door. Anyway, the area is only about 20 to 30 square meters. It is good to have such a small supermarket next to the museum, which can be convenient for tourists. The authorities' plan has only one requirement, which is to renovate the small supermarket so that its appearance matches the overall color and temperament of the Jiuzhou first-class museum. The construction of the museum and surrounding supporting facilities is proceeding in an orderly manner. A meeting is about to begin in the main conference hall of the Jiangdu Government Affairs Building. The time was set at 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Wang Shang got up early in the morning, he received a call from Director Wu from the city, asking him to attend the meeting as it involved very important matters. The meeting's participants included not only the city's top officials, but also leaders from the province and the highest departments. According to Director Wu, if Wang Shang does not attend, then this meeting will be meaningless. Okay, I understand, Director Wu. I will be there. The king agreed. Hang up the phone. Life must go on. After washing up, the king came out of the Tianyueking villa area and drove his own Pagani Fengshan, which was as cool as it could be. When driving out of the gate of the villa area, the security guards at the guard posts on both sides gave a standard military salute in unison. This sense of honor and supreme satisfaction can indeed easily make people feel elated. Of course, Those who live here are either rich or powerful people in Jiangdu. The king now has become one of the big guys. As for his parents, he has already taken it over and let the old couple move in, because the old house has been demolished and the new house they received as compensation is still under renovation, so they definitely cannot move in for a year or two. According to my parents, they still hope to live in the compensated house. After all, neighbors live together there. The old circle is my parents' living circle, and they are reluctant to give it up and adapt to the new environment. The king does not force anything and always follows his parents' wishes. They can live wherever they want. After parking the Pagani Wind God in a special paid parking lot, Wang Shang came out and walked for a while before arriving at the door of the small supermarket. Just about to open the door and go in. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuqi had already opened the supermarket and was sitting there working and looking after the store. Wearing a denim outfit, she looks pure, pretty, and charming. He had already told his parents about Zhou Yuqi running the store, saying that she came to the small supermarket to work part-time during her college summer vacation to earn some money. My parents are very happy and fully supportive. The couple can now enjoy a peaceful life without having to run the store. Their son has a bright future, a great one. Besides, my son and his sister Zhou Yuqi grew up together and are childhood sweethearts. Both the couple wanted to have a daughter and always treated Zhou Yuqi as their own daughter. Brother King. The crisp and sweet cry made the king feel particularly sweet, and his mood for the whole day became very good. Have you been feeling better these days? Yeah, much better. I'm back to work now. Brother Wang, you're amazing. You even unearthed the national treasure, the Jiuzhou Ding. Now you're the lucky star of Jiangdu, the light of the city. You're the star of the entire Chinese archaeological community. Okay, Zhou Yuqi, stop flattering me like that. The king smiled and waved his hand. He skillfully took out a bottle of drink. Boom. Open the bottle cap. A golden light flashed. Ding. $1 exchange system. Exchange opportunities are refreshing. Today's $1 exchange opportunity has been triggered. Do you want to exchange? Certainly. Ding. 1 yuan exchange successful. Host's current wealth value -1. Host receives reward. 9 mysterious needles, ancient Chinese acupuncture. 9 mysterious needles, ancient Chinese acupuncture. The yin and yang of the human body, which have been connected to the heavens since ancient times, are the root of life. Yin stores essence and gives rise to vitality, while yang protects the exterior and provides strength. Heaven has 5 qi, and earth has 5 elements. Humans are born in the center of heaven and earth and have 5 internal organs. The internal organs are organs that store the essence of heaven and earth, thus forming the human form. Therefore, to understand the yin and yang of the human body, one must first understand the qi transformation of the 5 internal organs. Xiaoyang and Taiyin follow the root. Xiaoyin and Taiyang follow the root and the symptoms. Yangming and Juyin do not follow the symptoms or the root, but follow the center. A torrent of information like an electric current poured into the king's mind. He suddenly felt exhausted, his head felt dizzy, and he fell asleep on the counter. What's wrong with you, my king? Brother King. Zhou Yuqi was extremely surprised and immediately became extremely anxious, shouting in panic. Chapter 86. It's ridiculous. Zhou Yuqi was about to call the emergency number when she heard a light snoring sound. It was the snoring sound coming from the king's mouth. Wow, is the king asleep? No way. How could he fall asleep so quickly? Did he sleep very late last night? Zhou Yuqi was dumbfounded, with all sorts of thoughts in her mind. She knew that the king had a girlfriend, and his girlfriend Jang Win was so beautiful, cute, sexy, and invincible. So last night, Brother Wang must have slept with Jang Win and was exhausted. When she thought of this, she felt uncomfortable. Why couldn't her childhood sweetheart, the boy next door, be her boyfriend? Brother King. She leaned close to his ear and called out a few times, but there was no response. There was no other way. She could only help him up and send him home. After all, sleeping on the counter of a small supermarket in broad daylight is not a good idea. Now all the old houses in this area have been demolished, and everyone is waiting to move into new houses. However, during this period, the neighbors who received generous demolition compensation, including Zhou Yuqi's parents, are renting houses outside temporarily. I remember Brother Wang said he bought a house in the villa area of Tianyue City. Let's send him there. Zhou Yuqi murmured, temporarily closed the supermarket, and prepared to hail a taxi on the roadside to go to Tianyueking Villa District. Miss Zhou, do you need help? Hey, isn't this our boss? Why is he asleep? At this time, 2 security guards came over from the foundation office next to the small supermarket. When they saw that the person Zhou Yuqi was supporting was their boss Wang Shang, they hurriedly asked about the situation. He fell asleep in the supermarket. I'll help him go back and rest. You guys go ahead and do your work. Zhou Yuqi said hurriedly. Okay, I'll help you stop a car. Thank you. No thanks, I can do it myself. The two security guards understood what he meant and stopped talking. They just glanced at each other. This scene made Zhou Yuqi blush uncontrollably. She quickly stopped a car on the side of the road, got in, and told the taxi driver the destination. Tianyueking Villa? Little girl, this guy is your boyfriend, right? Why did he fall asleep in broad daylight? The taxi driver drove the car, laughing and chatting. No, it's not my boyfriend. I don't have a boyfriend. This is the brother next door. He was so sleepy that he fell asleep. I helped him go back to rest. Zhou Yuqi lowered her head shyly. Haha, you're so pretty, little girl, and your boyfriend isn't bad looking either. You two are a perfect match. The taxi driver also smiled, a meaningful smile, just like the two security guards just now. Zhou Yuqi finally saw it clearly. It turned out that everyone thought she was the king's girlfriend. We're really not boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhou Yuqi quickly explained. Look how nervous you are, little girl. I really envy you young people. It's great to be young. You can pursue whatever you like. Even if you take the wrong path, you can always turn back. Even if you fall in love with the wrong person, you can always stop before it's too late. How wonderful, the taxi driver said with a smile, feeling quite emotional. Zhou Yuqi didn't know what to say and felt a little depressed after hearing these words. What does it mean to take the wrong path? To love the wrong person? Why do I feel like this taxi driver has something else to say? Arrive. After a while, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Tianyueking Villa. The grand and majestic gate of the villa area has guard booths on both sides, with upright security guards standing inside, looking very solemn and serious. Master, can we drive in? You can see I'm a girl, and it's not easy for me to support. It would be best if we could drive to the entrance of villa number 23. Zhou Yuqi said hurriedly that she remembered Wang Shang mentioned that the villas he bought were number 23 and number 24, and number 24 was currently occupied by Wang Shang's parents. Sorry, little girl, you can only help him get out of the car because I can't drive in. The driver shrugged and said helplessly. Why? Zhou Yuqi, who had never been to the villa area, asked in surprise. Because this is a villa area? Not to mention the high-end villa area, even the slightly nicer residential areas have very strict security. You can only enter if you show your ID. I see. Zhou Yuqi felt helpless because she had no ID to prove that she lived there. The king was sleeping soundly, so how could he prove that he had two villas there? Hey, stop blocking the road here. Show your ID before you can pass. If you don't have any, get out. At this time, the security guard came out and yelled at the taxi angrily. The taxi driver looked helpless and said to Zhou Yuqi, Look, little girl, this is not my fault. You have no choice but to get off. Zhou Yuqi saw the security guard outside with such a fierce expression and even a bit of contempt, and immediately said angrily, Why are you so fierce? My brother lives here. How can you treat the owner like this? Your brother? Who is your brother? No matter who he is, he must show his ID and verify his identity. This is the Tianyue City Villa area. Not just anybody can enter. The security guard snorted coldly and said complacently, his face full of superiority, as if he had become a member of this wealthy circle by working as a security guard here and letting rich people pass every day. How ridiculous. Chapter 87, Mr. Two's Roar. This is my brother. He bought two villas there. He fell asleep and wants to go home now. Why can't the taxi drive in? Zhou Yuqi yelled at the security guard. Who's that? I've never seen him before. The security guard glanced at the person sleeping soundly on the seat inside, waved his hand and snorted. Get out of here. Youngsters like you, who are nothing, take a taxi here and you have the nerve to brag about owning two villas. Where's your nerve? Even bragging like that is not the way to say it. The taxi driver murmured coldly. Little girl, stop being stubborn and get out of the car quickly. Don't delay my business. Humph, do you know how much a villa here costs? Millions or even tens of millions. How old is your boyfriend? He bought two? You're not afraid of bragging, but you'll get your tongue bitten by the wind. My brother really is the owner of this place. Zhou Yuqi was so anxious that she almost cried. What kind of world is this? No one believes the truth. Didi. At this time, some cars behind honked their horns. It turned out that some owners of the villa area had driven back and were about to drive into the villa area. They are all high-end cars. BMW and Audi are common, and Porsche and Ferrari are not uncommon. Hey, taxi driver in front, what are you doing? Get out of the way. I guess they want to enter the villa area to enjoy the view, but they don't have any ID. Now there are all kinds of people. Fortunately, the security in our villa area is very strict. Hey, who wants to live in a villa area just by taking a taxi? Don't you even look in the mirror? You can't even afford to drive a car, so what qualifications do you have to enter the villa area? How disgusting. Do you really think that anyone can enter our villa area? These owners were waiting to drive in and were complaining. A black Maybach drove over from a distance and suddenly appeared in front of the villa gate. What's going on? In the car, Tuan Min, the boss of Jiangdu Tianyue City, was sitting in the back seat. When he saw the traffic jam ahead, he started asking. The professional driver slowly stopped the car and drove very smoothly. Please wait a moment, Mr. Tuesday. I'll go check on the situation. The assistant and secretary sitting in the passenger seat quickly got out of the car. After a while, the secretary came back. Mr. Tu, there's a taxi up ahead with a young couple inside. The girl said he's the boy she was with, and he's the owner of the villa complex. He's trying to go home, but he doesn't have any ID to prove he's the owner, so he was stopped by security. The secretary explained the situation. Oh, I'll go check it out. Tuan Min got out of the car and prepared to go and take a look in person. He happened to be here to inspect the property conditions of Tianyue City Phase 1 and Tianyue City Villas, so the work of doorman and security was also one of the tasks he inspected. Seeing Mr. Tu get out of the car, the secretary hurried to accompany him. Hello, Mr. Tu. Hello, Mr. Tu. When Tuan Min arrived at the guard booth, several security guards in charge of security work hurriedly greeted him. This is the boss of Jiangdu Tianyue City. Hundreds, or even thousands of employees under him rely on him for their salaries. The security guards in charge of the villa area were flattered. It was really rare to see Mr. Tu coming. What happened here? Why is it blocked? Tuan Min asked. The security guard immediately told the story again. Mr. Tu, please just treat this as a joke. Look at this guy in the taxi. How could he be the owner of our Tianyueking villa complex? He's sleeping in broad daylight, looking like he's unconscious. The little girl was deceived. She actually believed that this guy had 2 villas in our Tianyueking villa area. Isn't this nonsense? Several security guards said with a smile. Tuan Min felt that this matter was not simple. He looked carefully at the young man who was in the taxi. Suddenly, he was stunned and quickly asked Zhou Yuqi. Miss, what is the name of the young man next to you? Your Majesty. His name is Your Majesty. He's the owner of your Tianyueking villa district. Why don't you believe us? We just didn't bring any ID, didn't drive a luxury car, and just took a taxi. Do we have to be looked down upon by you security guards? Zhou Yuqi was particularly angry and started complaining. Hey, little girl, what are you talking about? Who are you calling a dog? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up. A grumpy security guard suddenly got angry and yelled at Zhou Yuqi. Shut up. Suddenly, Tuan Min's expression changed with shock, and he let out a deep and powerful roar from his throat. Did you hear me? I told you to shut up. Humph. Do you know who this is? He's the boss of our Tianyue City. Mr. Tu. The irritable middle-aged security guard snorted coldly and looked at Zhou Yuqi with contempt. I told you to shut up. Tuan Min stared coldly at the middle-aged security guard. The anger in his eyes was like a raging fire. Oh, Mr. Tu, what are you doing? In an instant, the middle-aged security guard seemed to be struck by electricity. His legs went limp, his whole body went numb, and he almost couldn't hold on. Shut up. Raise the fence quickly and let Mr. Wang and his friends in. Mr. Wang is the owner of our villa complex. How do you do your job? You can't even remember what the owner looks like. I'll deduct all my bonuses and give them a warning. Tuan Min was so angry that his beard was crooked and he roared at the security guards. Chapter 88. The scenery in the villa. Tuan Min, the CEO of Tianyue City, had been frequently visiting the Jiangdu government recently. He was familiar with some of the top officials and had heard from them that a very mysterious young man had emerged in Jiangdu. He was young but accomplished a lot, first establishing a multi-million-dollar charitable foundation and then discovering the supreme national treasure, the Zhuzhou. And that young man is the king. He is an important figure who has caused great influence in both business and political circles. Your Majesty. So Tuan Min paid special attention to the information about the king. As a result, he was very surprised and ecstatic to find that the king was the owner of their Tianyue City. He is not only the owner of the high-rise commercial buildings in the first phase of Tianyue City, but also the owner of the villas in Tianyue City. The king bought a luxuriously decorated super-large flat and 2 luxuriously decorated villas in one go, with a total value of more than 50 million. Tuan Min would certainly pay special attention to such a super owner. As luck would have it, I actually met Mr. Wang Shang Wang, who was sleeping in a taxi at the gate of the villa. Mr. Wang, please sleep well. You are the owner of this place, and we are all here to serve you. At this time, in full view of the public, Tuan Min, the CEO of the developer of the Tianyueking real estate project, bowed deeply and politely to the sleeping king. This scene really shocked everyone. Several security guards were already feeling like they were facing a great enemy. They were trembling with fear and their heads were buzzing. What is the boss doing? Bowing. bowing to a sleeping boy. Whose family is this young man from? Which group's CEO's descendant is he? It's over. I've offended someone. What sin have I committed? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Why does Mr. Tu keep calling the guy in the taxi Mr. Wong? Countless questions kept lingering in their minds. What they are most worried about now is one problem. Deducting bonuses and being given a demerit are not big issues. Will I be fired directly? They all struck a standard salute, like statues, without looking around, and could only watch the taxi drive into the villa area with the corner of their eyes. The middle-aged security guard who had just been yelled at by Tu Onmin still felt numb in his hands after pressing the button to lift the barrier. Immediately afterwards, Tu Onmin's Maybach also drove in. Even after a while, several security guards were still immersed in the tense and dramatic incident. It seemed that they were really scared. They looked at each other and dared not breathe. If they had the chance to do it again, they would never look down on others and show any neglect to a strange young man. Because no one knows the origin of a young man in his early 20s. Never judge whether a person is successful or not by the way he dresses, the way he travels, or whether he drives a luxury car. They suffered a great loss. We arrived safely at the door of Villa number 23. Not to mention the security guards. The taxi driver has not spoken since he drove the car into the villa area. Such a talkative master didn't say a word. It was because he was scared. Beautiful lady, we have arrived at our destination. He only said this one sentence throughout the whole process, and after parking the car, he got out of the car, opened the door, bent down, and said it with great respect. His eyes and attitude became extremely humble and polite, even a little servile. Because of a very simple reason. The people who live here are either rich or noble. Owning 2 villas and being respected by Mr. Tu, the boss of Tianjua City, one can imagine how extraordinary this young man's background is. So he can't afford to offend. He had said those words before, showing his contempt for Zhou Yuqi and the sleeping king. If others really took them to heart, it would definitely not be good for him. The only way to restore some good impression is to be polite and respectful. Thanks. Zhou Yuqi was very polite. After all, she was a top student who went to college and was very well-mannered. After paying the money, he prepared to help the king into the villa. Let me help you. The taxi driver hurried over to offer his courtesy. The taxi driver supported the king and took him to the sofa in the living room of the villa before leaving. Bang! The villa door closed. This is Zhou Yuqi's first time to come to the villa in Tianjua City. The luxurious decoration and grandeur, the overall style can only be described by the word luxury. You know, the cost of villa number 23 is just over 10 million for the rough construction. With the luxurious decoration, it will cost over 20 million. Wow! Wow! It's really awesome. Zhou Yuqi kept exclaiming in admiration. So beautiful. Do nothing. Just sit down gently on the luxurious leather sofa. Take in the magnificent living room layout, the gorgeous feeling everywhere, the imported carpet under your feet, the oversized crystal chandelier above your head, the spiral staircase. You can totally feel the luxurious atmosphere coming towards you. Rich and inhumane. Come and take a look. Don't let your trip be in vain. Zhou Yuqi couldn't help but stand up, left the leather sofa, and walked around. But she only walked around the first floor and didn't go upstairs. Chapter 89. Embarrassment in the bathroom. Wandering around and taking a look around showed her excitement and curiosity. She didn't go upstairs and wander around. This is her quality. After all, it is impolite to wander up and down the stairs without the owner's consent. Seeing the king sleeping soundly on the sofa, she couldn't help but move closer and sit next to him. In the huge living room, there were some personal belongings, including some clothes that the king had casually placed there and some untied teacups on the coffee table. It can be seen that he has lived here for a few days. Why didn't Sister Jang Win clean up properly? Zhou Yuqi curled her lips and thought of Zhou Yuqi, the king's real girlfriend. So she felt a little jealous in her heart. There is also some slight dissatisfaction with Jang Win. If I were the king's girlfriend, I would definitely keep this place very clean and tidy. She subconsciously stood up again and started to clean up. Abandoned clothes, shoes not put away in the shoe cabinet at the door, toothpaste and toothbrush not put away in the bathroom on the first floor. These are too dirty, they really need to be washed. Since Brother Wong is my neighbor who I've played with since childhood, and he's also my good boss who gave me this part-time job with a monthly salary of over 10,000, it seems only natural that I should wash his clothes. This thought occurred to her as she looked at the dirty clothes she had packed up. Wash clothes for Brother Wong. But, my brother the king has a girlfriend. She was immediately hit by reality again. But soon, she didn't care anymore, took off her shoes, went into the bathroom barefoot, turned on the water, and started scrubbing the clothes in front of the washing table. Born into a commoner family, She is very hardworking and sensible, and has been willing to share some housework with her parents since she was a child. Washing clothes, cooking, and so on are no problem. I'm a super virtuous little cutie. Hee hee. Her face was covered with some detergent bubbles, which looked a little funny in the mirror. But she didn't care and continued to wash clothes, doing it happily. What she didn't know was that the king who had been sleeping on the sofa had just woken up, sat up straight on the sofa, and still felt a little dizzy. 9 mysterious needles of ancient Chinese medicine. Suddenly he was shocked. In his mind, he possessed a vast amount of knowledge about the ancient Chinese medicine 9 mysterious needles, acupuncture techniques, and a wealth of experience. All of them were integrated and became the abilities he mastered. Unexpectedly, the system's 1 yuan redemption reward was even more amazing than the previous fighting skills, and it was directly the ancient Chinese medicine 9 profound divine needles. According to the 9 mysterious needles he mastered, this incredibly magical Chinese medicine acupuncture technique could treat many diseases, many of which were currently very difficult and complicated diseases both at home and abroad. With this ability, it seems that the system wants him to move towards the path of becoming a miracle doctor who saves lives. Outside the villa. At the same time, Cullinan drove over. Jang Win was at work when she realized she had forgotten something at home, so she drove back to get it. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the bathroom, so the king tiptoed over. Of course, he thought that he had fainted in the small supermarket and that his girlfriend Jang Win must have taken him home, and then they both stayed at home. So he thought of sneaking over to scare her and tease her. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The king came to the bathroom door and went in through the half-open door. Inside the bathroom, the air was thick with steam from the hot water. Zhou Yuqi stood in front of the washing sink, barefoot, revealing her snow-white, pink calves. From behind, her figure was slender and graceful. In the hazy atmosphere, the king had no idea that the girl in front of him was not Jang Win, but Zhou Yuqi. Haha. He rushed over, hugged Zhou Yuqi from behind, and put more strength into her hug. Oops. Suddenly, Zhou Yuqi screamed and looked up in the mirror to see that it was Brother Wang who was hugging her from behind. Your Majesty. Her face was so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. It's you. The king was panicked and let her go, rubbing his hands nervously. It was so embarrassing. Zhou Yuqi, why are you here? He asked curiously. Zhou Yuqi thought to herself, Brother Wang, you are so heartless. I went through so much trouble to bring you back. Oh, you fell asleep. I took you back. I see. Just now. I'm sorry. I thought you were that someone else. I know. This is a misunderstanding. You thought I was Jang Win. Zhou Yuqi laughed, probably to hide her inner embarrassment and nervousness. Zhou Yuqi, are you helping me wash clothes? Or should I do it myself? The king saw what she was doing and quickly snatched the clothes away. It will be done soon. You can go to the living room to rest. Don't worry about it. Zhou Yuqi reached out to grab it. How can I do that? No. It's okay, Brother Wang. You've helped me so much and saved me from those kidnappers. It's only natural that I help you with some housework. Actually, Zhou Yuqi, you're a guest here. How can I ask you to wash my clothes? As they scrambled for water splashed everywhere, and the floor in the bathroom became slippery. Suddenly, during the scramble, Zhou Yuqi, who was barefoot, slipped. She was about to fall headfirst onto the hard marble floor. The king is quick-eyed and quick-handed. He stretched out his strong arms, wrapped them around her waist, and hugged her. The atmosphere became awkward and ambiguous again. Being held by the king, Zhou Yuqi lowered her head deeply in shame. The king was stunned for a while. Your Majesty. Zhou Yuqi. Just then, a cry of surprise was heard outside the door. Chapter 90. What a little goblin. That's embarrassing. Such a scene made the king completely unable to bear to watch. So embarrassing. On one side is his girlfriend Jang Win, and on the other side is the girl next door Zhou Yuqi. Oops. Zhou Yuqi quickly broke free and kept explaining and apologizing to Jang Win. Sister Win, it's not what you think. Brother Wang and I, there's nothing going on. Absolutely not. Yuqi, why are you so nervous? I didn't say anything about you and the king. Jang Win came to her senses. After all, she was a few years older and much more mature than Zhou Yuqi, a young girl who had just entered college. Actually, just now, I accidentally tripped and almost fell to the ground. Luckily, the king helped me. I saw it. So Sister Win, don't be angry. Of course I'm not angry. Jang Win remained very calm and composed throughout the whole process. That is to say, she was a little surprised when she saw such a shocking scene at the beginning, but she did not show any sign of anger from beginning to end. It's like this. Just this morning, Brother Wang Shang suddenly fell asleep in the supermarket, so I took a taxi and sent him here. Zhou Yuqi kept explaining, fearing that Jang Won would have any misunderstandings. I see, Sister Yuchi, I have to thank you. It was you who brought the king back, and you also helped wash his clothes. Hee, you don't know. The king is so lazy, he just leaves his clothes at home for several days without washing them, waiting for me to wash them for him. Jang Won said with a smile, looking like she didn't care at all. Sister Won, you are so virtuous. Brother Wang is so lucky to have such a good girlfriend like you. Okay, I'm leaving now. Soon, Zhou Yuqi left the villa in a hurry. She jogged along, her face red and filled with shyness, and jealousy and envy surging in her heart. Zhou Yuqi, don't leave in such a hurry. Yuqi. Wang Shang and Jiang Wonwen both shouted loudly to keep Zhou Yuqi, but unfortunately the little girl was too embarrassed and ran away with her face covered in embarrassment. It can be seen that your little sister next door really likes you. After Zhou Yuqi walked away, Jiang Wonwen glanced at Wang Shang. The king shrugged. No, it's just a normal neighbor relationship. Don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing between Zhou Yuqi and me. I didn't say anything. Why are you like Zhou Yuqi, always explaining yourself? All right. The king knew that Jiang Wonwen was jealous. If this happens to any woman, as long as she cares about her man, she will be jealous. What does it mean when a beautiful girl, full of youthfulness and innocence, behaves intimately with her own man? Those who understand will understand. Wonwen, why are you back? The king deliberately changed the subject. Oh, I came back to get some things. I forgot about it when I left. Jiang Wonwen then remembered that she still had important things to do. She hurriedly put on her high heels and went upstairs to get something from the bedroom. Looking at her anxious and busy appearance, especially from the bottom of the stairs, watching her walking up the stairs with her long and beautiful legs, her graceful demeanor is really intoxicating. One is Zhou Yuqi and the other is Jiang Wonwen. They really have two completely different styles. You be careful, huh? Even if you're not interested in Zhou Yuqi, you still have to be careful. She's going to attack you. Let me tell you, when a girl gets her mind on something, she can be very powerful. Before leaving, Jiang Wonwen walked over, stood on tiptoe, stretched out her hands and hooked them around the king's neck, staring at him with her beautiful watery eyes, and gave him a solemn instruction. Don't worry, dear. I have always treated Zhou Yuqi as my sister. Don't worry about it. Besides, am I so easy to be taken down? Would I fall so easily? The king said with a smug smile. Ah. Jiang Wonwen cried out softly. She was dressed in a professional suit, with a slim figure, which swayed very seductively. What are you doing? That's disgusting. Hey, wait until you finish your shift and see how I deal with you. The king pinched her little nose and said jokingly and emotionally, How are you going to deal with me? Jiang Wonwen smiled mischievously. The king rushed forward to pick her up, but she slipped away very nimbly, like a little loach. Humph, I won't let you clean it up. Okay, I'm going to work. But, in the blink of an eye, Jiang Wonwen had walked far away, stepped into the driver's seat of Cullinan with her long legs, started the car, and prepared to leave. The king quickly closed the door and ran after her. Get in the car and close the door. Master, it's a pleasure to serve you. Where are you going, sir? Jiang Wonwen sat in the driver's seat, her long white legs in a driving posture, and she bowed her head in salute. The scenery inside her collar belonged only to the king. At this moment, she became the exclusive little servant driving for her master. Go to hell. The king smiled wickedly, turned sideways, and kissed her cheek hard. Master is so annoying, please don't. She pretended to be shy and frightened, dodging, with her hair disheveled, which was fascinating. What a little devil. Such a woman really makes the king linger. Since that time, she seemed to have opened up all her meridians, and she always had endless little tricks for her beloved man. Once you taste it, you will know its taste. Even if we stick together every day and are affectionate, there is still a sense of freshness every moment. Just as I was daydreaming, a phone call came in. Hello, it's Director Wu. Hello, Director Wu. Mr. Wang, if it's convenient for you now, could you please come to the municipal building as soon as possible? Okay, no problem. Chapter 91 Special Operations. Okay, my maid. Please drive me to the municipal building. After hanging up the phone, Wang Shang told Jiang Wonwen the destination. Understood. Jiang Wonwen smiled gently, played with her fragrant hair, released the accelerator, and stepped on the brake. Arriving at the municipal building, Wang Shang got off the Cullinan and, accompanied by several staff members who were already waiting there, went to the floor where the conference room was located. Jiang Wonwen drove away. She still had some things to do at work, but now she had been transferred to a particularly relaxed department, and her salary and benefits had increased significantly. As for what happened behind the scenes, anyone with a discerning eye can guess it. She is an employee of Tianhua City, and the boss of Tianhua City, Mr. Tu, has been investigating Wang Shang's identity information. He found out that Jang Win, a female employee of his company, is Wang Shang's girlfriend. How can he not take action and flatter him? Of course, this was all kept secret. No one inside Tianjin City knew about it. It was Mr. Tu, the top executive, who had given the order to the marketing department to increase Jang Win's salary and make her work easier. The junior leaders below were very capable. Knowing that Jang Win now had the support of a super-rich boyfriend and that the message from above had been conveyed, they transferred her directly to the marketing department's office to do some easy clerical work, so she no longer had to show up in public to buy houses and entertain people. And now, wherever she goes, everyone is polite to her. Even those male colleagues who had feelings for her before are now polite and respectful to her, and can only admire her from afar and not touch her. Wang Shang, who attended the meeting, found out after entering the venue that this municipal meeting was chaired by Director Wu, and the first secretary Luo, the highest level official of the city, was present. Leaders of various departments of the municipal authorities gathered together. In addition, there are some high-ranking officials from the province. The theme of the meeting was the establishment of the Jiuzhou National Museum and related matters. The king became the focus of this meeting. In the final agenda, everyone chose a director who would be nominated by the Jiangdu city authorities as the honorary director of the Jiuzhou National Museum. It was the highest-level relevant ministries that gave the Jiangdu municipal government the power to determine the candidate for honorary director. They can be from the political world, the business world, or of course ordinary people. Everyone thought that Luo Yuliang would be given such an honor as honorary director. However, when Luo Yuliang was the first to stand up and personally said the candidate he recommended, "I choose Comrade Wang." In an instant, the whole audience fell silent. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause broke out. Comrade Wang Shang has been very low-key and pragmatic throughout the excavation of this national treasure. As the person who made the greatest contribution to the unearthing of this national treasure, he deserves this honor. Everyone knows that the excavation of the Jiuzhou shocked China and the world. We cannot let this low-key and pragmatic comrade be buried. Luo Yuliang explained the reasons why he chose Wang Shang as the honorary director of the Jiuzhou National Museum. Clear, straightforward, and well-reasoned. Once again, the audience burst into applause. Next, everyone agreed and passed Luo Yuliang's recommendation unanimously. With this, the king officially became the honorary director of Jiuzhou National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, for becoming the honorary director of the Jiuzhou National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, for becoming the honorary director of the Jiuzhou National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, for becoming the honorary director of the Jiuzhou National Museum. Congratulations, Mr. Wang Shang, for becoming the honorary director of the Jiuzhou National Museum. There are flowers and applause all the way. The king stood up and walked towards the podium from his seat. Luo Yuliang personally presented the king with a glittering golden certificate of honor, as well as the golden key symbolizing the Jiuzhou National Museum and the identity of the honorary curator. With the identity of honorary director, one has many privileges. In a sense, all decisions related to the daily management of the museum must be approved by him. In addition, some important events and formal occasions of the museum must also be attended by the honorary director. And because it is a museum of the highest level, the honorary curator is equivalent to a local leader, and his social status is not low. In this way, the king has another identity. Chairman of a charitable foundation, owner of 10 office buildings, third largest shareholder of the Linz Hotel and Restaurant Group, director of a national museum. The meeting is adjourned. Director Wang, please stay. Wang Shang was stopped by Director Wu. Following Director Wu were several senior municipal officials. Director Wu, is there anything else? Asked the king. Yes, there is indeed something going on. There is an event going on right now. Our city is trying to connect with the provincial capital. We need to transport the Jiuzhou to the provincial capital to participate in an exhibition and attend a World Cultural Heritage Expo. Director Wu told the story slowly. This event is extremely important, and the province is attaching great importance to it. Therefore, you, Director Wang, as the honorary director, are required to accompany the team. By the way, we will utilize the highest level of security measures, including a special police escort, to ensure the safety of the national treasure, the Jiuzhou. Go to the provincial capital to participate in activities. Honorary curator must attend. OMG. The king was resisting in his heart. He didn't want to run around and keep himself busy. Also, we've set up a special operations team to protect your safety throughout the entire process, so don't worry, There will be absolutely no problems. Director Wu saw that his expression was not right and spoke quickly. And the most important thing is, the most beautiful woman in our Jiangdu police system, the recognized police beauty, Miss Luo Xiaoxiao, will be your bodyguard. Director Wu adjusted the frame of his glasses and said mysteriously. The king was slightly stunned. Luo Xiaoxiao? Hey, Director Wang. I'll be responsible for your safety during this trip to the provincial capital. A beautiful woman in uniform walked over gracefully and greeted him with a smile. Isn't it the beautiful policewoman Luo Xiaoxiao? Chapter 92 Blushing Luo Xiaoxiao. Hello, Director Wang. With a sweet cry, Luo Xiaoxiao extended her hand generously. The king smiled and shook her hand. Hello, Officer Luo. Long time no see. I didn't expect that you have been promoted to honorary curator. You are also the first person to discover the national treasure Jiuzhou. You are amazing. Luo Xiaoxiao gave the king a thumbs up and offered words of praise. Officer Luo, you are too polite. Seeing her heroic appearance, the king was in a good mood. Girls of different styles are like flowers of different colors and types, each with its own beauty. Director Wang, this time you go to the provincial capital to participate in the event. I will be your bodyguard and protect your safety throughout the trip. After a brief greeting, Luo Xiaoxiao got to the point and began to explain the situation seriously. After listening to it, Wang Shang roughly understood the situation, which was similar to what Director Wu said. But there is one difference. Director Wu originally said that he would provide him with a special police team to ensure his personal safety. And now, there is only Luo Xiaoxiao. There are so many people in Jiangdu police station, including many special police and criminal police. But why did they choose her to ensure their safety? To be honest, the king was somewhat worried. After all, he couldn't possibly forget that just a few days ago he single-handedly killed so many thugs from the Four Dragons Society. The super sniper rifle is still lying in his system warehouse. Up to now, the police have not yet given a final investigation result on that case. And at this juncture, why would Luo Xiaoxiao, the main person in charge of the case, put aside the investigation of the case and become his bodyguard, escorting him to the provincial capital to participate in the event? Indeed, the Jiuzhou national treasure is too important and is priceless. Indeed, the king is the director of the Jiuzhou National Museum, and his identity is extraordinary and of great significance. However, this does not completely mean that Luo Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance was necessarily just to protect his safety. Could it be related to the case? She's using the guise of ensuring my safety, but in reality, she's trying to get close to me and investigate me. Suddenly, a trace of doubt and his own guess arose in the king's heart. A super beautiful policewoman approaches me and investigates me. This feeling is hard to describe. There was some fear and some worry, but for the king, it was more of a sense of excitement. There were no fingerprints or other traces of mine left at the scene. The super sniper rifle was also hidden in the system warehouse, so no one could find it. There was no surveillance at the scene, so no one knew that I was the killer who shot and killed so many of the Four Dragons gangsters. Humph, I just don't believe that woman Luo Xiaoxiao could find out anything from me. He thought secretly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a smug smile appeared. Director Wang, what are you laughing at? Luo Xiaoxiao, who was accompanying the king, walked out of the conference room and suddenly saw him smile. She couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, nothing. The king quickly put his thoughts away. If you have anything funny, you can share it with me and make me happy too. Luo Xiaoxiao smiled with narrowed eyes. The king. He suddenly felt that this policewoman, who was particularly serious and cold at the crime scene, also had a naughty and cute side. As the two chatted, the atmosphere became relaxed and the distance between them gradually narrowed. Don't call me Director Wang. It makes me look so old, the king complained, then smiled at her and said, just call me Your Majesty. We are both young people, so it's best to call each other by our first names. Okay, Luo Xiaoxiao agreed happily and said with a playful smile, don't call me Officer Luo anymore, just call me Xiaoxiao. Okay, Comrade Xiaoxiao. The king smiled. The simple address further narrowed the distance between the two young people. There are not too many barriers, and it is convenient for cooperation between each other. A special car will be here soon. Let's go to the bureau first. I'll prepare some things, and then escort you to the provincial capital. As for the national treasure, the Jiuzhou, it will be sent from the high-speed rail station to the provincial capital by a special train, with special police escorts throughout the journey. At this time, Luo Xiaoxiao looked at the time and said in a low voice. The king nodded. You have worked hard. It's not that hard. In our line of work, obeying orders is the most important thing. We've been instructed by our superiors to be responsible for the safe escort of the Jiuzhou and the honorary curator. My colleagues will be responsible for the Jiuzhou, and I'll be responsible for you. We each have our own division of labor, and this is our duty, Luo Xiaoxiao said. Soon, a large black commercial vehicle drove over. That's the car. Luo Xiaoxiao pointed and said. It looks like an ordinary business car, and the license plate is also ordinary. The king went up first, and Luo Xiaoxiao followed closely. Once inside, it felt completely different. The interior of the car is luxurious and spacious, with sofa seats, just like a luxurious mobile office. After a while, the business car drove to the police station. Luo Xiaoxiao got out of the car and went to prepare things. A moment later, Luo Xiaoxiao returned to the special car again. At this time, she had changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing a uniform, but simple and comfortable casual clothes. In addition, she was carrying a gun. It seems that there must have been an order from above to deliberately use private vehicles for escort and arrange plainclothes police officers in the vehicles to provide protection. This is also to do everything possible to protect the safety of important people. Why aren't you wearing your uniform? The king drank coffee leisurely, admiring the beauty standing next to him. Her relaxed and casual outfit and a simple pair of jeans were able to outline the perfect leg lines, making her thighs look tight and strong, and her calves slender and strong. Above the beautiful legs is a raised buttock with beautiful lines and stunning curves. Being stared at by the king like this, Luo Xiaoxiao's face suddenly turned red. The higher-ups require that to escort your safety, you can't wear uniforms, you have to wear casual clothes. You're beautiful even without your uniform. The king praised with a smile, expressing his admiration for the beauty from the bottom of his heart. If an ugly guy said it, it would be harassment, but if a handsome and super rich guy like the king said it, it would be very tempting. Thank you, Luo Xiaoxiao said in a low voice with a red face, feeling very embarrassed. Of course, a considerable part of this is actually her disguise. In order to investigate the situation, Luo Xiaoxiao could only try to get closer to him as much as possible, and even made certain preparations to sacrifice her own appearance when necessary. Fortunately, the target person she was facing was very handsome, super rich, and of an extraordinary status. If she was really to be flirted with by him, it didn't seem too disgusting. The special car officially set off. The driver was a middle-aged man. He was silent and focused on driving all the way. Once on the highway, the car drove very steadily. The coffee cup on the coffee table did not move at all. If he was not an experienced driver with decades of experience, he would never be able to achieve this level of performance. Driving from Jiangdu to the provincial capital takes a total of 5 hours, with most of the journey on the highway and a small part on the provincial road. Fortunately, I have the beautiful Luo Xiaoxiao by my side and we can chat, so it's not so boring. Chapter 93. Fight in the bathroom. A few hours later, the special car got off the highway and drove on a provincial road. The driver said he needed to get off the car to rest and fill up the tank. When the car stopped at a gas station on the side of the road and was about to refuel, Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao got out of the car to stretch their legs. They felt uncomfortable after riding for a long time. The king wants to go to the restroom at the gas station to relieve himself. Luo Xiaoxiao followed closely behind. Comrade Xiaoxiao, are you going to follow me to the bathroom? It's my duty to keep you safe throughout the entire process. Go ahead, I'll be waiting at the door. Luo Xiaoxiao said it with a little embarrassment, but still serious. The king shrugged helplessly. Well, Comrade Xiaoxiao, don't be too nervous. I don't see any danger. If you need to go to the bathroom, go quickly. The journey is long. Don't hold your urine and hurt yourself. Luo Xiaoxiao's face was filled with black lines. At the same time, a white van with a Jiangdu license plate came down from the highway intersection and drove onto this national highway. Throughout the journey, the white van kept a certain distance and followed the black business car in which Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao were. A few minutes later, a white van also arrived near the gas station. The car stopped at a secluded corner on the side of the road, and several men in black got out of the white van. They all wore sunglasses and moved mysteriously and furtively. These people were none other than the thugs and bullies from the Four Dragons Society. Inside the white van sat a man, expressionless and with a face as calm as water. This man has white hair. He is the leader of the Four Dragons Society and a big boss of the underground black forces. He is known as Master Bai. Master Bai, they stopped to refuel. Should we proceed as planned? Master Bai, look. Two bullies from the Four Dragons Society, who looked like small leaders, came to Mr. Bai and respectfully asked for instructions. They followed all the way here just to deal with the king, the enemy of their Four Dragons Society. The shocking case that evolved from a kidnapping into the annihilation and killing of dozens of members of an entire branch of the Four Dragons Society was not only being followed up and investigated by the police, but the Four Dragons Society, which suffered heavy losses, was also doing its utmost to investigate the situation. All the accusations were directed at the same person. Your Majesty. At this time, Mr. Bai was smoking a cigarette, his eyes falling on the roadside gas station outside the car window. His focus was always on the black business car. This is a rare opportunity. Before they enter the provincial capital, take action. Mr. Bai suddenly put out his cigarette. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly. Soon, several men in black bypassed the entrance of the gas station and rushed over from the back wall. They avoided surveillance very professionally and did it quietly and secretly. The restroom is located behind the gas station. When this group of men in black appeared at the door of the restroom, they suddenly took out weapons such as knives, guns, sticks, and clubs and rushed into the men's restroom frantically. The last man in black who rushed and closed the door of the men's restroom and locked it. In an instant, there were ping-pong sounds coming from inside, accompanied by bursts of painful wails and screams. At this time, Luo Xiaoxiao, who was in the women's restroom, thought that it would only take a blink of an eye and nothing would happen if she relaxed a little. However, she unexpectedly heard the sound of a fight coming from the men's restroom. She quickly pulled up her pants, put them on, and rushed out. She was nervous and saw that the door of the men's restroom was closed. She didn't care about anything else and kicked it open. Bang! She kicked the door open. Swish! Suddenly, a sharp dagger, with a cold and shining blade, stabbed into her heart. Oh! She reacted quickly, screamed, and quickly dodged, but she was still stabbed. A deep cut was made on her arm, and blood flowed out, staining her clothes red. The wound hurts. But she couldn't help herself and quickly pulled out her gun. At this moment, she looked calmly and saw several figures flashing in the dim and narrow bathroom. Along with the shadows of fighting movements, weapons such as daggers and machetes were shaking, which could be described as a flash of swords and shadows. The light in the bathroom was too dim and the lights were not on, so Luo Xiaoxiao only knew that a fight was happening and could not see clearly what was happening. Even with a gun, I don't know how to stop this vicious fight. Ah! Ah! There was another scream, followed by the sound of bones breaking as he fell heavily to the ground. Luo Xiaoxiao was extremely nervous, but fortunately, judging from the voice, it didn't seem to come from the king. Moreover, it wasn't just one person who screamed. Is the king all right? She gripped the gun tightly, her finger on the trigger, ready to shoot at any moment. Bang! Suddenly Luo Xiaoxiao found the light switch and turned it on. Everything that was dark suddenly became bright. When she saw the scene clearly, she was shocked. Chapter 94. Not a leaf gets on me. 7 or 8 bullies couldn't get close to the king at all. Possessing top-level fighting skills, he easily moved with his extraordinary strength and extremely quick reaction to dissolve their fierce attack, and kicked away the knives, guns, daggers, and other weapons in their hands with just a few kicks. Some daggers were even stabbed directly into the wrists of the bullies. It's horrible. So in just a moment, all these bullies and thugs lay on the ground, wailing in pain. To the king, he was completely untouched. When the bathroom light was turned on, Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned by the suddenly bright environment. So many strong men, all lying on the ground. What are they doing? What's going on here? Who I am? Where am I? Luo Xiaoxiao was really confused. She suddenly thought of something and rushed in like crazy, opening every toilet cubicle one by one. Bang! 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 There were several compartments, and when she opened the doors, they were all empty, and the sound of doors slamming was loud. Where's the king? Why don't I see the king? Didn't these guys, who looked like they were not good people, rush into the bathroom and beat up the king? How come they are all lying down and the king is missing? Crash! Suddenly, there was a sound of flushing water. Just when Luo Xiaoxiao opened the door of one of the compartments, the king was actually peeing leisurely inside and turned around to pull up his pants. He raised his head and saw Luo Xiaoxiao standing at the door. Their eyes met. The situation is very embarrassing. Comrade Xiaoxiao, why are you peeping at people using the restroom? The king opened his eyes wide, pretending to be panicked and surprised, and exclaimed as if he had been taken advantage of. He's just a little boy, naive, so you have to be responsible for him, okay? He quickly complained, feeling aggrieved. No way, Your Majesty, I didn't see anything. How can I be responsible for you? What responsibility do I have for you? Luo Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words, wondering what kind of man she had gotten herself into. Let her be responsible? He is still so naive. You can tell at a glance that he has a girlfriend. He is so smooth-talking and weird. This is a men's restroom. You, a girl, rush in. Do you have any thoughts about me? You are so dirty, the king continued. Luo Xiaoxiao's face was filled with black lines. Comrade Xiaoxiao, have you seen enough? If you have, please turn around and leave. This is the men's restroom. The king continued. Humph. Who wants to see you go to the bathroom? And you say I have feelings for you? How can you not be mad to death? I'm mad to death. Humph, you're the dirty one. Your whole family is dirty too. Luo Xiaoxiao was so angry that she was completely confused by this kid. She turned around and then turned back again. She remembered the business and pointed at the strong men rolling and wailing on the ground and asked, Your Majesty, explain to me, what is going on? The king was confused. I don't know. Who are they? Why are they all lying on the ground? He now looked like he knew nothing, as if the incident of him teaching this group of thugs and bullies a lesson just now had completely disappeared and did not exist at all. You do not know? Yeah, how would I know? I was in the bathroom and you rushed in. The king looked innocent. You really don't know? Luo Xiaoxiao stared at him with amusement in her eyes. From surprise to calmness, she had actually guessed what had happened. Yes, my officer Luo. You saw it too. I was in the bathroom. How could I have any connection with them? Wang Shang asked back. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at the king, then at the group of thugs and bullies lying on the ground, and noticed a detail. That is, two of the bullies looked at the king with flickering, even somewhat terrified eyes, clearly understanding something. Luo Xiaoxiao quickly rushed over, grabbed one of the bullies, and fiercely asked, Who are you? What happened? The other thugs got up, quickly slipped away, rushed out of the men's restroom, and slipped away. There were even two thugs who had their arms stabbed by daggers and were bleeding profusely, but they struggled desperately to escape. Because they are gangsters themselves, now, even if they are beaten up by the king, they can only swallow their anger and suffer in silence. Pairs of eyes with fierce looks flashed across the king's body, as if they were saying, Boy, just wait. Seeing that there was only this gangster left, who was caught by Luo Xiaoxiao, but he didn't say a word. Speak. I'm telling you, I'm a police officer. Here's my ID. Luo Xiaoxiao immediately took out her ID and handcuffs from her pocket. Although she was in plain clothes, she brought everything she needed. ID, handcuffs, and a pistol. I didn't do anything. I just came in to use the restroom. Are those people with you your accomplices? What accomplices? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know them. I came in to relieve myself and saw them fighting. It has nothing to do with me. There's blood everywhere, and we saw daggers, machetes, and other murder weapons. And you say you have nothing to do with them? It's really nothing. I guess they were just causing trouble or fighting or something. I don't know, I'm not sure. This gangster bully was obviously a repeat offender, and he responded to Luo Xiaoxiao's questioning calmly. There was really no other way. Luo Xiaoxiao could only let him go. When I came out of the men's restroom, there was a large crowd of people gathered outside. Most of them were gas station staff and some car owners who came to refuel, gathered together and discussed heatedly. What's going on? It looks like a woman rushed into the men's restroom. It seems like a fight. I guess it's a bunch of hooligans fighting over a woman. It was so brutal, there was blood on the ground. Just now I saw several thugs rushing out with injuries, daggers stuck in their arms, bleeding nonstop. Oh, is it that serious? Yes. You stinky bastard, you actually miscalculated. Fuck, that guy is quite capable. He beat us up in the men's restroom in the dark. Fuck, find a way to kill him. Damn it, I fell over a stinky boy. Several gangsters and bullies rushed into the van. Some bandaged the wounds, and some treated the fractures and dislocations. After all, they were professionals in this area. In this line of work, fighting and killing are inevitable, and injuries are inevitable. They're used to it. Fuck, you little brat is looking for death. Seeing his men so defeated and fleeing back in disgrace, Master Bai was so angry that his whole body was shaking and veins popped out on his forehead. Master Bai, what should we do now? The gangster driving the car had a fierce look on his face. Seeing that his brothers were seriously injured, and several of them were stabbed with daggers and bleeding, he was of course very angry and unwilling. When has our Four Dragons society ever been so cowardly? We must teach that brat a lesson. A gangster bully said with a ferocious look in his eyes. Master Bai immediately made a decision. Follow me first, walk this way, find a secluded place, and then take action. Okay, Master Bai. Receive. Several subordinates immediately understood and nodded solemnly. At the same time, the black business car that Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao were riding in was filled with gas and continued on their journey. Chapter 95. Two fists can't beat four hands. The black business car continued to move forward towards the provincial capital. Because it is a national highway, the road conditions are inevitably much more complicated than those of a freeway. There are intersections from time to time, and you will encounter various large trucks, private cars, and even agricultural vehicles. Experienced drivers have very solid driving skills and can keep the car stable even when encountering bumpy or poor road conditions. Inside the car, Luo Xiaoxiao was full of doubts, but she didn't say a word. She just pretended to look out the window, but in fact she was observing the king's expression and behavior at all times. That's right. She now suspected that the king had an undeniable connection with the previous kidnapping case and the major case in which dozens of criminals from the Four Dragons Society were killed. Even so far, the police have not been able to collect enough evidence to confirm this. It was for this reason that Luo Xiaoxiao had specifically sought out the relevant leaders and volunteered to serve as the king's bodyguard, accompanying and escorting him all the way to the provincial capital to participate in the event. After all, tracking down the criminal activities of the Four Dragons Society and wiping out the entire Four Dragons Society is the biggest trouble Luo Xiaoxiao has encountered in her criminal police career in recent years. It is also the most difficult major case at present, and it is a series of cases involving many cases and underground evil bosses. Not to mention a female policewoman. Even those grown men who have been working as criminal police for many years find this type of case very troublesome and difficult and are unwilling to touch it. After all, we are fighting against evil gangs like the Four Dragons Society. Those cruel and vicious people are capable of doing anything. Comrade Xiao Xiao, what are you looking at? When the car drove into a culvert, even though the headlights were on, the windows were black, forming a mirror. Coincidentally, the king noticed at once that Luo Xiaoxiao, who had deliberately looked out the window, was actually observing him. So he jokingly said, "Could it be that you are attracted by my handsome appearance?" Luo Xiaoxiao looked a little flustered, and then said coldly, "Don't be so conceited. I'm not looking at you. But just now I looked out the window, and our eyes met." Eyes can't lie. Wang Shang looked at her with an interested smile and teased her, "Comrade Xiaoxiao, are you missing your boyfriend? Why are you thinking about a boyfriend?" "I don't have one." "Humph," Luo Xiaoxiao said angrily. "If you don't have one, you can go find one. You have so many police colleagues, most of them are men. With your conditions, it's easy to find one, right?" Wang Shang said with a smile. "Maybe, our destiny hasn't arrived yet." "Ahem, why are you asking me this? I'm not in the mood to find a boyfriend right now." Luo Xiaoxiao coughed twice to hide her slight panic. Out of the corner of her eyes, she was noticing two beams of light shining into the culvert from the rearview mirror of the car. "The reason you're not in the mood is because someone's following you. Are you nervous?" Suddenly, the king asked this question. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned. The abrupt change of subject caught her off guard. Indeed, she was paying attention to the vehicles behind her. A white van always kept a certain distance, seemingly casually, but in fact, in the eyes of a criminal policeman like Luo Xiaoxiao, there must be something wrong. It must be following. How do you know? This is the subtle observation and judgment that only criminal police can make, which is extremely difficult for ordinary people to discover. So Luo Xiaoxiao became curious about the king again. "Those guys are the thugs who got into the fight in the restroom earlier. They got into the white van behind us and have been following us. Are they trying to do something bad to us?" The king said anxiously and raised a question. His expression was one of worry. "Those bastards were shouting about fighting and killing, and they brought weapons like knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. They were fighting fiercely in the bathroom before, and I was really scared." The king said in horror. "My duty along the way is to protect your safety, so you can rest assured." Luo Xiaoxiao was getting more and more confused about this guy who never showed his true identity. Although he is a very secretive person, he is actually afraid of those thugs and has a terrified expression on his face. Could it be a deliberate disguise? A hint of cunning flashed quickly in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. In the blink of an eye, at the moment of driving out of the culvert, we suddenly entered the bright world outside from the dark culvert. In an instant, everyone in the car saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. A moment of trance. It turned out to be the flash installed on the top of the traffic pole, which was used to capture traffic violations that flashed. Immediately afterwards, a truck appeared on a branch road next to the national highway. The truck suddenly lost control and crashed into the right side of the black commercial vehicle. Bang! The violent collision caused the black commercial vehicle to suffer a huge impact. The glass on one side shattered and flew everywhere, and the door was dented. It slid towards the slope on the side of the road, and the wheels slipped. The driver was completely panicked and swerved and braked hard, but it was no avail. Even the most experienced driver cannot save himself from the dangerous situation caused by the car accident when the car loses control. The black commercial vehicle kept sliding down the slope. Fortunately, the slope wasn't too deep, only a few meters high. Below was a paddy field and a ditch covered with grass. Bang! The car overturned on the ridge of the field. The driver suffered multiple fractures and skin injuries, and his face was covered in blood. Fortunately, the problem was not serious and his life was not in danger. "Are you all okay?" "Captain Luo." "Director Wang." "Captain Luo." "Director Wang." The driver got out of the cab and shouted immediately. His duty was to drive Luo Xiaoxiao and Wang Shang to the provincial capital. Of course, he knew very well that these two people were of extraordinary status and must not be neglected. Now that a car accident has happened, the first thing to ensure is to rescue Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao as soon as possible. However, what was particularly strange was that there was no one in the back seat. Luo Xiaoxiao is not here. The king is not here either. The overturned black commercial vehicle was like a small hill, lying across the fields. On the other side, the side that the driver couldn't see, there were sounds of fighting. It turned out that at the same time they had the car accident, the white van behind them quickly came over, and 7 or 8 gangsters and bullies rushed out of the car and jumped off the slope, ready to take advantage of the king's car accident to kick him when he was down and kill him. As the king's bodyguard along the way, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly kicked open the window and climbed out from the back seat of the overturned business car before it even landed, to deal with the gangsters and bullies who rushed over. They attacked Luo Xiaoxiao fiercely with machetes, daggers, steel pipes, iron rods, and other weapons. Several people surrounded Luo Xiaoxiao. Although Luo Xiaoxiao was a criminal police officer, grew up in a martial arts family, and had martial arts skills, and even took out handcuffs and used them as weapons, in the end, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Laugh. Suddenly, she was caught off guard and was scratched on the arm by a gangster bully. Blood flowed out and stained her clothes red. Chapter 96. Strength that cannot be hidden. What's more manly than a man is that she was scratched, and it hurt so much that ordinary people couldn't bear it, but she didn't even make a sound. Laugh. Then, while she was not paying attention, a gangster on the right side behind her hit her right leg hard with a steel pipe in his hand. Her leg bent and was hit violently. The pain was so excruciating that she couldn't bear it and knelt on one leg. Hey, little girl, you're lucky those brothers from South City didn't deal with you last time. This time, you can't escape. This little girl is so pretty, with a nice, smooth body, and she's so wild. It must be fun to play with her. Huh. A few bullies, who had hurt people violently, had ferocious looks flashing in their eyes. When they noticed that Luo Xiaoxiao was a beauty, evil lights suddenly flashed in their eyes. Luo Xiaoxiao held the handcuffs tightly, looking for the right moment to draw her gun and intimidate the group of villains. Her eyes were full of hatred and anger as she confronted them. On one side was a lone policewoman, all alone, and on the other side were 7 or 8 bullies armed with weapons. The confrontation between the two sides seems to be a confrontation between a girl and a group of bully men, but in fact, it is a confrontation between the criminal police team and the underground evil forces. They all understand each other's situation. Last time, dozens of bullies from your 4 Dragons Society were killed. Although the mastermind hasn't been found yet, it was still incredibly satisfying. Humph, you criminals will be brought to justice sooner or later. Remember, the net of heaven is vast and nothing can escape it. Little policewoman, it was you who broke into the South City branch of the 4 Dragons last time, right? The surveillance video outside shows it all clearly. What a pity, you're just like those good-for-nothings, completely useless. Shouldn't you be a criminal police officer? Wouldn't it be better to be our boss's concubine or our sister-in-law? Ha ha ha. A few bullies laughed wildly, but did not tease Luo Xiaoxiao blindly. Instead, they made eye contact with each other and quickly took the next step. They rushed up together and surrounded Luo Xiaoxiao again, using knives, guns, sticks, and clubs to prepare to take her down. A hint of despair flashed in Luo Xiaoxiao's eyes. Bang! Just then, a gunshot rang out. The hum was low and dull, like a small stone dropped into a pool of water. Oh, a bullet shot into the head of one of the gangster bullies. The gangster bully died on the spot with his brain bursting and blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, the gangsters and bullies were all shocked. What's going on? Fuck! Bang! Another dull gunshot suddenly rang out in the air. They didn't even know where the shooter was hiding or from which direction the bullet came. They all looked confused. Seeing that 2 of their brothers from the 4 Dragons Society were killed one after another, how could they dare to stay here any longer? How dare they continue to besiege Luo Xiaoxiao? As if they had telepathy with each other, several gangsters and bullies retreated quickly, rushed towards the ridge of the field, and fled in all directions, running faster than rabbits. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. One of the bullies had just run a short distance when the bullet fired, hitting the back of the bully's head accurately. Boom! Blood spurted out. He died on the spot, and his body lay in the field. The atmosphere of terror spread rapidly. The scene of the car accident seemed to have become a sure field full of killing. Ah! Oh! The remaining gangsters and bullies fled frantically, roaring and screaming in terror. Suddenly, a foul smell floated in the air. It turned out that there were a few thugs who were so scared that they lost control of their bladder and bowels and peed their pants. Looking at this scene, Wang Shang, who was crawling under the right rear wheel of the overturned black commercial vehicle as a sniper, put away his super sniper rifle, raised the corners of his mouth, and a smug smile emerged. It was him who had just swiftly and nimbly emerged from the commercial vehicle that had been knocked off the slope and overturned. Using his Sniper King skills and extensive combat experience, he chose a position and retrieved a super sniper rifle from the system warehouse. Soon, he put the super sniper rifle back to the system warehouse and crawled out from under the overturned commercial vehicle, trembling. "Your Majesty." Luo Xiaoxiao, who witnessed all this, was completely stunned. When she saw the king coming over, she looked silent as a cicada. What happened? Someone died. The king's gaze fell on the bodies of the two thugs and bullies who were shot not far away, and he gasped. Luo Xiaoxiao adjusted her breathing and said, "Yes, there was a car accident. Those bullies rushed over to deal with me. 2 people were shot and killed. I don't know who was hiding in the dark and shooting. Who is it? So powerful. I was hiding under a car and heard gunshots and screams. I was scared to death." The king pretended to be horrified. At this time, the driver came over, looked at Wang Shang, then at Luo Xiaoxiao, and said nervously, "Captain Luo, you are injured and bleeding too badly. We need to call an ambulance immediately." After experiencing such a big thing, everyone's faces looked very grim. "No rush. I'll call the police first and ask my colleagues in the area to come and handle it." Luo Xiaoxiao took out her cell phone to make a call, ignoring the fact that her wound was still bleeding. "Captain Luo." The driver's face turned pale because Luo Xiaoxiao was bleeding so badly that the people around him couldn't bear to watch it. "No, it's okay." Luo Xiaoxiao had been holding on for so long, but finally, she collapsed. Her face turned pale and she was barely breathing. "It will take time for the ambulance to come. Let me heal your wounds first." Suddenly, the king said this. After all, the powerful strength cannot be hidden. Chapter 97 Arrival at the Provincial Hotel. "You?" Luo Xiaoxiao was stunned, her eyes full of surprise. "It's too late to explain." The king saw that her blood loss was getting worse, so he took out the silver needles for treatment without saying a word. These were automatically sent to the system warehouse when the system rewarded him with the 9 profound divine needles. There is a neat row of silver needles, dozens of them, each of which is about 1 centimeter long, slender and sharp, shining with silver light. "It looks like that." What's this? At this time, not to mention Luo Xiaoxiao, even the driver nearby was extremely surprised. The king said, "These are silver needles, used for treating illnesses. I happen to be proficient in acupuncture and know some medical skills." But Luo Xiaoxiao still couldn't believe it. After all, practicing medicine was no small matter. If one was not careful, it could endanger one's life. Just as she was hesitating, a silver needle had already pierced the severe, bleeding wound on her arm. What are you doing? Pull it out for me. Are you dissatisfied with my lack of blood?" Luo Xiaoxiao screamed in panic, and her face turned even paler due to the sudden exertion. The king said calmly, "Don't be so nervous. Relax. The silver needles are inserted into the acupuncture points on your body to stop the bleeding. What are you afraid of? You are not a professional doctor. How can I trust you?" Luo Xiaoxiao was going crazy. She might not die from excessive blood loss or before the ambulance arrived, but would be killed by the king's nonsense first. "Mr. Wang, you have to be careful. This is not a joke. Don't mess with the silver needles you took out, and don't make Captain Luo's injury worse." The driver nearby shouted anxiously. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the king had already quickly used the unique secret of the 9 mysterious needles. He held silver needles between his fingers and used a dazzling, mysterious technique like a fairy scattering flowers. He skillfully applied the needles. It was unclear how the silver needles flew out. Only flashes of silver light could be seen. One by one, the silver needles penetrated into several key acupuncture points near Luo Xiaoxiao's injury with incredible accuracy. Qingling acupoint, pierce into 1 inch. Shaohai acupoint, pierce into 3 inches. Chai's acupoint, pierce into 2 inches. Suza acupoint, pierce into 4 inches. He was muttering something. With every murmur of his, he exerted force with his fingers, and the silver needle held in his fingertips accurately penetrated the acupuncture point to a certain depth. In a moment, more than 10 silver needles were inserted into the area around the injured part of Luo Xiaoxiao's arm. Immediately, the king gently moved a silver needle, twisting it lightly and wiping it. "And put your ear close to it, and listen carefully to the sound coming from the end of the silver needle. That is a sound that ordinary people cannot hear. It comes from the acupuncture points where the silver needles are inserted, and it is a sound that can be used to identify the severity of illness or injury. Only the king who has mastered the long-lost ancient Chinese medicine technique of Jushuan divine needle can do this, saving the dying and healing the wounded, like the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Watching this scene happen, the driver was stunned and didn't dare to utter a word for a long time. Luo Xiaoxiao was also confused. The key point was that even if she wanted to resist, it would be useless because her injured arm could not move at all. It was as if a fixed acupoint had been pressed, and her arm was completely numb. It looks pretty good. This is your first time using acupuncture to treat a disease and save a life. Luo Xiaoxiao, you are so lucky. After a tense acupuncture session, the king breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "What? The first time? I'm lucky." Luo Xiaoxiao was so angry when she heard this that she almost exploded on the spot. "Yes, I gave you my first time. Isn't that lucky?" the king teased. "You humph. If you really use me as a guinea pig and use your messed up acupuncture to test your so-called medical skills, I will never let you go if anything goes wrong." She stared at the king and threatened him fiercely. No one would joke about his own life. Luo Xiaoxiao is not afraid of death, but refuses to be killed as a guinea pig in this way. "What if I succeed in helping you and stopping the bleeding?" The king smiled and asked in a playful manner. In a hurry, Luo Xiaoxiao didn't think much about it and blurted out, "If you can do it, you can make any conditions." "That's what you said." The king showed a satisfied smile and even raised the corners of his mouth and even flashed a smirk. This subtle change in expression made Luo Xiaoxiao feel a little regretful, and she always felt that she had fallen into a trap. "See for yourself." The king folded his arms in front of him and glanced at the wound on her arm. Captain Luo, look, the wound isn't bleeding anymore." "Not anymore." At this time, the driver shouted, extremely shocked. Luo Xiaoxiao looked down and was so shocked that she couldn't speak. "It really is, the bleeding has stopped." A magical scene. As long as the bleeding stops, treating the wound is a piece of cake. You can find a nearby hospital or even a small clinic and apply some medicine. Of course, a tetanus shot is necessary. After all, it's a knife wound. The king said with a smile. Luo Xiaoxiao looked at him in shock and astonishment. It was really unbelievable. Once again, she was shocked by this guy. Ever since she met this boy, she has been repeatedly shocked by the abilities displayed by the king and his seemingly relaxed and calm temperament. It's so unusual. Soon, the ambulance arrived, as did the traffic police and the local criminal police. The cases here are very complicated: traffic accidents, murders. Luo Xiaoxiao was sent to the hospital by ambulance. After treatment, she had to go to the local police station to assist in the investigation and explain what happened. Of course, Wang Shang couldn't escape either and had to go to the police station to give a statement. After handling everything, it was already late at night when I came out of the police station. The commercial vehicle that was lifted away by a crane for repairs could no longer be driven, but Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao had to continue moving forward to the provincial capital more than 100 kilometers away. Knowing that Wang Shang was the first person to discover the national treasure Jiuzhou and was also the honorary curator, and that he was going to the provincial capital to attend an important event, the local police station specially equipped Luo Xiaoxiao with a police car, and they continued their journey with Wang Shang. "You just treated your wound. Sit in the back and have a good rest. I'll drive the car." The king said this lazily and got into the driver's seat on his own initiative. "Okay, right." Luo Xiaoxiao was a little touched. This guy who looked careless and frivolous actually had a delicate mind and knew how to be gentle with women. More than an hour later, the two arrived safely in the provincial capital. The police car drove directly into the hotel's underground parking lot that had been booked in advance. The two of them entered the elevator one after the other and came to the front desk of the hotel lobby. It's late at night, 2 in the morning. When the receptionist learned that Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao were important people who came from Jiangdu to participate in the promotion of the national treasure Jiuzhou, she quickly cheered up, completed the check-in procedures, and politely handed the room cards to Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao with a 90-degree bow. Oops. Suddenly, a woman's crisp and tender scream was heard. Chapter 98. Your face hit my hand. It turned out that when Luo Xiaoxiao turned around and walked forward, she lowered her head and didn't pay attention, and happened to bump into the girl in the red dress who was walking towards her with her head down, playing with her mobile phone. "Sorry, are you okay?" Luo Xiaoxiao hurried forward to ask. The girl raised her face, wearing heavy makeup, looking very seductive. She was wearing a red dress that was also very low cut, exposing a large part of her cleavage. When she walked, she was so dazzling that it made people dizzy. "Pay attention. Can you look at the road when you walk?" The seductive woman said unhappily. "Isn't it wrong for you to look at your phone while walking? Don't be so aggressive with me." Can't you just talk nicely? Luo Xiaoxiao was angry. She was not someone to be trifled with. Just as the charming woman was about to start a fight with Luo Xiaoxiao, a young man came quickly from the revolving door and asked hurriedly, "Honey, what's wrong with you?" "That's her. She bumped into me, and she was pretty aggressive." "Humph. I was bullied." The charming woman acted coquettishly towards the young man. "Okay, it's okay. They're all small matters. I'll take care of them." The young man comforted her for a while and quickly turned his gaze to Luo Xiaoxiao. "Once you see this, you can't take your eyes off it. Because Luo Xiaoxiao is so beautiful, and she also has an extraordinary heroic spirit that other beauties don't have. As a criminal policeman, he has that heroic and valiant air. He is both beautiful and handsome. In comparison, the young man's girlfriend, apart from the seductive feeling brought by heavy makeup, is far inferior in terms of appearance and figure. A true beauty is like Luo Xiaoxiao. Even without makeup, she is still a beauty. And because of her job, she exercises every day, and her body shape is very healthy and sunny. "Beauty, you bumped into my girlfriend. Why don't you apologize seriously?" The young man looked Luo Xiaoxiao up and down, feeling uneasy inside. But in front of his girlfriend, he still has to pretend to be serious and solemn. "Don't give me that. Your girlfriend was playing with her phone and bumped into me. The responsibility is half and half. How come I have to apologize?" Luo Xiaoxiao asked back coldly. "Hey, little girl, you're quite capable. Are you trying to compete with me? I'm telling you, if you don't kneel down and apologize to my girlfriend today, I'll make you pay for it. Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman." The young man roared, immediately attracting the attention of some guests in the hotel lobby, and several security guards quickly walked over here. "Haha, tell me, who are you? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Kneel down and apologize? What are you thinking about?" Luo Xiaoxiao laughed angrily. As a criminal police officer, she really encountered the most bizarre thing in history. Someone actually dared to talk to her like that, and threatened to beat her up. "I am a criminal policeman." If she hadn't just been released from the hospital with an injured arm, she would have defeated this young man in minutes if he dared to attack her. "Brother, if you really want to take action, that would be assaulting a police officer. Is it too hasty? I give myself the courage." "Girl, I see you are quite arrogant, and your tone is quite bold. Look at your figure, with thin arms and legs. What, you still want to fight with me? Aren't you afraid that I will cripple you?" The young man raised his arms proudly and showed off his muscles. Immediately afterwards, the young man stretched out his hand, ready to grab Luo Xiaoxiao, and coincidentally, he was going to grab Luo Xiaoxiao's injured arm. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed out from beside Luo Xiaoxiao. Bang! There was a dull sound, accompanied by a scream of awe. It turned out to be the king, who kicked the young man several meters away. "Oh, who the hell is that? You bumped into my foot. It hurts. You have to apologize to me. Get down on your knees and apologize." Immediately afterwards, the king jumped on one leg, covering his left foot that had just kicked the young man, and cried out in pain. Moreover, the young man was asked to kneel down and apologize. The young man lay on the ground, clutching his stomach, grimacing in pain. He stood up and was about to curse. "What? Did I hit your foot? Are you kidding me? What kind of plane do you want to play? This ability to bite back is really amazing. Fuck you, damn it." The young man cursed loudly, his anger rising, and he felt like he was about to explode. Bang! Suddenly, the king rushed over and slapped the young man in the face with lightning speed. "Oh shit, how did your face hit my hand?" "No, you have to apologize to me. Get down on your knees and apologize." "I'm apologizing, and you're paralyzed." "Damn it, how dare you hit me?" The young man was furious. He covered his swollen face and suddenly rushed towards the king with a punch. Unfortunately, in the king's opinion, this movement was even slower than a slow-motion movie. When the young man attacked, the king had already dodged very calmly. Seeing this, the young man was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He knew that he had met a tough opponent. Chapter 99. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Seeing this, knowing the situation was dire, Luo Xiaoxiao quickly pulled out her police ID, showed it to the young man, and shouted coldly, "I'm a police officer. Behave. You were about to attack me just now, but I'm telling you, that's assaulting a police officer." "Assaulting police officers?" The young man shuddered and quickly opened his eyes wide to look carefully. Indeed, the ID that the girl opposite took out was indeed a police officer's ID. No one dares to forge this kind of certificate. After all, they will be held legally responsible. You're a police officer? A detective from the Jiangdu police station?" The young man's attitude immediately softened and his tone became timid. He dared to act tough with others, but that didn't mean he dared to act tough with the police, especially the criminal police. "This is not a joke," Luo Xiaoxiao said coldly. "That's right. I am a criminal police officer from Jiangdu Police Station. The young man suddenly pointed his finger at Wang Shang and said, "This guy hit someone. Since you are a police officer, give me an explanation." Explanation? You attacked a police officer, and you still want an explanation? This gentleman came to help me and acted bravely. What? Do you want me to arrest him? Luo Xiaoxiao felt that this bastard was really here to make people laugh. The young man was instantly frustrated. He realized that the policewoman and Wang Shang were definitely in cahoots. There is absolutely no benefit in continuing to fight with them. So he had to give up. Thank you for that. Luo Xiaoxiao walked up to the king, lowered her voice, and thanked him. The king said calmly, "It's just a piece of cake. I didn't expect that you were so good and agile. From my professional perspective of practicing martial arts for many years, the move you made just now cannot be done without 10 or 8 years of training." Luo Xiaoxiao said lightly, but in fact, her heart had already been turbulent and set off a storm, because she had an intuition that some of her judgments about the king were on the right track. For example, he has great strength, but he keeps a low profile and hides it. For example, the mysterious sniper who killed dozens of Four Dragons gang thugs and bullies in the southern suburbs of Jiangdu last time, and the mysterious sniper who happened at the scene of the car accident not long ago. Could it be the same person? Moreover, that person has a very close relationship with the king. This king is so mysterious. Could he be the son of some mysterious and powerful family, living in seclusion? Is there a super expert secretly protecting him and teaching him martial arts? Luo Xiaoxiao secretly guessed and constantly revised her judgment of the king. She felt that this current speculation was closest to the truth. In short, she became more and more curious about the man in front of her, and curiosity can easily make a woman fall deeply in love. It's just some superficial skills, just practicing casually in my spare time. Luo Xiaoxiao, don't praise me like that, it's too much. The king said with a smile. Such humility made Luo Xiaoxiao feel even more mysterious about this boy. Well, it seems that I still know too little about you. Luo Xiaoxiao shrugged and deliberately showed a helpless expression. Does what you said before still count? Surprisingly, the king asked this, with a smug look in his eyes. What? Luo Xiaoxiao was confused. You know what? The capable and heroic policewoman is so adorable when she suddenly acts silly. No way. Have you forgotten so quickly? I helped you stop the bleeding, and you said that as long as I do it, you can ask for any conditions. Of course, if you don't keep your word, then just pretend I didn't say anything. The king said complacently. I haven't forgotten. Humph. Of course I am a man of my words, but I have to make it clear that the conditions you propose must be formal and legal. Luo Xiaoxiao just wanted to change the subject. After all, this completely handed the initiative to the king. How embarrassing would it be if he made some inappropriate request? Well, I'll tell you after I've thought it over. Anyway, you owe me a favor. There was a cunning glint in the king's eyes. Luo Xiaoxiao had nothing to say. She really owed someone a favor. The previous one counted as one, and this time he helped her, which was another time. Strictly speaking, it was 2 times. I originally thought that the friction with the young man just now was just a minor episode, but I didn't expect there would be a sequel. A man in a black suit who looked somewhat similar to the young man walked in from the revolving door of the hotel lobby. Elder brother. The young man immediately pulled his girlfriend over, looking aggrieved, and whispered a few words in the ear of the man in the black suit. Okay, I understand. The man in the black suit nodded, his expression darkening. Immediately, he walked towards the king and Luo Xiaoxiao step by step. But as soon as he met the king's eyes, he was stunned. Is it you? It's you. Jiang Shikai, the university class monitor? It's really you. What a coincidence. I met an acquaintance and a college classmate. The world is full of coincidences. It turned out that the man in the black suit who had just entered was named Jiang Shikai. He was the monitor of Wang Shang's class when he was in college in the provincial capital. His family was well off and his academic performance was good. After graduating from college, he got a job in a listed company through his family connections. In just 2 or 3 years, he reached an annual salary of 1 million. He is currently the best performing student in the class. He often shows off in the college class group and posts to his moments about attending various high-end places, luxury goods, luxury cars, luxury houses, and so on. As for Wang Shang, he came from a lower-class family and went to university in the provincial capital. He was a country boy moving to the city, and his conditions in all aspects were the worst among the more than 30 students in his class. If he wasn't handsome and admired by many female classmates in the class, he would have no sense of existence at all. The gap between Jiang Shikai and Wang Shang can be said to be like heaven and earth. They were originally people from 2 different worlds, but because of one thing, they had some minor conflicts. As for the reason, it has to do with a woman. That is the class beauty in college, the goddess in the eyes of many male gods, by Molly. When she was in college, Bai Molly was a class committee member. She was enthusiastic and kind. She helped classmates from poor families and contacted them for part-time jobs both inside and outside the school. She helped Wang Shang among them. For a year, I worked part-time as a handyman in the university library. The pay wasn't much, but for a college student, it provided a way to live, and I could also save some money for new clothes and shoes. At that time, Bai Molly recommended this odd job opportunity to the king. The king was grateful and invited her to dinner. The two of them had a close relationship for a while, which aroused the jealousy of Jiang Shikai, the squad leader and the center of attention. This time, during their unexpected encounter in the provincial capital, Jiang Shikai's younger brother was actually beaten by the king. Naturally, his hatred for the king became much deeper. Chapter 100. See you tomorrow. Brother, you guys know each other? Yes, my college classmates. The young man was Jiang Shikai's younger brother. When he heard this, he instantly lost his temper. Jiang Shikai's expression turned a little ugly. Unfortunately, he met his college classmate Wang Shang, so now, Jiang Shikai had to give up the matter for the sake of face. What's more, there is a very good-looking girl by the king's side. According to his brother, she just showed her police officer ID, so she is a police officer. No matter whether he is unwilling or not, he has to face people with a smile now. Brother, you go ahead and do your work. I'm going upstairs now. Don't miss the event tomorrow morning. Jiang Shikai's younger brother waved his hand, hugged his girlfriend, and left. Well, you should go and have a rest. Jiang Shikai nodded slightly. If this happened to him, since his brother lost face and was beaten, he would definitely seek revenge. As for how to get it back, of course he has a way. Your Majesty, why are you in the provincial capital? Jiang Shikai adjusted the frame of his glasses. He had been wearing glasses since college, and he looked gentle and refined. He was tall, and although his appearance had some flaws, it did not affect his overall image, and he was still a handsome guy. Of course, his handsomeness is far inferior to that of the king. In addition, the king is no longer a poor loser, but a super rich man with billions of wealth and multiple identities. He has both money and strength, and his whole temperament is a bit extraordinary. Hey, you've been staying in this small place for too long and are getting bored. Come over and participate in an event, the king said with a smile. Jiang Shikai didn't ask any more questions. Based on his judgment of the king, the event he attended was definitely not a big event. He probably just came to the provincial capital for a trip. By the way, how about you, old squad leader? Wang Shang asked with a smile. Jiang Shikai immediately became cheerful, his eyes filled with delight and pride. I'm here to attend a conference and event, too. It's a particularly grand event, with many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in attendance. As a manager in the marketing and branding department of a listed company in the provincial capital, I've been invited to attend. The king's eyes lit up and he exclaimed, Wow, I often hear our college classmates talk about you, and I also see you on WeChat moments, attending various high-end places and participating in various high-level activities. You are really amazing. After being praised, Jiang Shikai was extremely proud and almost flew to the sky. However, he pretended to be very low-key. He patted Wang Shang on the shoulder and said, Old classmate, you have to work harder. By the way, it's too late now. After attending the event tomorrow, I will treat you to dinner. Then, I will call a few classmates from our class who are developing in the provincial capital to come over and have fun together. Great. The old squad leader is really awesome. I'm the host, just doing my part. By the way, remember to post more on WeChat moments. After all, it's not easy for you to come to the provincial capital and see the scenery of a big city. Jiang Shikai laughed happily, but his words were filled with deep contempt for poor people like Wang Shang, who came from a small place. He was already planning to invite some old classmates over for a get-together tomorrow. Then, he could show off how well he was doing in the provincial capital, how much he was enjoying the limelight, and how he could shame the king with his own strength. He would also tell his old classmates about how the king had roughly beaten his brother. At that time, Wang Shang would be at the center of public opinion and become the target of public criticism. He would surely be embarrassed and even forced by his old classmates to apologize to Jiang Shikai's brother. Thinking of this, Jiang Shikai's mouth corners curled up. That's right. It's really not easy for me to come to the provincial capital. It takes several hours to drive on the road. I don't know when I will come to visit again. How can I compare with you, old squad leader? You are developing in the provincial capital and doing so well. I envy you. Although he saw through it, but didn't say anything, the king still offered some flattery, after all, still taking into account the friendship between their university classmates. By the way, I'll call and ask Bai Molly to come over and get together. Jiang Shikai said with a smile. and suddenly a surge of excitement surged in his heart. White Jasmine. That was the goddess he had been pursuing but never got. Is she okay now? The king was lost for a moment. After asking this question, he laughed at himself and muttered to himself, Alas, I'm worrying about nothing. She must be doing well. After all, she is so outstanding. Jiang Shirkai raised his wrist, revealing a Rolex, checked the time, and said, Okay, enough talking. See you tomorrow. Chapter 101, Incomparably Beautiful. That night, the king and Luo Xiaoxiao each stayed in the room they had booked long ago and had a good rest. On the next day, the promotion meeting for China's supreme national treasure, the Jiuzhou, was held as scheduled at the International Convention and Exhibition Center, a landmark building in the provincial capital. The more than 100-story Convention and Exhibition Center skyscraper stands in the most prosperous core business area of the provincial capital, facing the rivers and lakes, and is magnificent. After having breakfast at the hotel, Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao drove out and came here together. We took the sightseeing elevator to the floor where the event was held. There were crowds of people coming and going, making it very lively. Well-dressed business people are busy moving around in modern skyscrapers, attending various meetings and events. Huge promotional pictures and short videos were displayed and played in front of the conference hall. This was an unprecedented publicity conference, hosted by senior provincial officials and involving all the major provincial departments. The police force at the door was lined up in rows, with a tight layout and very strict control measures, even equipped with police dogs. This is the special police team from the provincial department. There are more than 50 members. They arrived at the venue and started security work. They are not only protecting the top leaders, but the most important thing is to protect the national treasure Jiuzhou. After all, the excavation of the Jiuzhou has continued to generate a lot of attention, causing a sensation at home and abroad, especially in the fields of archaeology and cultural heritage. It has great epic-making significance and naturally attracted a large number of domestic and foreign media, as well as elites from all walks of life and industry leaders. There is another point that we must be on guard against. That is, some people with ulterior motives have designs on the Jiuzhou. Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao arrived at the entrance of the conference hall, showed their ID cards, and successfully entered the main venue. Excuse me, are you Mr. Wang, the honorary curator of the Jiangdu Jiuzhou National Treasure Museum? At this time, several staff members in suits came up to the king and asked politely. The king nodded. It's me. We are very happy to welcome you. We are the organizers of this event. We are colleagues from the Provincial Department of Culture. It is a great honor to meet Director Wang. You're welcome. By the way, who is this lady? Oh, my name is Luo Xiaoxiao, the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Jiangdu Police Department. I'm in charge of Director Wang's security during this trip to the provincial capital. Wow, it's Captain Luo. Nice to meet you. After a brief greeting, several staff members from the Provincial Department of Culture led Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao to a very high-end and highly confidential VIP reception room. Here, Wang Shang, as the honorary curator and the first person to discover the national treasure Jiuzhou, met with senior leaders from various departments of the province and received their warm welcome. Director Wang is truly young and promising, a pillar of the country. Welcome, welcome. The Jiuzhou, a national treasure, has haunted countless Chinese people, and we've been searching for it forever. Now, our dream has finally come true. All thanks to Comrade Xiao Wang. How many of the older generation were concerned about the Jiuzhou before they died? Now that the Jiuzhou has truly reappeared in the world, on the land of our Chinese nation, those older generations can finally rest in peace. A great blessing for the country. Mr. Wang is truly a remarkable archaeologist. His contribution to China's cultural heritage can be described in 4 words, unparalleled in the nation. I deserve these 4 words. Many leaders have great respect for this honorary curator, the young man who discovered the national treasure of Jiuzhou, and have given him all kinds of praise. The king felt a little uncomfortable because of the praise, and the smile on his face became a little stiff. After all, those who praised him were not ordinary people, but provincial leaders. If these leaders were to go down to the local level, any one of them would be able to make the entire prefecture-level city tremble with just a stomp of his feet. The meeting is about to begin. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Director Wang, we've already arranged your seat. We'll continue our conversation after the meeting is over. Okay, thank you all for your concern. The king said with a smile, finally feeling relieved, because in such an occasion, facing so many senior leaders, although they were all praising him, he did not like this kind of atmosphere very much. Director Wang, these are your and Luo Xiaoxiao's seat cards. Please take them. The meeting will begin soon. Please take your seats. The main person in charge of arranging and coordinating this event, a high-level director from a provincial department, smiled and handed the card to Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao. Thank you very much. The king took the card and went out with Luo Xiaoxiao. The meeting process surrounding the Jiuzhou Ding will include a publicity demonstration of the Jiuzhou Ding's excavation process, a national treasure display, and a commendation ceremony. There were so many celebrities and high-ranking officials attending the meeting, plus domestic and foreign media reporters and official figures. So the seating arrangement was very particular. Those with the highest status and position will of course sit in the middle of the front row. Then, the further back and to the sides you go, the lower the status and identity of the guests being seated. The king looked at his seating arrangement and found himself in the first row, seat 30. After a rough calculation, it was obvious that his seat was in the most prominent and important position. The people who could sit with him were the highest level people attending the meeting, either senior provincial leaders or bigwigs like the chairman of the Provincial Federation of Industry and Commerce or the Chamber of Commerce. As for Luo Xiaoxiao's seating arrangement, she was sitting next to him. After all, Luo Xiaoxiao is now his personal bodyguard and must be protected closely, so the seats must be connected. The two prepared to enter the conference hall and find a seat. Hey, my king, you're here too? Suddenly, a clear, gentle, yet surprised voice reached the king's ears. The king was shocked. He felt that the voice was familiar, but he couldn't tell who it was. Looking back suddenly, he was stunned. A stunningly beautiful face, a sapphire blue evening gown, a high bun, jewels on her body, exuding an incomparably noble temperament. Although this girl in a long dress is wearing high heels, even without them, she is estimated to be at least 1.75 meters tall. Slender and graceful figure, slender and detailed waist. So beautiful. It's you? Classmate by Molly. The king was a little excited, as if he was in another world. Because this girl is none other than the popular figure in the university class, the class goddess by Molly. Who is this? Luo Xiaoxiao asked the king curiously. She was also a beauty, but this did not hinder her at all. She also liked to look at beautiful women. What's more, the girl in front of me is so beautiful. By Molly, the goddess that every boy in my university class liked. She was also a member of the class committee at that time. She was very eager to help others, and I received her help. The king smiled and quickly explained to Luo Xiaoxiao in a low voice. It seems that she also has an indelible place in your heart. Luo Xiaoxiao's nose felt slightly sore, and she felt inexplicably jealous. Chapter 102, The Mud That Can't Be Helped Up. Hello, Your Majesty, long time no see. If you think about it, it's been 3 years since we graduated from university. Bai Molly spoke gently, her dimples showing when she smiled, her peach blossom eyes and willow leaf eyebrows. She was gorgeous, but not coquettish, charming, but not vulgar. It really is like a beautiful white jasmine blooming brilliantly in the world. Her appearance has already attracted the attention of many people, and many men can't help but look at her a few more times. After graduating from university, I heard that you joined a film company, and it's a company run by your family? I really envy you. You are beautiful, have good grades, are both good in character and in study, and are outstanding in all aspects. Your family background is also the envy of countless people, the king said with a smile, praising sincerely. However, Bai Molly smelled a sour lemon scent and frowned slightly, saying, Hey, Mr. Wang, why do you seem to be still as cynical as before? No, you misunderstood. I was just praising you. Wang Shang laughed. To be honest, he was indeed a bit angry in the past. After all, he was young and ignorant. He came from a poor family and came to the provincial capital to attend university. He witnessed too many classmates whose family conditions were far better than his. It was inevitable that he felt unbalanced. Praise me? I didn't hear it. Bai Molly chuckled. How have you been these years? Bai Molly changed the subject and asked. The king smiled and said, It's not bad. I'm back in my hometown, a small city. My life is pretty leisurely. I heard from my classmates that after you returned home, you helped run the store instead of looking for a job. How could that work? Classmate Wang Shang, I always thought you were very talented and smart, but why didn't you actively enter society and work hard? With your abilities, you shouldn't be willing to just run the family store. Bai Molly said this earnestly, with a hint of disappointment and more worry appearing in her beautiful eyes. Bai Molly, thank you. In fact, everyone has his or her own way of living. What do you think? The king smiled faintly, grateful for her concern. Bai Molly sighed softly and said, That's right. Many things can't be forced. By the way, what are you doing here? She suddenly asked curiously. Oh, so you're here to participate in the event. Come and join in the fun. The king smiled. Noticing the look Bai Molly gave Luo Xiaoxiao, he quickly introduced her. Her name is Luo Xiaoxiao. She came with me. She's well, a friend, I guess. What do you think? He looked at Luo Xiaoxiao with a teasing look in his eyes. I guess so. Luo Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Since she owed him a favor, it made sense for them to say they were friends. Friend. Bai Moli thought secretly in her heart. If that was the case, then she must be the king's girlfriend. Your friend is so beautiful. Bai Moli smiled and praised, then stretched out her hand and said to Luo Xiaoxiao, Hello, Luo Xiaoxiao. Hello, Bai Moli. Luo Xiaoxiao shook hands with her. As soon as they touched, Luo Xiaoxiao felt that Bai Moli's hand was a little cold, probably because of her cold body. Hey, Bai Moli. Your Majesty. You're all here. Are you all here to attend the meeting for the Zhou Ding Supreme National Treasure event? Suddenly, a strange voice sounded not far away. Zhang Shikai came over wearing a suit and tie, with his hair combed sleekly and a somewhat stiff smile on his face. Just joining in the fun. The king smiled indifferently, feeling that there was no need for him to be too ostentatious. After all, he came to the meeting dressed very casually, just a denim t-shirt. Zhang Shikai glanced at Wang Shang and said coldly, I really don't know how you got the invitation. Humph. I'm here to attend the meeting on behalf of a listed company in the provincial capital. And Bai Moli's family runs a film company that cooperates with some provincial departments and often shoots tourism promotional videos. She also received an invitation this time, so she came to attend the meeting. Me too. I received an invitation. The king's face turned cold. Zhang Shikai said angrily, You also have an invitation? How ridiculous. Bai Moli and I received invitations, which is reasonable and legitimate. But you, Your Majesty, you are not qualified to attend the meeting and see the Zhou Ding with your own eyes. Oh, isn't your hometown in Jiangdu? The Zhou Ding was unearthed in Jiangdu. You can buy a ticket to the museum in your hometown. Isn't coming here redundant? I have a seating card. Wang Shang raised the seating arrangement card in his hand. There is a seat number and your name on it. Bai Moli and I are both invited as corporate representatives to attend the event. Our seats are arranged in the middle and back. What about you? I really want to see. You are an idle person like you, who manages your family's small shop and has nothing to do with the national treasure of Zhou Ding. Is the seat card you were given standing room only? Are you standing at the edge to watch the ceremony? Ha ha ha. Zhang Shikai laughed out loud. A hint of disgust flashed in Bai Moli's beautiful eyes. She really disliked Zhang Shikai's arrogance. The king has also received an invitation. He's sitting there, and it's none of your business. So stop making irresponsible remarks here. Are you a gossip? She stood up, spoke for the king, and criticized Zhang Shikai. Now, Zhang Shikai's face darkened and his eyes were cold. Bai Moli, when you were in college, you helped him find a part-time job, and now you're speaking up for him. It's a pity. No matter how much you help him, it won't change his current situation. He's just a hopeless piece of shit, a commoner living in a corner of the city. Chapter 103 No Rush. A piece of rotten mud that cannot be helped. The common people living in a corner of the city. Zhang Shikai's contempt for the king was evident in his eyes and in his bones. As a native of the provincial capital, he has achieved academic success and obtained a good position in a listed company. Naturally, he would feel elated and proud of his achievements. In his eyes, the king is just a scumbag. Zhang Shikai, do you find it interesting to say that about the king? Everyone has their own way of life. Don't think that you are so superior and great just because you are in the provincial capital. Humph. Bai Moli quickly launched a counterattack. She was not afraid of offending Zhang Shikai at all. Perhaps it is also because, in the past few years, from campus to entering society, although Zhang Shikai has changed girlfriends one after another, his thoughts on Bai Moli have never disappeared. Moreover, Bai Moli is still single at present, so he feels that he still has a chance to seduce Bai Moli. If he can successfully sleep with the class beauty goddess Bai Moli, it will be a beautiful thing worth showing off. So now, although he was a little unhappy when Bai Moli said a few words to him, he was able to remain friendly to Bai Moli. But this pleasant expression is only on the surface. In terms of words, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage in front of so many people. So he started snarling. Hey, some people, from school till now, why do they always seem to be sticking up for some scumbag? Are they attracted to them? As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Moli and the king looked at each other. So embarrassing. You are so despicable, Zhang Shikai. You are talking nonsense. You are so despicable. The king didn't care, but Bai Moli was very angry, and blushes appeared on her pink and white face. Zhang Shikai laughed and said, What's wrong, Bai Moli? I didn't say anything about you. Why are you so anxious to identify yourself? What? Am I right? The handsome guys and successful people in big cities can't satisfy you. So you want to find a man from a small city? You? Zhang Shikai? Shut up. Bimoli was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She is innocent. She has broken up with her only boyfriend, and she has never had any physical contact with her ex-boyfriend, so she is still a virgin. Now that she is being slandered by Jiang Shikai, how can she not be angry? Jiang Shikai, you've gone too far. The king stood up and stared at Jiang Shikai coldly. Suddenly, the aura emanating from his body was extraordinary, and the aura flashing in his eyes made people smell a terrifying murderous intent. Suddenly, Jiang Shikai, who was frightened by the king's gaze, shuddered in his heart. You're right. I'm a piece of useless mud, a commoner. You can say whatever you want about me. There's no point in men arguing with each other. Don't throw dirty water on girls. You're also a man. Don't insult the word man. Otherwise, I'll treat you like I treated your brother last night. The king spoke indifferently, but the pressure revealed in his words made Jiang Shikai breathless for a moment. What's wrong with this kid? I haven't seen him for 3 years, and he doesn't look like a down-and-out guy stuck at home, living off a small shop. Why does he look a bit like he's been in the military? Jiang Shikai murmured secretly. In fact, his guess was correct. Because the king possesses top-level fighting skills and the marksmanship of the king of snipers, strictly speaking, he is now the world's top special forces soldier. Such people have special skills, so even if they are usually lazy and look harmless, or even a little sloppy, the extraordinary temperament revealed from their bones cannot be deceived. That's right, he must have been in the army in the past 2 or 3 years, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to do that. He's got good physical fitness and is quite capable. He could have kicked my brother away. Humph. In the final analysis, it's just brute force. In this society, with this kind of strength, he can do hard labor, but if he wants to make a living in society, he's just making trouble. He thought to himself and felt that his guess was almost right. The moment he thought of this, he felt relieved. His slight fear of the king completely disappeared. He raised a smug face and said coldly, Your Majesty, don't think that just because you have some skills, you can act recklessly. Let me tell you, this is the provincial capital. I haven't come to you to settle the score for what happened to my brother last night. I'll wait for you to settle the score. The king sneered, turned around, and prepared to take a seat. After all, the meeting is about to begin. Why are you moving forward, kid? Are you qualified to sit in the front? Jiang Shikai suddenly grabbed the king, snorted coldly, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. Bimoli was also slightly surprised. It wasn't because Jiang Shikai suddenly took action, but why did the king and the girl beside him, Luo Xiaoxiao, walk towards the front seats together? The seats in the front are for senior leaders and bigwigs from all walks of life. Even though she was invited to attend the meeting on behalf of her family's film and television company, the seating card she received only arranged a seat in the back row. I'm sitting in the front, so what? The king didn't get angry, but laughed instead. He felt that Jiang Shikai's various behaviors were so ridiculous. Jiang Shikai persisted, Humph. Bimoli and I are both invited corporate representatives. The seats assigned by the organizers are only in the back. What gives you the right to sit in the front? The king and I. At this time, Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it anymore and was about to take out the seat card to show it, but was pulled back by the king. He smiled at Luo Xiaoxiao and said softly, No rush. Suddenly, he had a good idea. Classmate Bimoli, do you want to sit in the front? A seemingly funny suggestion came out of his mouth. Bimoli was stunned for a moment, then looked down at the seat card in her hand. It clearly said, Row 68, Seat 32. Thinking about sitting in the front is simply impossible unless you have the level and qualifications. Do you really think that anyone can sit in the front row VIP seats? What is the king playing at? Even though Jiang Shikai despised him so much, he still had the mood to joke. Such a big heart. Your Majesty, are you sick? Bimoli is sitting in the back row. The seats have been arranged. She is in the 68th row, and I am in the 67th row. Jiang Shikai looked at the seat card in his hand and said coldly, If I can sit in the front, how about letting me slap you? The king's face darkened, and he stared at Jiang Shikai and asked, Come on, you poor guy with no status and no position, you want to sit in the front? Dream on. Jiang Shikai cursed without thinking. Bang. Chapter 104, Facial Pain. Suddenly, the king made a sudden move and slapped Jiang Shikai hard in the face with lightning speed. A crisp sound exploded in the air, spreading from here to the entire venue. All of a sudden, many people turned their eyes and stared in surprise and astonishment at Wang Shang and Jiang Shikai, who was slapped. What's going on? Several security guards were about to go over to maintain order and investigate the situation, but suddenly a person in charge at the venue recognized the young man who had slapped someone. He was Director Wang, who had just been meeting with senior leaders from various departments in the high-level VIP conference room. He immediately stopped the security guards and whispered, Don't go over. Even if you want to go over, remember to protect. the young man in casual clothes. Protect him? Didn't he slap someone? If I ask you to protect me, then do it. Stop the nonsense. Okay, got it. Jiang Shikai was stunned by the beating. After recovering from the blow, he covered his swollen face, his eyes blazing with hatred. He stared at the king viciously and roared, "Are you crazy? How dare you hit me?" The king picked up the seat card, waved it in front of Jiang Shikai, and said, "You asked me to play this." Jiang Shikai was stunned again, because he actually saw that the seat card in the king's hand had number 30 written on it, row 1. Number 30, first row. At this time, Baimoli also noticed the seat card in the king's hand, with a position written on it. "If I were sitting in the front, I would slap you. You agreed to this. Now, take a closer look. I'm sitting in seat 30 in the first row. Is this seat worth a slap?" The king smiled harmlessly. "Is it worth it? I'll give you a slap." Jiang Shikai was speechless and looked dazed. "He's sitting in the front row, totally worth it, give him a slap." "No problem. It's worth it, so worth it." Some people nearby witnessed what happened and started talking about it in low voices. At this time, Luo Xiaoxiao handed the seat card in her hand to the king. The latter was stunned. "What do you mean? Don't you want your college goddess to sit in the front? I can switch with her," Luo Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "I'll help you, so that you can look more proud in front of your college classmates. After all, she's the goddess who helped you," Luo Xiaoxiao added. "Is that so? But isn't it unfair to you to exchange your seat for Baimoli?" The king touched his nose and, to be honest, was a little hesitant. "Stop dawdling and hurry up." Luo Xiaoxiao handed the seat card to the king very straightforwardly, even showing a bit of disgust. The king was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Since she has agreed to this, it would be disrespectful for the king to refuse. After receiving the seat card, he looked at Baimoli with a smile and said, "You can come with me and sit in the first row. Let's go. Just give your seat card to my friend Luo Xiaoxiao. Is this appropriate?" Baimoli was a little excited. Sitting in the first row would mean such a great honor and social status. Although she didn't know how the king got the VIP seats in the first row, at this moment, the opportunity to sit in the first row with those celebrities, high-ranking officials and bigwigs from all walks of life was right in front of her. She would be lying if she said she wasn't tempted. Luo Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it any longer, so she took the seat card from Baimoli and forced the seat card from Wang Shang into Baimoli's hand. She said in a hurry, "You old classmates are meeting, sit down and have a good chat. Hurry up, don't waste your time." Baimoli looked at this wind-like woman and was suddenly attracted by her boldness and straightforwardness. She immediately had a special liking for her. "Okay, let's go to the first row." The king looked at Luo Xiaoxiao gratefully, then said to Baimoli, "Okay." Baimoli smiled shyly. At that moment, she was like a blooming mountain flower, spreading across the mountains, rivers, and valleys. This combination of handsome men and beautiful women, walking together, is a beautiful sight. Among the celebrities and upper-class people dressed in suits and ties, they stand out from the crowd and are extraordinary. Even if he is wearing the simplest and plainest casual clothes, the king can become the focus of the whole audience. Watching the two people walking forward, Luo Xiaoxiao felt that she had done a good thing for both parties. But why did her nose feel sore and her heart felt uncomfortable? Originally, the person walking beside the king was her. "Beauty, your boyfriend, the king, is walking with a female classmate from college. Aren't you jealous?" Jiang Shikai, who was covering his face and feeling extremely depressed and humiliated in public, suddenly glanced at Luo Xiaoxiao and asked coldly, "It's okay. After all, my face doesn't hurt. My face doesn't hurt." Hearing this, Jiang Shikai's face changed drastically. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and he clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Luo Xiaoxiao walked away leisurely and took a seat. The meeting begins. Chapter 105. One word: fuck, to conquer the world. Why is he able to sit in the first row? And even the girl with him, Luo Xiaoxiao, actually has a first-row seat card. Jiang Shikai's head was buzzing, and he always felt that all this was so unreal. Looking at the king and his beloved goddess Baimoli sitting in the first row of seats, his heart and face ached. He couldn't understand how a brat from a small city like Jiangdu could sit in the prestigious first row of seats so openly. Why? The meeting has begun. On the huge stage screen, a line of brilliant red words appeared. Jiuzhou National Treasure Exhibition and Commendation Conference. Below this line of text, it is shown that the organizers and co-organizers of this conference are of course the major departments in the province, as well as provincial and capital television stations. This meeting is of great importance and is attracting widespread attention. The display of national treasures will soon enter the process. Amidst thunderous applause and cheers, The national treasure Ding was pushed to the center of the stage by the staff. Each tripod is placed on a special cart and protected by a glass cover. The glass cover is of course made of special material, which allows you to see the appearance and details of the Ding. It also has a very important function, which is bulletproof. After all, this is a matter of great importance and is currently China's highest-level national treasure. It must be given the greatest protection and the most stringent security measures, and no negligence is allowed. It's said that it was transported from Jiangdu overnight last night, and they used a special secret train. Of course not. Don't you see how many special police are patrolling outside? The special police team was supposedly deployed from the provincial government, and they are all armed with live ammunition. As the ancient tripods were pushed onto the center of the stage, the atmosphere of shock instantly became more intense. This is the Ding, a unique and supreme national treasure, a supranational treasure. Wow! The ancient atmosphere, the vicissitudes of time, the wisdom of our Chinese ancestors, and the sense of history that represents centralization are overwhelming. The Ding represents the 9 states that our ancestors divided the Chinese land into. Each state corresponds to an ancient ding. To conquer the world, I'm asking about the Ding. Whoever conquers the Central Plains and dominates the world will obtain the Ding. This is the symbol of power, the supreme treasure coveted by so many emperors of China. Our Chinese ancestors, generation after generation of emperors, have painstakingly sought the Ding, but ultimately found nothing. Now the Ding has reappeared in the world, appearing on Chinese soil. This is a great omen, a sign of the glorious revival of our China, a sign of good fortune. There was a lot of discussion. Some archaeologists were even more excited. Some of them rushed back from abroad, while others put down their archaeological work and traveled thousands of miles here just to see the beauty of the Ding. In addition to archaeologists, there are also historians, cultural relics experts, etc., who all have a strong interest in the Ding. Of course, all they can do now is feast their eyes and take some photos, but they can't get close to the Ding. Not to mention the experts and authorities. Seeing the national treasure Ding make its debut and be displayed before everyone, all the invited people from all walks of life and bigwigs from various industries were stunned. Oh shit, that's too bad. A national treasure. The Ding is the supreme national treasure. Some wealthy people don't actually have much culture themselves, so when they see the Ding, they can only express their feelings in a superficial way. This is really. But I am not well educated, so I can only say fuck to everyone. So embarrassing. This Ding national treasure is truly stunning. Bai Moli, who was lucky enough to be seated in the first row, could watch the Ding up close. She couldn't help but feel very honored and exclaimed in admiration. The king beside him smiled and said, "Yes, this is a top-level national treasure, and it has never been seen in the world." There was a saying that it was buried forever underground and could not be found. Another saying is that during the war, it was smuggled abroad through the underground black market. Yes, it's heartbreaking that it didn't appear on Chinese soil, no matter what the possibility is. Now that the Ding has reappeared in the world, it's such a peaceful and prosperous time. It's really wonderful. Bai Moli was filled with emotion. Yes, we have lived in a good era, far away from wars. We have seen our country prosper and become stronger, catching up with those powers step by step. Born in such a prosperous era, as young people, it is natural for us to work hard and make some contributions to our family and country. The king said this with a serious look on his face. Bai Moli looked at his profile. At that moment, when she heard him say these words, she suddenly felt that his temperament had changed. I really don't know who unearthed the Ding. The news that leaked out before said that a mysterious citizen in Jiangdu, who did not want to reveal his name, dug out the Ding in his backyard and immediately reported it to the relevant departments. This triggered a massive project to unearth the national treasure Ding, a major event that shocked China and the world. Bai Moli murmured softly, her beautiful eyes flashing with joy and excitement. Just wait, isn't there a commendation meeting? We'll know who it is soon. The king smiled slightly and said with pride in his heart, "Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I really want to know who was the first person to discover the Ding. He made such a great contribution to our China. He must be a very outstanding person." Bai Moli's beautiful eyes were full of anticipation. After the display of the Ding, the next step was the commendation meeting. From the province to the city, groups of staff from relevant departments and people related to the excavation of the Ding all took the stage. The provincial leaders presented them with medals and gave them full recognition and praise. After all, these staff members have worked hard to excavate the Ding. Next, The highlight is here. Next, we will present the highest contribution medal to the first person to discover the Jiuzhou Ding and the honorary director of the Jiuzhou Ding National Museum. Everyone, please give the warmest applause to welcome our honorary curator, Mr. Wang Shang, to the stage. Everyone is welcome. Your Majesty, Director Wang Shang? Bai Moli was dumbfounded. In the back seat, Jiang Shikai was stunned when he heard these words. Why does it feel so familiar to him? Could it be that? Impossible, impossible, impossible. He suddenly thought of a possibility, but it was quickly rejected by his instinct. Chapter 106, A War Without Gunsmoke. Please welcome Mr. Wang, Director Wang. On the stage, the host once again read out the king's name aloud. The king smiled and stood up. Bai Moli beside him stared at him blankly with complicated eyes. Shock, astonishment, surprise, surprise. You are the first person to discover the Jiuzhou Ding? And the honorary director of the museum? Oh my god, unbelievable. Your Majesty, aren't you at home, looking after your shop? How did you become the honorary curator? Could it be that the Jiuzhou Ding, a national treasure, was discovered in your backyard? Wow. Bai Moli was so surprised that she was incoherent. The king walked onto the stage and stood in the center amid the cheers and thunderous applause of the crowd. Is it him? It's really him. Holy shit. Sitting in his seat, Jiang Shikai's body was shaking, and every word that came out of his throat was trembling. Hello everyone. I am Wang Shang, the honorary director of the Jiuzhou Ding Museum. I'm also the first person to discover the Jiuzhou Ding. I'm honored to be here and meet you all. The king gave a very brief speech. Then, the top leader of the organizer of this event came on stage in person to present the award to Wang Shang. The hostess, wearing a cheongsam, was tall and long-legged, with a graceful gait. She walked gracefully to the stage and presented the highest honor medal. Click, click. The spotlights are shining. From local TV stations and online media, to media from other provinces, and even the capital, they were all frantically taking photos, reporting, and broadcasting live. This time, the king really had no choice but to continue to keep a low profile. After all, things have developed to this point, and he cannot refuse the honor of the highest medal. After the meeting ended successfully, the king and Bai Moli came out of the venue, talking and laughing. Your Majesty, Luo Xiaoxiao was already waiting at the door. When she saw him, she hurried over. Seeing him chatting and laughing happily with Bai Moli, she felt a little uncomfortable and kept asking herself in her heart, why was she so magnanimous just now? Alas, sometimes we are too carefree, especially when it comes to love. In the end, we are the only one who is sad. Luo Xiaoxiao, let's go. Our activities in the provincial capital have been successfully completed. It's time to go home. The king walked with Luo Xiaoxiao and said with a smile. Yeah. Luo Xiaoxiao nodded. This huge provincial capital was full of modern prosperity and the atmosphere of a first-tier metropolis. However, in her eyes, there was only the king. Because all the prosperity and bustle have nothing to do with her, and she is not interested in it. Your Majesty, don't forget what I agreed to yesterday. It's a rare occasion for us old classmates to get together in the provincial capital. And since you're so accomplished now, the first person to unearth the Jiuzhou Ding and the honorary director of the museum, you shouldn't invite our university classmates from the provincial capital to have a meal together? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Suddenly, a voice sounded, with a hint of jealousy and incitement. Even with his eyes closed, the king could tell who this person was. Sure enough, this person was Jiang Shikai. Coming to the provincial capital to participate in the event has been very busy and tiring, not only for me, but also for comrade Luo Xiaoxiao beside me. So let's talk about gatherings and meals later. Wang Shang said. He had no interest in having dinner with Jiang Shikai. Besides, doesn't Jiang Shikai's face hurt? What you said means you were looking down on our old classmates. How come? Now that you have become the honorary curator and received medals, you are so condescending and ignore us. Don't you even give face to your old classmates? I have already called several classmates in our class and agreed to get together. It would be so inappropriate if you didn't come. Jiang Shikai said solemnly. You can't say that. The king quickly waved his hands and said, since you're so insistent and have already called everyone, then fine, let's get together and have a meal to reminisce about the past. That's right. Jiang Shikai seemed to have completely forgotten the humiliation of being slapped just now, and he put his arm around the king's shoulders casually, as if they were such close brothers. Before the king could shake him off, Luo Xiaoxiao came over and blocked Jiang Shikai's arm, saying, Mr. Jiang, I am here to provide for the safety of our director Wang. He is not feeling well and his arm hurts. Please don't hug him. Oh. Jiang Shikai's face changed slightly, and he felt very embarrassed. Now he remembered. No wonder his brother, who was beaten by the king last night, mentioned that the girl next to the king was a police officer. It seems that as the honorary curator, Wang Shang has police protection when he participates in activities. This treatment is unfair. By Molly, let's go together. I told you a long time ago that today we should get together with our old university classmates who stayed in the provincial capital to develop. Do you have any objection? Jiang Shikai turned his head and looked at Bai Moli. No problem for me. Bai Moli agreed readily. If it was just a party organized by Jiang Shikai, she would find an excuse to refuse. But now, the king, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, was attending, and she noticed that Luo Xiao Xiao, the beautiful and dashing girl beside the king, had a very special feeling towards the king. Comparison and jealousy between women are like war. A war without gunpowder. She must participate. Besides, the changes that have taken place in the king over the past 3 years have been earth-shaking. She is full of curiosity. Chapter 107 Panlong Villa. Jiang Shikai had indeed made sufficient preparations. Not only did he invite more than a dozen college classmates who were developing in the provincial capital, but he also chose a very special place as the venue for this gathering. The name of the gathering place is Panlong Villa. The so-called Panlong Villa is a mountain located near the university town. After development, it has become a scenic spot, with businesses settled in and the scale is getting bigger and bigger. Today, the most representative business is Panlong Villa. This is the largest villa in the provincial capital. It provides one-stop services including food, drink, entertainment, and accommodation, and is a gathering place for many celebrities and upper-class people. Jiang Shikai chose this place as the gathering place because he was somewhat familiar with it. He had come to Panlong Villa for dinner twice in recent years for work reasons. But at that time, he was just an assistant, accompanying the company's senior executives to negotiate business and have dinner with clients. This time it was his turn to gather with his classmates. When Wang Shang drove to the parking lot of Panlong Villa, Jiang Shikai had already arrived in his Audi A7 and was waiting at the door for the classmates to gather. This A7, with its top configuration, costs nearly 1 million yuan. Being able to drive such a luxury car 3 years after graduation is enough to make many classmates envious. As a middle-level manager of a listed company, and with a well-off family background, Jiang Shikai driving a car like this is not considered high-profile at all. Soon after, Bai Moli also arrived, driving a president car. A luxury car that costs nearly 2 million, Maserati. This car is usually driven by her father, but today she drove it out as a representative of the company to attend an event. Usually, she is actually very low-key. She drives a Mercedes-Benz worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, which she just uses for transportation. When her Maserati parked in the parking lot, the classmates who drove there one after another were all envious and cast envious glances at Bai Moli, who was driving the Maserati. Such a goddess, rich, beautiful, and with a perfect figure, there is absolutely nothing wrong with her. Why are so many advantages concentrated in the same person? Several female classmates who were developing in the provincial capital also rushed over. They were very considerate, giving face to the old squad leader Jiang Shikai, and also to Wang Shang, who had come all the way to the provincial capital. The king got off the car and came to the students. Moli, you're driving a Maserati. Wow, that's awesome. No, it's my dad's car. Goddess Jasmine, can I take a ride in your Maserati? Wow, squad leader, you're driving my favorite A7. It's such a cool car. Wow, Your Majesty, long time no see. Your Majesty, is this your girlfriend? Hello, this is my boyfriend. This is my girlfriend. Zhou Qi, you little brat, you've become handsome again. Qi Xianxian, wow, you've become more beautiful. When old classmates meet, they exchange pleasantries, and it is quite lively. Everyone talked about the current situation and the past. Along the way, everyone went from the entrance of the villa to the private room inside the villa. The conversation was still lively. The university where we all study is located not far from the foot of Panlong Villa. It has a large and beautiful campus. It is where the footprints of youth are left, leaving behind too many memories. This private room is very special. It is box number 12 on the top floor of Panlong Villa restaurant. Coincidentally, when you open the sliding door and walk onto the large balcony outside, you can see the university campus not far away across the street. Chen Nan, are you still playing basketball now? I'm so busy at work, working overtime every day. How can I have the time? Oh, I really miss college when I could play whenever I wanted. By the way, Lao Zhao, your company has a basketball team, and you play center. Do you play a lot? Look at me. I've only been working for a few years, and my belly is already so big I can't even run. It was still fun when I was in school. Yeah, back then, I'd get up in the morning and play, and I could play all day long. It was so damn cool. On the balcony, Several male classmates who liked to play basketball were chatting about work, basketball, helplessness, and nostalgia. The air is filled with the scent of nostalgia. Here, remember? In front of a window in the box, Bimoli came to the king's side at some point and looked at the scenery outside the window. The king was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Of course. How could he not remember? When I was working part-time at the university, there were several times when I came to Panlong Villa and worked as a waiter, serving dishes. At that time, you could earn 100 yuan a day by serving dishes, which was considered a good income. Come to think of it, I really should thank you very much. Without your help, I don't know how difficult my life in college would be. The king said with a smile, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. You're welcome. We're classmates. Helping each other is our normal thing, isn't it? Bimoli's eyes drifted out the window, gradually moving farther and farther away, passing through the vast, youthful campus and drifting to a faraway place. Seemingly thoughtful, she asked softly, not knowing whether she was asking herself or the king. Looking at her pure, beautiful, yet cold, arrogant, and noble profile, the king couldn't bear to interrupt her and just admired her quietly. Yes. The king nodded. I still remember that time, the first time I came to Panlong Villa to work part-time. I worked as a waiter all day, my legs were numb, my arms were sore, but when I got paid, I was still so happy. I ran all the way back from the downhill road of the villa. When I got to school, I bought 15 yuan of braised meat and a beer on the roadside. I was so happy back then. Haha. Hearing him speak, Bimoli laughed out loud. Everyone is here. At this moment, someone spoke very loudly, interrupting the nostalgic atmosphere of everyone reminiscing. It's Jiang Shikai. He was the one who contacted Panlong Villa to book a private room and ordered the dishes. He was also the one who organized the class reunion. His busy schedule was enough to show that he was very good at doing these things. He often went to various business places, booked hotels and private rooms, and discussed projects with clients. Thank you for your hard work, Squad Leader Jiang. Squad Leader, take a break and have some rest. Everyone said with a smile. Jiang Shikai counted the number of people. There were currently 16 people working and developing in the provincial capital, including some who brought their partners, as well as Wang Shang and Luo Xiaoxiao who came from Jiangdu. There were currently a total of 27 people. Now all 27 people are here. The extra-large banquet table in the box can accommodate 30 people dining at the same time, so it is very suitable. Ahem. Old classmates, please allow me to say a few words first. Jiang Shikai started to show off his style, the leadership style of an old squad leader, which he had had since he was in college. Now that I have entered society, this trend is even stronger. Chapter 108. Money is the key. Well, today, I was supposed to invite everyone to get together for a meal, to chat and reminisce. There are only about a dozen of us old classmates left in the provincial capital, and I hope everyone can get together more often and keep in touch. This time, something a little different has happened. Our classmate Wang Shang has come to the provincial capital, and something truly spectacular has happened. He's the discoverer of the national treasure, the Jiuzhou Ding, and the honorary director of the Jiuzhou Ding Museum. He's incredibly successful now. Everyone applaud. Jiang Shikai took the lead in applauding. What? The Jiuzhou Ding was discovered by Mr. Wang. Oh my god. No way, it's so magical. It's incredible. The discoverer of the Jiuzhou Ding, honorary curator? Wow, it's a scam. The students were shocked and screamed. Jiang Shikai felt somewhat uncomfortable when he saw this scene, because now the focus of the whole audience was on the king. However, he had already expected this scene. You don't know yet, do you? Not long ago, our classmate Wang Shang attended the Jiuzhou Ding event and received a commendation from the provincial leaders. A big medal. Jiang Shikai continued, and every word he said was a compliment to the king. Not to mention Wang Shang. Even the other students found it unbelievable. Because Jiang Shikai and Wang Shang have never gotten along. Classmate Wang Shang. Oh no, Director Wang. Please show the medal to everyone so that our old classmates can open their eyes. Jiang Shikai encouraged. Yes, show us. Your Majesty, you are really promising now. No wonder the Jiuzhou Ding has been all over the news these days. I saw a news report a while ago saying it was discovered in Jiangdu, and that reminded me that the king is from Jiangdu. I never thought that such a young honorary curator would emerge from among our university classmates. The first person to discover a national treasure. Amazing. We can also benefit from it. Your Majesty, Director Wang. You're so powerful now, but why don't you show off in your classmates group or your circle of friends? You're too low-key. Exactly. Too low-key. This is a great event that will bring honor to your family. It's an honor that many people can only dream of. There was nothing he could do. The king, almost overwhelmed by the overwhelming praise and compliments from his old classmates, could only take out his medal and show it to everyone. A glittering gold medal. Suddenly, everyone was amazed and envious again. Old classmates. This time the king hid it from everyone and didn't explain the situation in the group in advance. He came to the provincial capital for such a grand event. Everyone, tell me, shouldn't the king treat us all? Shouldn't he treat us all to a good meal and drinks? Seeing that the atmosphere had become so heated, Jiang Shikai smiled and made a suggestion. You absolutely deserve it. That's right. It's only right. He's become an honorary curator, and he's received such a prestigious award. He has to treat me to a meal. We must treat you. Soon, everyone agreed and fully supported Jiang Shikai's proposal. However, what everyone didn't know was that this was Jiang Shikai's routine, and he was gradually luring Wang Shang into it. It was he who suggested treating everyone to a meal, and it was he who actively called on his classmates to come over for a party. But now, he pushed the king out and, with the help of everyone, asked the king to treat everyone. It has come to this. When the king saw that his old classmates were so interested, he readily agreed. I'll treat you. Of course I will. I'm honored to be the first person to discover a national treasure, to be the honorary curator, and now that we're all gathered in the provincial capital, I should treat everyone to a meal. He said this with a smile on his face, calm and composed. This little money is nothing to him. Even if I was tricked into coming here by Jiang Shikai, it doesn't matter. The main thing is that old classmates get together, have fun, chat, and reminisce, which is a rare opportunity. Wow. Great. Master Wang, open and bright. Thank you, Director Wang. All expenses here tonight will be paid for by Director Wang. Ha ha ha. The students were particularly happy. They sat in a circle around the huge banquet table. The most dazzling one among them was the beautiful goddess Bai Moli, who took the lead and stood up to applaud. Let's go together and thank Wang Shang-san. Bai Moli glanced at the king and was very happy. Everyone stood up and applauded. Bai Moli is worthy of being the goddess of many boys. Even some boys who came with their girlfriends looked at Bai Moli with that special, admiring, and worshipful look. Student Bai Moli is right. Yes, Bai Moli is right. Let's applaud together. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. There was warm applause. Several male classmates were so engrossed in looking at Bai Moli that their girlfriends secretly pinched their arms and kicked them under the table. Ouch. It hurts. Why did you kick me? It hurts, it hurts. Brother Jiang, what are you trying to achieve? You called everyone here to show your support for that brat the king and carry his sedan chair? That's bullshit. There was a male classmate who got along very well with Jiang Shikai, who was very confused and complained about it in frustration beside him. Fine. Jiang Shikai adjusted the frame of his glasses, looking calm and composed. He just got a crappy medal, it's worthless. And as far as I know, as the first person to discover a national treasure, he didn't get any bonus. Even though he became an honorary curator, I asked some friends who work in certain departments, and they actually don't get a penny in salary. It's all empty fame, all vanity. Humph. It's useless. In this society, money is king. Contempt, disdain. In Jiang Shikai's eyes, it appeared. Chapter 109, Scheming Man. Your Majesty, something has suddenly happened. We were on our way here when a car accident occurred. Someone was killed. It was one of those thugs from the Jiangdu Four Dragons gang. Now, it's rumored that the suspect has fled to the provincial capital, so the police are rushing here to prevent us from retaliation. They told us to be extra careful and not to drive the police car when we return to Jiangdu. The box was bustling with old classmates chatting happily. Suddenly, Luo Xiaoxiao pulled Wang Shang over and temporarily left the box to talk about something in the aisle outside. Okay. After hearing her words, the king nodded. He drove a police car with Luo Xiaoxiao to the provincial capital, so it was not impossible that the car was targeted by the bullies of the Four Dragons Society and was in danger. I checked. The nearest flight is tomorrow. Isn't that a bit late? Luo Xiaoxiao said with regret. I have to wait until midnight to buy a high-speed train ticket. Otherwise, I can go to the police station in the provincial capital and borrow a car to drive back. Don't worry. The king smiled slightly, signaling her not to panic. Walking aside, Wang Shang casually made a phone call. Please make arrangements and leave as soon as possible. Come to the provincial capital to pick me up. Yes, that's right. I'll send you the specific address. Driving was very tiring, and he didn't want to drive again when he returned to Jiangdu. Since the flight and train times are not very friendly, now he can only use his own private plane. After solving this problem, the king took Luo Xiaoxiao and leisurely returned to the box. Your Majesty, you are finally here. I thought you were going to sneak away. It's okay. You are the honorary director now. You must have made a fortune. It makes perfect sense for you to treat everyone to a meal and spend some money. Ha ha ha. Seeing the king coming in, Jiang Shikai laughed dryly and said this in a way that was a compliment but a hidden criticism. Moreover, he deliberately raised his voice so that everyone could hear it. Our dinner hasn't even started yet. How could I slip away? What? Do you think I'm going to run away without paying? The king retorted. No, I didn't say that. Zhang Shikai said with a smile. I ordered some dishes, taking the initiative. The waiter has brought the dishes now. Zhang Shikai set his eyes on the extra-large round table. The dishes that have been brought up by the waiter are so fragrant that they make people salivate and their appetites grow. Wow, so many dishes. It looks delicious. Squad leader Jiang, you're really good at ordering food. What are the names of these delicious dishes? Squad leader Jiang, please introduce them to us. Ahem, don't praise me like that. I just go to more high-end places. When I dine with clients, I usually eat expensive food. After all, those clients are all celebrities and bigwigs. Okay, let me introduce these famous dishes. Zhang Shikai was slightly pleased with himself after receiving praise from his classmates. He cleared his throat, looked at the dishes, and said, Look at this dish. I specially ordered Wuwei smoked duck. I usually come here on behalf of the company to discuss cooperation with clients, and I often order this dish. Well, it's one of the famous dishes of Anhui cuisine, first created during the Qing dynasty. The ingredients are chaohu duck, blended with more than 30 kinds of Chinese herbs like star anise and cloves, smoked, and then braised. Look at this dish. The duck meat is golden and shiny, with thick and moist skin. It tastes delicious, tender, and extremely mellow. It's also easy to digest and rich in vitamins, which can help with anti-aging. Everyone look. There's another dish that's even more famous. It's the premier dish of Fujian cuisine, Buddha jumps over the wall. This delicacy has been chosen for state banquets, and the ingredients are carefully selected. It's made with 18 main ingredients and 12 auxiliary ingredients, including lamb knuckle, pork tripe, tendon, shark fin, sea cucumber, abalone, and dried wine. It's stewed in a jar. The hallmark of Buddha jumps over the wall is its rich, dense, yet not greasy, brimming with fragrance. It's tender yet savory, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Zhang Shikai listed several famous dishes in one breath, and he looked very experienced and could cook them effortlessly. In fact, in order to show off in front of his classmates, he did a lot of searching on the internet and memorized some sentences with his good memory. Now, it comes in handy. Squad leader Jiang is so good. Squad leader Jiang is really good at making jokes. So awesome. Squad leader Jiang is so outstanding. I love you so much. Another round of enthusiasm. Zhang Shikai felt elated, as if he was ascending to heaven. It was so cool. Hey, everyone, don't praise me so much. Actually, this is nothing. Oh, right. We are all talking about such a commotion, but the most important thing has not been done yet. Zhang Shikai smiled at everyone, then waved his hand and called the waiter standing at the door over. By the way, are all the dishes served? The waiter nodded, handed a menu to Zhang Shikai, and said, The dishes are still coming. By the way, here is the menu. Please take a look. Okay. Zhang Shikai took the menu, looked through it, and said loudly, The dishes are coming in one after another. There are more than 20 of us. We ordered a total of 36 dishes, and the total cost is 8,520. After saying this, he handed the list to the king. It's classmate Wang Shang who's treating us today, so we have to get his approval. It's over 8,000 yuan, so the average cost per person is around 300 or 400 yuan. It's a bit pricey, but that's the standard cost at Panlong Villa. And this is just the average cost, assuming no drinks. Your Majesty, if you think it's too expensive, we can cancel some of the dishes that haven't been served yet. Zhang Shikai seemed considerate, but actually had a hidden agenda when he said this. Return it? The king thought to himself, Zhang Shikai, you are such a scheming man. Returning the food in front of so many people? Are you shameless? Everyone could see that Zhang Shikai was doing this on purpose, using his words to manipulate the king and put him in a dilemma. To be honest, treating classmates to a meal costs more than 8,000 yuan at once, and that's without any drinks. Most people really can't afford it. Oh my god, these dishes cost over 8,000 yuan. Taking the list from Zhang Shikai's hand, the king exclaimed in shock. In fact, he just glanced at it casually and threw it aside, discarding it like a worn-out shoe. I don't care at all. If you think it's too expensive, you can return the dishes. It's okay. There are only about 20 of us, mostly girls, so you can eat less. Zhang Shikai said with a smile on his face, with a cunning sneer flashing in his eyes. Smiling, but with a knife hidden in his heart. Some students stood up for Wang Shang. More than 8,000, that's not a small amount. It's equivalent to more than a month's salary for me. It's a bit expensive. The prices here are too high. I shouldn't have chosen this place. That's right. Squad leader Jiang, you ordered too much. Please refund some of the dishes. The king came all the way here and treated us to a meal. It's already very kind of him. Now we feel bad for making him spend so much money. If a meal costs tens of thousands of dollars, then why not just split the bill? Chapter 110. The goddess is super cute. Some classmates complained that they shouldn't have come here because the level was too high. They were generally working class, and their consumption level was not enough to afford it. It was a complete waste. Some students also proposed the AA system. But it is not practical because it has been agreed that the king is the one who will treat the guests. Don't worry, everyone. Our classmate Wang Shang is now the honorary director of the Jiuzhou Ding Museum and the first person to discover a national treasure. He must have received a huge bonus and generous remuneration. So, this little expense is nothing to him. Jiang Shikai stood up and said to everyone with a smile, "That's true. Your Majesty is now Director Wang, the honorary director of a national-level museum. His income must be very considerable. You are all wrong." Suddenly, just when everyone felt relieved that the king was no longer the same as before and could fully afford such a party expense and could definitely afford to treat guests, a crisp voice rang out. The one who spoke was Bai Moli. Your Majesty serves as honorary curator without compensation. He was the first person to discover a national treasure, but he didn't receive any bonus either. Bai Moli stood up and spoke slowly. I got this information from news reports. I also asked my dad for information. It should be like this. So, Your Majesty, what do you say? Is this true? After she finished speaking, she turned her gaze to the king and asked. The king was in a dilemma and could only nod. Yes, it's like this. I didn't get any bonus for discovering the Jiuzhou Ding. Even if they offered it to me, I wouldn't take it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. It turns out that the king is such a noble person. He made such a great contribution and discovered the Jiuzhou Ding that shocked the world, but he didn't want a single share of it. He did it all for the country and was full of passion. But now, Jiang Shikai was practically forcing him to treat everyone. And he even called so many people over and ordered the dishes in advance. Everyone, look at our classmate Wang Shang. He is so dignified and open-minded. Jiang Shikai continued to praise Wang Shang and constantly put him on a high pedestal. As the old saying goes, the higher you praise someone, the harder they fall. The dishes are all here. Only the drinks are missing, Jiang Shikai added. It's a rare occasion for us all to get together. I said I'd treat you, and I will. All these delicious dishes are here. Next, shouldn't we have some drinks? The king followed Jiang Shikai's meaning and said this. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Everyone, have a drink today. It's to give my king face. It's just a meal, not a big deal. Even if my king lives frugally, he can still pay for it. Waiter. The king smiled and called the waiter over, saying, Let me see the drink menu. Yes, sir. We have all kinds of drinks here. What kind of wine would you like to order, Mr. Wang? The king took a quick look and said, Then let's get a box of Matai. There are 6 bottles in a box, right? It's enough to drink. A box of Matai? Mr. Wang, are you sure? The Matai here costs 2,800 yuan per bottle, so a box of Matai costs 16,800 yuan. It's ordered. The king selected a box of Matai without hesitation and then handed the wine list to the waiter. A box of Matai, just enough to drink. And he ordered the wine so readily, without any hesitation. Now, everyone is confused. What is this, Your Majesty? There were more than 8,000 yuan worth of dishes and more than 16,000 yuan worth of drinks. In total, this meal cost more than 24,000 yuan. Isn't the king heartbroken? More than 20,000 yuan is not a small amount of money for an ordinary guy from a small city. He was looking at the menu worth more than 8,000 yuan just now, and he looked very distressed. Why did his mood change so drastically now? I get it. Humph, this kid must be desperate. Things have come to this point, and it's hard to back down. He might as well just go all out. Haha, that must be it. Jiang Shikai had been observing the changes in the king's expression. He secretly guessed and agreed with his own judgment. I kept provoking him, constantly putting him on a pedestal, making him show off in front of everyone. Humph, I had to be ruthless and make him bleed. This time he blew a lot of money, which is probably half a year's income from running the small shop in his hometown. Jiang Shikai raised the corners of his mouth, secretly pleased with himself, complacent with his own clever tactics, and a malicious smile flashed across his lips. Your Majesty, are you crazy? It's fine if you just order some drinks, but what the hell is a box of Matai? Do you really have a lot of money to burn? At this moment, Bai Moli was anxious. She pulled the king's arm and sat down, asking him questions in a low but anxious voice. It's okay. The king smiled and passed it by. He felt it was worth it to see the goddess worried about him. Are you still okay? More than 20,000 yuan. You run a store in your hometown. How much money can you make throughout the year? This time you came to the provincial capital, and it was police officer Luo Xiaoxiao who drove you here in a police car. You don't even have a car, you have nothing. Why don't you save the money and buy a house and a car for yourself? Are you stupid? Bai Moli shook her head angrily. The king smiled and said, Classmate Bai Moli, thank you for your words. I'm very touched. But it's okay for old classmates to meet up and spend some money together. Don't worry too much about me. You are truly hopeless. Here, take the card. The password is XXXX. Remember, in front of all these old classmates, since you've treated me, ordered the dishes, and ordered Mao Dai, then go and pay the bill openly. Don't embarrass yourself. Bai Moli sighed, gave some instructions, and quietly slipped a card in her hand into the king's hand under the table. I'm so pissed off. Then she clasped her hands in front of her, pouted her lips, and looked angry. Who would have thought that a goddess dressed in an evening gown would look so playful and coquettish? She was really super cute. The king took the card she handed to him. His palms felt warm, and a warm current flowed quietly in his heart. This is what he likes to see most, the friendship between classmates. All the drinks and dishes are served. Some of the unpleasant things that happened just now gradually faded away as everyone gradually immersed themselves in the banquet. Everyone was having a great time. The atmosphere was harmonious and joyful, and they feasted on delicious food and wine. Almost all the students were very excited as they were tasting Mutai liquor, which costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a bottle, for the first time. Boys who love drinking enjoy it. Girls who don't usually drink alcohol will also take a small sip just for the sake of novelty. Some people also take photos and post them on WeChat Moments, Douyin, and Jihu. What was it like to drink Mutai for the first time at a class reunion? Soon, there were many replies below. Drinking Mutai from a box, isn't that cool? Text plus pictures. There was a lot of interaction in the circle of friends soon. Reunion is always short. The lively gathering, wonderful banquet, fine wine and delicious food, and sumptuous feast will eventually come to an end. Sir, the total bill for your box is 24,650. Would you like to pay by card or mobile phone? 3 hours later, the waiter came to the box which was filled with the smell of alcohol. Many people were drunk and staggering. The waiter came to the king respectfully and solemnly handed over the total bill.